Darling, I intend to sell the company and our home. After a day and night of slumber, Qin Bei's first utterance upon waking was a declaration to liquidate their assets. Gu Wan was taken aback, her voice laced with concern. My dear, those are the fruits of our labor over the past decade. How can we simply abandon them? You are exhausted, take a break, and allow me to manage the company. Qin Bei's expression was grave. In less than a month, precisely in 28 days, the apocalypse will descend upon us. The climate will undergo drastic changes, calamities will abound, and countless lives will be lost. At that point, money will be rendered worthless, let alone our company and home. Gu Wan was struck with shock, her heart plummeting as she trembled. Are you certain? Where did you obtain such information? With a pained countenance, Qin Bei revealed, in truth, we have perished once before. In our previous life, when the apocalypse struck, we were utterly unprepared, surviving on sporadic morsels during our escape, and our children succumbed to hunger. We were ultimately consumed by a horde of ravenous beasts, meeting our demise together. Tears streamed down Gu Wan's face, the tragedy overwhelming her. Qin Bei held her tightly, reassuringly. Fear not, my love, this time, we shall not repeat our past mistakes. We will survive. Gu Wan wiped her tears with the back of her hand, nodding in agreement. Qin Bei's demeanor turned serious as he gazed at her. This matter of the apocalypse must remain a secret. I understand, Gu Wan affirmed earnestly, aware that discussing it could bring unnecessary troubles regardless of others' belief. How much money do we have left? Qin Bei inquired. Just over 50,000 yuan. The company has several outstanding payments, totaling approximately 3 million, Gu Wan replied, furrowing her brow. She managed the household and company finances while caring for their children. I will urge for the payments you should procure food, Qin Bei instructed. Without hesitation, he rose from the bed, donned his attire, and stepped outside. After considerable effort, he successfully retrieved the 3 million, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Throughout the day, he neglected to eat or drink. Fatigue and hunger assailed him, and in a moment of distraction, he stumbled and kicked something. Looking down, he discovered a small, translucent stone, exquisite in its beauty. Qin Bei smiled, thinking of how much his daughter adored stones. She would surely cherish this one. However, as soon as he touched the stone, a warm current surged through his palm, and the stone vanished. The environment around him transformed. He found himself in a gray, boundless expanse, standing upon dark, muddy ground. Where am I? He wandered anxiously, seeking an exit. After more than an hour of exploration, he reached the edge yet remained trapped. Frustrated, he shouted, I want to leave. In an instant, the scene brightened, and he returned to the roadside. Qin Bei was elated, as if he had uttered a spell to unlock a door. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he glanced around, noting the absence of any onlookers. He silently concentrated, and indeed, he found himself back in that mysterious place. He focused again, and once more he appeared by the roadside. Qin Bei's face lit up with joy, murmuring to himself, could this be a space of my own? What a marvel it was, spanning 100 acres, capable of holding countless items, serving as an ideal and secure storage. This would undoubtedly become their family's greatest asset for survival in the impending apocalypse. Thrilled, Qin Bei rushed home to share this splendid news with his wife. Upon opening the door, he was taken aback. From the entrance to the living room, bags of rice and crates of mineral water were stacked high, creating a dark, imposing barrier, leaving only a narrow passageway. Gu Wan, a proponent of minimalism, had always maintained a bright and spacious home, devoid of excess. The sudden abundance was quite an adjustment. After a moment's thought, Qin Bei lifted a bag of rice and placed it into the space. He quickly exited, staring at the mountain of supplies. He realized that even at a rapid pace, it would take hours to transport everything. Perhaps he could attempt to move everything using his thoughts. Without hesitation, Qin Bei focused intently on the pile, silently commanding it to be moved. Darling, you're back. What happened? Where did all the things I bought go? Were they stolen? Gu Wan approached, joyfully wielding a spatula, but her gaze caught the empty floor, leaving her dejected. Qin Bei chuckled and recounted the phenomenon of the space. Gu Wan was both astonished and delighted. Is there truly such a marvelous treasure? How wonderful! Come, take my hand, let us see if you can enter as well. Qin Bei extended his right hand, grasping hers. Guwan's face was alight with anticipation. In the next moment, they found themselves within the space, where the food and water remained undisturbed. Guwan was ecstatic, exclaiming, "This is fantastic." Then, her expression shifted to concern. Is this space accessible only to us, or can others enter too? Earlier, we both concentrated and entered. Now, hold my hand and focus, and let us see if it works. Qin Bei guided her as they exited the space. Following his instructions, Guwan concentrated, but after some time, they remained stationary. A smile broke on her face. It seems that as long as you do not concentrate, others cannot enter either. This space is entirely under your control without your presence. No one else can gain entry. Qin Bei laughed. Indeed, that is the case. Now let us eat, I am famished. As he spoke, he made his way to the study, where their children would often play after kindergarten. The children are not home, they are attending a summer camp, and won't return for another 5 days, Guwan explained while serving the dishes. Qin Bei felt a pang of emptiness. I truly miss them. Guwan shared his sentiment, and after a moment of silence, she smiled. They will be back soon. In the meantime, we should prepare thoroughly. Qin Bei wholeheartedly agreed. After dinner, Guwan intended to store the leftover rice in the refrigerator. An idea struck Qin Bei, and he took the bowl and placed it into the space. He brewed 2 cups of tea, 1 for each of them, and they sank into the sofa. Darling, here is 3 million. Tomorrow, I will sell the company and order an RV. You should procure some lightweight food. Do not overexert yourself. In a couple of days, I will accompany you to the wholesale market for grains, Qin Bei said, producing a bank card from his pocket and handing it to Guwan. Guwan beamed. You are remarkable. You managed to collect all the payments. You handle the finances, and I shall take charge of the shopping. By the way, we need to buy additional shelves. Otherwise, everything will be piled up in the space, making it cumbersome to retrieve, Qin Bei remarked, pulling out his phone to browse online. He sifted through reputable online stores, ordering numerous shelves, negotiating prices, and securing a delivery for the next couple of days. Guwan was not idle. Either she grabbed a thick notebook and a pen, swiftly jotting down items to purchase food, drink, necessities, clothing, books, and more, creating an extensive list. Chapter 2. Making the arch-nemesis the great fool. Early the next morning, before dawn had fully broken, Qin Bei rose from his slumber. He entered the space with his thoughts and retrieved the bowl of rice from the previous night. After a night and Appo's rest, the rice remained warm, and upon tasting it, he found the flavor as delightful as when it was freshly cooked, no hint of loss in its essence. Beside him, Guwan also awoke, her face alight with wonder, exclaiming how miraculous it was, akin to a refrigerator. No, even better than one. Qin Bei chuckled and inquired, since it's still early, around 4 a.m. Shall we visit the vegetable wholesale market? Absolutely. The vegetables there are abundant and fresh, and the prices are quite reasonable. The two of them hastily consumed a light breakfast before heading out. They drove to the company first, swapped their vehicle for a truck, and then proceeded to the vegetable wholesale market in the southern part of the city. Upon entering, they immediately shifted into shopping mode, purchasing every type of fresh vegetable available at agreeable prices, instructing the stall owners to load their truck. Seizing a moment of distraction, Qin Bei discreetly transported the vegetables into the space. A group of stall owners marveled at the seemingly bottomless truck, expressing their astonishment. Boss, your truck looks small. Yet it seems to hold so much. It's still not full after all that. Qin Bei merely smiled and moved on. He and Guwan then visited the meat stall, procuring a variety of meats, transferring some into the space when the truck became overloaded. Eventually, amidst the awe of onlookers, Qin Bei departed with the truck brimming to the brim. As they drove halfway, he found an unmonitored intersection and swiftly moved everything from the truck into the space. Guwan laughed. We really went on a shopping spree just now, purchasing half the vegetable wholesale market and Appo's stock of vegetables and meats. Qin Bei smiled in agreement. Upon returning home, he unloaded some meat and vegetables from the space, filling the kitchen floor to capacity. Darling, I appreciate your hard work. For the next few days, could you take charge of cooking? Once the apocalypse hits, water and power shortages will be common, and preparing a meal will become quite challenging. I understand, she replied. While we have the time, I will prepare as much as possible. When hunger strikes, we can simply take it out and eat. Guwan was very understanding. Quickly getting to work, Qin Bei then set out to confront his arch-nemesis, Wu Hao. Wu Hao had been his rival, often sabotaging him, and once nearly causing his bankruptcy. Qin Bei harbored a deep-seated animosity towards him. Oh, what brings President Qin here? Wu Hao greeted with mockery upon their meeting. Qin Bei paid him no mind and sat down directly on the sofa opposite his desk. I'm here to discuss a business deal with you. Would you really be so kind? Are you not setting a trap for me? Wu Hao questioned skeptically. You have always had your eyes on my company, determined to acquire it, Haven and Oppos. To you? Well, now I'm offering it to you, Qin Bei replied nonchalantly, unaffected by Wu Hao and Oppos' doubts. Are you jesting? Would you really sell your company? Wu Hao scoffed, utterly unconvinced. Life is fleeting. One must seize joy while they can. Sell the company, acquire an RV, and take your family on a world tour. It sounds splendid, Qin Bei mused wistfully. Wu Hao rolled his eyes, deriding him. The sun hasn't even set, and you're already dreaming. Have you lost your mind? One price, 12 million. The company, sold as a package. You have 2 days to consider, after that. The offer expires, Qin Bei declared, standing up and leaving without further ado. Wu Hao furrowed his brow, genuinely questioning Qin Bei and Oppos' sanity. Soon after, he heard from 2 peers that Qin Bei had overworked himself to the brink of collapse, that he now intended to sell his company to enjoy what little time he had left. Wu Hao laughed heartily at the thought. Meanwhile, Qin Bei arrived at the car dealership owned by his close friend, Chen Lin. In the office, they sipped tea while chatting. Old Chen, help me purchase 2 RVs. Just as per this design, Qin Bei said, pulling a hand-drawn blueprint from his briefcase, detailing the interior and featuring a large solar panel on the roof. Chen Lin inspected the drawing. What prompted this sudden interest in RVs? This design is quite complex and demanding, but it certainly ensures sturdiness and safety. Also, why 2? That's 3 million, quite an expense. One is for me, the other for you, Qin Bei replied. Chen Lin was taken aback. Why for me? I'm not particularly fond of traveling. Qin Bei's expression turned serious as he lowered his voice. The world is becoming unstable, and a great disaster is imminent. You still have over 30 vehicles in your lot. Sell them quickly and convert the capital into supplies. Chen Lin's eyelids flickered. Where did you hear such news? It is absolutely reliable. By the way, could you find a way to procure firearms and ammunition for me? The more, the better, Qin Bei insisted earnestly. In this chaotic time, not only food is essential for survival, but also weapons. Otherwise, one remains at the mercy of others. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Chen Lin realized something dreadful was approaching. Qin Bei was always trustworthy, never one to speak falsely, and their friendship was solid. I'll do my best to help you. Qin Bei clapped him on the shoulder. Good brother. Let us keep today's matters between us. You should liquidate all your assets quickly. We'll leave together when the time comes. At that moment, his phone rang, and upon answering, Wu Hao's voice came through. I want your company. Come over to handle the paperwork. Do you have the funds ready? Otherwise, we want to discuss further. Qin Bei responded confidently. I have it all prepared. 10 million transferred to my account, 2 million in cash. With no further pleasantries exchanged, he ended the call. Chen Lin burst into laughter, giving Qin Bei a thumbs up. So you're selling the company to Wu Hao, making him the great fool? Qin Bei grinned. He has caused me no small amount of trouble over the years. It's time he faced a hefty setback. This company will not be sold to anyone else, only to him. Returning to his company, Qin Bei was greeted by his employees, who expressed their concerns about the potential sale. They were fond of their jobs as Qin Bei had always treated them well, and they had never considered leaving. Now, seeing Wu Hao enter with an air of victory, their hearts sank. Everyone, please return to your stations. I will address this matter shortly, Qin Bei said, feeling a pang of guilt for his employees. Reluctantly, the staff settled back at their desks, whispering amongst themselves. President Qin. Let us go, Wu Hao said, smugly reveling in the situation. Qin Bei walked directly to his office, seated himself in the chair, and said with a calm demeanor, I'm willing to sell the company, but I have one condition. Let us hear it, Wu Hao replied nonchalantly, eager for the acquisition. Do not lay off any employees. They shall retain their current positions. Fine, I agree, Wu Hao readily accepted, already plotting to dismiss all employees once the company was his, seeking to humiliate Qin Bei. Before long, 10 million was deposited into Qin Bei and Oppos' account, along with 2 million in cash presented in a black bag. After signing the contract with Wu Hao and completing the company handover, Qin Bei gathered all employees in the conference room. Sitting at the head of the table, he surveyed the 2 rows of faces before him. Today's developments may come as a surprise to you, and I sincerely apologize. I am grateful for your unwavering support throughout the years. Now, I hereby announce the dissolution of the company, and everyone is to come in order to collect their wages and severance for this month, without waiting for the employees to respond. He pulled several sheets of paper from his pocket and emptied a bag containing 2 million in cash, calling out each employee and oppos, as named to personally hand over their compensation. With 36 employees, the distribution was completed swiftly. Initially, the staff harbored resentment. Their stable jobs were abruptly terminated. Yet, the heavy stacks of cash in their arms eased their furrowed brows. The boss displayed a sense of integrity, choosing not to abscond with the money after selling the company. Instead, he calculated their wages, including an extra 10 days, and the severance was entirely based on their years of service, down to the last penny. Qin Bei watched as the last employee left with their money. You never intended for them to stay. Wu Hao felt a surge of indignation, as if he had been toyed with. Initially, he sought to strike Qin Bei hard, only to have the tables turned upon him. Even if they had stayed, would you have utilized them? Without lifting his head, Qin Bei departed. In his heart, he felt a deep nostalgia for the company he had built from the ground up. Yet, what could he do? With the onset of the apocalypse, the company would vanish into oblivion. It was better to let Wu Hao bear the brunt of the misfortune, avenging himself while also preparing provisions for his wife and children. Chapter 3 Bargaining. As Qin Bei opened the door, the enticing aroma of food wafted toward him. At the dining table not far off, plates were piled high with a variety of dishes, reaching nearly half a meter in height. With a mere thought, all the food vanished into his space, leaving the table empty. Darling, you and Oppos, back. Guwan greeted him with a radiant smile, her expression tender as she emerged from the kitchen carrying more dishes. Qin Bei looked at her with a beaming smile, then went to the kitchen to fetch a pair of chopsticks, and they began to eat together. My dear, the company has been sold to Wu Hao for 12 million. With 2 million allocated for employee severance, Qin Bei announced. I've also transferred 5 million to Chan Lin for 2 RVs and some firearms. There is still 5 million left on this card for you. He pulled out a card from his pocket and placed it on the table. Without hesitation, Guwan accepted it, her brow furrowing slightly. When will the house be sold? In a few days. It will be easier to sell then, so don't worry. Qin Bei assured her earnestly. Guwan nodded, then looked at him with pleading eyes. Honey, the kids and Oppos, summer camp will end soon, and they'll be on break. I'm swamped and can't take care of them. Can I have Xiao Jie come back to help? Of course, she can join us then. Qin Bei replied with a smile. Xiao Jie, Guwan and Oppos' younger sister, was a primary school teacher, and upon completing her internship, she would officially start her career. The two sisters had grown up relying on each other after losing their parents, and life had only begun to improve after meeting Qin Bei. He had always treated Xiao Jie as his own sister, covering her tuition and living expenses without a single complaint over the years. Xiao Jie also had a good relationship with them and was deeply grateful. You're so wonderful, Guwan said, moved, and she kissed him on the cheek, momentarily forgetting about the meal as she hurried to grab her phone. The following morning, Gu Jie appeared before Qin Bei, dragging a suitcase and brimming with energy. Good morning, brother-in-law. Her typically aloof demeanor was replaced with a genuine smile. Qin Bei smiled back, noting how she had grown even more beautiful in the 6 months since they last met. Come in quickly, your sister is waiting for you. Gu Jie stepped through the doorway and headed straight for the kitchen. Qin Bei took the car keys and stepped outside. Earlier, the logistics company had called to inform him that his goods would arrive at the designated location in half an hour, and he was to sign for them. To maintain discretion, he had provided an address in a remote area of the suburbs, far from prying eyes. Upon his arrival, 6 large logistics trucks were already there. A driver inquired, Boss, where do you want these goods unloaded? Right here. Qin Bei pointed to the empty space before him. How will you transport them later? You only have a sedan, the driver queried, puzzled. I have my ways, Qin Bei replied calmly. The driver, not pressing further, called over his colleagues, and they began unloading the goods. Before long, a small mountain of packages had formed. As Qin Bei surveyed the neatly wrapped shelves, he realized that unboxing them would consume an entire day. He retrieved a dozen packs of cigarettes from his car, distributing 2 to each driver. Gentlemen, could you help me unwrap all these shelves? The drivers were delighted. After all, those packs were worth over 100 yuan. Don't worry, boss. We'll take care of it right away, they assured him. Without delay, the drivers grabbed scissors and utility knives from their trucks and set to work. Qin Bei joined them, inspecting the quality as he unwrapped. He had to admit, the online store had provided excellent value. The prices were favorable, and the quality was commendable. After more than an hour, the outer wrappings were all removed and neatly stacked aside. Qin Bei contemplated selling the cardboard boxes later, thinking they might prove useful in a time of scarcity. Once the drivers left, he waited for another 10 minutes, seeing that the area was deserted. He stored the shelves and boxes into his space. He returned home and pulled Guwan close. Darling, let us disguise ourselves and head to the grain wholesale market to stock up on supplies. Guwan understood immediately and led him into the bedroom for a quick transformation. When they emerged, Gu Jie was taken aback. Sister, brother-in-law, you look so old and unattractive now. I hardly recognize you. Qin Bei laughed heartily. That's just how it should be. Guwan seriously instructed, Xiao Jie will be back late. Stay at home and don't open the door for anyone. No matter who knocks. Sister, don't treat me like a child. I can handle myself quite well, Gu Jie replied confidently. Still, you should be cautious. You're just a girl, Qin Bei warned solemnly. Your brother-in-law is right. There are many bad people outside. I'll transfer you 100,000 yuan. Shop online for what you need and like, but stay home, Guwan insisted earnestly. With no choice but to comply, Gu Jie nodded. Having heard her sister mention the impending apocalypse and the need to stockpile supplies. Although she was skeptical, she played along. Don't worry, sister, brother-in-law. I want to leave the house. You can go about your business. Finally, Qin Bei and Guwan grabbed an old black bag and set out. They headed straight for the largest grain wholesale market they could find. It was indeed vast, spanning 3 stories and covering over 3,000 square meters. Filled with a plethora of rice, flour, and oil, each with various types and prices. Guwan inquired about the prices and requested samples of each item to inspect. Then, she pulled Qin Bei aside. These are decent, but the prices are too high. If they offer an 80% discount, it would be reasonable. I'll negotiate with him. If not, we can look elsewhere. Usually, Guwan managed all household affairs, and Qin Bei was not well versed in the quality or pricing of these staples. Guwan turned to the owner with a knowing smile. Your prices are too high. They aren't wholesale rates. Please provide a better offer, if it's reasonable. We'll take everything you have. The owner, a seasoned businessman, recognized her tactics as an attempt to gauge his bottom line and feigned indifference. These prices are already quite low. The profit margins are slim. If you're serious, I can offer a 10% discount on the original prices. Guwan shook her head, insisting it was still too high. Qin Bei glanced at the owner, dropped the black bag to the ground, and unzipped it. A cascade of vibrant red bills erupted from the bag, creating a striking visual impact. Boss, we are quite sincere. Please don't let us down, Qin Bei said nonchalantly. The owner's expression softened, revealing a hint of sincerity. All right, how about an 88% discount? That's the lowest I can go. An 80% discount for all the rice, flour, and oil, and this whole bag of money is yours. If you're not satisfied, we'll simply go to another vendor, Qin Bei declared firmly, disfavoring any hesitation. He bent down, zipped up the black bag, ready to leave if negotiations faltered. Chapter 4. The frenzied shopping spree. The proprietor hesitated for a moment before reluctantly conceding. All right. I have never encountered someone so relentless in bargaining. Subsequently, he meticulously inventoried all the rice, flour, and cooking oil, fervently tapping away at the computer according to the prices proposed by Qin Bei, arriving at a total of 532,000 yuan. Qin Bei promptly settled the amount without quibbling over the change. Boss, we have a truck. Please have it loaded to the brim. Additionally, arrange for a few more trucks to load everything else, Qin Bei instructed. The owner, without a second thought, complied. Despite Qin Bei and Appo's aggressive haggling, he was indeed a substantial customer, and this transaction would yield considerable profit for the shopkeeper. In no time, the owner summoned several burly workers to assist in loading the grain bags onto Qin Bei and Appo's truck. Qin Bei remained on the truck, seizing the opportunity to discreetly shift the grain into his spatial storage. By the time the truck was filled, a significant quantity had already been transferred to his space. The owner then called for 3 additional large trucks to load the remaining rice, flour, and cooking oil. Once everything was loaded, Qin Bei led the way in his truck, with the 3 large trucks trailing behind. To avoid drawing attention, he decided to unload everything in a desolate area far from prying eyes. Once the trucks departed, he swiftly moved all the goods into his space. Guwan smiled. We have purchased a total of 100,000 jeans of rice, flour, and oil. Enough to sustain our family for 30 years. This is merely the beginning. We must stockpile enough to last a century, she asserted. Guwan had no objections. With the impending apocalypse, an abundance of food instilled a sense of security. Should we return? There are still many shops we Haven and Appo's explored. If we buy everything, it will amount to quite a lot, Qin Bei contemplated. Shaking his head, he replied, no, we have already caused quite a stir by depleting their stock in one go. We cannot return now. Let us head to the wholesale markets in the neighboring cities instead. It's already noon. By the time we arrive, it will be evening. Perhaps we should wait until tomorrow and visit the small commodities market today, Guwon suggested. The two made their way to the local small commodities market. A remarkable place where everything one might need for daily life could be found, aside from food and drink. Guwon frequented this market. Being frugal and always procuring necessities at prices lower than supermarkets or online shopping. The market sprawled over 50,000 square meters with 6 floors, each offering different merchandise. Guwon was well acquainted with what each floor had to offer. She purchased a large bag of steamed buns and 2 bottles of mineral water. Munching on them as she walked alongside Qin Bei. "Dear, let us buy some disposable food containers for our meals. Let us get a lot of them," she suggested. "Let us buy them all." Without hesitation, Qin Bei agreed. There were 6 stalls selling food containers in the market. After inquiring about the prices and haggling, they acquired them all and had them delivered to their truck, which was soon filled to capacity. Once the workers departed, Qin Bei took advantage of the solitude to transfer everything into his space. Guwon smiled subtly, noting how her husband had chosen the most secluded spot to park, devoid of surveillance cameras. "Let us go," Qin Bei said, grasping a large black bag in one hand while holding Guwon and Appo's hand with the other, to leave no trace. They opted for cash transactions instead of mobile payments. They continued to purchase everything necessary for daily life in large quantities until dusk fell and the market was closing. By the time they left in their fully loaded truck, every last bit of cash had been spent. On the way home, Guwon appeared exhausted. "Today has been relentless. I've walked more than I usually do in a week. Take off your shoes and rub your feet. It will feel better. Once we are home, soak your feet in warm water," Qin Bei advised, his concern evident. "You should rest tomorrow while I handle the shopping. I'll be fine. A good night and Appo's sleep will suffice. We should go together. It will expedite the process," Guwon replied gently, satisfaction radiating from her. "We were quite impressive today, bringing out $1 million in cash and spending it all." "Indeed, we nearly purchased half of what the market offers," Qin Bei chuckled. They had indeed acquired a substantial amount, and their spatial shelves were now brimming. "Darling, we still have 9 million left. Shouldn't we buy clothes too? You mentioned that extreme cold weather will emerge after the apocalypse," Guwon inquired. "We must procure both food and clothing, and I still need to buy 2 generators." Qin Bei suddenly recalled, realizing the necessity of having power during the long, dark periods of the impending apocalypse. "Oh no, I completely forgot to buy candles and flashlights." Guwon lamented, realizing her oversight. "Dawn and Appo's, worry, we still have over 20 days to prepare. We can order online. It will arrive soon." Qin Bei reassured her with a fond smile. Guwon, disregarding her fatigue, took out her phone and began searching various shopping apps for bargains, accumulating a vast array of items. Looking at the lengthy list of orders ready for shipment, she felt immense satisfaction. "All right, we've bought so much. It will last us for decades. The delivery person will likely be exhausted from carrying all those heavy boxes," she remarked. Qin Bei merely smiled, saying nothing. After driving a short distance, he took advantage of the lack of onlookers to transfer all the items from the truck into his space. By the time they arrived home, the night had fully set in. "Sister, brother-in-law, you're finally back," Gujie exclaimed, hastily bringing out the reheated dishes from the kitchen. The family gathered around the table to eat. After dinner, Qin Bei said earnestly, "Wife, please cook at home tomorrow. Let Xiaojie assist you. I need to go buy generators." "There are still plenty of vegetables and meats from our last visit to the wholesale market piled up in the space," Guwon interjected. "Let us bring them out and cook them all tomorrow." She showed no inclination to rest, instead eager to work hard. "Take your time. There is no need to rush. Don't exhaust yourself. It would pain me to see that," Qin Bei admonished with a tender expression. Guwon and Appo's cheeks flushed at his words. Gujie chimed in with a laugh. "Since brother-in-law is concerned about sister, I'll take the lead in the chores tomorrow. Sister, you can count on me. I have plenty of stamina and can work from dawn till dusk without tiring." Guwon shot her a glance, bemused by her words and the implications they carried. Chapter 5. Packing 100 meals early the next morning, Guwon rose with determination, insisting that Qin Bei retrieve all the vegetables and meats from their storage. Unable to resist her, Qin Bei complied. "Fetch more packing boxes and a few bags of rice," Guwon instructed. Qin Bei agreed. Delighted, Guwon surveyed the living room, which was piled high with ingredients. Just then, Gujie emerged, momentarily blinded by the sight. "Sister, there is so much food. It and Appo's reaching the ceiling. No wonder there and Appo's no light in here. I thought it was still dark outside." "All right, Hurry and wash the ingredients. It's June now, and once the sun rises, the heat will spoil everything, Gu-won urged, donning an apron as she headed to the kitchen. Honey, don't bother making breakfast. I'll grab something outside, Qin Bei said, slipping on his coat. He had spent hours online the previous day, discovering 2 reputable generator factories, albeit quite distant. Indeed, his outing consumed the entire day. But he successfully ordered 3 top-quality generators for a total of 200,000 yuan. Upon returning home, he found it impossible to navigate through the stacks of packed boxes cluttering the floor and dining table. Without hesitation, Qin Bei stored everything back in the space, restoring the home's spaciousness and brightness. I and Oppos, am back, he called, but the house remained eerily silent. Anxiously, he made his way to the bedroom. As he pushed the door open, he found his wife and sister-in-law, one sprawled on the bed and the other on the floor, both fast asleep. A wave of affection flooded over him. It was evident that they had worked tirelessly to prepare the abundant ingredients, transforming them into countless packed meals. He bent down, intending to assist Gu-won with her clothes. Awakened by his presence, Gu-won beamed. You're back. I'll make you something to eat. Qin Bei gently grasped her hand. No, you've been cooking all day. You must be exhausted. Let us call Xiaojie and go out to eat. Eating out is so expensive. We could have several meals at home for that amount, Gu-won replied, accustomed to being frugal. At this critical juncture, she regarded money with utmost significance, as if every penny could be stretched to its limits. After all, acquiring more supplies meant an increased chance of survival in the impending apocalypse. As long as the restaurant is still open, we should relish a few meals. Once the end comes, we may not have the luxury to eat at all, Qin Bei insisted. I concur. My brother-in-law is right, Gu Jie chimed in. Having awakened and nimbly risen from the floor, her excitement palpable. A true foodie at heart, her eyes sparkled at the mention of food, resembling a ravenous wolf. Gu-won glanced at the pair, relenting with a smile. All right, you're both right. I'll go change my clothes. As Gu Jie exited the room, Gu-won looked down at her attire, stained with food splatters, and chuckled sheepishly. Honey, I look quite disheveled. I'm just as bad, having spent the day running around, Qin Bei replied, indicating his own slightly soiled clothes and the faint scent of sweat. Wait a moment, I'll take a quick shower, Gu-won said, valuing her appearance. Qin Bei smiled, yet a thought crossed his mind. After the apocalypse, everyone would be dirty and ragged, resembling beggars, and his smile faded. This was still a good time. Every day was a precious gift slipping away, leaving him with a deep sense of helplessness. In the face of nature, humanity felt insignificant, merely surviving like ants. Quickly, he suppressed this discomfort. The end had not yet arrived. They should savor this comfortable period without worry. Before long, all 3 had bathed and donned fresh clothes as they set out. The pace of recent days had been frantic, their spirits taut. They had not experienced such leisurely moments in a while. Soon, they arrived at Yunji, an upscale restaurant renowned for its exquisite cuisine, always leaving patrons wanting more. Qin Bei and Gu-won adored this place, often bringing the children for a meal multiple times each month. Once seated, the waiter greeted them with a smile. Mr. Qin. Mrs. Qin, shall we proceed with the usual order? Qin Bei turned to Gu-won. Wife, Xiaojie, do you wish to try anything else? The usual is best. Those dishes are the most delicious, Gu-won replied calmly, then looked at Gu Jie. Is there anything special you desire? Let us order more of the pepper salt ribs, Gu Jie said earnestly. Gu-won laughed, amused at her sister's typically aloof demeanor that transformed into genuine enthusiasm at home. She instructed the waiter. 5 orders of pepper salt ribs, please. The waiter nodded, turning to fulfill the request. Gu Jie, delighted, wrapped her arms around Gu-won's, playfully saying, Sister, I knew you'd take care of me. Gu-won felt a surge of affection for her younger sister, 6 years her junior. Suddenly, Gu Jie's expression turned somber as she remarked, I fear there won't be opportunities to enjoy such delicious meals in the future. The mention of the apocalypse cast a shadow over Gu-won's face as well. Noticing the sister's glum expressions, Qin Bei interjected. Let us pack up a few extra meals. We can take them home to enjoy later. Gu-won smiled. That sounds wonderful. As the waiter returned with their meals, Qin Bei spoke up. We'd like to order an additional 100 tables of the same dishes, all to be packed. The waiter was taken aback. Mr. Qin, do you wish to take them all now? The kitchen may not have enough ingredients on hand. Deliver them to my home tomorrow, Qin Bei replied nonchalantly. Certainly. May I have your phone number and address? Additionally, a 20 deposit is required for the total order, the waiter said with a smile. Qin Bei agreed and followed her to the front desk to complete the transaction. Upon his return, Gu-won raised an eyebrow. darling. Do you think you've ordered too much? That's 6,000 yuan per table. For 100 tables, that's 60,000 yuan. We could feed our family for 10 years with that amount if we bought ingredients and cooked ourselves. It seems extravagant. Qin Bei laughed, reassuring her, I ordered extra. But as a regular customer, the restaurant offered me a 20% discount, so it's only 48,000 yuan. Plus, our meal today is complimentary. Gu Jie chimed in. Her spirits lifted. That's enough to last us a long time. I'm so happy. Sister, don't fret about the money. We can always eat a little less. After careful consideration, Guwan realized they had a valid point. The apocalypse would be harsh, and in such dire circumstances, being able to enjoy a favorite dish could provide a much-needed balm for the soul, alleviating mental anguish. Chapter 6, a surprise that caught us off guard after dinner. The family leisurely returned home and indulged in a sweet slumber. Following a night of restful sleep, they busied themselves once more. Early in the morning, the phones of the Gu sisters rang incessantly as their recent online purchases had finally arrived. Delivery personnel came and went in a steady stream, and the front door had remained ajar since it had opened. During this time, a large truck from Yunjiwei restaurant arrived to deliver meals. Qin Bei received the order and, seizing the opportunity while no one was watching, stored the steaming dishes into a space. Guwan and Gu Jie were also occupied, venturing out to procure a myriad of beloved treats, cakes, buns, and zongzi, returning with load after load, all of which Qin Bei swiftly transferred to his space. His responsibility was solely to remain at home to receive these goods. Otherwise, there would be no place to store such an abundance. Thus, the trio busied themselves throughout the day. In the evening, they gathered around the dining table to discuss their plans for the following day. Qin Bei solemnly reminded Gu Jie, Shao Jie, we shall be leaving tomorrow to procure grains from afar, and it will take several days. The children's summer camp concludes tomorrow. Please take good care of them at home. Should you wish to purchase anything, kindly provide me with a list. Brother-in-law, rest assured, I will manage the children. You must take good care of your sister, Gu Jie replied earnestly. Shao Jie, I appreciate your effort. It is no small task to care for 3 children alone. We will expedite our affairs and return as swiftly as we can, Guwan said, gripping Gu Jie's hand with reluctance, yet feeling helpless. My profession as a middle school teacher equips me to handle those rebellious teenagers. Managing our little ones will be a piece of cake, Guwan chuckled. Qin Bei then produced his phone, shared a WeChat ID with Gu Jie, and sent her a series of phone numbers. This is Chen Lin, my good brother whom you've met. If you encounter any issues, do not hesitate to reach out to him. Gu Jie added him on WeChat and saved the number. The following morning, Qin Bei and Guwan set out. They were away for an exhaustive 5 days, tirelessly traversing countless wholesale markets, amassing a substantial stock of grains, vegetables, fruits, purified water, clothing, and books. Exhausted, they slumped in the back of the truck, speaking with difficulty. Qin Bei mustered his energy and suggested, Darling, let us not return tonight. Instead, let us stay at a hotel. Husband, have you forgotten? We spent all our money buying supplies. We shall have to make do on the truck tonight, Guwan replied wearily, closing her eyes as sleep beckoned. It is uncomfortable to sleep in the truck. I will call old Shin to transfer some funds. Qin Bei struggled to lift his phone, only to be inundated with several text messages from the bank, notifying him of transfers from Chen Lin, 250, 000, 300, 000, 600, 000, 980, 000, and 1, 200, 000. Puzzled, he answered his ringing phone. Old Qin, I just transferred a total of 33 million to your account using several bank cards. Have you received it? And Appos, Chinlin's voice resonated. And Appos, yes, every last cent. But why the sudden transfer? Is something amiss? I am in the process of liquidating assets, old Qin. Spend as you please. There will be more transfers to come. And Appos, Chinlin responded with cheerful nonchalance. I will only use 3,000 for lodging and meals. The remainder will be spent on supplies. Qin Bei replied seriously. These two were brothers who had faced life and death together, and even so, it was imperative to keep the accounts clear to avoid future misunderstandings. All right, you decide how to spend it. By the way, I have already procured firearms and ammunition. You can collect them at any time. Understood. I shall speak to you later. Qin Bei hung up, feeling too fatigued to converse further. After securing his phone, he gently nudged Guwan, my dear. Let us hold on a little longer and find a nearby hotel. He half-carried the utterly exhausted Guwan toward the hotel. After a refreshing sleep and a sumptuous meal, their spirits lifted somewhat. Qin Bei, concerned for Gu Wan's well-being, urged, "Darling, you should rest at the hotel while I handle the procurement. I aim to spend all the money today." Having walked so much that her feet were blistered and sore, Gu Wan felt a pang of sympathy for him. "Husband, I wish to accompany you. You have worked much harder than I have these past few days, enduring through it all. I cannot simply rest in the hotel while you toil outside," Gu Wan asserted, her gaze soft yet resolute. Deeply moved, Qin Bei insisted, "Listen to me, love. Please stay at the hotel. I can procure supplies quickly on my own." "No, I must be with you," she insisted, shaking her head defiantly. Unable to resist her determination, Qin Bei relented. They set out together, purchasing whatever they could find, eager to convert the funds into necessities. Fortunately, having spent the past few days on a shopping spree, they now navigated the purchases with ease. After an entire day of diligent shopping, they managed to exhaust all the funds transferred by Chen Lin, transforming them into a towering pile of supplies in their space. With a sigh of relief, Qin Bei declared, "I will now take care of the truck. We shall buy tickets to fly home immediately." Gu Wan nodded eagerly, her fatigued visage brightening with a smile. "I miss the children so much. It has been far too long." "I miss them too," Qin Bei echoed, his expression mirroring hers. At that moment, he received yet another series of text messages. With a resigned chuckle, he noted that old Chun had transferred an additional 36 million for them to spend. "It seems we may need to delay our return by another day." Gu Wan frowned slightly, displeased at the prospect of another day away from home. "Will there be more transfers after this?" "All the vehicles and shops are sold. We only have the house left," Qin Bei explained. "Fine," Gu Wan conceded, taking his hand as they retired early for the night. Before dawn broke, they embarked on another round of frenzied shopping, determined to spend every last cent afterward. Qin Bei hastily sold the truck for a meager sum of over 100,000, hailing a taxi straight to the airport. He secured the soonest available tickets. By the time they arrived home, it was well past midnight. As the door swung open, the lights had not yet been turned on, and a sharp voice rang out. "Who goes there? Get out." A mop was hurled toward them. Chapter 7. Providing benefits to the agent. Qin Bei swiftly caught the item, his voice low, "Xiao Jie. We have returned." He turned on the light, illuminating the room. Gu Jie, with her disheveled hair and sharp gaze, relaxed instantly upon recognizing Qin Bei and Gu Wan, her tense demeanor softening. "Sister, brother-in-law, it's you who have come back. I thought we had been robbed. You should go to bed now. We are also utterly exhausted." Gu Wan yawned, utterly fatigued. Gu Jie departed, and Qin Bei and Gu Wan secured the door before retreating to their bedroom for rest. They slept deeply, oblivious to the world around them, unresponsive to anyone's calls. The past few days had been a whirlwind of activity, depriving them of a good night's sleep and a proper meal, leaving them utterly worn out. Qin Bei awoke languidly around noon, glancing at the peacefully slumbering Gu Wan beside him. He smiled and quietly rose from bed, eager to check on the children's room. Gu Jie sat on the bed, holding a picture book, surrounded by 3 children who listened intently, occasionally asking questions. Overcome with emotion, Qin Bei rushed to the children, embracing each one in turn, showering them with kisses. The children were elated, exclaiming, "Daddy, you're finally back. Daddy, we missed you so much. Daddy, please don't go out today. Stay home and play with us." Qin Bei, filled with warmth, laughed heartily at his beloved children and readily agreed. All right. Daddy will stay home today and be with you." He felt a pang of guilt for not having spent enough time with them while he was busy with work. The children, thrilled, clustered around him, reluctant to leave. The eldest, Qin Xing, tugged at him, urging, "Daddy, come play with me and build blocks." The second, Qin Shen, added, "Daddy, let us play with toy cars." Qin Bei looked at his 2 handsome sons and sighed. "You two, stop pulling. If you keep it up, Daddy will be torn in half." "Yes, you're being too rough. You might hurt Daddy." The youngest, Qin Tingting, pouted, stepping forward to pry her brother's hands away. Upon seeing his daughter, Qin Bei's heart melted, his attention solely on her. "Tingting, what do you want to play? Daddy will accompany you." "I want to comb my doll's hair." "Daddy, can you do that?" Qin Tingting tilted her head thoughtfully, then broke into a sweet smile. Without hesitation, Qin Bei replied, "Let us go. We'll do it now," completely disregarding his 2 sons. Qin Sheng and Qin Shun exchanged exasperated glances, muttering, as expected, "Once the little sister speaks, we're forgotten. Let us just go build blocks first, then we can play with the cars together." After reaching an agreement, the 2 brothers left hand in hand. Shortly thereafter, Gu Wan awakened to find herself surrounded by the children. That day, neither Qin Bei nor Gu Wan ventured outside. They stayed home to play with the children. Gu Jie, with little to do, and having exhausted herself caring for the three kids alone, finally seized the opportunity to step outside for a breath of fresh air. The impending apocalypse loomed, and everything would soon change. She thought it wise to take more photos and create lasting memories while she still could. After that day, everyone returned to their busy routines. Gu Wan and Gu Jie busied themselves attending to the two children while preparing meals to stock up in their supplies. They also found moments to wash the wholesale clothes they had acquired, as new garments were often quite dirty. During the apocalypse, even drinking water would be scarce, let alone the luxury of cleaning clothes. Qin Bei was also hard at work, calculating that there were only 17 days left until the apocalypse. He needed to sell the house quickly to convert it into cash and stockpile supplies. No matter how much one gathered, it would never be too much, especially since there was still some space left to fill. Qin Bei visited the largest real estate agency he could find, speaking with the agent, Xiaoqian. You've seen the video and photos. My house is well located and beautifully decorated, ready for immediate occupancy. The asking price is significantly lower than others, by at least 200,000, but I require full payment. Xiaoqian nodded, acknowledging, I understand, but full payment might be a challenge for many buyers who often opt for loans. Have you considered this? Qin Bei waved his hand dismissively. No, our family is going on a trip and does not wish to delay any further. All right, rest assured. I will do my utmost to sell your house, Xiaoqian assured him. Thank you for your efforts. Please accept this token of appreciation, Qin Bei said, discreetly handing him a thick envelope when no one was watching. Xiaoqian, feeling the weight of the envelope, was both pleased and apprehensive. I can't accept this. I could lose my job if the company finds out. Qin Bei firmly grasped his hand, insisting, Xiaoqian, this is merely a gesture of goodwill. Please don't refuse. This matter will remain between us. Once the house sells, I'll also give you an additional 10,000 privately, aside from the commission. With a broad smile, Xiaoqian accepted the envelope, no longer hesitating. You can count on me. I will start calling all potential buyers immediately to arrange viewings and work swiftly to sell your house. In his years as an agent, he had never encountered such a generous landlord. Not only was he receiving a red envelope during their first meeting, but he was also assured of a full commission and an extra bonus once the deal was finalized. This was an exceptional opportunity. Please take interested clients to view the house. It will prevent everyone from becoming fatigued, Qin Bei suggested amicably. He preferred not to have a large crowd of people at home, particularly those who were either unable or unwilling to purchase in that area. I understand your concerns. You can trust me. I will give it my all, Xiaoqian vowed earnestly. Very well, I'll leave this to you. Starting tomorrow, the house will be available for viewings at any time, as there will always be someone present, Qin Bei instructed seriously. Though viewings could commence immediately, he was worried about leaving Gu Wan and the children alone at home. After tomorrow, he would remain at home, making it more convenient for viewings. All right. I have saved your phone number and WeChat contact. I will notify you in advance before any viewings, Xiaoqian said enthusiastically, escorting Qin Bei to the parking lot. Chapter 8. Feeling disregarded after leaving the agency, Qin Bei sought out Chen Lin. Upon seeing him, Chen Lin was delighted. Old Qin, it has been long since we last met, yet you've lost several pounds. You must be exhausted. It's just a phase. I'll be fine soon. All the money you gave me has been exchanged for various supplies, enough to sustain you for a century. Is it really that much? How will we transport it? If someone sees it, they'll be envious. It might not be safe, Chen Lin expressed his concerns. This time, they had ordered 2 RVs together, and the space was limited. It was impossible to fit so many items. Qin Bei chuckled. I've hidden it all in a very secure location. Come. I'll show you. Before Chen Lin could respond, Qin Bei grasped his hand, leading him into the hidden space. Chen Lin gazed in astonishment at the vast array of supplies before him, an overwhelming sight reminiscent of a department store. This is a space where no one else can enter unless I bring them in. Everything stored here cannot be taken by anyone else, Qin Bei explained with a beaming smile. He had carefully considered that Chen Lin was a brother who could share both trials and tribulations, and that in their future escapades, Chen Lin would eventually discover the peculiarities of his ability to produce various supplies. It was better to disclose the truth than to let him speculate. What exactly is this space? Chen Lin asked, confusion etched on his face. Qin Bei patiently elaborated, and realization dawned on Chen Lin, who joyfully exclaimed, "This is fantastic. I was worried about how to transport all those weapons and ammunition, but now I don't have to." Qin Bei's expression turned serious. This matter about the space must remain confidential. Otherwise, we could all be in grave danger. Don't worry, my lips are sealed. Now, let us go check out those treasures. Qin led Qin Bei to the basement of the villa, where boxes upon boxes of firearms and ammunition were stacked. He handed Qin Bei a pistol. Take a look at this. Qin Bei examined it, nodding in approval. It's solid. A fine piece indeed. Let us put it all into space, he added, and promptly stored it away. How are the RVs coming along? They'll be ready for pickup in a week. I paid extra for them to expedite the process, Qin replied earnestly. Qin Bei nodded, asking, have you been busy lately? If not, come help me at my place. I really need an extra pair of hands. Sure, I'll hand the keys to the agent, so I don't have to guard the villa all day. Qin agreed readily, immediately beginning to pack. Qin Bei joined in, and they both worked diligently, accumulating quite a pile of items. Qin sighed. I can't believe there's so much stuff. I'll call a moving company. No need. Qin Bei waved his hand, quickly storing everything in the space instead. Qin's face lit up with joy. This is so convenient. It saves a lot of effort. Let us go return the keys and then grab a meal. After their meal, he accompanied Qin Bei back home. Upon seeing the numerous packed boxes, he was taken aback. So much? If someone didn't know better, they'd think it was a catering service. Qin Bei, already accustomed to such sights, replied, we've stocked up sufficiently. There's nothing left to buy. Since the utilities are functioning well, we should prepare more meals now, making things easier when the time comes. Exactly. Qin, being a man of action, removed his coat and tossed it onto a chair, ready to tackle the task at hand. However, he had never done household chores before and felt a bit lost. He awkwardly looked at Qin Bei. Old Qin, what should I do? Let us wash the vegetables and chop the meat. You can assist me, Qin Bei instructed. All right. That's simple enough, Qin replied nonchalantly, rushing to the kitchen and greeting Guwan and Gujie, who were busy cooking. Hey, sis-in-law Xiaojie. I'm here. Have you eaten? Feel free to take whatever you want. Guwan glanced at him, smiling as she stirred the pot with a spatula, being familiar with the family. Qin never held back when visiting. He would eat when hungry and drink when thirsty. Sis-in-law, I'm not hungry. We've already eaten. I'm here to work. Qin said, picking up the vegetables to wash. Guwan didn't respond further. Gujie shot him a disdainful look. Why don't you go watch the kids instead? Last time you were so clumsy, you ended up making a mess. Every experience is a lesson. Last time was different. This time is different. They shouldn't be compared, Qin replied, feeling a bit embarrassed as he winked at her, signaling her not to bring it up again. Gujie, however, refused to let it go. It hasn't been long since then. Last time you washed the vegetables, you ruined them completely and flooded the floor. I had to mop for ages. You should really tend to the kids. Qin Bei couldn't help but laugh heartily. Old Qin, you really are unreliable. You're even worse than me. How will you ever get married if you can't even manage this? Qin gave Gujie a resentful glance. You ungrateful girl. I helped you last time when you were overwhelmed taking care of the kids, and this is how you repay me? All right. I'll go take care of the children, he sighed, retreating. As he hurriedly left, Gujie added, remember to check on the clothes in the washing machine. They'll be done soon. Hang them out to dry and wash the other clothes afterward. Got it. Qin replied quickly, making his escape. Qin Bei exchanged a glance with Guwan and whispered, if old Qin falls into Gujie's hands, he'll surely be tamed. Guwan chuckled, grateful that Gujie was preoccupied and had tea overheard. Qin Bei also refrained from saying more, joining the others in their chores. He busied himself washing vegetables and chopping meat, while Guwan cooked and Gujie organized the prepared dishes for storage in the space. The entire day passed in a flurry of activity. Qin, after spending most of the day with the children, lamented, Old Qin, your ability to have children is remarkable. 3 at once is simply overwhelming. He gazed at Qin Bei with sympathy. Don't worry. Once you have your own children, you'll understand my plight. Qin Bei smiled knowingly. I will never have children. They're too much trouble. Qin shook his head vigorously, looking quite alarmed at the prospect. Qin Bei laughed. I'll visit a domestic service company later to find a couple of helpers to assist you with the kids. How did I not think of that? Qin beamed. His spirits lifted as he sprang to his feet, slipping on his shoes and dashing outside. Gujie, witnessing this, couldn't help but frown. He really knows how to take the easy way out. Thank goodness he isn't married yet. Otherwise, he'd be a burden to some poor girl. Chapter 9. A quarrelsome couple. When Qin returned home, he was in high spirits, having secured 2 ants who would start working the very next morning. What if they discover our unusual situation? Gu Jie shot Chen Lin a disdainful glance. I will take them and the children out for a picnic, and we'll enjoy the day. Chen Lin chuckled, relieved at the prospect of sharing the burdens of childcare, and decided not to bicker with Gu Jie anymore. Just be careful not to lose the children. Those two ants are new and untested, Gu Jie said sternly. Old Qin is reliable, Qin Bei interjected, defending him. I will keep a vigilant eye on the children. No mistakes will be tolerated, Chen Lin declared with conviction. Gu Jie ceased her protests. The children had been well taught by their older sister and would not engage with strangers, ensuring they would not wander off. Chen Lin was elated, eagerly planning their upcoming outings, a picnic tomorrow, a trip to the amusement park the day after, and then a visit to the zoo. He meticulously arranged the next few days. Qin Bei and Gu Wan had no objections. Since the apocalypse, many pleasures had been lost. It was better to seize the moment and enjoy life while they could. Thus, the following morning, Chen Lin set out with the cheerful children. Meanwhile, Qin Bei and the others continued their activities in the kitchen. Suddenly, Qin Bei's phone rang. Upon answering, he heard the cheerful voice of Xiao Qian on the other end. Good morning, Mr. Qin. Are you free now? I'd like to bring a few potential buyers to your home. They are quite interested. Come on over. I'll be at home, Qin Bei replied. See you soon, Xiao Qian said, elated, before hanging up. Qin Bei tucked away the excessive, daunting ingredients in the kitchen, leaving only a small amount. There are still plenty of clothes to wash in the bathroom. You should put some away too, Gu Wan reminded him. Qin Bei promptly complied. Gu Wan, along with Gu Jie, tidied up the house, making it appear brighter and more inviting, which would surely leave a good impression. Once everyone was finished and settled down for tea, Xiao Qian arrived with 2 clients. Upon entering, he promptly handed out 3 pairs of shoe covers, giving 2 to the clients and donning one himself. Xiao Qian greeted Qin Bei with a smile and introduced the 2 clients, Mr. Shun and Miss Liu. Qin Bei nodded with a smile, saying, Xiao Qian, please show them around. From the moment the couple walked in, their faces radiated delight at the sight of the house, clearly indicating their fondness for it. Observing their demeanor and expressions, Qin Bei sensed they were decent individuals, easy to converse with. Selling the house to such people would weigh heavily on his conscience, so he refrained from promoting it himself. After enjoying tea with Gu Wan and Gu Jie, he returned to the kitchen, allowing Xiao Qian to guide the couple on their tour. The couple spent a full hour exploring the house, their smiles growing more pronounced, until they could no longer resist approaching Qin Bei. Mr. Qin, this house is truly wonderful. We absolutely love it. Could we negotiate the price a bit? 10 million is a bit steep for us, Mr. Shin politely inquired, with Miss Liu smiling beside him. This price is already quite low. I cannot lower it further. You must have done your research. Based on market rates, this house should sell for at least 5 million, Qin Bei replied. The couple exchanged glances, clearly troubled. Before Mr. Shin added, Xiao Qian mentioned that purchasing your house requires full payment, correct? Unfortunately, we do not have that much cash on hand at the moment. Could you grant us a week to gather the funds? Miss Liu chimed in, her smile earnest. We truly adore your house. Could you wait for us? Their sincerity was evident. Qin Bei regarded them thoughtfully. Your requested time frame is rather lengthy. I fear I may not be able to wait. Perhaps you should reconsider before acting impulsively. Disappointment flickered in their eyes, yet they were reluctant to concede. Mr. Qin, could you give us 5 days, please? I cannot accommodate that request. I have other commitments, including guests for dinner tonight, Qin Bei replied firmly. The couple departed with downcast expressions, while Xiao Qian looked at Qin Bei, perplexed and hesitant to speak. He could not comprehend why Qin Bei, who seemed eager to sell, would turn away such earnest buyers. After they left, Gu Jie turned to Qin Bei, puzzled. Brother-in-law, they were very sincere. Why did you refuse? Didn't you say we should sell the house as quickly as possible? Qin Bei smiled without answering, while Gu Wan interjected. Your brother-in-law must have seen something in them that gave him pause. Consider the impending apocalypse. Whoever buys a house now will be at a disadvantage. Gu Jie suddenly understood. So, brother-in-law aims to sell to someone less scrupulous? Qin Bei nodded. Our house is top-notch, situated in an excellent school district. It will sell without issue. I am merely waiting for the right and scrupulous buyer to appear. Will that happen? Gu Jie asked, her concern evident. Indeed, Qin Bei replied with confidence. Years of business experience had taught him that unscrupulous individuals outnumbered the virtuous. Moreover, given the attractive price of the house, many would be eager to seize a bargain. As anticipated, Xiao Qian returned with several more groups of prospective buyers. Among them was a middle-aged couple, adorned in gold and jewels, exuding an air of affluence. Upon entering, they arrogantly surveyed the entire house, their keen eyes betraying a critical nature that made one uncomfortable. As they toured the house, they constantly nitpicked, criticizing the lighting, complaining about the lack of underfloor heating, and lamenting the fading paint. The layout is rather awkward, they continued, casting disparaging remarks. Gu Wan's frustration boiled over. She wanted to tell them outright, if you dislike it so much, then please leave. Sensing her anger, Qin Bei gently yet firmly grasped her hand, whispering reassurance. Remember what I told you. Her ire diminished significantly at his words. He had stated a preference for selling to the morally questionable. She could endure this for now, and once it was sold to these two, she would relish a good laugh. I understand, she replied calmly. Let us focus on our tasks while Xiao Qian shows them around. Qin Bei remained composed as they continued their work in the kitchen, ignoring the unpleasant couple. The couple lingered for quite some time before departing. Xiao Qian looked apologetically at Qin Bei. Mr. Qin, I sincerely apologize. If there are any other clients, I will bring them to you as well. Qin Bei remained unperturbed. He understood that the couple likely had an interest in the house. Otherwise, they would not have spent so long inspecting it, despite their criticisms. If the house truly was as poor as they claimed, they would have left after a brief glance, not lingered for 2 hours. Very well, I will bring them all, Xiao Qian affirmed. As for Mr. Shun and Miss Liu, could you not offer them another chance? They genuinely love your house. Qin Bei shook his head. We shall see. Chapter 10. The Deceitful Ones Throughout the Day. Xiao Qian brought several groups of potential buyers to view the house. Many expressed interest, yet most lacked sufficient funds and required loans. Gu Wan, upon learning this, grew anxious and whispered, Darling, what if the house doesn't sell? Do not fret. No one is aware that the apocalypse is imminent. Many still aspire to invest in property. Qin Bei reassured her, remaining composed. With 16 days remaining until the impending doom, there were no signs in nature to suggest otherwise. Today was merely the first day of viewings, and he had ample confidence that he could sell the house and complete the transfer within this fortnight. Is that true? Gu Wan remained skeptical. Do you remember that difficult middle-aged couple? Of course, they left a profound impression. Gu Wan gritted her teeth in frustration. They are quite interested. Just wait. They will reach out to us within a couple of days, Qin Bei said, calm and collected. Still uneasy, Gu Wan lamented. Perhaps we should have sold the house when you first woke up. We wasted too much time stockpiling supplies. Had we sold it then, one of us would have had to stay home to await viewings, which would have squandered both time and energy. Our supplies wouldn't be as plentiful either. Moreover, Shun Lin's villa has been on the market for quite some time without a sale. Selling a house also relies on fortune. Do not worry. We are all exhausted from the day. Get some rest, Qin Bei comforted her. Gu Wan said nothing further and fell asleep, her mind heavy with thoughts. The following day, noticing her somber mood, Qin Bei suggested that Gu Jie take her out with Chun Lin and his children for a day of leisure. Alone at home, Qin Bei prepared ingredients while awaiting Xiao Qian and the next group of viewers. The comings and goings of people around the house were relentless, yet disappointingly. No serious buyers appeared. In the evening, as soon as Gu Wan returned home, she eagerly inquired, Darling, were there many viewers today? How did it go? Just as Qin Bei contemplated how to console her, he received a call from Xiao Qian. Mr. Qin, I have 2 pieces of good news for you. Gu Wan's face brightened, and she leaned closer to Qin Bei, eager to hear. What is it? Speak. Qin Bei replied with unwavering composure. Mr. Shun and Miss Liu have nearly gathered the funds, but they still need an additional 100,000 yuan. They wish to know if you could offer a discount on the price. Mr. Fan and his wife are ready to pay the deposit and complete the transfer, with funds arriving immediately, provided you can vacate the house on the day of the transaction. I will consider it, Qin Bei stated firmly. I will await your response. Xiao Qian replied respectfully. After hanging up, Qin Bei turned to Gu Wan and said, My dear, it seems I was not mistaken. That picky couple truly has an interest in our house and are quite eager. Gu Wan nodded with a smile. I sensed their impatience and decided to leave the burden on them. Qin Bei chuckled, delaying his response to Xiao Qian. Instead, he took a shower and played with the children for a while before finally picking up his phone. As if reflecting deeply, he said calmly, Xiao Qian, arrange a meeting with Mr. and Mrs. Fan for tomorrow to finalize the details. Additionally, please help us find a rental property of over 100 square meters for a month. Tomorrow at 8 in the morning, both parties will come to our office to sign the purchase agreement. Renting a place is straightforward. I have a suitable property available, and I will show it to you tomorrow. Very well, Qin Bei concluded, hanging up the phone. Guwan stood and wandered through every corner of the house, sentimentally lamenting. Oh, when it was unsold, I was anxious. Now that it is sold, I am reluctant to part with it. If we do not sell, we cannot keep this house. Besides, houses and cars are merely material possessions. In the apocalypse, they will be worth no more than scrap metal. As long as our family remains safe and sound, that is all that matters, Qin Bei replied with tranquility. Indeed, as long as we are alive, we can earn back what we lost, Guwan smiled sweetly. Tomorrow, I will handle the paperwork. You and the children should rest at home. All right, I will listen to you, Guwan nodded gently. The next day, Qin Bei arrived at Xiao Qian's office at the agreed time, but the couple had yet to arrive. He felt a twinge of annoyance, as he despised tardiness. Xiao Qian poured him a cup of hot tea and smiled apologetically. Mr. Qin, please bear with us a moment longer. Mr. Fan and his wife are stuck in traffic and will arrive shortly. Qin Bei understood that they were deliberately being difficult. Taking a sip of tea, he remarked, I suspect they will not arrive anytime soon. Xiao Qian, did you not mention you had a rental property? Let us go take a look. Please do not be upset. The couple can be somewhat challenging. I will take you to see the rental property right away, Xiao Qian replied with a smile. The rental property was not far, just a 10-minute drive. After viewing the house, which was only 120 square meters, smaller than their current residence but decently decorated, Qin Bei decided, this one will do. What is the rent? Mr. Qin, I appreciate your straightforwardness. The landlord's bottom line is 5,000 yuan per month, including utilities and property management. You can pay this price. And as for the agency fee, I will waive it for you, Xiao Qian stated. Qin Bei patted his shoulder gratefully. Thank you. The price was indeed reasonable. And Xiao Qian had not deceived him. Xiao Qian smiled again, glancing at Qin Bei. Mr. Qin, this house is very clean. The previous tenant just moved out 2 days ago, so you can move in right away. Qin Bei nodded in acknowledgement. Xiao Qian then cautiously added, Mr. Qin, Mr. Fan just sent a message saying they have connections at the housing authority and can complete the transfer today. They hope you can vacate the property by 8 p.m. tonight. Qin Bei retorted sarcastically, how demanding. It seems he is quite eager to move in. Does he think I will only sell the house to him? Xiao Qian smiled apologetically. To be honest, I also do not like them and would prefer you sell the house to Mr. Shun and Miss Liu. However, the 100,000 yuan difference is a significant loss. Qin Bei remained silent. He did not care about the monetary loss, but he did not wish to take advantage of the young couple. Let them act as they will. Once they possess the house and the apocalypse arrives, they will be the ones to regret it. With this thought, Qin Bei felt at ease. Let us return to your office, he said with a calm demeanor. Seeing the anger dissipate from Qin Bei, Xiao Qian's mood improved as well. After all, the Fan couple was not someone he could afford to offend, and they were determined to acquire the house. Chapter 11. Intentional. After a prolonged wait at the office, the couple finally arrived, exuding an air of arrogance. Mr. Fan initiated the conversation, stating, Mr. Qin, it is indeed your fortune to have such a discerning buyer for your property. With a subtle smile, Qin Bei replied, this house is truly remarkable, and I must admit, there are many interested parties. We are the only ones here today to sign the contract. Mr. Fan's smile was insincere, brimming with malice. Just as Qin Bei was about to retort, 2 individuals burst through the door, neglecting to knock. And little Qian was unable to stop them. Mr. Qin, please sell us the house. We have managed to gather 95 million. And we can provide an IOU for the remaining 50,000, which we promise to repay by the end of the month. Is that acceptable? Mr. Shen's face was etched with desperation, his eyes pleading. Yes, we have worked tirelessly these past few days, borrowing from friends and family, and even advancing several years' worth of salary. We truly adore your home, Miss Liu added, her bright eyes glistening with unshed tears. Are you blind? Can't you see we are in the midst of signing? You can't even muster the funds, and yet you dare to show your faces here. Mrs. Fan sneered contemptuously. Mr. Fan, with a flourish, scribbled his signature and pushed the document towards Qin Bei. Mr. Qin, please sign. Qin Bei glanced at him, and then at Mrs. Fan, utterly disdainful of the couple. Mr. Qin, you mustn't sell to them. They are vile and of poor character. Mr. Shen interjected, glaring at Mr. and Mrs. Fan. Please, sign with us. I can offer this jade bracelet as collateral for the missing 50,000, Miss Liu said, removing a jade bracelet from her wrist, its color exquisite. Humph, what a worthless trinket. A few hundred at best, attempting to masquerade as something worth thousands. Mrs. Fan dismissed derisively. Miss Lu's tears began to fall. How can you be so cruel? I paid 60,000 for this bracelet, and I have the receipt. A receipt? Forging one is hardly difficult, Mrs. Fan retorted coldly. Unable to tolerate the scene any longer, Qin Bei directly addressed Mr. and Mrs. Fan. If you wish to purchase my house, a deposit of 200,000 must be transferred to me immediately. Should you back out, the deposit will not be refunded. Account number? Please. I'll transfer it to you, Mrs. Fan boasted, brandishing her phone. Qin Bei wrote it down. Mr. Shin hurriedly approached, phone in hand, eager to transfer funds. But in his haste, he entered the password incorrectly, resulting in a failed transaction. Mrs. Fan looked triumphantly at him, flaunting her successful transaction. See? The house is ours. Come. Let us head to the housing authority to complete the paperwork. Mr. Fan declared, standing with an air of superiority. Seeing no way back, Mr. Shin felt despondent. Glaring at Qin Bei. For a mere 50,000, you chose to engage in a transaction with such repugnant individuals. You are truly blinded by greed. You will face consequences for your actions. Miss Lu glared at Mr. and Mrs. Fan, her indignation palpable. The couple laughed dismissively. Pathetic. You can't even afford a house. Unlike us, who possess numerous properties, earning substantial income each month. Mrs. Fan taunted. You will not have a favorable outcome. Mr. Shin retorted angrily, hastily pulling Miss Lu away. Miss Lu, wait. Your bracelet. Little Qin called, retrieving the jade bracelet left on the table and rushing after them. Qin Bei observed the unfolding drama in silence. Yet a plan began to form in his mind. Soon, Qin Bei accompanied them to the housing authority, successfully securing the payment. As he gazed at the 10 million resting in his account, his spirits lifted. Please expedite your move. We will be arriving for inspection at 8 p.m. tonight. Little Qin. Keep an eye on the house to prevent any damage. Mrs. Fan commanded, her demeanor arrogant. Of course, rest assured, Little Qin responded with a smile. The couple departed. Visibly elated, Little Qin turned apologetically to Qin Bei. I'm truly sorry. Qin Bei waved dismissively. It's of no consequence. I shall cover your commission. Little Qin smiled. Presenting the company's payment code, Qin Bei scanned it and discreetly handed him an additional 10,000. Mr. Qin, I can assist you with the move. Feel free to ask for anything you need, Little Qin offered sincerely. Qin Bei nodded. A friend of mine also has a property for sale. Inquire if they are interested. Little Qian's face lit up with surprise. Mr. Qin, you are exceptionally generous, not holding a grudge against them at all. They are merely strangers. Existing only for the transaction. I sell to the highest bidder, Qin Bei replied nonchalantly. All right, I'll go speak with them immediately. Little Qin was thrilled. Sensing another opportunity for profit. I'll give you the number, but don't mention it to that couple. They are my friends, Qin Bei cautioned. Little Qin, without a second thought, agreed eagerly. Qin Bei provided Chen Lin's contact information and sent a message to Chen Lin explaining the situation. Chen Lin laughed heartily. Old Qin. You are ruthless. One scheme isn't enough for you. You wish to ensnare them again. Well done. Such villains deserve it. Qin Bei chuckled but did not respond. He returned home. Little Qin contacted the couple, leading them to view Chen Lin's property. After their visit, he hurried to Qin Bei's residence. Mr. Qin, Mr. Chen's house is exceptional. They were immediately taken with it and are currently negotiating the price. Meanwhile, Mr. Shin and Miss Lu, guided by other agents, are also interested. When the two parties clashed, Mr. Fan decided to purchase the villa, handing over a 200,000 deposit and pledging to finalize the transfer the following day. Qin Bei could not contain his laughter. Excellent. This is simply splendid. Mr. Shin and Miss Lu are proving to be invaluable allies. The couple surnamed Fan is in for a rude awakening. Sometimes, fate unfolds in the most fortuitous ways. Little Qin chuckled, displaying perceptiveness as he assisted Qin Bei in packing. By 8 p.m., everything was packed, and they departed. Gu Wan had hoped to linger in the house, a place rich with memories. But the thought of encountering the nauseating couple extinguished her desire. Chapter 12. Joyful rivals. That evening, everyone settled into the rented house. The 120-square-meter abode boasted only 3 bedrooms, one for Qin Bei and Gu Wan, another shared by Chen Lin and the 2 boys, and the third occupied by Gu Jie and the girls, snugly fitting together. In the morning, Chen Lin ventured out and did not return until dusk, his face alight with joy. Old Qin, I sold the villa for 12 million. Let us go spend some money. Qin Bei glanced at the darkening sky. It's getting late. Let us purchase online. It's convenient and quick. After placing the order, those large supermarkets will deliver right to our doorstep. That sounds good. Qin agreed, feeling fatigued after his day's endeavors. Upon hearing this, Gu Jie took the initiative to coax the children to sleep, allowing her sister and brother-in-law to shop in peace. Qin Bei, noticing her efforts, called out with a smile, "Xiao Jie, don't leave just yet. I'm not particularly skilled at shopping. It's better if you sisters handle it. I'll take care of the kids." He promptly transferred 1 million to his sister-in-law and the remaining 89 million to his wife. With purposeful strides, he departed with the children. Qin remained seated, utterly exhausted from taking care of the kids over the past few days. He would do anything to avoid that duty. Gathered together, Gu Jie, and Qin focused intently on their phones for shopping. Qin, looking bewildered, asked, "Sister-in-law, what should we buy? We're already well-stocked. Our supplies could last a century. Then buy whatever you desire. Money will soon lose its value, becoming as worthless as scrap paper," Gu replied calmly. Gu Jie cast a disapproving glance at Qin. "With so much money at hand, and you still don't know how to spend it? Are you foolish? You have the ability, then you do it," Qin retorted, tossing his phone to her as if it were a hot potato. "I want to buy anything for you. In the end, I'd be the one doing all the work while you enjoy your leisure," Gu Jie protested. "Go ahead and buy. We'll split the items evenly as your reward." Qin chuckled, eager to relinquish responsibility. "You make it sound like I need your help," Gu Jie replied reluctantly. "For the sake of my brother-in-law, I'll reluctantly assist you." "Indeed, thank you for your hard work, Xiao Jie," Qin laughed, darting away. Gu Jie shot him a glare before taking her phone to carefully select items. Observing the entire exchange, Gu chuckled and gently nudged her sister. "Xiao Jie, I think you two are quite compatible. Qin is a fine man, and he doesn't have a girlfriend. Why not consider dating him?" Gu Jie frowned. "Sister, are you trying to push me into a fire pit? If I were to find someone, it certainly wouldn't be an older man like him." "Older man?" Qin, emerging to pour himself a drink, overheard Gu Jie's disdain and felt a surge of indignation. "How am I old? I'm merely 6 years your senior. There are plenty of couples with significant age gaps, even decades apart." Qin was quite displeased. He loathed being referred to as an older man. Gu Jie was momentarily speechless, her cheeks flushing. "Who would want to be your spouse? How shameless." She angrily tossed the phone back at him. Qin, feeling helpless, looked to Gu for assistance. "Sister-in-law, I truly am a victim of circumstance. Please, I entrust this task to you." With that, he made his retreat. "Wait," Gu called out, but he was already gone. "Oh, I'm going to be exhausted with all this money. How long will it take to spend it all?" Gu sighed. Gu Jie remained silent, still miffed at her sister's matchmaking efforts. After a considerable time, she finally suggested, "Sister, since we have enough to eat and drink, why not buy a few tablets, download some movies and shows? When the apocalypse arrives after we've eaten our fill, we can binge watch together." Gu's eyes lit up, and she grabbed her sister's hand. The two hurried to the mall before it closed, purchasing 7 high-capacity tablets, ensuring everyone in the family had one, before returning home in high spirits. That night, they were too excited to sleep, busily downloading various shows, movies, documentaries, and cartoons. By dawn, all 7 tablets were fully loaded, and they had not slept a wink. When Qin Bei awoke, he saw the dark circles under their eyes and felt a mix of concern and annoyance. "What are you two doing? You should take better care of yourselves." Gu offered a sheepish smile. "Dear, don't be angry. I only occasionally stay up late. I'm not even tired. You should go to sleep." Qin Bei scooped her up and began to carry her away, then glanced at Gu Jie, who was still standing there in shock. "You should go too. You need to watch the kids today." Only then did Gu Jie leave. The two sisters soon fell asleep. Meanwhile, Qin Bei and Qin took turns watching the 3 children. Qin, feeling overwhelmed, said, "Old Qin, why don't you stay home with the kids while I go out shopping?" He attempted to sneak away, but Qin Bei caught his arm. "Old Qin, how are the 2 RVs coming along? You should check on them. Once the ladies wake up, we'll head out for a big shopping spree. It's always wise to stock up on food." "Sure, no problem. I'll call right away," Qin replied, becoming serious. He retreated to the adjacent room to make the call. A few minutes later, he emerged with a smile. "The RVs are ready. I can go pick them up now." Qin Bei nodded approvingly. Qin drove both RVs back, and Qin Bei guided the children to explore. They eagerly dashed around, marveling at the new vehicles, which were precisely as he had designed them. However, Qin Bei suddenly furrowed his brow. "We need a substantial supply of fuel. Otherwise, these vehicles will be useless. When the apocalypse strikes, many gas stations will be destroyed, making refueling exceedingly difficult. I know someone who can procure fuel for us, Qin offered. How much do we need? Old Qin. Let us buy about 5 million worth, but we must be discreet to avoid drawing attention, Qin Bei instructed earnestly. Is that enough? We each have a car in addition to the RVs. That will suffice. All right, I'll contact them now. Qin stepped aside to make another call. After putting away his phone, he informed Qin Bei, we should have the fuel within a couple of days. Qin Bei glanced at the date on his phone and murmured. Old Qin, we have only 12 days left. We cannot afford any mistakes with the fuel. Additionally, we should head out this afternoon and spend our money quickly. Understood. I'll follow your lead. Chapter 13. The apocalypse has arrived in the week that followed. Qin Bei meticulously assigned tasks to everyone. He and Qin ventured out to procure supplies, tasked with exhausting their funds entirely. Guwan and Gu Jie remained at home to care for the children and prepare meals. Their collaboration was seamless, no one faltered. At last, after spending all their money, Qin Bei and Qin collapsed onto the sofa, utterly exhausted. Qin lamented, who would have thought that shopping could be so tiring? Exhaustion was one thing, but surviving in the apocalypse was another. Let us not forget, there are only 5 days left until the world ends, Qin Bei mused. Qin fell silent, suddenly struggling to rise from the sofa. What are we waiting for? We must leave this perilous place at once. Not so fast. Let us linger for a few more days and depart on the final day, Qin Bei replied calmly. My dear, why don't we leave now? Duwan emerged from the kitchen, her face a mask of anxiety as she grasped Qin Bei and Appo's arm. Qin Bei firmly held her hand and explained earnestly at that time. Hail will fall across the country, only Yun City will be slightly better. We shall head there. From now on, we will make our home in a motorhome. And living and cooking will not be as comfortable or convenient. Let us take advantage of these few days to prepare ample meals. The future will not be easy. Realization dawned on Guwan. Indeed, living in a vehicle cannot compare to a house and Appo's comfort. Moreover, cooking would pose a significant challenge. Very well, I shall continue to cook. The children are growing daily, and their appetites will increase. We must prepare enough meals to last a lifetime. Guwan declared resolutely as she walked back to the kitchen. Qin Bei chuckled helplessly. My dear, do not exert yourself so. This period has been taxing enough. The meals you have prepared, combined with those we ordered from the restaurant, could sustain us for 15 years. 15 years in such a short time? No way. I must speed up. Guwan replied anxiously, her urgency palpable. Understanding that words of persuasion would be futile, Qin Bei approached Qin and said, Old Qin, let us work together. Without hesitation, Qin stood and followed suit. And the two men assisted Guwan in her culinary endeavors. Time passed swiftly as they busied themselves in the kitchen. Finally, the day before the apocalypse arrived. Early in the morning, Qin Bei and Qin each drove a motorhome, leading everyone to escape. Unlike the adults and Appo's solemnity, the children were filled with joy and excitement. To protect the children and to prevent any accidental slips of the tongue, Qin Bei and Guwan had never mentioned the apocalypse to them, merely stating that they would be embarking on a long journey to explore the country. They drove the motorhomes the entire day, from dawn until dusk, leaving their home in South City and arriving at Yun City, 2,000 miles away. Yun City is renowned for its beautiful lake, expansive and surrounded by picturesque scenery. Qin Bei and Qin parked the motorhomes not far from the lake. After a long day of travel, everyone was weary and chose not to start a fire for cooking. Instead, Qin Bei retrieved several meals from his storage, and they gathered to eat. After the meal, Gu Jie looked despondent and asked, Sister, brother-in-law, where will I sleep tonight? The motorhome was small, with only 2 bedrooms, unlike a house. Qin Bei contemplated for a moment and suggested, why not stay with Qin? He has 2 bedrooms. Gu Jie felt conflicted. The 2 bedrooms were close together, separated only by a wooden board, offering little sound insulation. Moreover, sharing close quarters with another man felt strange and unacceptable to her. Where else would you sleep? On the roof of the motorhome or camp in a tent? Qin retorted, exasperated. He had not complained about having an extra person in the vehicle. Yet she was the one voicing discontent. Before Gu Jie could respond, Guwan swiftly interjected, No, a girl cannot sleep outside. It's far too dangerous. Little Jie, you shall stay with me, and let Qin Bei and Qin share a room. Sister, I think I would prefer to stay with Qin, Gu Jie reasoned, not wanting to disrupt her sister and brother-in-law and Appo's arrangement. Qin Bei cast a glance at Gu Jie, noting her perceptiveness. He turned to Qin and teased, Old Qin, you better not bully my sister-in-law, or I won't let you off easy. Bully her? She is the one who bullies me. Qin scoffed. feigning exasperation. Gu Jie shot Qinlin a warning glare. I warn you, do not entertain any improper thoughts, or else I shall deal with you. She mimicked a swift motion towards his groin, startling him. Qinlin turned to Qin Bei. Old Qin, your sister-in-law is so fierce. I might just meet my end in my sleep one day. You must intervene. Qin Bei laughed. Little Jie is quite fine. Do not portray her as a monster. Brother-in-law. You speak fairly, Gu Jie remarked with disdain towards Qinlin. Feigning sorrow, Qinlin lamented, Alas, how pitiful I am. My good buddy does not support me. Let us simply retire for the night. Gu Jie rolled her eyes at him and followed him back to the motorhome. After a long day of travel, she was utterly fatigued. After a brief wash, she lay down, discreetly placing a sharp dagger beneath her pillow for reassurance. That night, she fell asleep amidst anxiety and exhaustion. The next day, she awoke to an overwhelming cacophony. The sound was relentless, as if stones were crashing down upon the earth. Startled, Gu Jie quickly rose from her bed and dressed. As she was about to step outside, Qinlin said ominously, Stay put. It's hailing outside. The hailstones are as large as children's fists, and if they hit your head, you'll be injured. Am I to remain cooped up in this motorhome and suffocate? She retorted. She desired to find her sister and the children, for that was where true happiness resided. Determined, she took a large iron basin from the motorhome and placed it atop her head, then grabbed an umbrella and resolutely stepped outside. You are truly stubborn. Qinlin sighed in resignation, ultimately following her outside. Left alone in the motorhome all day would be unbearably dull. Better to brave the risks and join Qin Bei, where there was more company and liveliness. The two made their way to Qin Bei's motorhome. Just as Qin Bei retrieved breakfast from his storage, still steaming, he exclaimed, What perfect timing you have. Thanks to the storage, and especially to my sister-in-law for tirelessly preparing meals. Otherwise, given the conditions outside, it would be nearly impossible to cook. Gu Jie proceeded to find Gu Wan and the children. The children, having never seen hail before, were utterly fascinated, pressing their faces against the window, captivated by the spectacle. Mommy, Auntie, what are those white things falling from the sky? Can we go outside and collect some to play with? They look just like the snowballs we made during snowball fights. Gu Wan shook her head repeatedly. Those are hailstones. We cannot go outside, or we'll get hurt and end up with gaping wounds on our heads. You may only watch from inside the vehicle. Do not go out. Disappointment washed over the children. All right, I suppose everyone is hungry now. Let us go eat, Gu Jie said cheerfully as she led them to the dining area. After the meal, she took the children to the inner bedroom to read picture books and play games. Meanwhile, Gu Wan remained behind to tidy up. Casting a worried glance at Qin Bei. Darling, do you truly think the hail will fall for an entire month? Chapter 14. The distressed and helpless crowd indeed. First came the hail, followed by temperatures soaring above 60 degrees, volcanic eruptions, frequent earthquakes, and extreme cold. Qin Bei uttered a few words before falling silent. Letting out a long sigh, these calamities were inescapable, destined to unfold in succession. Gu Wan fell into a contemplative silence. Beside her, Qinlin also sighed repeatedly. This morning, he had seen news reports indicating that hail had suddenly struck various regions across the country, shattering numerous vehicles and collapsing many old houses, resulting in significant casualties. Qin Bei appeared equally helpless. Many crops and plants had been destroyed, leading to a tense food supply and rising prices, leaving many struggling to fill their stomachs. It's truly pitiful, Gu Wan said through her tears as she held up her phone to Qin Bei. Upon receiving it, Qin Bei discovered a video depicting a mother and daughter at the market, suddenly besieged by hail, their lives extinguished amidst the scattered ice. He turned off the screen and said solemnly, Do not look any further. This is a natural disaster beyond our control. All we can do is strive to protect ourselves. He took a tissue and gently wiped Gu Wan's tears. I know, Gu Wan choked. There will be many such occurrences in the future. And the death toll will only rise, yet it is simply unbearable. Qin Bei embraced her tightly, soothing her by patting her shoulder. Qinlin could not help but interject. Sister-in-law, do not be so sorrowful. In truth, we are just living day by day, uncertain of how long we shall last. You speak wisely, Gu Wan responded. Rising from Qin Bei's embrace to tend to the child in the bedroom, Qin Bei turned to Qinlin, suggesting, Since we have some time on our hands, why not practice our martial arts? What is there to practice? I only know a few moves, sufficient for dealing with 3 or 5 people. But anything beyond that is unmanageable. Qinlin waved his hand dismissively. I have come across several excellent books. Their practical effectiveness is remarkable. Let us begin practicing now. And tomorrow we can bring our wives along, Qinlin proposed. All right then, it is better than idleness. At least we shall strengthen our bodies and enhance our resilience. allowing us to live a little longer. Qin Lin agreed after a moment of contemplation. Qin Bei retrieved the books from his space, and the two men diligently studied the techniques outlined within. Outside, the hail continued to fall relentlessly. By evening, many trees had lost branches, littering the ground with debris. While wild grass lay flattened, the muddy earth riddled with numerous small craters. After a day of exhaustive practice, Qin Bei and Qin Lin finally settled down for tea. Qin Bei casually picked up his phone. Previously, it had been inundated with notifications he had neglected to check. Upon opening it, he found an overwhelming flood of messages. The first to catch his eye was a mass text from the meteorological station. Dear citizens, in the coming days, South City will experience continuous hail. Please refrain from unnecessary outings and take care of your safety. Next, he opened the WeChat group. The homeowners group had amassed an astonishing 9,999 messages. Qin Bei was taken aback. Typically, this group had only a handful of people engaging in light conversation, accumulating merely a few dozen messages. Yet, in just a day, it had exploded to over 10,000. Lacking the interest to scroll through the entirety, he skimmed the most recent messages. Fish and water. I heard that after dark, the hail will lessen. Let's form groups to shop for supplies at the supermarket. You fool. It won't lessen. It will only intensify. Better to stay home and endure these few days. Gao Xiaolu. There are insider reports suggesting that the hail will persist for over half a month. We should stock up on supplies early. I love strawberries. I'm feeling quite anxious. This weather is too abnormal. Could it be true that the end is near? Fish and water. Strawberries. Don't scare me. I'm quite timid. Oh dear. I'll get up now and stock up. I love strawberries. My eyelids have been twitching. I have a dreadful premonition. May this hail pass swiftly. It's tormenting. Bao Daiting. The hail will indeed last for several days. Everyone should quickly head to the supermarket while it's less crowded. We've sent out 3 cars and filled them all. You fool, since Bao Daiting has said that. I should stock up too. The experience of hunger is the most unbearable. Looking through other groups, the prevailing sentiments were similar: panic over the hail and stockpiling supplies. He read several news articles. Since the morning, hail had unexpectedly fallen across multiple regions, with stones the size of a child's fist relentlessly bombarding down. As of now, it had continued all day, resulting in casualties numbering in the tens of thousands. Reports indicated that the hail would persist for a week, urging everyone to stay home and minimize unnecessary outings. The following images were harrowing. Some were left bloodied and barely alive. Others had deep indentations on their faces. Shattered car windows, roofs caved in, with individuals buried beneath, hanging by a thread. Qin Bei put away his phone, unable to bear any more. Qin Lin glanced at him. There will be more such tragedies to come. We are powerless to intervene. Qin Bei managed a bitter smile, feeling utterly helpless. We can only hope for the best. Rescuing others from suffering is a matter for the state. Individuals lack such power. The government is aware of the impending disasters, and in an effort to maintain public order and prevent unrest, they have concealed the truth. Many remain blissfully unaware, like frogs in boiling water. Qin Bei sighed, yearning to take action, yet reluctant to endanger his family and friends through impulsive decisions. Does this mean the state has made considerable preparations in advance? Qin Lin inquired. To some extent, yes, they have stockpiled resources. With our vast population, even one meal a day would not suffice. In the end, less than a tenth will survive. Qin Bei lamented. He could not help but recall a scene he had once witnessed. On the way to the base, countless lives had been lost. The ground was strewn with tightly packed corpses, leaving no room to step. Who could have imagined that merely surviving would become so difficult? Qin Lin shook his head repeatedly. Currently, the top 10 bases in the country are under frantic construction, expected to be completed in a month. Let us remain here for a while. Once they are finished, we can proceed, minimizing the risks on our journey, Qin Bei stated earnestly. I do not wish to go. I would prefer to live by this lake. Undisturbed and at peace, Qin Lin retorted. It won't be long before people arrive here as well. Conflicts and disputes will inevitably arise. The base is the only place for long-term survival, Qin Bei said with heartfelt seriousness, unprecedented in its gravity. Chapter 15. Creating a small haven in the days that followed. The relentless hail continued to fall without respite, confining everyone to the confines of the RV. To stave off the encroaching boredom, Qin Bei and Qin Lin took it upon themselves to instruct Gu Wan's sisters and the children in martial arts each morning. Qin Xing and Qin Shen, already passionate about martial arts, found great enthusiasm in their practice. However, Qin Tingting was less enthusiastic, tearfully looking up at Qin Bei. Daddy, my legs hurt so much. Can I skip it? I don't want to learn martial arts. It's too tedious. While Qin Bei was usually indulgent with his daughter, this time he adopted a serious demeanor, firmly stating, Ting Ting, our journey is fraught with unknown dangers. It is imperative that we all learn to defend ourselves. Otherwise, survival may be at stake. Come on, little sister. You can do it. Don't let us down. Her brothers encouraged her. Gu Wan, with a gentle yet resolute gaze, chimed in, Ting Ting, your mother and aunt are learning too. Let us make it a competition to see who excels. If you can endure for a week, your aunt will reward you with 2 episodes of Bear Big and Bear Small. Gu Jia added with a smile. Typically, she was the most opposed to the children watching television, citing concerns over eye strain and its impact on brain development. The prospect of watching cartoons was a rare treat for the children. All right, Qin Ting Ting sniffled, wiping away her tears, and nodded, committing herself to the practice. Throughout the subsequent lessons, she persevered through the pain and fatigue, ultimately completing the training. Gu Wan affectionately patted her head. After their martial arts session, everyone took a quick shower, changed out of their sweat-soaked clothes, and gathered around the dining table to eat. The physical exertion had greatly heightened their appetites, and soon the meal was devoured with gusto. After the meal, Qin Bei addressed Gu Wan, Dear, why don't you and Gu Jia take the children for a nap? I'll handle the cleanup. Gu Wan agreed, utterly exhausted. She had never experienced such a level of physical activity in all her years. The session had lasted over 3 hours, leaving her arms sore and her legs weary, as she swayed unsteadily while walking, devoid of strength. Qin Bei glanced at his wife's retreating figure before turning to Chen Lin. Come on, let us get to work. But you said you would clean up. Chen Lin protested as he dreaded housework. We'll take turns. You do noon, and I'll handle the evening. Fine, I'll take it then, Chen Lin resignedly replied. Clumsily beginning to tidy up, Qin Bei vanished into the space and emerged with several books. Chen Lin sensed an ominous feeling creeping over him. What now? After all that effort this morning, can't we just sit down, watch a movie, sip some tea, or play a game? Medical books, let us read them together. Qin Bei insisted earnestly. Chen Lin stared wide-eyed in disbelief. What did you say? You want me to read such dull material? I'd rather play on my phone. You've seen the news, haven't you? Many have been injured by hail recently, and hospitals are overflowing with patients. The situation will only worsen, and it may soon become common to find no doctors available. We must learn medicine ourselves. It could save lives when it matters most, Qin Bei conveyed gravely. Chen Lin's attitude shifted slightly, though he remained conflicted. You make a valid point, but it's just so difficult to grasp. Medical texts are akin to ancient scripts for me. Come on, let us at least read a page a day, Qin Bei encouraged, handing him a book. Reluctantly, Chen Lin accepted it and began to read, albeit half-heartedly. Time passed, and before they knew it, several more days had slipped away. The children, confined to the RV without the opportunity for outdoor activities, were growing increasingly despondent despite their parents' attempts to cheer them up. Daddy, can we go outside with umbrellas for a little fresh air? We feel so cooped up, Qin Sheng implored, his eyes sparkling with hope. Qin Sheng quickly added, Don't worry, Dad, we won't run around irresponsibly. We'll take care of ourselves. Yes, Daddy, please let us go play a bit. We won't wander far. Just nearby, Qin Ting Ting clung to Qin Bei's leg, refusing to let go. Observing the circle of eager children surrounding him, Qin Bei felt a deep sense of helplessness. The hail outside was still fierce, striking painfully and leaving large bruises. Our umbrellas could easily be shattered, and the hail would hit your heads. It and Appos. That's very painful, he patiently explained, gesturing towards the outside. We could use more umbrellas and wear extra hats. Qin Sheng proposed earnestly. Exactly. If we stick together, we can protect each other from getting hurt. Qin Sheng added eagerly. Seeing their eyes filled with a longing for the outside world, Qin Bei found himself torn. Suddenly, an idea struck him. How about this? If you can hold on for one more day, your father and uncle will help you build a sturdy tent to play in. Daddy, we can help, Qin Sheng exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. Qin Sheng rolled up his sleeves, declaring, I'm ready, Dad. I can help too. Qin Ting Ting chimed in cheerfully. Qin Bei, looking at the overly enthusiastic children, felt a sense of overwhelm. He furrowed his brow. No, you all stay inside. It's just me and your uncle who will work. Too many hands make for excessive chaos. All right, we'll stay in the RV and watch you. If you need any help, just let us know, Qin Sheng said. A hint of disappointment in his voice as he led his siblings back into the RV, Qin Bei smiled and called Chen Lin over. After a brief discussion and some gestures, they finally settled on a plan. Qin Bei retrieved heavy canvas and tools from the space, beginning to work industriously. Chen Lin assisted by holding the umbrella and providing support. The children pressed their faces against the window, watching with wide-eyed curiosity. Guwan joined them, and upon realizing Qin Bei's intentions, she turned to Gu Jia. Could you please keep an eye on the kids? I'm going to help your brother. As the hail continued to fall, making the task of erecting the tent exceedingly challenging, she wished to lend a hand to ease Qin Bei's burden. However, as she ventured out holding a robust umbrella, Qin Bei called out, "Wife, don't come out. Hurry back inside. It's dangerous out here." Chapter 16. Someone comes for grain. Guwan was unwilling to listen. "Dear, let me assist you. It will expedite the process. It is far too cold outside, and your health might suffer. I am clad warmly and fear not. You must go inside. I cannot feel at ease with you here." Qin Bei exclaimed loudly. "Let us not argue. We have several umbrellas. Why not take the children for a brief stroll outside? It won't be too bad," Guwan responded earnestly, not wishing to see Qin Bei toil so hard. As he busied himself, hail continued to pelt down from the sky, striking him painfully. "We shall be here for a while. We need to set up a tent as a place for activities," Qin Bei stated seriously. "You should return inside." As he spoke, his frustration began to surface. Guwan dared not persist any longer. "Very well, I will go inside." She returned to the RV, keeping a watchful eye on Qin Bei while accompanying the children. Finally, after a full day of labor, the tent was completed. The two RVs were positioned closely together, and Qin Bei affixed a canvas between them, creating walls and a tall roof, with a roll-up entrance made from canvas facing south. Thus, a sturdy and resilient tent was fashioned from the canvas. Although it was modest in size, merely over 30 square meters, it was sufficient to bring joy. The children cheered and rushed out of the RV, gleefully jumping around inside the tent. Qin Bei couldn't help but warn them, "Be careful. There are many little pits on the ground. Don't twist your ankles. Wait a moment while I fetch some dirt to fill them in. We're not afraid. It's fun to jump in the pits." Qin Sheng laughed heartily. Qin Shen and Qin Tingting joined in, turning it into a new game. Seeing their joy and caution, Qin Bei refrained from saying more. Guwan and Gu Jia also entered, equally delighted. "We should practice martial arts here every morning. It's spacious," Guwan suggested with a smile. "When the weather improves, we can even cook here." Gu Jia expressed her satisfaction. "We can enjoy tea here too." Lin chimed in. "You may do as you please. This is our little paradise. How about we have dinner here tonight and enjoy a candlelight meal?" Guwan proposed with a smile, embracing life with unwavering enthusiasm. "Sounds great," Qin Bei replied with a smile. He then called out to Lin, "Old Chun, let us go dig some dirt and fill in those pits." Without hesitation, Lin followed behind with a shovel, heading outside to collect dirt. They filled in all the pits and then set out tables and chairs. Qin Bei retrieved a lavish spread of food from his storage space, the very same he had packed from Yunji Wei. Guwan shot him a playful look. "Isn't this a bit extravagant? We shouldn't indulge too much. We might go hungry later." Qin Bei chuckled. "There is plenty to eat. I won't let you go hungry." Guwan chose not to press further. Everyone gathered around the table, joyously indulging in the meal. Midway through, a voice called from outside the tent. "Is anyone there?" Qin Bei stood, a look of vigilance crossing his face as he approached the entrance. Lin followed suit, setting down his chopsticks. As the door flap lifted, a broad face appeared. It was a man in his 40s, tall with deep, story-laden eyes, clearly a person of experience. The man held a plastic bag containing some dark, unrecognizable items and presented it to Qin Bei. "Brother, my wife and I have driven our RV here, but have run out of rice. I would like to trade some wild mushrooms for a bit of rice, if that is all right." His request was sincere. "How much do you need?" Qin Bei inquired. 2 bowls of rice, if possible," the man said, somewhat bashfully. "All right, wait here." Qin Bei stepped outside, signaling to Lin to remain at the entrance. In these times, discerning good from bad was challenging. It was prudent to be cautious with strangers. The man stood respectfully, not even glancing into the tent. Soon, Qin Bei returned with a small cloth bag and handed it to the man. The man accepted it, feeling its weight. "Brother, thank you for giving me an extra bowl. Here is the mushrooms for you." Qin Bei did not refuse and accepted the offering, watching as the man departed. It turned out the man's RV was parked quite close, merely about 10 meters away, making their proximity evident. Qin Bei and Lin returned to the dining table, their earlier joy now replaced with unease. For the past few days, they had enjoyed solitude, and the sudden appearance of another RV raised concerns. It was a psychological burden to wonder whether they were friend or foe. Guwan, more attuned to such matters, opened the bag of mushrooms and said to Qin Bei, "Dispose of them. What if they are poisonous? Let us store them. Even if they are toxic, we might find a use for them one day." Qin Bei replied earnestly, Guwon understood his perspective and acquiesced. Thus, the dinner was completed amidst a backdrop of unease. After the meal, Qin Bei addressed everyone. Let us all be cautious. Aside from them, more uninvited guests may arrive. Those people are bothersome. Brother-in-law, can we drive away from them? Gu Jie expressed her distaste, as she preferred tranquility and found crowds irksome. It's unavoidable. As long as we live, we must interact with others. Qin Bei bluntly stated the reality. In the past, one could lead a solitary life, but that is no longer feasible. Little Jie, you must face the truth. Besides, we are here to look after and protect you. What is there to fear? Chen Lin offered with a smile. Gu Jie felt a warmth from his words, glanced at him, but remained silent. After a brief chat, they tidied up and returned to their RVs. Before sleeping, both Qin Bei and Chen Lin secured the RVs tightly, double-checking the locks before lying down at ease. Even as he lay down, a sense of unrest lingered, his brow furrowed. Guwon reached out, smoothing his furrowed brow. You've toiled all day, go to sleep. I'm not tired. I'll keep watch over you all. You've been caring for the children. You must rest well. I will protect you all. Qin Bei insisted earnestly. Guwon shook her head. It's fine if I sleep a bit later, but you must rest. The whole family relies on your protection. After contemplation, Qin Bei recognized he must recharge to be capable of facing any danger. He retrieved his phone and set an alarm. Dear, I'll sleep for 2 hours. When the alarm rings, I'll wake up, and you can sleep. All right, I'll heed your words. Guwon agreed without further protest. Once Qin Bei fell asleep, she quietly turned off the alarm, whispering, sleep well, rest a little longer. You are the pillar of this family. Only when you are well can we thrive. Chapter 17. Observing the character of neighbors despite the alarm not ringing, Qin Bei awoke promptly. He had anticipated his wife's actions, thus his sleep was not particularly restful. Dear, you should get some sleep. I'm well rested, he suggested. Nonsense. You've only slept a little. How could that suffice? Sleep a bit more. I'll wake you when I'm tired, Guwon retorted playfully, feigning annoyance. I'm truly not tired. Look at you, yawning incessantly. Do not force yourself, just sleep. Qin Bei insisted, playfully pushing her down into the covers, tucking her in securely, while he leaned against the pillow, closing his eyes to rest. I'll take a short nap. Wake me if you feel sleepy, Guwon murmured drowsily before drifting off. Qin Bei took out his phone and messaged Chen Lin. Are you asleep yet? The reply came back instantly. Not yet. I need to look after your sister-in-law. Your sister-in-law is quite lovely. You should strive to win her heart soon, Qin Bei replied with a smile. No. I cannot afford that. She is so proud and aloof. A person as mundane as I could never be worthy of her, Chen Lin hastily declined. My sister-in-law possesses both wisdom and beauty. She has had many suitors before, yet none have caught her eye. Now that you are together daily, you should seize the opportunity, Qin Bei advised earnestly. Everyone else has their parents urging them to marry. Why am I being pressured by my brothers? Chen Lin quipped. Old Chen, either sleep quickly or take the night watch. It's one or the other, Qin Bei said. You sleep. I'll take over in the second half of the night. All right. That night, the two took turns resting. The next morning, Qin Bei awoke yawning and bleary-eyed. Guwon felt a pang of sympathy and urged, go take a nap. The sun is up. And the world isn't in chaos yet. It's still safe. I'm already awake. No more sleeping. Qin Bei waved his hand dismissively as he exited the vehicle. Outside, hail continued to fall relentlessly, accumulating abundantly on the ground, making walking quite arduous. He held a sturdy umbrella and strolled around the vicinity of the RV. Thankfully, apart from the newly arrived RV from the previous night, there were no others. He observed that the couple in that RV appeared amicable, devoid of any ill intentions. It seemed he could somewhat relax. The morning passed with breakfast and martial arts practice. Finally, at noon, they faced a dilemma regarding their meals. Guwon could no longer contain herself and suggested, shall we also light a fire in the tent to cook? Otherwise, if others see us having 3 meals a day without cooking, they might become suspicious. Indeed. I fear it might be like last night, when someone lifted the curtain and saw our table laden with food, but noticed we hadn't tea cooked, Gu Jie concurred. Everyone has practiced all morning and is both tired and hungry. Where would we find the energy to cook? Let us eat in the RV, draw the curtains, and lock the doors. No matter who knocks, we want tea answer, Qin Bei stated seriously. Fine, let us do that. I'm so hungry I could eat a whole pig, Chen Lin agreed. After the meal, Guwon expressed her worries, initially. The supplies we stockpiled could last us for a long time, perhaps even a century. However, Now we consume so much each day, and it seems we can only sustain ourselves for 60 years. Everyone has been practicing martial arts lately, which has increased our appetites. One meal now is equivalent to two before. Do not fret. Once the hail subsides, we shall catch fish from the lake, Qin Bei assured with confidence. The children beamed with joy upon hearing this. Daddy, teach us how to fish. We don't know how. I want to go to the lake and catch snails. They're so delicious. Daddy, I want to learn to swim. Qin Bei smiled at the children, saying, very well, I promise to teach you all. But I have one request. During this time, you must diligently practice martial arts and not be lazy. Daddy, let us make a pinky promise. Qin Sheng extended his pinky. Qin Bei chuckled and linked his pinky with his. Daddy, will you play eagle catches chicks with us? It's been so long. I really want to play. Qin Tingting said sweetly, snuggling into his embrace. The children had been with their mother and aunt for the past few days and were eager for their father's company. Finding comfort in his presence, Gu Wan gently pulled Qin Tingting from Qin Bei's arms, saying, Daddy, didn't he sleep last night to protect us? Let us not disturb him. You all can take a nap with him, and once you wake up, you can play. Upon hearing this, Qin Tingting's face filled with concern. Daddy, you've worked hard. Let us go take a nap together. Qin Bei was indeed exhausted and did not refuse. Instructing Chen, old Chen, keep watch for a while. I'll wake up and then switch with you. Sleep well. Chen waved his hand. Qin Bei then turned to Gu Wan and Gu Jie. You two stay put in the RV. If anything happens, wake me. They both nodded in agreement. Qin Bei took the children to sleep. Gu Jie glanced around and suggested to Gu Wan, Sister, let us take out the tablet, eat sunflower seeds, and watch a movie. Gu Wan smiled gently, retrieved the tablet, and handed it to her, saying, You've been helping with the kids and haven't had a moment's rest. You must be exhausted. Watch whatever you like. Gu Jie casually selected a film, and it began to play. Gu Wan then brought out a large bag of sunflower seeds and brewed 2 cups of tea. The sisters enjoyed a rare moment of leisurely afternoon time together. Only Chen remained, feeling quite bored. He opened his phone and laid back in the chair, watching beautiful women sing and dance, utterly absorbed. 3 hours later, Qin Bei awoke, feeling refreshed. He called out to Chen, and together they played Eagle Catches Chicks with the children in the tent. Gu Wan and Gu Jie had finished a lengthy movie, put away the tablet, and began preparing dinner. They needed to ensure that the smell of cooking was evident. It would not do to let others see them without any signs of fire. At that moment, a delicious aroma wafted from nearby. It smells so good. Are they barbecuing? Qin Sheng exclaimed, his nose twitching in delight. Oh, I long to eat barbecue. It's been so long. Qin Tingting, a little glutton, lit up at the mention of food, her mouth watering. Chen laughed. It's been ages since I've had some drinks and skewers. I truly miss it. Gu Wan chuckled. All right then, we shall have barbecue tonight. Now, I'll assign everyone their tasks. Just as she finished speaking, footsteps approached from outside. Gu Jie frowned slightly and whispered, Could it be someone coming to trade something with us again? Qin Bei stood up, walked to the door, and saw a man in a raincoat approaching with an umbrella. Chapter 18. Casual conversations. Upon their first encounter, the man greeted them with a radiant smile, saying, We are having a barbecue and have cooked quite a bit of meat that we cannot finish. Why not join us for a meal? He added, My wife's culinary skills are exceptional, rivaling those of any street vendor. Qin Bei, noticing the man's genuine sincerity, glanced back at his companions and asked, What do you think? It would be splendid to have ready-made food. Qin Tingting's face lit up with joy, and others nodded in agreement. After all, the man's gesture seemed to be a friendly overture. In such a harsh environment, the more allies one has, the greater the chances of survival. All right, we'll come over. Qin Bei replied with a smile. After the man departed, Qin Bei addressed his group. Since we're going to eat, we shouldn't arrive empty-handed. He retrieved a dozen beers, several bottles of juice, along with some fruits and snacks, filling a large bag to the brim. Chen promptly took the bag from him. Qin Bei, alongside his wife and sister-in-law, cautiously ventured toward the barbecue, shielding the children beneath their umbrella. Observing this, the man hurried to greet them, producing a folding stool for everyone to sit. The children gazed longingly at the smoky barbecue, their faces filled with anticipation. The man chuckled, reassuring them. Just a few more minutes, and it will be ready for you. I'll help out, Gu Wan said, unable to remain idle. With so many people present, it would be unreasonable to sit back and wait for the food to be served. The woman turned back, smiling. Yes, I could use a helping hand. I'll join too, Gu Jie chimed in. Chen placed the large bag on the table and unpacked its contents. popping open a beer and handing it to the man. "Here, let us drink to this." The man accepted, taking a hearty swig. Nothing complements barbecue better than beer. After drinking, he beckoned Qin Bei and Chen Lin to sit and converse. "Brothers, let me introduce myself. My name is Lu Yun, and this is my wife, Bai Qiushui. We are both in our 40s, childless, and retired a few years ago to travel in our RV." Qin Bei grinned. "You lead quite a carefree life. By the way, I'm Qin Bei, and this is my good friend, Chen Lin. This lady is my sister-in-law, Gu Wan, and the one beside her is my sister-in-law, Gu Jia." Chen Lin gestured towards the two women with a smile. Lu Yun nodded and said, "You may find this hard to believe, but my grandfather was an extraordinary fortune teller. Upon my birth, he foretold that I would have no children, and if I did, they would not survive. He also predicted that great chaos would engulf the world, resulting in many deaths, with only a few remaining. Thus, you have come to terms with it and chosen to travel without children, making the most of your lives." Qin Bei remarked, secretly admiring the old man's remarkable foresight. "Indeed, we take each day as it comes, enjoying life without the burdens of worry." Lu Yun replied with a smile. "Did your grandfather specify when the chaos would begin?" Chen Lin inquired curiously. Lu Yun's expression grew serious. "In fact, it has already begun. The hail is merely the start. More disasters will follow, and people will perish in waves." Qin Bei pondered for a moment before responding earnestly. "I, too, had a terrifying dream recently, quite similar to what you described, which prompted us to liquidate our assets and escape." Lu Yun regarded Qin Bei with admiration. "You possess remarkable courage. Your dream was indeed prophetic." Qin Bei chuckled lightly. "Who knows? I merely aim to live one day at a time." At that moment, Bai Qiushui brought forth a large platter of fragrant grilled lamb skewers. The children, unable to contain their excitement, looked at Qin Bei with eager eyes. Lu Yun was the first to grab a skewer, handing it to the children. Qin Bei nodded encouragingly, and they accepted, simultaneously expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, uncle." Each child took a skewer in both hands, joyfully devouring them. Lu Yun then invited Qin Bei and Chen Lin. "You should eat too." The two men obliged, indulging in the feast alongside Lu Yun. The three men continued to eat and drink while engaged in light-hearted conversation. "What are your plans moving forward? How long do you intend to stay here?" Lu Yun inquired, looking at Qin Bei. "We will remain until the hail ceases, as this location provides a convenient water source." Qin Bei explained. "Yes, we plan similarly. Once the hail stops, we will return to gather some supplies and stay for a while. Would you like to join us?" Lu Yun suggested, his conversational nature evident. "We have enough for now, and besides, we can fish in the lake later. There are plenty of fish and shrimp here." Qin Bei replied with a grin. "Indeed, we must seize the opportunity. Otherwise, when the heat arrives, the water levels will drop, and many fish and shrimp will perish, making it better for us to consume them." Lu Yun laughed. "We can fish together and grill the catch," Chen Lin added. "Recently, many branches have been broken and strewn about. Once the weather clears, we can gather them for fuel, which will last us quite a while." Lu Yun, experienced in outdoor survival, noted. Qin Bei agreed. Later, Bai Qiushui returned with a plethora of beef skewers. Watching the three women busily preparing food while the men indulged in conversation, he felt a twinge of guilt. He stood up and approached. "Let me take over the grilling. You all should take a break and have something to eat." Bai Qiushui waved her hand. No, the joy of barbecuing lies in the grilling itself. I'm not particularly fond of eating. Seeing you all enjoy yourselves is satisfying enough for me." Gu Wan cast a disapproving glance at Qin Bei. "You can't even cook. It's best if you don't attempt to grill and waste the ingredients." Embarrassed by his wife's remark, Qin Bei's face flushed. "Then I can assist." "No need. Just go eat. Keeping an eye on the children is a big help." Gu Wan smiled. "The children are very well behaved. No need to worry," she added in a soothing tone. With no choice left, Qin Bei returned. Fortunately, after a while, the skewers multiplied, filling the table. At last, the three women paused their work and gathered to eat. During the meal, Lu Yun and Bai Qiushui shared amusing anecdotes from their travels over the years. Everyone enjoyed their meal and the cheerful conversation, lingering until late into the night before reluctantly parting ways. Chapter 19. A band of rogues arrives in the days that followed. Aside from their 3 daily meals, Lu Yun would often bring Bai Qiushui to visit. As they spent more time together, their camaraderie deepened, and their interactions became increasingly harmonious. Upon learning that the rice he had previously given them was completely consumed, Qin Bei generously provided them with a small bag of rice. In return, they did not take it for granted, offering an assortment of dried wild vegetables as a trade. Lu Yun chuckled, saying, "Wherever we go, if we find something edible in the wild, we must gather it. We fear that one day we might find ourselves in a desolate place with nothing to eat." Bai Qiushui laughed in agreement, adding, "It's true. After a few harrowing experiences of hunger in the wilderness, we've been left with profound shadows. So, whenever we have a moment, we gather whatever we can find. We also have some dried berries in the car, sweet and tangy. I'll fetch some for you to taste." Gu Wan smiled and interjected, "No need, no need. The hail outside is quite severe. Making a round trip would be too painful. We can wait for another opportunity to enjoy them." Bai Qiushui smiled back. They continued to chat about various topics, and the atmosphere remained light and joyful. Suddenly, Lu Yun's expression tightened as he gazed into the distance, exclaiming in alarm, "Oh no, that group has come here." Bai Qiushui's face paled, fear and anxiety washing over her. "What should we do? Should we flee quickly?" she asked. "What a twist of fate. Last time, we narrowly escaped with our lives. This time, I fear we may not be so fortunate," Lu Yun said through clenched teeth. Qin Bei, perplexed, inquired, "Who are you talking about?" "A gang of ruthless thugs." Bai Qiushui spat with disdain. Lu Yun pointed out the window at 2 RVs, saying, "Look, those 2 vehicles. I have memorized their license plates. There are 6 men in total, all of them, who travel around in RVs, committing heinous acts for profit. Last time, we witnessed them assaulting a young couple in a remote area. They first robbed them of all their belongings and then, in front of the boy, took turns humiliating the girl. When we tried to intervene, we were beaten severely. They then tortured the boy to death before the girl's eyes, leading her to a tragic end. They even attempted to eliminate us to cover their tracks. Fortunately, our vehicle was resilient, allowing us to escape." The recollection made Lu Yun shudder, while Bai Qiushui trembled, filled with both fear and rage. Qin Bei and Chun Lin fell into deep contemplation. The children were terrified, seeking solace in the arms of Gu Wan and Gu Jia. The sisters, equally anxious and helpless, patiently comforted the children, leading them to the bedroom to read picture books. Qin Bei and Chun Lin exchanged glances, the weight of the situation heavy upon them. They understood that if the thugs recognized Gu Wan and Gu Jia, they would not hesitate to return for further violence. After a moment of silence, Qin Bei spoke. "Running away is futile, and calling the police would be of no use. With the hailstorm, many unemployed individuals are resorting to robbery, and the police are overwhelmed. Furthermore, we lack concrete evidence that they have committed murder. Are we to let this go unpunished? Don't forget, even if we try to hide, they will not spare us." Chun Lin retorted angrily. "What I mean is, we should seek justice and eliminate them." Qin Bei's eyes flashed with a fierce resolve. "Very well, let us rid the world of them, to prevent them from harming others." Chun Lin exclaimed, rising to slam his hand on the table. Lu Yun managed a smile, albeit with concern. "Though we are 6 in number, our combat capabilities are lacking. We are no match for them. Moreover, we have 3 children to protect. If it comes to it, we will fight them, even if it means sacrificing ourselves. We will take them down with us." Bai Qiushui declared vehemently. "Sometimes, brute strength is not necessary. Wisdom and weaponry can also bring about demise," Qin Bei calmly stated, his composed demeanor providing some reassurance to Lu Yun and his wife. Lu Yun, eager, asked, "Brother, do you have a plan? Please share it. We will cooperate wholeheartedly. Let us not act rashly. We will observe quietly. Once they attempt to strike, we will retaliate and eliminate them." Qin Bei replied steadily, retrieving 2 small, sharp daggers from the RV and handing them to the couple. Lu Yun and Bai Qiushui gripped the gleaming blades tightly, feeling a significant sense of security, and looked gratefully at Qin Bei. He cautioned them, "When they come, pretend not to recognize them. Even if they provoke you, do not act impulsively. Once their patience wears thin and they are ready to attack, we will unite to defeat them." The couple nodded vigorously, understanding the gravity of the situation. Ultimately, Qin Bei and Chun Lin possessed considerable martial skills, surpassing those of the thugs. To survive, Lu Yun and his wife needed to rely on Qin Bei and his companions. Unity was their only hope for survival. "Old Chun, please escort Lu Yun and Bai Qiushui back," Qin Bei instructed Chun Lin. Nodding, Chun Lin safely returned the anxious couple to their RV, ensuring they locked the door securely before departing. Upon his return, Qin Bei summoned Gu Wan and Gu Jia. He produced 4 handguns from his storage space, distributing one to each of them and demonstrating how to shoot. The sisters practiced diligently, securing their weapons at their waists, hidden beneath their thick clothing due to the cold weather. Qin Bei earnestly reminded them, keep these weapons close, do not misplace them. If those thugs dare to disrespect you, shoot without hesitation. These are silenced guns, making no noise and attracting no attention. The sisters exchanged determined glances and nodded resolutely. Meanwhile, Chen Lin toyed with his handgun. Unable to contain his eagerness, old Chun, with these guns in hand, we need not hold back. Why not take advantage of the night to eliminate them once and for all? That way, we can live without fear. Qin Bei shook his head. While Lu Yun and his wife are decent people, we cannot rely solely on their word. We risk being manipulated. Besides, I am fundamentally opposed to killing. I will only act in self-defense. Understood, Chun Lin replied, enlightened. Old Chun, starting tonight, we will take turns keeping watch to ensure everyone's safety. You guard the first half of the night, and I will take the second half. Agreed, he said. Gu Jie interjected, I would like to join the watch as well. This way, you can rest more and conserve your energy. No, you've enough to do during the day with the children and household chores. You need your rest at night. Qin Bei firmly refused. Protecting women and children is a man's duty. How could we allow a young girl to bear such burdens? Chapter 20. Dreadful encounter that evening. In an effort to avert complications, Gu Wan and Gu Jie refrained from igniting a fire for cooking within the confines of their tent. Qin Bei, instead, procured a variety of dishes from his storage, and they all dined together amicably. The meal proceeded without incident. Afterward, Chen Lin and Gu Jie departed to their caravan, armed with umbrellas and flashlights to illuminate their path as they walked briskly. Suddenly, out of nowhere, two men clad in raincoats and black masks lunged forward, startling Gu Jie, who instinctively moved closer to Chen Lin. Furrowing his brow, Chen Lin shielded Gu Jie, his gaze piercing as he demanded, step aside. Oh, quite bold, aren't we? Are you looking for trouble? That girl behind you is rather appealing. I can hardly wait. If you value your life, deliver her to our bed. The two men leered at Gu Jie through Chen Lin, their eyes filled with lewd intent. Gu Jie, proud and dignified, had never faced such humiliation. Infuriated, she reached for her waist, gripping her pistol tightly. Should they dare to lay a finger on her, she would not hesitate to shoot. Silence. Depart at once, or you shall suffer the consequences. Chen Lin's fury was palpable, his expression menacing. What do you think you are? How dare you speak to us like that? Are you tired of living? One of the men, a brutish figure with a scarred face, snarled as he raised his hand to strike Chen Lin. Quick as lightning, Chen Lin seized his wrist, rendering his struggles futile. Meanwhile, the other man circled behind Chen Lin, attempting to grab Gu Jie. Enraged, she retaliated with a fierce kick to his groin, causing him to writhe in pain. You vile woman, how dare you kick me there? I'll make you pay for this. He howled, seething with rage. Should you disrespect me, be prepared for the repercussions. Gu Jie declared defiantly. Bravo, Xiao Jie. Chen Lin commended her, twisting the wrist of the scar-faced man, eliciting a grimace of agony from him. I warn you both, do not return to cause trouble. Chen Lin concluded, leading Gu Jie away. Once inside the caravan, Chen Lin promptly secured the door. Gu Jie's heart raced uncontrollably. He poured her a glass of water, reassuring her, take a moment to breathe. Do not fear, I will protect you. Her hands trembled as she grasped the cup, spilling some of its contents. Looking at Chen Lin, she expressed her gratitude. Thank you for earlier. Why thank me? We are on the same side. Besides, even if we were strangers, I would have intervened. Chen Lin dismissed her thanks nonchalantly. They had faced adversity. He knew they would not let it slide easily. Gu Jie, filled with anxiety, felt a persistent unease. Fear not. We have this, Chen Lin said, producing a firearm from his pocket. Gu Jie nodded in agreement. Now, stop overthinking and get some rest. We need you to be well rested. I will keep watch tonight. You are taking on quite a burden, Gu Jie replied politely, feeling an unexpected sense of safety in Chen Lin's presence. Chen Lin chuckled. Consider me when you seek a husband in the future. She shot him a disapproving glance. Do not take advantage of me. With that, she departed. Chen Lin contacted Qin Bei, recounting the evening's events and advising him to remain cautious. Understood. Be careful. If anything arises, sound the alarm, Qin Bei replied solemnly. Get some sleep. I will keep watch all night. I suspect they will not relent and may cause more trouble. Qin Bei agreed before they ended the call. Afterward, Chen Lin reclined in a chair, closing his eyes to rest while attentively listening to the sounds outside. After a lengthy wait, Just as he was about to drift off, a cacophony of thuds erupted. He sprang to alertness, cursing, "You brutes, pelting the caravan with hail? Creating such a ruckus to disturb our peace." Fuming, he grabbed a seldom-used flashlight and shone it out the window. Indeed, the two assailants were relentlessly collecting hailstones and hurling them at the caravan, focusing their efforts on the windows. Chen Lin discerned their intent and scoffed coldly, "Fools. This is the finest glass. Not even a bullet can penetrate it. Your efforts are in vain." He illuminated their eyes with the flashlight, causing them to shield their faces in discomfort. "Stop shining that light, you idiot. If I catch you, you're dead." They spat, furious. "Curse your ancestors for bringing forth such scoundrels." Chen Lin retorted angrily. Seizing a slingshot he often played with, he loaded a steel ball and opened the window just a crack, aiming for their faces. Their expressions shifted as they realized their predicament too late. Emitting cries akin to slaughtered pigs, Chen Lin laughed heartily, continuing to unleash projectiles at them. Swift and precise, he unleashed a barrage, driving them to flee in disarray. Finally satisfied, he closed the window and stowed the slingshot in his pocket. From a young age, he had mastered the slingshot, viewing it as more than mere play. It was a trusty weapon of defense. Following this encounter, the remainder of the night was uneventful, allowing Chen Lin to catch a brief nap. At dawn, he and Gu Jie exited the caravan to meet Qin Bei. He recounted the events of the previous night. "It appears they are more desperate than we anticipated. Today, they will surely seek to provoke us. My wife, Xiao Jie, you must remain in the caravan and safeguard the children. We will handle everything else," Qin Bei stated gravely. "Be careful," Gu Wan cautioned anxiously. "Fear not," Qin Bei reassured her with a smile. He and Chen Lin deliberated their next course of action. Just then, Lu Yun and Bai Qiushui rushed over, visibly distressed. Lu Yun's first words were, "We barely slept last night." They caused chaos beside the caravan, pelting it with hail and shouting threats of violence. "We were too frightened to make a sound." Bai Qiushui trembled uncontrollably, her eyes filled with fear and helplessness. Chapter 21. Annihilation. Last night, we too were subjected to harassment. Chen Lin recounted the events of the previous day. Lu Yun was thoroughly impressed and gave him a thumbs up, exclaiming, "You were incredible. With just a slingshot, you sent them scattering." Chen Lin, brimming with pride, replied, "Of course. Who do you think I am? With a slingshot in hand, I fear no number of adversaries." Lu Yun's eyes lit up with an idea. "Old Chen, how about we ensure they don't enjoy a peaceful night? Let's use the slingshot to target their car windows." Chen Lin hesitated. "I wish I could, but I don't have enough steel balls." At that moment, Qin Bei remarked ominously, "I fear we may not even wait until nightfall before they strike." A flicker of panic crossed Lu Yun and his wife's faces, their bodies trembling. Qin Bei remained remarkably composed. "Fear not. If they seek confrontation, they shall find none but misfortune. Brother Yun, sister-in-law, why not stay with us tonight? Let us prepare breakfast together," Qin Bei suggested. "All right," Lu Yun nodded in agreement. Bai Qiushui still felt apprehensive, glancing towards the bedroom of the RV. She thought to herself that she would rather tend to the children than prepare a meal. Safety could only be found within the confines of the RV. Sensing her unease, Qin Bei smiled and said, "Sister-in-law, could you kindly assist with the children? My wife and the others are overwhelmed." "Of course, I adore children," Bai Qiushui replied, relief flooding her features as she hurried towards the bedroom. Lu Yun cast a grateful glance at Qin Bei. "Brother Qin, I am at your service. Just give the orders. Chen, and you should move all the tables, pots, and ingredients from the RV to the tent," Qin Bei instructed calmly. The two complied silently. Qin Bei stood at the RV's door, vigilant for any signs of disturbance outside. Once everything was transferred to the tent, he promptly secured the RV door and instructed Gu Wan to lock it from the inside. Inside the tent, Lu Yun's anxiety was palpable. Compared to the sturdy RV, the tent felt far too vulnerable. If the assailants were to launch a sudden attack, the consequences would be dire. "Brother Yun, can you cook? I'll assist you with the ingredients." "Old Chen, you handle the fire," Qin Bei directed methodically. No one voiced dissent. As they busied themselves, tension hung in the air, each person acutely aware of their surroundings. After the meal was prepared, nothing seemed amiss. Qin Bei glanced at the large pot of porridge and several dishes on the table, calling for Lu Yun and Chen Lin to carry it back to the RV for a meal. Dining in the tent offered little sense of security. Lu Yun, being the most timid, was tasked with carrying the pot in the front, followed by Chen Lin with the dishes, with Qin Bei bringing up the rear. Suddenly, chaos erupted. 6 assailants charged forth aggressively, seizing the pot from Lu Yun's grasp and knocking him to the ground, raining blows upon him. Powerless to retaliate, he curled into a ball, shielding his head with his arms. Seeing this, Chun-Lin shouted furiously, "You bastards! You've gone too far. Watch me take you down." Without hesitation, he hurled the 2 steaming plates of food at the nearest attackers. The assailants screamed in agony as the scalding liquid cascaded down their heads. Chun-Lin kicked at them, and in the ensuing chaos, they quickly regrouped and engaged him in a struggle. Qin Bei, assessing his food-laden hands, targeted the remaining 4 with a barrage of dishes, splattering them with culinary remnants. "Which scoundrel dares to show their face?" bellowed the largest and most menacing of the assailants, a distinctive mole marking his forehead. Qin Bei's gaze darkened. "I've heard tales of your nefarious deeds, robbery, and worse. You have much to answer for. Indeed, hand over the food and the women from the RV, and perhaps I shall spare your lives. Otherwise, you shall meet your end." The mole-faced thug sneered. "Since you confess your sins so readily, I shall act as the instrument of justice," Qin Bei proclaimed resolutely. "Huh, who is this fool? Overestimating his own worth." The thug laughed, joined by his comrades in mockery. Qin Bei retrieved a dark handgun from his pocket, aiming it squarely at the mole-faced thug. Unfazed, the thug continued to taunt. "Do you think this is child's play? Your toy gun won't frighten me." "Let's see about that," Qin Bei retorted, pulling the trigger. The bullet struck the thug's forehead, leaving a gaping wound from which blood gushed forth. In disbelief, the thug stared at Qin Bei before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The suddenness of the event left the others in shock, their faces etched with terror as they scattered in panic. At this moment, Chun-Lin also drew his firearm, joining Qin Bei in dispatching the remaining assailants. As they surveyed the lifeless bodies strewn about, Qin Bei turned away, grappling with the weight of what he had done. He had never taken a life before, and now 3 lay dead at his feet. Though they were indeed vile criminals, the reality of it unsettled him. Chun-Lin, too, was shaken, his hands trembling so violently that he dropped his weapon. Meanwhile, Lu Yun lay on the ground, stunned, gazing at the 2 men and then at the corpses nearby. Just moments ago, they had mercilessly assaulted him. Now they lay silent, forever unable to harm again. As the crisis subsided, a wave of relief washed over him. He momentarily forgot his own pain, scrambling to his feet and rushing to Qin Bei's side, clasping his hand tightly in gratitude. "Brother Qin, thank you. Had it not been for you, I would have perished." He then approached Chun-Lin, exclaiming, "Old Chun, I cannot thank you enough. You have saved my life." Chun-Lin remained unresponsive. After a long silence, Qin Bei finally collected himself. "In 10 days, the hail will cease, and the heat will rise. These bodies will begin to decay and emit a foul stench. We should dig a pit nearby to bury them, and then drive to the other side of the lake to regroup." "Agreed. I'll fetch a shovel from the RV right away," Lu Yun exclaimed excitedly, darting off. "I'm going to check their vehicle for any surveillance equipment," Chun-Lin added, regaining his composure. Qin Bei nodded, retrieving a large hat, mask, and sunglasses from his supplies, tossing them to Chun-Lin. Once Chun-Lin was fully equipped, he departed. Qin Bei then took out binoculars, scanning the surroundings through the falling hail for a considerable time, relieved to find no signs of others nearby. "Thank goodness, no witnesses," he murmured, casting one last glance at the bodies before pulling out his phone to call Gu Wan. "Dear, it's all taken care of, though the scene is rather bloody. Stay inside and don't come out." Gu Wan's voice trembled with excitement and anxiety. "Really? That's wonderful. There are no traces left behind, right?" "None at all. We will handle it." Chapter 22. A closer bond. Lu Yun, brimming with enthusiasm, tirelessly wielded the shovel alongside Qin Bei. Before long, a substantial pit was excavated. At this juncture, a daunting dilemma emerged: how to lift the corpse. The 2 exchanged glances, each remaining silent. "Let's work together with the shovels to get it in," Qin Bei suggested after a moment's contemplation. "All right," Lu Yun agreed. Together, they exerted considerable effort to hoist a body and unceremoniously toss it into the pit. Just then, Chun-Lin returned. "I checked. There are no surveillance cameras in those 2 vehicles. They contained only some clothing and a meager supply of food, nothing else." Qin Bei nodded in acknowledgement. Chun-Lin said no more, seizing a nearby shovel to lend a hand. After more than an hour, all the bodies were buried. "Brother Qin, what shall we do about this tent? It is stained with quite a bit of blood, and cleaning it may prove challenging," Lu Yun expressed his concern. "Let's bury it as well," Qin Bei replied calmly. Lu Yun resumed digging, while Qin Bei and Chen Lin forcefully dismantled the tent. Hail continued to descend, striking them painfully while simultaneously cleansing the tent and the bloodstains from the ground, leaving no trace behind. Soon, the three had buried the tent. Exhausted from their labors, they gasped for breath. Can we leave now? Lu Yun inquired hopefully. Not yet. There are still other matters to attend to. Come, let us change into clean clothes in old Chun's RV, Qin Bei stated with composure. Although uncertain of Qin Bei's intentions, Lu Yun and Chen Lin voiced no objections and complied. Once the trio donned fresh attire, Qin Bei continued, Yungu, we should drive away the assailants' 2 RVs. The farther we are from here, the better. Old Chun, follow us in your RV. Chen Lin furrowed his brow, suggesting, perhaps you should stay behind. Yungu and I will handle it. Leaving only the wives behind could be risky. Then we shall all depart together. Sister-in-law can drive Yunji's RV, and Guwan will drive mine. Qin Bei altered his stance. Chen Lin nodded in agreement, recognizing they all wished to escape this perilous place. With their plan established, the group set off together. Qin Bei and Lu Yun drove the assailants' RVs at the forefront, while Bai Qiushui and Guwan followed in their own vehicles, with Chen Lin bringing up the rear. After significant effort, Qin Bei and Lu Yun managed to abandon the 2 RVs. They then took a lengthy detour, eventually settling on the opposite side of the lake. Once everything was concluded, a sense of lightness washed over them, though fatigue and hunger soon struck. It was already past 3 in the afternoon. The 3 of them, having been preoccupied, had yet to eat and were ravenous. Guwan and the others fared better, having consumed some rations in their RV. Please, eat something to tide you over. I'll prepare a meal shortly, Guwan remarked, offering them bread and milk. They devoured it eagerly. Afterward, they constructed a makeshift tent together. Gu Jie and Bai Qiushui soothed the children to sleep while assisting Guwan with the cooking. Finally, they hastily prepared a steaming feast. Gathered around the table, everyone was filled with joy. Lu Yun and Bai Qiushui poured generous glasses of beer to toast Qin Bei and Chen Lin, exclaiming, You are heroes who saved us all. Guwan and Gu Jie, touched by the moment, raised their glasses of water in appreciation, saying, Husbands, you are truly remarkable. Brother-in-law, old Chun, thank you. From now on, we can finally sleep soundly. Qin Bei smiled, but with a serious tone, admonished, This matter shall not be spoken of again, forget it. Moreover, the fact that we possess firearms must remain a secret. Everyone present understood this as a veiled reminder to Lu Yun and Bai Qiushui. Brother Qin, rest assured, you saved our lives. Wherever you go from now on, we shall follow. We are in this together, Lu Yun pledged earnestly. Bai Qiushui added, We won't utter a word about today, otherwise, we shall not end well. Qin Bei nodded, acknowledging, You are all good people. We will need to look out for one another on this journey ahead. Yes, let us eat while it is hot. The weather is quite cold. Afterward, we can sleep warmly, Chen Lin suggested, leading the way as he picked up his chopsticks. The others followed suit, indulging in the meal. After dining, Bai Qiushui volunteered to boil 3 large pots of water, allowing everyone to soak their feet and relieve their weariness for a good night's rest. However, despite their exhaustion, Qin Bei, Chen Lin, and Lu Yun found themselves haunted by the images of the 6 assailants lying on the ground, leaving them unsettled. Tonight, we are likely to have nightmares, Lu Yun remarked with a bitter smile. I, too, wish to avoid sleep. When I close my eyes, all I see are their faces. Chen Lin confessed, usually fearless but now feeling a twinge of fear. If we all wish to stay awake, then let us do just that. We shall watch a comedy, Qin Bei declared, producing a tablet. Sounds good, Chen Lin and Lu Yun replied, their spirits lifted. There was nothing more relaxing than this. Thus, the 3 huddled together, sipping tea and snacking while enjoying a film. Bai Qiushui sat nearby, feeling awkward. She wanted to sleep, but hesitated to return to her RV alone. Guwan noticed her discomfort and smiled. Sister Bai, why not join Xiao Jie and me for the night? It would be nice to have company. Sure. But will I disturb you? Bai Qiushui replied, her initial eagerness tinged with uncertainty. I doubt those 3 will sleep tonight. They will likely be engrossed in films. Guwan reassured her. Come, we can chat. Bai Qiushui happily approached them. That night, she shared countless stories with Guwan, revealing almost everything about herself and Lu Yun. After the events they had endured, she recognized that in this chaotic world, survival for their couple would be exceedingly difficult without the support of others. Qin Bei's group was formidable and would serve as a valuable ally. Guwan understood her sentiments and responded, Sister Bai, We are all in this together now. Throughout this long journey ahead, we shall support one another to endure. Bai Qiushui nodded vigorously, grateful to have met them. Otherwise, it would have been just the two of them, feeling isolated and lacking anyone to consult in times of trouble. Guwan smiled gently. The days ahead may prove even more challenging. There will be those with ulterior motives. We must strive to grow stronger. Sister Bai, we practice martial arts every morning. Why not join us? Guwan suggested. Absolutely. Learning self-defense would be splendid, Bai Qiushui replied joyously. Chapter 23. Assisting with the grain transport. Qin Bei and his companions had watched films throughout the night, only succumbing to a deep slumber at dawn. However, Qin Bei's sleep was anything but restful. He was tormented by a series of nightmares, waking repeatedly in distress. Guwan's heart ached for him. She held him close, soothingly whispering, "My love, those people are a scourge. By eliminating them, you are performing a noble deed. Do not let guilt weigh upon you." Tenderly, she wiped the sweat from his brow with a towel. "I'm fine. I will be all right in a few days," Qin Bei replied, reluctant to return to sleep. Rising from the bed, he sought out Chen Lin and Lu Yun, only to find them in a similar state, plagued by nightmares, their clothes damp with perspiration. Qin Bei poured 3 cups of hot tea, and they gathered together. Unable to contain himself, he shared his dream. "I dreamt they were covered in blood, chasing me relentlessly. I shot at them, but they would not die, and I could only flee, exhausted, on the verge of being caught." Chen Lin sighed heavily. "I can relate. I was surrounded, 1 against 6, and felt utterly hopeless." Lu Yun, his complexion pale, added, "I dreamt someone discovered their corpses and reported it to the police. The authorities traced it back to us, demanding our lives, and we embarked on a desperate journey of evasion. This desolate wilderness, plagued by relentless hail, who would come here? No one will discover us. Our pit is dug so deep, concealed beneath layers of hail," Qin Bei reasoned. Chen Lin concurred. "The police are preoccupied with maintaining order, apprehending various thieves and robbers. They are stretched too thin to concern themselves with other matters." Lu Yun found some solace in this, muttering, "They are notorious fugitives. The police cannot capture them everywhere, and they lack the resources to continue the pursuit. They are overwhelmed with their current tasks. What if they were to find the bodies? It matters not. We have left no trace and cannot be implicated," Qin Bei assured them. "Even if suspicion falls upon us, it is of no concern. We shall simply deny everything," Chen Lin declared, adopting an air of indifference. "The deed is done. Regret serves no purpose. Furthermore, I do not regret eradicating such a menace. Given the chance, I would act the same way again," Qin Bei affirmed, nodding. "Indeed, we need not fear. The dead cannot rise to harm us again. Moreover, along our journey, we shall likely encounter many who have succumbed to the harsh climate. We must fortify our mental resilience." Lu Yun hesitated briefly before nodding in agreement. After a moment, he turned to Qin Bei and Chen Lin. "Brother Qin, I am running low on provisions in my vehicle. Previously, I rented a warehouse to stockpile food. I would like old Chun and I to drive our RVs and retrieve the supplies. Would that be acceptable?" Qin Bei glanced at Chen Lin. "Old Chun, the decision is yours." Chen Lin readily agreed. "Sure, I'll go. When shall we depart? How about we leave right now? I fear if we wait too long, the food may be stolen." Lu Yun expressed his concern. Chen Lin stood and headed outside. Lu Yun was elated, repeatedly thanking him. "Old Chun, thank you. Once the food is returned, we shall all share equally." "No need for that. I am merely assisting without any expectations," Chen Lin waved dismissively. "Nonsense, we are brothers. We share blessings and burdens alike," Lu Yun insisted. He then looked at Qin Bei. "Brother Qin, please ensure the safety of my wife and the others. We shall return only by midnight," Qin Bei assured him with a reassuring glance. The 2 men departed in their RVs, leaving only Qin Bei's vehicle and tent by the desolate lakeside. Gu Wan and Bai Qiushui disembarked, intending to prepare a meal, only to sense something amiss. Qin Bei offered an explanation. Bai Qiushui cast a reproachful glance in Lu Yun's direction. "Old Lu truly is something. He leaves without even a word." Gu Wan chuckled. "Sister Bai, do not fret. With old Chen around, they will surely return safely." Bai Qiushui's expression brightened. "Indeed, they will. Little Wan, since we are idle, why not prepare more food? In this weather, cooking 3 meals a day is too cumbersome. What shall we make? Once the food is prepared, it will cool down quickly and lose its appeal. Reheating it diminishes the flavor," Gu Wan mused, conflicted. Previously, before encountering the couple, mealtime was easily resolved. Qin Bei would retrieve ready-made dishes from his space, and they would enjoy a hearty meal together. Unlike now, where preparing 3 meals occupies half the day. Do you have flour in your vehicle? Why not make buns? They can serve as breakfast and just need a quick reheat, Bai Qiushui suggested with a smile. Guwan pondered, finding it a splendid idea. At that moment, Qin Bei, ever perceptive, declared, I shall fetch the flour. He went to the RV and discreetly retrieved a large bag of flour, along with yeast and several large ceramic bowls and a bucket of clean water. Bai Qiushui beamed with satisfaction. Wonderful. Everything is complete. Not a single item is missing. Qin Bei smiled and said to Guwan, I will call Xiao Jie and the children down. It will be more lively with everyone participating. Before long, Xiao Jie and the children joyfully entered the tent. The little ones were fascinated by the pristine flour, eagerly playing with it in their hands. Gu Jie admonished them, you may each take only a little. This is food. And we must minimize waste. Bai Qiushui swiftly poured some flour into the bowls, adding water to form a dough. She divided the dough into 3 portions, handing each to the children, instructing, knead it well, I will teach you how to make buns. Great. I want to make the most beautiful and delicious buns. Qin Tingting exclaimed with enthusiasm. Qin Sheng, less interested, remarked, I don't want to make buns. I just want to mold the flour into fun shapes. Look, I made a caterpillar. Qin Qin chimed in, excitedly showing it to Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng glanced briefly before returning his attention. A caterpillar? That's too simple. I will make a puppy. Who says I can only make a caterpillar? I can make other things too, Qin Qin retorted defiantly. The siblings engaged in friendly competition. Engrossed in their creations, Qin Bei watched with a smile, saying nothing. At just 5 years old, they were at the perfect age for play. He stepped forward to join them. Qin Tingting was particularly keen on making buns, diligently following Bai Qiushui's instructions. To her credit, she was doing remarkably well. The buns, though small, were quite charming. Bai Qiushui could not help but praise. Tingting, you have a natural talent for cooking. Your culinary skills will surely flourish. Qin Tingting beamed. When I can cook, I will prepare meals for everyone, and then Mommy, Andy, and Bai I1T have to work so hard. What a good child. Indeed. Daughters are so thoughtful, Bai Qiushui remarked, gazing enviously at Guwan. You should have one too. Children are delightful, Gu Jie chimed in, unaware of the situation. Guwan shot her a glance, prompting her to fall silent. Bai Qiushui smiled openly. I won't have any more. It is not in my fate to force it. This current arrangement is wonderful. I can help you with your children and enjoy the joy it brings. Chapter 24. The various calamities outside. Guwan tirelessly spent the entire day making dumplings with the children, crafting over 300 of them, which left her weary and aching. By evening, everyone was too drained to prepare dinner, opting instead to feast on the dumplings. After the meal, the sky had darkened completely. Yet Chen Lin and Lu Yun had not returned. Bai Qiushui, feeling anxious, rose and glanced around. The relentless hail continued to fall, casting a wintry chill. Hugging her arms, she murmured, why aren't they back yet? They are taking too long. Guwan reassured her, why not give them a call? I'd rather not. They are driving. And in such dreadful weather, it's risky, Bai Qiushui replied, grappling with her thoughts before ultimately deciding against it. Here, take this. Guwan produced a telescope from somewhere and handed it to her. Bai Qiushui received it with delight and lifted it to scan the distance. However, after several attempts, she saw nothing and eventually gave up, muttering to herself, they will surely return safely. Worrying that Bai Qiushui might spiral into anxious thoughts, Guwan gently tugged her arm. Sister Bai, could you help put the children to sleep? Bai Qiushui, who adored children, readily agreed. The two took turns soothing the little ones to slumber. Just then, a commotion erupted outside. They're back, Bai Qiushui exclaimed, her face lighting up as she drew back the curtain and shone a flashlight outside. Honey, I'm back. Lu Yun's voice rang out as he spotted the light, and Bai Qiushui, calling out excitedly. Elated, Bai Qiushui lowered the curtain, opened the door to the RV, and rushed out to greet him. You must have had a tough journey. Have you eaten? She asked hurriedly. Not yet. I was too busy loading supplies, Lu Yun chuckled. Come on, let us get something to eat. Without waiting for a response, Bai Qiushui took his hand and led him back into the RV. Meanwhile, Chen Lin trailed behind, seemingly forgotten, as if lost in a corner of the world. With a resigned sigh, he thought, oh, the plight of a single man, so neglected. He quickened his pace to catch up. Inside the RV, Bai Qiushui quickly retrieved a large bag of warm dumplings from her thick down jacket. With each bite, her hunger subsided. She deftly poured 2 cups of hot water for the pair, and they began to eat the dumplings accompanied by the warm water. In the blink of an eye, the bag was empty and their bellies full. "This is wonderful. Nothing beats home," Chen Lin said with a smile. "Indeed, we have created a lovely sanctuary here," Lu Yun added, clearly satisfied. Bai Qiushui remained silent as she prepared 2 large basins of water for foot soaking, bringing them to the 2 men. "You must be exhausted. Soak your feet and get a good night into Appo's rest. We can talk in the morning." Both men, feeling fatigued and sleepy, lacked the energy for foot baths. After a hurried wash, they retreated to their respective RVs to sleep. After a night of rest, Chen Lin and Lu Yun appeared at the dining table, looking refreshed. Chen Lin casually grabbed a dumpling from the large porcelain bowl and devoured it in a few bites. As he reached for another, he spoke. "Old Qin, you can't imagine how dire things are outside. The hail has been relentless for over half a month, destroying crops and making transportation to the city impossible. Fresh produce markets are barren, devoid of fruits and vegetables." Qin Bei's expression grew somber. "Surely, no one is starving to death. With produce scarce and grain prices skyrocketing, rationing has been implemented. Some have even broken down in tears outside the stores, unable to secure food." "It's heart-wrenching," Chen Lin replied, forcing down the dumpling in his mouth and taking a large gulp of water. "How tragic," Qin Tingting said, her eyes glistening with tears, on the verge of crying. Qin Bei forced a bitter smile. "With so many people, how can we possibly help them? The food in our stock is meant for our family. We are consuming it faster than anticipated, and I can't predict how long it will last. In this chaotic world, I can only look after ourselves. Even if I were to share all our supplies, how many could I truly save? Dad, can't we do anything?" Qin Tingting pleaded. "Tingting, our food reserves are dwindling, and we don't know how long we can sustain ourselves. If we give away what little we have, we risk starving and facing death ourselves," Guwan gently guided. Torn and struggling, Qin Tingting finally conceded. "Then let us keep it for ourselves. I promise you, Tingting, when we have the means, we will help others, one at a time," Qin Bei assured sincerely. At last, Tingting smiled. "What can I do to help? Just say the word." Qin Bei extended his pinky, sealing their promise. "All right, you've all finished eating. Let us go play some games," Guwan said, taking her away. Gujia also took a boy by each hand and led them off. Only Qin Bei, Chen Lin, Lu Yun, and Bai Qiushui remained at the table. Many impoverished families are left with no food and are literally starving to death by the time they are discovered. They have already begun to decompose. Others may have food but lack fruits and vegetables, leading to sores and bleeding gums, Chen Lin said, his expression heavy with sorrow. Lu Yun continued. "The hail has brought a bitter cold. Many elderly and weak young people have not survived. The funeral homes are busier than ever, incinerating body after body. The hospitals are overflowing with the injured, making it impossible to accommodate everyone." After a pause, he added, "The police are overwhelmed, too, with so many unable to afford food. Theft has surged, and crime is rampant. The chaos is palpable, especially with the looming threat of unprecedented heat following this hail. Fear is spreading. Many people are in despair, with numerous individuals resorting to various means to end their lives, particularly by jumping from heights, leaving the ground stained with blood and gore." Listening to this, Bai Qiushui and Appo's tears fell. "It's too tragic, and we can't help them at all." Qin Bei sighed deeply. "What is the government doing? Are they distributing food?" "They are, but it's a mere drop in the bucket." Lu Yun shook his head. "Shouldn't we do something? Otherwise, our conscience will be restless. What do you all think?" Chapter 25. Provisioning the benefactors. Let us proceed. Otherwise, I shall feel an inordinate sense of guilt. Chen Lin shared the same sentiment with Qin Bei. To put it plainly, had they not hoarded provisions in such a frenzied manner, many would still be unable to procure sustenance. Lu Yun gazed at the 2 men in astonishment, realizing that the days ahead would only grow increasingly arduous. Frugality would be imperative. They must deliberate carefully. He had painstakingly acquired enough provisions for 2 large RVs, which, if rationed judiciously, could last them 5 to 6 years. The future sources of food remained uncertain. "I intend to allocate some grains and vegetables to create small blessing bags, distributing them to the impoverished families in our vicinity," Qin Bei declared earnestly. He understood Lu Yun and Appo's apprehensions. In the face of survival, self-interest often prevailed. "How much do you plan to give away?" "Brother Qin, I recognize your noble intentions, but this may be detrimental to yourself," Lu Yun implored, his tone earnest. "Once distributed, I shall indeed have less food. However, I possess a method to replenish my supplies. Qin Bei replied with a mysterious smile. What method? Lu Yun sighed. You must understand, even if one possesses money, acquiring food has become exceedingly challenging. In a few days, after the hailstorm, the weather will warm. We can fish in the lake. It is vast enough to yield plenty. Enough to sustain us for quite some time. Qin Bei remarked cheerfully. How shall we catch them? Fishing one by one will be an interminable task, Lu Yun countered, suggesting they inform the others to fish as well. People are too famished to undertake long journeys, Chen Lin interjected. I have purchased numerous traps to deploy in the lake. The fish and shrimp will find their way in effortlessly. It is simple and yields a substantial catch, Qin Bei replied with a smile. With our space brimming with provisions, it is akin to a treasure trove, he added, and Lu Yun agreed, finding the plan feasible. However, the notion of relinquishing their provisions was deeply unsettling for Lu Yun. Seeing his discomfort, Chen Lin jested, Brother Yun, did you not promise to share the supplies we transport? Will you? Of course, Lu Yun responded, feeling a pang of regret for his earlier forthrightness. Although he yearned to retract his promise, he felt too embarrassed to do so, especially since Qin Bei and Chen Lin were indeed lifesavers for their family. Qin Bei, perceiving his reluctance, interjected lightly, pay no heed to old Chen. He is merely jesting. We have supplies stored in a distant location, and those in the RV belong to you and your wife. We shall not touch them. Chen Lin echoed this sentiment, assuring, indeed, I was only teasing. When you prepare meals, feel free to take from my RV to create some space. Lu Yun smiled sheepishly, then shifted the conversation back. Brother Qin, tell me your plans, and I shall lend my assistance. Qin Bei pondered for a moment. In the blessing bags, we shall include 5 pounds of rice, 4 pounds of vegetables, and 3 pounds of fruit, preparing a total of 500 bags. Lu Yun was taken aback by this figure. That is an excessive amount. Given the RV's contents, we may not have enough to fulfill this. Let us set to work. Brother Chen, Brother Yun, you stay in the tent to prepare the packaging while I retrieve the supplies from the RV, Qin Bei suggested with a grin. Previously, he had not filled the RV excessively to maintain a spacious and comfortable environment. However, upon befriending Lu Yun and his wife, Qin Bei had filled the RV with provisions from his storage to avoid raising suspicions. Once night fell, he would return them to storage for a more comfortable sleeping arrangement. I shall assist as well, Lu Yun insisted, eager to contribute. Chen Lin caught his arm, offering him a cigarette. We exhausted ourselves yesterday. Let us take a break and allow old Qin to handle it. With that, he lit the cigarette for Lu Yun, who acquiesced. The two stood silently, smoking together as Qin Bei carried 25 bags, each weighing 100 pounds of rice. In truth, nearly half of the rice was drawn directly from his storage. Seizing a moment when no one was looking, he also retrieved 3 electronic scales along with several large bags of vegetables and fruits, though most still came from the RV, visibly depleting its contents. Qin Tingting observed with concern, Dad, why are you continuously moving things? We are assisting others, Qin Bei replied with a smile. Is it necessary to send so much? What if we run out of food and starve? Qin Tingting pouted, displeased. Fear not, we have provisions. In a few days, I shall take you to the river to catch fish and shrimp, and we will replenish what we have given away, Qin Bei reassured her. This assurance brightened Qin Tingting's expression. Great. We must catch a lot, dry them, and store them for a long time. Tingting, summon your mother and everyone else to the tent to lend a hand, Qin Bei instructed. With a joyful flutter, Qin Tingting hurried off. Soon, everyone gathered in the tent. Chen Lin and Lu Yun managed the weighing of rice, packaging it into white plastic bags, while Gu Wan and Gu Jia, accompanied by the children, prepared the vegetables and fruits. Bai Qiushui was responsible for weighing the produce. Qin Bei gathered all the weighed items into red plastic bags, securing them tightly before placing them in the RV. The group worked methodically for most of the day until they finally completed their task. After their meal, they deliberated on who would deliver the supplies. Lu Yun volunteered, I shall go. There is little risk in delivering items, and I am capable. Brother Qin, you and old Chen should stay behind to protect everyone. Qin Bei winked at Lu Yun before suggesting, Old Chen, why don't you accompany Gu Jia on this journey? Certainly, no problem at all, both responded readily. Gu Jia, weary of the desolation, was eager to explore. Let us depart immediately, she urged, wishing to complete the delivery swiftly to allow for some leisure time. Old Chen, please drive us to the intersection. My rented car is on its way, Chen Lin requested. And Qin Bei nodded in agreement. He allowed Gu Wan and the children to disembark and join Chen Lin and Gu Jia. After a 20-minute drive, Chen Lin surveyed the area. Old Chen, let us stop here. It appears deserted. Qin Bei parked the vehicle and stepped outside to retrieve his car from storage. Chen Lin and Gu Jia quickly hopped out, assisting in loading the items from the RV into the car. Before long, Chen Lin sped away with a car full of provisions, accompanied by Gu Jia, while Qin Bei returned the RV. Despite the desolation of the area, his concern for his wife and children lingered. Chapter 26. A life saved. Lu Yun was astonished to see Qin Bei return so swiftly. So soon? He inquired. Yes, the car came to pick me up, Qin Bei replied casually. He cast a glance at his wife and children, finding them joyfully engaged in games within the RV, relieved. He knocked on the car window. I'm back. You all should come down and return to our vehicle. There's more space. Gu Wan beamed brightly as she led the children out of the car. Chen Lin's vehicle was crammed with Lu Yun's provisions, barely accommodating the four of them, making it difficult to move. They were eager to return to their own vehicle. Qin Bei accompanied Lu Yun to tend to the children. Meanwhile, Chen Lin drove swiftly away from the area, navigating through the desolate streets. The surroundings were bleak. Apart from the supermarket, nearly all the shops were shuttered, and few people wandered about. Those who did were hurrying along. Despite having seen these scenes on the news, Gu Jia was still taken aback. How could this happen? I remember this place bustling with activity, always crowded. I used to dislike coming here because of the throngs. The incessant hail makes stepping outside perilous, and the cold weather offers little comfort. It's more pleasant to remain indoors, Chen Lin remarked calmly. Indeed, it seems everyone is struggling, Gu Jia lamented. Absolutely. Even traveling has become a challenge. Many are confined at home, unable to work and earn a living. Those with savings and supplies are less affected. But those burdened with loans and lacking resources are suffering greatly. Gu Jia felt a pang of sorrow, but also a tinge of relief. Grateful that her brother-in-law had acted wisely to stockpile supplies. If not for him, we too would be facing difficulties, she mused. Yes, we owe our peace of mind to old Chen. Chen Lin concurred as he drove, unknowingly steering into a narrow, winding alley that seemed to stretch endlessly. Let us disembark. We'll carry the items and deliver them door to door. The residents here are impoverished, many are elderly. Chen Lin halted the vehicle and stepped out. Having grown up in this city, he was intimately familiar with every corner. He knew precisely where the affluent and the destitute resided. He opened the trunk, pocketed the keys, and filled his hands with heavy bags. Gu Jia, not one to shy away, took several as well. They proceeded to knock on doors, leaving the goods at each entrance without waiting for responses, repeating this for several households. Their actions were not motivated by gratitude, but rather a desire for inner peace. Upon reaching a dilapidated, lowly dwelling, Gu Jia was startled when the door opened before she could knock. Young lady, are you from the community, delivering food? An elderly woman, her eyes dim with age yet kind, inquired. Gu Jia shook her head. I'm not from the community. These provisions are for everyone, a small gesture of kindness. She handed a portion to the elderly woman. The grandmother trembled as she accepted the heavy bag. Thank you, dear. Your heart is so kind. It's freezing outside. Please come in for a cup of warm water. Gu Jia waved her hand. Thank you for your kindness, but I must continue delivering. She waved goodbye and walked away. The elderly woman watched her until she disappeared from sight before closing the door. Gu Jia continued her rounds, emptying her hands until she exchanged a glance with Chen Lin, who had also finished his deliveries. They returned to the car, moving it closer to carry more supplies. Gu Jia approached another house, noticing its door ajar, which struck her as odd. All the other homes were tightly shut. Why was this one open? She knocked lightly. Is anyone there? I've come to deliver food. Peering inside, she saw two elderly individuals seated silently at a small table, 2 large bottles of pesticide in front of them. Oh no, they mustn't drink that, Gu Jia exclaimed, rushing inside to snatch the bottles away. The elderly woman began to weep. Please, dear girl, give them back to us. We can't go on living like this. We have no children, we're old, with no money and no food. If we don't die now, we'll perish from hunger in a few days anyway. It's just a matter of when. The elderly man's face was haggard as he spoke. Gu Jia felt a profound sadness wash over her. She placed all her remaining supplies on the table. Dear grandmother, dear grandfather, there's rice, vegetables, and fruit here. It's enough to last you for several months. Please don't think about ending your lives. In these times, we all live day by day. To reassure them, she opened several bags, revealing the food inside. The couple broke down in tears. The elderly woman grasped Gu Jia's hand tightly. You are truly a good person. Dear girl, we'll live as long as we can, just as you say. The elderly man managed a faint smile. Gu Jia smiled back. You both must take care of yourselves. After some time, I'll bring you fish to enjoy. No, no. Dear, you must eat too. You look so thin. Take half of this with you, the elderly woman insisted, pointing to the table laden with food. Grandmother, I have plenty at home. You keep this. I must leave now to deliver to others. Gu Jia waved goodbye as she departed. The couple helped each other to stand, wanting to see her off. Please, stay inside. The hail is fierce, and the roads are slippery. It's dangerous to venture out, Gu Jia cautioned. All right, we won't trouble you any further. The elderly woman replied obediently, fearing to offend her. As Gu Jia reached into her pocket to offer them some money, she realized she had none, save for over 100 yuan on her phone. Without saying a word, she exited, taking the 2 bottles of pesticide with her and securely shutting the door behind her. Outside, she encountered Chen Lin, who looked at her in surprise. You finished delivering so quickly? Impressive speed. What do you have in your hands? I gave all the supplies to an elderly couple. They were on the verge of taking those poisons, Gu Jia replied bitterly. You gave everything to them. What about the others? Everyone is struggling, Chen Lin said, shaking his head in exasperation. I still have some money on my phone. I can buy more and deliver again. Gu Jia admitted, feeling a bit guilty for not considering others. But buying rice is already difficult, not to mention vegetables and fruit, Chen Lin remarked. Anyway, old Chen had prepared over 20 portions beforehand, anticipating emergencies. Chen Lin chuckled, and it dawned on Gu Jia that he had been teasing her. You're quite the trickster. She huffed, walking ahead in mock annoyance. Just kidding, don't be mad. Let us hurry to finish our deliveries and see if we can find somewhere to grab a bite. I'll treat you to something delicious. Chen Lin coaxed with a smile. Girls need to be pampered, otherwise, they might complain about being bullied, he added playfully. Chapter 27. The busy crowd. Gu Jia and Chen Lin completed the distribution of all the lucky bags, yet their hearts remained heavy, burdened by the suffering they had witnessed as a result of the hailstorm. Many elderly individuals, with limited mobility, struggled to stockpile necessities, often outpaced by the younger generation. Lacking smartphones, they frequently received news too late, resulting in futile trips to the markets, supermarkets, and fresh produce shops, returning home empty-handed. Some, frail and unable to endure such exertion, succumbed to hunger and collapsed, never to awaken again. It was not only the elderly who suffered, even the younger. Weaker individuals found the situation arduous. Gu Jia sighed, unable to contain her sorrow. Before her sat a steaming cup of coffee and a delicate plate of pastries, but she felt no appetite. This was a renowned CAF, well stocked with supplies, remaining open since the onset of the hail, albeit with a significantly reduced clientele. Eat. Do not frown so, Chen Lin urged, taking a large sip of his bitter coffee. This is a natural disaster. Whether we endure it depends on fate. Once the hail ceases, we should catch more fish and deliver some to the elderly. Their meager pensions barely suffice for sustenance, and with soaring prices and scarce food, survival has become increasingly difficult, Gu Jia replied earnestly. Chen Lin wished to express that despite their efforts, many, especially the elderly, would still struggle to endure. But he held his tongue. When the time comes, I will assist you, Gu Jia said, a rare smile breaking through her typically aloof demeanor, leaving Chen Lin momentarily stunned. She lowered her gaze, quietly sipping her coffee and nibbling on the dessert. After finishing, Chen Lin took her on a stroll through the bustling streets and alleys. The following days passed uneventfully. Finally, the hail subsided, and everyone rejoiced, filled with renewed hope. The company mandated that employees return to work, and they hurried to acquire various food items. However, the spoils were meager. Only grains were readily available, while meat, vegetables, and fruits remained elusive and exorbitantly priced. Vegetables soared to 30 yuan per jean, still requiring a scramble to secure them. Fruits were priced outrageously high, accessible only to those with ample wealth. Gu Wan observed the news, glancing at the children beside her, eagerly devouring an array of fruits. Dear, you were wise to stockpile so many fruits, she remarked to her husband. Qin Bei chuckled, the children love them. How could we not have enough? Gu Wan smiled sweetly, gesturing to the mountain of clothes beside them. Why don and amp, oppos, till you take the kids. I'll wash the clothes. We've accumulated a month's worth. Qin Bei readily agreed. Calling upon Gu Jia and Bai Chiushui, they each took several large bags of dirty laundry and headed to the lakeside to wash. Qin Bei retrieved over 30 traps, several fishing rods, a few buckets, and some bait, summoning Chen Lin and Lu Yun. Lu Yun was astonished by the large pile of traps on the ground. So many. Qin, do you possess a treasure chest? You have everything. Old Qin was always meticulous, prepared for any eventuality. Chen Lin remarked nonchalantly. Let us set the traps. Qin Bei cheerfully suggested, leading the children to assist him in laying the traps while sharing his knowledge. After setting the traps, Chen Lin and Lu Yun ventured off to fish, while Qin Bei took the children to a shallow area of the lake for swimming. The children, accustomed to swimming pools, felt nervous about swimming outdoors. Qin Bei stood in the water, beckoning Qin Sheng on shore. Come on, big brother, you're the bravest. After a moment of hesitation, Qin Sheng cautiously entered the water. With Qin Bei's guidance, he grew bolder, declaring, Dad, I can swim by myself. I'm really good at it. Qin Bei released his hold, watching as Qin Sheng darted through the water like a fish. On shore, Qin Sheng jumped with excitement. Daddy, I want to swim too. All right, come down, Qin Bei replied, instructing him on safety precautions before he too joyfully joined in the swimming. Finally, it was Qin Tingting's turn. The children reveled in their aquatic play, while Qin Bei maintained a watchful distance, ensuring their safety. After more than an hour, the children, exhausted, climbed out of the lake. Qin Bei looked at their weary faces and suggested, let us head back to the RV, change into clean clothes, and have a bite to eat. Sure. The children exclaimed in unison, their spirits lifted. Qin Bei led them back to the RV, where they changed clothes and replenished their energy with some food. Once refreshed, the children were once again full of energy. Daddy, take us fishing. We haven't learned yet. Qin Sheng clung to Qin Bei's arm. Yes, I want to learn too. I want to catch a big fish. Qin Sheng chimed in enthusiastically. Qin Tingting, however, showed no interest, stating, I'll gather firewood and make roasted fish for you. Let us go fishing. Remember to wear your hats and sunscreen. The sun is intense, and it can burn your skin, Qin Bei reminded them carefully. The children obediently complied. As they set off to fish, the two boys exhibited promising enthusiasm, while Qin Tingting busied herself collecting branches. Over the past month, the relentless hail had broken countless branches, leaving them scattered by the lake, easily collected. Before long, a sizable pile of branches accumulated at her feet. Dad, do you have rope? Tie me up so I can gather more. We can use them for cooking, Qin Tingting requested. Qin Bei rummaged through his pockets, producing several pieces of rope from his storage space, using one to bundle the branches together. Qin Tingting attentively observed every motion, committing them to memory. Dad, you go ahead. I'll keep collecting, she said with a smile, taking the remaining rope from him. She found great joy in gathering branches, her pile growing steadily, a source of satisfaction. Meanwhile, Qin Bei and his two sons focused intently on fishing, each with a bucket at their feet filled with fish. Qin Bei had the most, a large bucket almost full, while Qin Sheng had just over half, and Qin Sheng had only a few small fish. Pleased with his son's patience and focus, Qin Bei stood, carrying his bucket of fish to a pile of branches. From his storage, he retrieved a multitude of items, placing them on the ground. He swiftly cleaned and prepared the fish, washing them in a basin of clean water. Seeing this, Qin Tingting rushed over. Dad, you're amazing. You caught so many fish in one go. Qin Bei smiled. Didn't you say you wanted to roast fish for us? Yes. I'll marinate the fish with spices first, so it's flavorful when we eat. Chapter 28. The big fish drags a person into the lake. Qin Tingting picked up various seasonings from the ground and skillfully sprinkled them over the fish, continually flipping it to ensure an even coating. Qin Bei looked on in astonishment, lamenting, how are you so adept? You and Amp, Oppos, even more impressive than Dad. I enjoy cooking. Whenever my mother was in the kitchen, I would watch her closely and learn from it, Qin Tingting replied nonchalantly. Qin Bei stood there, unable to assist, feeling rather awkward. Suddenly, a loud splash broke the silence, followed by a panicked scream. Dad, help. Turning around, Qin Bei saw Qin Shun had fallen into the lake, seemingly dragged down by something, sinking rapidly. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Bei dove into the water, swimming swiftly towards Qin Shun. He quickly grasped Qin Shun, reassuring him. Don't be afraid. Dad is here to save you. Qin Shun had swallowed several mouthfuls of lake water, feeling dazed and unable to utter a word. With one arm around him, Qin Bei paddled towards the shore. Strangely, he felt a force pulling Qin Shun down, as if trying to drag him away. Looking down, He noticed Qin Shun tightly gripping a fishing rod, the line attached to a large fish that occasionally broke the surface. The fish was nearly the size of an adult. Qin Bei was taken aback, astonished at the size of the fish in the lake. He grasped Qin Shun and Appo's hand and pried the fishing rod from his grip. The rod sank swiftly, and the big fish disappeared from view. Sighing in relief, Qin Bei dragged Qin Shun back to the shore. Qin Sheng and Qin Tingting rushed over. Having witnessed the entire scene, filled with panic, wanting to jump in to help but afraid of causing more trouble for their father. "Dad, is Qin Shun okay?" the siblings asked in unison. Qin Bei did not respond, instead lifting Qin Shun onto his back and hurriedly running. After the ordeal, Qin Shun expelled the water he had swallowed and regained his senses. Qin Bei looked at him with concern. "What happened?" "I felt the hook sink. It seemed like a big fish. I struggled hard to reel it in, but instead, it pulled me into the lake, and I nearly drowned," Qin Shun recounted, still shaken. "Why didn't Appo's you throw the fishing rod away when you fell? Why did you hold on so tightly? Remember, your safety comes first," Qin Bei admonished sternly. He surmised that Qin Shun, eager to catch up to Qin Sheng in their fishing endeavors, had taken a reckless risk when faced with such a large fish. Feeling ashamed, Qin Shun lowered his head, unable to meet Qin Bei and Appo's stern gaze until he finally murmured, "I and Appo's am sorry, Dad. I was wrong." Seeing his son acknowledge his mistake, Qin Bei softened his tone. "No matter the situation, if it concerns your safety, you must unhesitatingly abandon any gain. Our lives are the most precious." His gaze swept over the children. "We understand," they all nodded in agreement. "Actually, it's also my fault for not keeping a better watch over you," Qin Bei admitted regretfully. "Dad, you don't need to apologize. It's not your fault. I'll be more careful next time I fish," Qin Shun replied earnestly. "We've caught quite a few today. Let us stop here and grill some fish," Qin Bei suggested with a smile, genuinely fearful of a repeat incident. "I and Appo's start the fire," Qin Shun volunteered, noticing Qin Shun and Appo's clothes were completely soaked and would benefit from drying. "I and Appo's grill the fish. The marinade is just about ready." Qin Tingting chimed in eagerly. Qin Bei nodded, allowing them to proceed. He turned to Qin Shun and instructed him to remove his wet clothes. Feeling embarrassed, Qin Shun protested. "Dad, I'm fine. It's hot out. I'll dry off soon." "Listen to me," Qin Bei replied firmly. Reluctantly, Qin Shun turned away, shedding his shirt, though he hesitated to remove his pants. Without further ado, Qin Bei took off his own t-shirt and draped it over Qin Shun, the garment hanging like a sheet down to his calves. Finally feeling relieved, Qin Shun removed his pants as well. Qin Bei gathered the wet clothes and laid them out on a nearby patch of sunlit ground. With temperatures soaring to 40 degrees, they would dry quickly. Qin Bei returned to Qin Shun, inviting him to help with the fish. The four of them worked together harmoniously. An hour later, each held a beautifully grilled fish. Savoring the delicious meal, Qin Bei gave Qin Tingting a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Tingting, your culinary skills are exceptional. You truly inherited your mother and Appo's talent." Qin Tingting blushed, saying, "Mom and Appo's cooking is the best. It's a shame she's busy with the laundry and can't taste this delightful grilled fish. That is simple. Let Dad call her," Qin Shun suggested, happily forgetting his earlier fright. "Let us invite everyone. We have plenty of fish to go around," Qin Shun proposed. Qin Bei regarded him approvingly. Tossing him his phone, "Here, you handle this." Calmly, Qin Shun picked it up and made several calls. Soon, friends arrived in small groups, gathering to enjoy the grilled fish, showering compliments on Qin Tingting's skills, making her beam like the sun. After the laughter subsided, Qin Bei asked Qin Shun to recount his experience with the big fish in the lake. Worried, Guwan examined him thoroughly, asking, "Are you hurt anywhere?" "Mom, don't worry. I only scraped my palm a bit. It will heal quickly," Qin Shun replied, confidently showing his hand. "You need to be more careful next time," Guwan chided, giving him a mock glare. He smiled sheepishly. Qin Bei addressed everyone. "In the future, whether we're washing things by the river or fishing, we must exercise caution. I'll catch that big fish next time. It won't scare the kids anymore," Chen Lin declared angrily. "Old Chen, don't take your frustrations out on a fish. The lake is vast and deep. Where would you even find it?" Lu Yin cautioned, concerned he might take foolish risks. Qin Bei gazed at the sky, then turned to Chen Lin. "In the coming days, as temperatures rise, the lake will dry up in a couple of months. We can catch that big fish together then." Lin's eyes sparkled with excitement. All right, it's a deal. Count me in as well. I caught quite a few today. I have 3 buckets. Lu Yun chimed in, laughing. Lin scoffed. Only 3 buckets? I caught 6. Of course. Old Qin must have caught even more, at least 30 buckets. How could he catch so many? Is he using buckets to scoop fish directly from the lake? Lu Yun exclaimed in astonishment. Lin replied triumphantly. Don't forget, he put down so many traps early this morning. Of course, he would have a bountiful harvest. Lu Yun nodded in understanding. Qin Bei chuckled lightly. Brother Yun, don't listen to old Chun's exaggerations. Those traps were set by all of us together. We share the catch equally. No need for that. Everything is yours. We merely lend a hand. Besides, we owe our successful catch to your fishing rod and bait. Lu Yun acknowledged, though still envious. Indeed, while you all caught a lot, there were also many of you, and those fish would be gone in no time. Bai Qiushui added with a smile. Traps are quicker, fishing takes longer. Since we all contributed, we should all share the spoils, Qin Bei concluded decisively. This matter should be addressed in advance, otherwise, as time passes, the Lu Yun couple may observe their effortless ability to catch abundant fish while they toil to catch them one by one, though they may not voice their feelings. It is inevitable that a sense of imbalance will arise within them. Chapter 29. A surprise arrival. Qin Bei never anticipated that the yield from the fish trap would far exceed his expectations. It was so heavy, akin to a stone, that he could scarcely budge it. Lin and Lu Yun quickly came to assist, and together, the 3 of them exerted immense effort to haul it up. There is so much, the children exclaimed in delight. The trap was placed on the ground, overflowing with fish and shrimp. Qin Bei hurriedly grabbed several large buckets and began to pour out the contents, with some spilling over the edges. This is far too much. Just one trap yielded this much. It will be difficult to transport it all back. Let us do the killing here, Gu Wan suggested. You all can start the butchering. Old Chun, come with me to the car to fetch some more buckets, Qin Bei replied with a smile. Without hesitation, Lin set off. Gu Wan and Bai Qiushui took charge of sorting the fish and shrimp, while Lu Yun busied himself with the knife, preparing to clean the fish. Gu Jia was responsible for watching over the children. Before long, Qin Bei and Lin returned with a plethora of water buckets, basins, salt, pots, and pans. Lu Yun couldn't help but exclaim, "You two are amazing, carrying all this so quickly." Well, there are just 2 of us, Lin said straightforwardly. In truth, they had merely taken advantage of a moment when no one was around to retrieve the items from their spatial storage. Old Chun, let us go collect the trap, Qin Bei said, picking up several buckets with a grin. Shall I come help? Lu Yun offered. No need. You stay here to clean the fish. It's hot, and they won't last long. Once you're done, salt them for preservation and let them dry. They'll keep for a long time. Qin Bei waved him off, walking alongside Lin. As they walked a short distance, Lin remarked, Old Qin, once we bring up the fish, let us quickly butcher half and store it in the space. Agreed. Human nature often leans towards self-interest. After all, the trap was his, and he and Lin had put in the most effort. They quickly got to work. Before Lu Yun and the others could finish, Qin Bei and Lin had already completed their task and were off to the next location. They left Lu Yun and the others to their work. Fearing they might be caught up, Qin Bei and Lin quickened their pace. Ultimately, they gathered all the traps, leaving half in the spatial storage and the other half on the ground, unbeknownst to Lu Yun. He simply thought the remaining traps yielded fewer fish than the first 2. With the 30 buckets of fish gathered on the ground, Qin Bei called out, Old Chun, Yun Gu, with so many fish, I'll divide them into 3 portions. You have no objections, I hope? I want to be cooking. I've been eating at your place, so my share will go with yours. Lin was the first to express agreement. Lu Yun politely added, We haven't contributed much. You 2 have done most of the work. We only need 5 buckets. No, a deal is a deal. Yun Gu, sister-in-law, these 10 buckets are yours. Take them, Qin Bei insisted, his demeanor leaving no room for refusal. Bai Qiushui beamed with gratitude, exclaiming, Thank you so much. We love fish, and now we can indulge. Lu Yun ceased his polite refusals and thanked him with a smile. The couple hurriedly lifted a heavy bucket of fish and headed towards the camper. Qin Bei observed them for a moment before glancing at the buckets on the ground. Dear, I brought the pots and pans. Why don't we cook dinner right here? Gu Wan readily agreed. That's a great idea. It's close to the lake, making it easy to wash things without too much hassle. Mom, let me help you, Qin Tingting volunteered, excited to assist in the cooking. Dad, We're strong enough to help carry the fish back, Qin Sheng and Qin Shun chimed in unison. In their household, the principle was clear, regardless of age. No one was idle. Everyone contributed through hard work. Qin Bei nodded and turned to Chen Lin, old Chun. Let us transport the fish back and string them up to dry. All right, Chen Lin replied. You two brothers, one can help me, and the other can assist your uncle. Qin Bei instructed. The two quickly decided, with Qin Sheng joining Qin Bei and Qin Shin teaming up with Chen Lin. Each pair carried buckets of fish back. Gu Wan, Gu Jie, and Qin Tingting busied themselves with meal preparations. Sister, can we cook more fish? Gu Jie asked excitedly, her love for fish evident. Whatever you want. Just say it, Gu Wan replied indulgently. Steamed fish head with chopped chili, sour fish, Christian carp soup, fish meatballs, and squirrel fish. Gu Jie rattled off a long list while diligently washing the fish. Gu Wan smiled. All right, I'll make them all. Also, there is a large bucket of crabs. They won't survive in this heat, so let us steam them all. And for the shrimp, we'll peel them for wontons tomorrow. Don't forget the eel. Your brother-in-law loves it, so let us prepare several bowls. Mom, won't we be cooking too much? It'll go to waste if we can't finish it. Qin Tingting said, wide-eyed. Earlier, we were all so tired and hungry from killing the fish, we'll manage to eat plenty. Besides, your dad is a big eater. Gu Wan replied with a chuckle. The three continued their bustling activities. After more than 3 hours, they finally finished and gathered around to enjoy their meal. The spread was bountiful. Yet, worn out and famished, everyone reached their limits, and silence enveloped the table as they devoured their food. Sated, they finally felt a wave of comfort wash over them. Suddenly, Gu Wan exclaimed in dismay, oh no, I forgot to collect the laundry, it's dark now, and it'll get dew-soaked. We've already gathered it and placed it in the car, though it's not folded, Qin Bei chuckled. Mom, you and Annie have worked hard washing all that laundry. I saw the clothes drying, and it was quite the sight, Qin Sheng laughed. Indeed, there were so many lines strung around the camper, it was overwhelming. But now, it's all fish, Qin Shin observed thoughtfully. With the weather being so nice, it was a perfect opportunity to wash everything, especially after a month of hail, when we couldn't wash anything at all. It was quite a hassle, Gu Wan sighed. The weather will only get hotter from here, rising a few degrees each day. You've all been exhausted today, tomorrow. Just relax in the camper with the air conditioning and don't come out. Old Chun, let us rise early tomorrow to set the traps again. Chen Lin readily agreed. Gu Wan and the children had no objections. They were utterly worn out and simply wished to lie down and sleep. Gu Jie glanced at Qin Bei and said shyly, Brother-in-law, if we catch fish tomorrow, could you spare some for me? I'd like to give some to the elderly in the alley. 2 large fish for each household would be perfect. The smaller ones have too many bones and are inconvenient to eat. Qin Bei readily consented. Chen Lin chimed in. Once we gather the fish tomorrow, I'll accompany you to deliver them. Gu Jie beamed with joy, brother-in-law. I promise this is the last time I'll ask for such a request. Thank you, old Chen. Chen Lin laughed. Little Jie, after spending time together. Don't you think I'm quite nice? How about considering me? Gu Jie shot him an annoyed glance. You're being ridiculous. Auntie, uncle is quite kind and impressive. You wouldn't be at a loss marrying him, Qin Tingting chimed in. Qin Shin chuckled, evidently fond of Chen Lin, and their relationship was quite amicable. You little rascal. How have I treated you all this time? And yet you turn your elbow outward. Gu Jie feigned anger, preparing to pinch his cheek. He scampered away, playfully remarking, becoming one big family is merely a matter of time, isn't it? Auntie, do stop being shy. The others, overhearing, could not help but laugh mischievously, leaving Gu Jie exasperated and at a loss. Chapter 30. Inconvenience. The following day, Qin Bei and Chen Lin rose early. The sky was still dimly lit, and the air carried a hint of warmth. The two swiftly placed all the nets into the lake. Qin Bei retrieved a pack of cigarettes, offering one to Chen Lin and lighting it for him. They sat beneath a tree, smoking. Qin Bei's gaze fell upon the tranquil surface of the lake. Old Chen, have you noticed that the water level has dropped a bit? It's hot. Evaporation happens quickly, Chen Lin replied calmly. He was already aware from Qin Bei that within 2 months, the lake would run dry. I have 100 buckets in my storage. Let us fill them all with water for daily use, Qin Bei suggested. Sure, that way we'll save some trips for water, Chen Lin agreed without hesitation. The days ahead will likely be quite busy. Life is inherently exhausting, but I've grown accustomed to it, he chuckled. All right, let us get to work. Qin Bei extinguished his cigarette, retrieving all the buckets from his storage and stacking them in several rows. Lin picked up a bucket and walked to the lakeside, filling it to the brim. Qin Bei approached, took the bucket from him, and without needing to carry it to the shore, stored it away. Lin stared at his suddenly empty hands, momentarily taken aback, then broke into a smile, exclaiming, "What a remarkable thing! Come on, let us hurry up before Lu Yun wakes up," Qin Bei urged, handing him an empty bucket. Lin deftly accepted it, filled it again, and passed it back. They continued this cycle of labor, tirelessly working. Qin Bei glanced up. "Old Chun, let us push a bit harder. We only have 20 buckets left." "All right," Lin replied through gritted teeth, enduring the ache in his arms without complaint. Just then, Qin Bei heard footsteps approaching from afar. He looked up to see Lu Yun carrying 2 buckets. Instantly, he lowered his head, grasping all the remaining buckets by the shore, swiftly handing one to Lin. "Hurry, old Chun, Lu Yun is coming. What is he doing here so early?" Lin grumbled. Initially, they could have filled the water buckets and returned home leisurely empty-handed, then brought out a few buckets for use when no one was around. Now, they had to lug them back with effort. "Let us fill a few more buckets for storage," Qin Bei suggested, maintaining his composure. Fortunately, the two worked in perfect synchronization, quietly filling several more buckets with water, all stored away discreetly. "You two are quite diligent, coming to fetch water so early," Lu Yun greeted them cheerfully. Qin Bei glanced at the 14 buckets remaining on the ground and smiled. "It's hot. It's cooler to get up early." Lin, annoyed by Lu Yun's presence, ignored him and continued filling buckets. "Are you planning to collect that much water? It seems excessive. Won't it go to waste?" Lu Yun kindly cautioned. "With so many of us, we need water for bathing and cooking," Qin Bei explained. Lin remained silent, observing the array of buckets and casually picking up 2 to carry away. Qin Bei followed suit with 2 buckets of his own. Lu Yun quickly filled his buckets and joined them, saying, "You're right, Qin. I should fetch more too. It will be even hotter later. And I want to stay in the car without moving." Indeed, when it gets hot, people become lethargic, Qin Bei chuckled, striding forward. After numerous trips, they finally transported all the water, their bodies drenched in sweat. Qin Bei shed his shirt, grabbed a bucket of water, and drenched himself, proclaiming, "What a splendid idea." Lin mimicked him, taking a refreshing shower. Afterward, he returned to the car, shirtless, to retrieve his clothes. At that moment, Gu Jia woke up and caught sight of him, hastily turning her head away. Lin laughed. "Little girl, you're usually so sharp-tongued. Why are you shy now?" Gu Jia shot him a glare, exclaiming, "How shameless, acting like a rogue so early in the morning." Lin looked at her incredulously. "You're not naive. If you don't believe me, go check the nearby villages. Those sturdy men walk around bare-chested all day just to stay cool." Gu Jia fell silent. This was indeed true. Rural folk tended to be more rugged than city dwellers, less concerned with such trivialities. She exited the car to find Gu Wan. The sisters prepared breakfast together. After the meal, Gu Jia looked at her sweat-soaked dress, visibly displeased. "The temperature is rising too quickly. It was 40 degrees yesterday, and now it's 45. A little movement, and I'm drenched in sweat. It's truly uncomfortable. I can already imagine that for a while. We'll be either bathing or changing clothes," Bai Qiushui remarked as she finished breakfast and joined them. "Little Jia, you should go shower first," Gu Wan suggested. Feeling for her sister, "Why not use the water that has been heated in the sun?" Gu Jia examined the bucket, steam rising from it, and touched it, relieved that it wasn't too hot. "Sister, I noticed the children's clothes are soaked too. Let us wash them first." Gu Wan pondered briefly before agreeing. "The children are small. Their resistance isn't as strong as ours. If they get sick, it'll be hard to manage." The sisters washed the children, keeping them in the air-conditioned bedroom with Bai Qiushui to read picture books. Soon after, the sisters took turns showering and rejoined the children. "It's unbearably hot today. I feel completely drained," Gu Jia complained. "Indeed, I woke up several times during the night from the heat. Even with the air conditioning, it barely helped." Bai Qiushui chimed in. "In the latter half of the night, we were so hot we went outside the car, and there was no breeze. I had originally thought of tying a hammock in the trees tonight, but that seems impractical now," Gu Jia lamented. "Don't do that. There are so many trees here. And being close to the lake means an abundance of mosquitoes. You'd get bitten all over," Gu Wan opposed. "True. Besides, it's more comfortable in the car. If something happens outside, it could be dangerous," Bai Qiushui advised. The three chatted for a while until Bai Qiushui grew tired and returned to the car to sleep. Gu Wan checked the time and then glanced outside, exclaiming, "It's only 10 o'clock. and the sun is already so high. I don't even feel like cooking lunch. Then let us skip it. I'm not hungry anyway. Just drinking water is sufficient, Gu Jie said, taking a big sip from her cup. Let your brother-in-law handle the meals. Gu Wan, too, was reluctant to move. After all, their meals were separate from Lu Yun and his wife. Everyone cooked their own, not eating together. Lu Yun and his wife were quite considerate, never coming over at mealtime. However, while lunch was manageable, dinner would be trickier. They still needed to cook to avoid raising suspicions by not producing any smoke. Sister, later this evening. Chun and I will need to step out for a while. You'll have to look after the children alone, Gu Jie said sympathetically. It's all right. I've managed just fine before. Now that you're here to help, I feel much more at ease, Gu Wan replied with a smile. Chapter 31. Severe punishment for fish thieves. As dusk descended, Qin Bei summoned everyone to gather for the retrieval of the fish traps. The evening air was still warm, the heat rising from the ground, making it unbearable to walk barefoot. After covering a short distance, Qin Bei sensed something amiss. A cacophony of various sounds filled the air, creating a rather unsettling atmosphere. A thought crossed his mind. Had a multitude of uninvited guests descended upon the lakeside? He quickened his pace. Upon reaching an open area, he stood on tiptoe and gazed into the distance, spotting a throng of people crowding the lakeside, a dark mass akin to bothersome flies. It seemed that tranquility was a luxury they could no longer afford. Qin Bei frowned. It appears we are destined for a lack of peace from now on. Damn it! Why are they all here? Chen Lin exclaimed, his eyes narrowing at the crowd with disdain. We must hasten to gather the traps and return the fish to the car. Qin Bei stated solemnly. He had no desire to divide the catch in front of such a crowd, which could incite unwanted attention and looting. Agreed, Chen Lin nodded. The others wore expressions of concern. The intrusion of these people was indeed disconcerting. They had long been accustomed to a life of serenity and freedom in this place. They quickened their pace, jogging towards the first location where the traps had been set. Qin Bei, Chen Lin, and Lu Yun formed a line to haul in the traps. The traps were light and easily lifted. However, upon inspecting the empty traps, Qin Bei's frustration mounted as he scanned the surrounding crowd. Some were swimming in the lake, while others lounged on the shore. Have any of you seen who took the fish from our traps? Qin Bei shouted angrily, startling those nearby, yet none responded. Damn it! Do they have no shame? Stealing fish. If I catch them, I'll toss them into the lake to feed the fish. Chen Lin growled fiercely. In his eyes, none of those present appeared innocent. He suspected any one of them could be the thief. They won't confess. We shouldn't waste time here. Let us check the next trap, Gu Wan advised. Qin Bei nodded and led the group onward. To their dismay, after several more stops, every trap remained devoid of fish. Not even a small one in sight. Moreover, the traps appeared as if they had been slashed open, riddled with gaping holes. Qin Bei took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to curse. Chen Lin, unable to contain his fury, yelled, Who the hell is this despicable? Not only do they steal our fish, but they also ruin our traps. If I catch them, they'll regret it. It must be a group of thieves. Let us check the other traps. Qin Bei quickly regained his composure. After traversing further, they examined many more traps, all in similarly dismal condition. Anger simmered within everyone. If I encounter that fish thief, I'll break his hands, Gu Jie exclaimed, her thoughts solely on catching more fish to share with the elderly in the alley. Breaking hands is too lenient. I'd rather end him. Chen Lin's face hardened. He harbored a deep-seated hatred for thieves, stemming from a past burglary that had cost his family dearly. Without uttering a word, Qin Bei retrieved binoculars from his pocket and scanned the locations of the remaining 10 traps. Finally, a flicker of emotion crossed his face. Quickly. 100 meters ahead, a group is stealing fish. What? I'll take care of them, Chen Lin declared, dashing forward without hesitation. Come on, let us all run. Lu Yun echoed, excitement coursing through him. It was known that if the fish were not stolen, he too would benefit from the catch. The thought of so many fish being taken filled him with anguish, prompting him to sprint after Chen Lin. The others, without needing further prompting from Qin Bei, joined in the fray, running with all their might. Soon, they arrived, breathless, surrounding the band of thieves. You scoundrels! Our hard-earned traps have been pilfered by you. Chen Lin shouted furiously, his gaze fixed on the 4 fish thieves before him. He raised his fist, delivering blows to their faces, leaving them stunned. After a moment, the leader of the thieves, a burly man in his 30s, drew a long knife from his waist and swung it menacingly at Chen Lin's neck. Just as the blade was about to connect, Qin Bei leapt forward, delivering a kick that sent the thief plunging into the lake with a splash. Who gave you the audacity to attack my brother? Qin Bei glared fiercely. He jumped into the water, seizing the leader by the neck and forcefully submerging him. The thief struggled desperately, but to no avail. Seeing this, his three accomplices attempted to leap into the water to save him. However, Chenlin, Lu Yun, Gu Jie, Bai Qiushui, Gu Wan, and the children acted swiftly, restraining them firmly. They were powerless to assist their leader, forced to watch helplessly as he suffered. The sensation of drowning sent the thief into a panic. Just when he thought he was about to die, Qin Bei lifted his head above the surface. As he opened his mouth to plead for mercy, he was submerged once more. This torture continued for over 20 repetitions until the thief lay limp. Like a lifeless piece of clay, Qin Bei finally dragged him from the water, tossing him onto the shore with disdain. The thief lay there, motionless, as if dead. Are you scared now? Just a moment ago, you were so arrogant, threatening to kill me. Come on, I'm standing right here. Come and kill me. Chenlin stepped forward, delivering a forceful kick. The thief's eyes were vacant, devoid of any reaction. Feigning ignorance, are we? Tie a stone to him and toss him into the lake to feed the fish. Chenlin moved aside to lift a hefty stone, glancing at Qin Bei. Old Qin. Do you have any rope? Qin Bei rummaged in his pocket and tossed out a bundle of hemp rope, which he had retrieved from his storage space. This stone alone won't suffice. There are 4 of them. Let us gather a few more stones so they can accompany one another on their journey, Qin Bei remarked thoughtfully. Indeed, how could I overlook that? Thank you for the reminder. Chenlin laughed brightly, smacking his forehead. Upon hearing this, the leader of the thieves became terrified. Stammering his pleas, please, spare us. We were wrong to steal your fish. We will return everything to you. The other 3 thieves hastily knelt, begging for mercy. We were in the wrong. Please give us another chance. We'll return the fish as they were and buy you new traps to compensate. Killing is against the law. Please don't act rashly. Our lives might not matter, but think of your families. Qin Bei remained unmoved, while Chenlin continued to haul stones. Please, spare us. We promise never to do it again. Just give us a chance to reform. 2 esteemed brothers, no, ancestors, I bow before you. The fish thieves pleaded, their heads bobbing like garlic being pounded. Chapter 32. The reluctant labor of the fish thieves. Qin Bei remained unfazed, having discerned that the 4 fish thieves were anything but innocuous. What do you think, Lao Chen? Eliminate them entirely, to prevent future troubles, Chenlin replied coldly. The presence of a long knife on the leader indicated a dangerous individual with a history of wrongdoing. His accomplices were equally questionable. Let's refrain from that. There are many people around the lake. If seen, the police will come after us. Fleeing is a harrowing ordeal, Lu Yun interjected, pulling the others aside to speak quietly. After considering this, Qin Bei turned to Chenlin. How about we make them surrender all the fish, then force them into labor, followed by a severe threat? Excellent idea. Chenlin smiled. He had never intended to resort to murder. After all, he was not a bloodthirsty individual. Qin Bei nodded, addressing the thieves. You have 1 hour to return every single fish, and then we will dispose of them. Additionally, you will compensate for the damaged nets at 10 times the price. What? Tenfold? Where are we supposed to find that much money? One thief exclaimed in disbelief. Indeed, if we had money, we wouldn't be trying to steal your fish in the first place, another chimed in. Do you wish for money or your lives? Chenlin threatened, lifting a large stone and smashing it to the ground, sending dust flying. The thieves, intimidated, fell silent, trembling in fear. What are you waiting for? Hurry and hand over the fish, Qin Bei barked. The leader, head bowed, dared not meet his gaze and weakly pointed toward a nearby grove. The fish are in our truck. Lead the way, Qin Bei commanded. The leader complied, and the others followed suit, with Qin Bei trailing behind and Chenlin and Lu Yun flanking him. After a 10-minute walk, they finally reached the vehicle, a small truck laden with barrels filled with various fish and shrimp. Unload all the barrels. We will slaughter the fish here. If you fail to do it properly, you will do it again, Qin Bei ordered in an unassailable tone. The thieves, too frightened to protest, complied quietly, their heads bowed in submission. Lao Qin, go fetch some plastic bags for the fish, Chenlin suddenly suggested, understanding the intent. Qin Bei realized Chenlin meant to select the larger fish for the families in the alley. Everyone stay here and watch them. I will return shortly. Qin Bei glanced at the group before dashing off. After a brief run, he scanned the surroundings with binoculars and, seeing no one, retrieved a large stack of plastic bags and a bucket of salt from his space. Lao Chen, supervised the thieves. Yun, sister-in-law, pick out the large fish. My wife, Xiao Jie, please lightly salt the fish, Qin Bei instructed methodically. Given the heat, transporting the fish from here to the alley would be a challenge. Even if the fish were kept in barrels filled with water during the journey, they would still perish. It was far better to kill them, salt them, and pack them into bags for swift delivery, thus avoiding spoilage. Everyone sprang into action. 3 hours later, every fish had been processed, including the eels. The thieves were utterly exhausted, trembling and collapsing to the ground. They lamented inwardly that these two were merciless, even more so than themselves, terrifying, utterly terrifying. Yet Qin Bei approached them, extending his hand. Now, for the payment for the nets. I don't have cash on me, can I skin a code to pay you? The leader said, his tone submissive, as he desperately sought to survive. Qin Bei produced his phone and entered a series of numbers. Upon seeing the amount, the leader's face fell. 30,000? That's far too much. I've seen those nets. They cost no more than 50 each. I can only compensate you 15,000. Indeed. They were purchased for 50, but that was the previous price. With inflation, if I were to buy them now, they would cost at least 100 each. Qin Bei asserted confidently. Those are nets, not food. How could the price rise? The leader questioned incredulously. How about this? We will reimburse you for over 300 nets instead, one accomplice suggested. I reiterate, do you want money or your lives? Qin Lin growled menacingly. This was a deliberate ploy to extort them, to teach them a lesson, ensuring they would think twice before engaging in any future misdeeds. Fine, fine. The leader hastily acquiesced. He looked to his companions. I only have a little over 10,000 in my account. How much do you all have? Let us pool our resources. Reluctantly, his accomplices contributed, and together they managed to gather 30,000. Once Qin Bei confirmed the transfer, he dismissed them without a glance. Now, be gone. The thieves scurried away at once. Qin Lin could not contain his laughter, reveling in the thrill. Lao Qin, you truly are formidable. In these times, if one is not ruthless, they risk being devoured whole. Qin Bei nodded, a newfound understanding dawning upon him. Indeed, it is as you say, Lu Yun concurred. Lao Qin. Shao Jie and I shall deliver the fish. You all should consider relocating the RV to avoid any potential retaliation from those thieves, Qin Lin advised earnestly. Go ahead. We will find a more secluded spot, Qin Bei replied. The RV was currently too close to the lake, and if they did not move, even if the thieves did not seek vengeance, others visiting the area would surely come by, disrupting their peace. Having reached an agreement, everyone set about their tasks. Qin Lin and Gu Jie departed to deliver the fish, while Qin Bei, accompanied by his wife and child along with the Lu Yun couple, drove the RV away. This time, they parked further from the lakeshore, surrounded by dense trees and tall grass. The RV was well hidden, invisible to outsiders. The only downside was that the interior of the RV was significantly dimmer due to its secluded location. Even during the day, it felt quite gloomy. Fortunately, Qin Bei had prepared adequately, with an abundance of flashlights and candles stored away. The RV's power supply was sufficient, with a few small lamps continuously plugged in. So they did not have to worry. Nonetheless, they were not wasteful and only turned on one lamp. Lu Yun and his partner were not as fortunate. Their supplies were already scarce, and they were now rummaging through the RV, trying to prepare a meal. Qin Bei approached them, offering several flashlights and a pack of candles. Lu Yun was deeply touched. Qin, you were just in time. Thank you so much for your generosity. Come, stay for dinner. We are all friends. It's the least I can do. Most of today's fish have already been distributed, and you've only received a small portion. Don't worry, when you catch more, I'll make it up to you, Qin Bei replied earnestly. No, I really haven't contributed much. What you've given is already more than enough. I'm not ungrateful, Lu Yun insisted sincerely. Qin Bei patted his shoulder and said nothing more as he departed. Chapter 33, A Perilous Encounter on his return journey. Qin Bei was suddenly startled by the terrified cries of his wife and children, causing his heart to plummet. Ignoring the dense underbrush surrounding him, he sprinted forward with urgency. Seizing the opportunity, he retrieved a silenced pistol from his spatial compartment, gripping it tightly in his hand. Before long, he encountered a massive python. Dark as night and larger than an adult man, menacingly flicking its bright red tongue at Gu Wan and the children, poised to devour them whole. Gu Wan's face paled in fear, her bright eyes filled with terror as she backed away, shielding the children behind her. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Qin Bei's heart ached for them as he unhesitatingly pulled the trigger. A bullet swiftly pierced the python's head, causing it to writhe in agony, creating a scene of chaos and destruction. Observing that the creature had not yet fallen, and fearing for his family's safety, Qin Bei fired several more shots into its head and abdomen, nearly obliterating it. The python glared at Qin Bei with a vengeful gaze before collapsing to the ground, shaking the earth beneath them. Guwan and the children were overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down their faces. Qin Bei strode over, embracing Guwan tightly, reassuring her. Don't worry, it's all over now. Let us hurry to the RV. It's dangerous here. Guwan quickly wiped her tears and nodded in a flurry. Together, they hurried into the RV. After the frightful ordeal, Guwan and the children were drenched in sweat, their clothes soaked through. Qin Bei procured some water from his spatial compartment, allowing them to wash and change into clean garments. He then offered them refreshing glasses of watermelon juice, which they drank eagerly. Dear, can you tell me what happened earlier? Qin Bei inquired calmly. It's all my fault. I suggested we play hide and seek with my siblings, Qin Shin confessed, hanging his head in regret before Guwan could respond. I didn't keep an eye on them, and this happened. Guwan, still shaken, added, I didn't think the tall grass could harbor such a creature. Qin Bei sighed, acknowledging his negligence. I should have been more cautious, recognizing the potential dangers that lurked in this lush environment. I nearly put you all in peril. I never anticipated that such a massive python could be concealed here, Guwan admitted, her face still reflecting fear. Seeing the lingering terror on his family's faces, Qin Bei resolved, we must leave this place. He contemplated deeply before asserting, while it may provide a temporary refuge from outsiders, it cannot protect us from the wild animals that have inhabited this area for years. He promptly started the engine and drove away swiftly. As they distanced themselves, the tension in his family began to ease, their furrowed brows relaxing. Qin Bei stopped the vehicle in an open area, declaring, this shall be our resting place. Dear, didn't we forget to call Yungu and the others to join us? Guwan suddenly remembered. Qin Bei, realizing his oversight, replied, you're right, I completely forgot. He took out his phone and called. Li Yun expressed deep sympathy for their predicament and assured them he would come quickly. After ending the call, Qin Bei gathered his wife and children into his embrace, soothingly stating, everything is fine now. We are safe here. There will be no more pythons. Concern shadowed Guwan's face as she worried. You killed that python. Could its kin come seeking revenge? Snakes are known for their vindictiveness. Why should I fear a mere snake when I've faced far worse? Qin Bei declared with confidence. Let them come. I will vanquish them all. The children laughed, feeling a surge of safety. Qin Tingting nestled closer to Qin Bei, exclaiming, Daddy, you're amazing. Daddy, can I have a gun too? I want to kill snakes. Qin Shing insisted, his face resolute, displaying a fierce determination. I want to be a little man too, to protect Mommy and my sister with you. Qin Shin vowed earnestly. Qin Bei felt pride swell within him but maintained a serious demeanor, cautioning, no one must know about the guns in our home. If the secret gets out, we could be imprisoned, losing our freedom or even our lives. The children's expressions turned grave, realizing the severity of the situation. Daddy, what if someone finds the bullets in the python and suspects you? They might take you away. Qin Shin fretted. Let us set the snake ablaze, turning it to ash. Then you'll be safe, Daddy. Qin Shin suggested earnestly, ready to take action. Qin Bei firmly held them back, stating, no one saw me use the gun. Nor did anyone hear the shots. There is no reason for suspicion. You need not worry. I carry the gun for your protection. When you are older, each of you will receive one. Reassured by his words, the children relaxed, their tense nerves gradually unwinding, and soon they began to drift off to sleep. Guwan, ever perceptive, gently patted their backs and sang a lullaby, lulling them into slumber. Qin Bei carefully lifted each child and laid them on the bed. He then poured himself a glass of orange juice and a cup of coffee for Guwan, handing it to her. Dear, remember, whenever we exit the RV, keep a gun close at hand. If danger arises, shoot without hesitation. The RV is safe. Its windows are impervious to bullets. The true peril lies beyond its confines. Must it truly be this way? Guwan asked, her anxiety palpable. It is necessary. You've seen the news online. In this sweltering heat, many are irritable, quick to argue and fight, leading to injuries and, tragically, even fatalities, Qin Bei explained earnestly. He paused before continuing. You've also noticed how the lakeside is crowded with those seeking relief from the heat. As more people come, it will become increasingly chaotic. Among them, there are bound to be those with ill intentions, coupled with the restless animals in this heat. Danger is imminent. After hearing his words, Guwan finally grasped the harsh realities of their situation, nodding in agreement. You're right. I will heed your advice. Together, we shall survive, Qin Bei affirmed, wrapping his arms around her tightly. Tears welled in Guwan's eyes as she replied, we will, indeed. Suddenly, a rapid knocking echoed from outside. Guwan moved to open the door, but Qin Bei pulled her back. Peering through the window, he saw a disheveled man standing before the RV, furrowing his brow. He noticed the man seemed to sense something, lifting his gaze until their eyes met. "Brother, do you have any water?" "I'm parched," the man pleaded. Qin Bei remained silent, staring intently at him before turning away. He retrieved a bottle of mineral water from the table, opened the window, and tossed it into the man's arms. The man gratefully accepted it, hastily unscrewing the cap and gulping it down in one breath. After finishing, he pulled out a 10 yuan note from his pocket, sincerely thanking Qin Bei. "Brother, thank you so much." Qin Bei declined to accept the money, saying, "It's unnecessary," before closing the window, preferring to avoid further conversation. The man, understanding the cue, did not linger, shouldering his heavy bag and departing. Chapter 34. The Suffering of All Beings. "Darling, look over there," she said, pointing out the man who had departed yet had set up a hammock in a nearby tree. Seemingly settled in for the night, Guwan was keenly attentive to his movements, ever wary of any strangers approaching them, fearing the presence of those with ill intentions who might jeopardize their family. "Let him be. If he harbors malicious thoughts, we shall deal with him," Qin Bei declared, mimicking the action of shooting a gun. "Isn't that tantamount to indiscriminate slaughter?" Guwan expressed her concern. Qin Bei chuckled helplessly. "I am no bloodthirsty fiend. It is merely a matter of self-preservation." Feeling a twinge of embarrassment, Guwan replied, "That's not what I meant. I worry about running out of ammunition before the critical moment arrives. There is plenty, enough to last quite some time. And if we find ourselves short, I have stockpiled materials for making explosives. Once we exhaust our supplies, I shall devise some bombs. That way, we can eliminate even more nefarious individuals." "More bombs. It sounds as if we are preparing for war," Guwan remarked, puzzled. Qin Bei, unfazed, replied earnestly, "The apocalypse is a realm where morality has crumbled. Devoid of legal constraints, many act without regard. To survive, we must be ruthless. I trust your judgment," Guwan decided, recognizing that in dire circumstances, anything was indeed possible. They continued their light-hearted conversation, during which Qin Bei stole a few glances outside. He observed the man constructing a rudimentary stove from stones with a pot atop, kindling a fire with gathered twigs to cook his meal. The sky was gradually darkening, and as the sun dipped lower, Guwan felt an unsettling anxiety creeping in. Where are Xiao Jie and the others? Why haven't they returned yet? They should be back soon. With old Qin around, safety is assured, Qin Bei reassured her, trusting in the character and competence of his good friend. Just then, his phone rang. It was indeed Qinlin, instructing him to drive the RV to the intersection to pick them up. Guwan's face lit up with a smile. At last, they're back. Qin Bei grinned and promptly drove the RV to retrieve them. The duo emerged looking disheveled, as if they had just toiled in the fields. "Did you two engage in manual labor?" Qin Bei teased. Gu Jie sighed. "The heat was unbearable. We nearly melted away, and now we look like this." Typically attentive to her appearance, she found it intolerable to be so dirty, yet here she was, having returned from an outing resembling a laborer. "I'll go run you a bath. You should wash up," Guwan said, concerned for her sister, pulling her away. "I'll join you for a shower," Qinlin said, ready to retreat to his own RV. Qin Bei suddenly remembered something and said, "Oh, old Qin, I left your RV back at the Python." "What Python?" Qinlin inquired. Puzzled, Qin Bei explained the situation. Qinlin waved his hand in understanding. "In that case, given the circumstances, it's no wonder your wife and children were too shaken to drive. I'll go retrieve it right away." "I can't leave. There is an uninvited guest nearby." "Why don't you call Lu Yun to keep you company?" Qin Bei suggested. "Better not. I'd rather go alone," Qinlin replied. "How foolish of me. I should have thought to take you in the RV," Qin Bei chuckled, realizing his oversight. Soon, he drove the RV back with Qinlin, who, after washing up, engaged Qin Bei in conversation about their recent experiences. "Old Qin, it's hard to fathom. The reality is far grimmer than what is reported online. On our journey, we witnessed numerous individuals collapsing from the heat, never to rise again. The sanitation workers laboring under the scorching sun have also succumbed one after another. The city is strewn with garbage, fetid and buzzing with flies and mosquitoes, utterly disgusting. The greenery along the roads is withering, and crops that barely survive the hail are now perishing under the sun, yielding no harvest. The relentless heat has caused many old buildings to collapse, tragically claiming lives. There have been countless spontaneous fires, with fire trucks racing through the streets in haste. Hospitals are overwhelmed with heat stroke victims. And to make matters worse, the funeral homes are swamped. Staff have been working tirelessly for 3 straight days, awaiting an uncountable number of bodies for cremation." Qinlin spoke in a single breath. And upon hearing this, Qin Bei sighed deeply. At that moment, Guwan and Gu Jie emerged. Gu Jie continued the conversation. It's incredibly difficult to survive. There are rumors circulating that the end times are upon us. The climate is worsening, and many individuals, especially those physically weak or mentally fragile, are choosing to take their own lives. How tragic, Guwan lamented. Today, we even witnessed someone jump from a building. A person ripped their money into shreds and tossed it from above. Passers-by initially scolded him for littering, but once they realized it was money, their demeanor changed, and they eagerly bent down to collect it. The man continued to throw down money, ignoring them, until he leapt from the building, tragically crushing one of those who had been gathering the bills. Within mere minutes, 2 lives were lost, Gu Jie said with sorrow, rather than suffering. Perhaps it's better to end it swiftly. A desperate act indeed, Qin Bei stated calmly. Many are choosing to end their lives. And what we see is merely the tip of the iceberg, Gu Jie reflected. We also saw individuals who had fallen behind on rent, losing their jobs, and ending up homeless, scavenging through trash for food. Others set up tents by the roadside to sleep, Chunlin added. These individuals won't last long. They will soon perish, Gu Jie said with a sense of hopelessness. This is inevitable. Countless lives will be lost, leaving only a handful of survivors. Don't dwell on it too much. We cannot save everyone. To survive, we must rely on our own strength, Qin Bei reassured her. Indeed, overthinking only breeds unnecessary worry. It serves no purpose. We must simply focus on living our lives well, Qinlin concurred. In such an environment, to endure, one must harden their heart and refrain from constantly seeking to assist others. In the end, it may not yield a favorable outcome. Chapter 35. A collective effort. After a moment of reflection, Qin Bei retrieved an array of dishes from his spatial storage, and they all gathered to enjoy a meal together. Following dinner, he presented chilled watermelon, slicing it into generous pieces and placing them in a fruit bowl. The first bite was a delightful burst of icy sweetness. Gu Jie, having spent the day outdoors in the sweltering heat, felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction as she savored the refreshing watermelon. It's absolutely delectable. How fortunate we are that my brother-in-law is so foresight. We can still live as we once did, she mused, contrasting their fortune with many outside who struggled for their next meal. Qin Bei smiled and encouraged her to indulge, assuring her that he had plenty stored. Gu Jie nodded eagerly, continuing to eat without restraint. Observing her enthusiasm, Qin Bei fetched another large watermelon, allowing her to feast to her heart's content. Guwan looked on with affectionate indulgence, having always treated Gu Jie like a child. Later, I will accompany old Qin to set the traps. You two should get the children to bed, Qin Bei instructed, having arranged for Gu Jie and Qinlin to procure numerous traps, as their previous ones had been destroyed. They had wisely used the compensation money to acquire a substantial supply, knowing that having cash in hand was as good as having waste paper. Be careful, Guwan cautioned. Let us go, old Qin Bei urged. Remember to lock the car doors and keep your firearms close. Rest assured, if anyone dares intrude, I'll handle it. Gu Jie replied, her expression resolute as she produced her firearm from her pocket. Qin Bei nodded, grabbing a flashlight as he and Chunlin departed. He retrieved all 300 traps he had just purchased from his spatial storage. Let us call upon the Liu couple to join us, Chunlin said cheerfully. It's better to delegate. Otherwise, we'll catch fish too easily. I'll go summon them. You take a breather here. Chunlin strode off to find the Liu couple, tapping on their car window and explaining the situation. Liu Yun readily agreed. Bai Qiushui, however, was less than pleased, casting an annoyed glance at Chunlin's departing figure. We've all been working tirelessly all day, just as I was about to rest. Now I have to be called back to work. How inconsiderate, she grumbled. Patience, we're fatigued, but so are they. Did you not see the throngs by the lake today, fishing and pilfering? Liu Yun advised. We must seize every opportunity to stockpile resources. Their supplies were mostly in their vehicles, and Chunlin's car held a modest portion. Even so, that would only last a few years. Otherwise, they risked starvation. Bai Qiushui recognized this and ceased her complaints, donning her clothes to follow Liu Yun outside. They soon stood before Qin Bei, who greeted them with a nod. Brother Yun, sister-in-law, thank you for your hard work. We shall be busy until dawn. It's no trouble. This arrangement is quite beneficial. We'll set the traps at night and collect them by day, avoiding the vexation of having our fish stolen, Liu Yun understood. With the heat rising and the weekend drawing many families to the lake for respite, it was likely that tomorrow would bring even more people, increasing the risk of theft. Indeed, it is better to act swiftly rather than be at the mercy of others, Qin Bei concluded, pointing to 2 large piles of traps on the ground. Brother Yun, You handle the smaller ones. We will manage the larger. Agreed. Lu Yun responded promptly, shouldering several traps while Bai Qiushui illuminated the ground with a flashlight. That night, the moon was absent, leaving only a scattering of stars in the dark sky, occasionally pierced by the unsettling calls of nocturnal creatures. Bai Qiushui was frightened, taking careful steps. Please hurry. If we finish quickly, we can rest, Lu Yun urged her. All right. Bai Qiushui mustered her courage and began to walk faster. After they ventured far, Qin Bei gathered all the larger traps into his spatial storage and said to Chen Lin, let us go. Chen Lin was pleased, relishing the ease of their task. Thank goodness for the spatial storage, otherwise we'd be laboriously hauling them like Lu Yun and the others. As they proceeded in the opposite direction of Lu Yun's group, they set down traps at various locations, working tirelessly without pause. After several hours, they finally completed their task. Returning to their vehicle, they found the ground empty, indicating that Lu Yun and his team had also finished. Qin Bei pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and handed one to Chen Lin. After lighting them, they smoked in silence, both exhausted and hungry, eager to finish their meal and rest. Once they finished eating, they sat quietly for a moment. Qin Bei stood to stretch his limbs. Old Chen, time to work. Chen Lin immediately complied. As they stepped out of the vehicle, they encountered Gu Wan and her sisters with the children. What are you doing awake? It's only 3 a.m. Hurry back to bed, Qin Bei insisted. You've all toiled throughout the night. Go sleep. We'll retrieve the fish, Gu Wan insisted earnestly. Qin Bei chuckled. Those traps are heavy. How can you manage? You might fall into the lake. Stay in the car. We'll return shortly. Gu Wan refused. Even if we can't lift the traps, we can help with the fish. Many hands make light work. Yes, we can assist. The children chimed in. Daddy, please don't send us away. Seeing you and Uncle working tirelessly through the night pains our hearts, Qin Dingding implored with wide, watery eyes. Qin Xing and Qin Chen nodded in agreement. Gu Jie added, brother-in-law, we're well-rested and full of energy. We're here to help. Let us get moving. Qin Bei glanced at them thoughtfully before deciding, and he instructed Chen Lin to awaken the Lu couple. Together, they all headed towards the lakeside in a spirited procession. Chapter 36. Reconnecting with old acquaintances from the early hours of 3 a.m., everyone was bustling about, tirelessly working until 8 a.m. When Qin Bei and his companions returned to the RV, laden with large buckets of fish and shrimp, they noticed that the lakeside was gradually filling with people. Many sought refuge in the shade of trees, while others plunged into the water, unwilling to return to the heat. The temperature was excruciatingly high, reaching 48 degrees Celsius by 8 a.m., leaving everyone feeling scorched and only slightly relieved by immersion in the water. Qin Bei observed the lake, noting its diminished size. It had shrunk significantly. Without uttering a word, he urged everyone to hasten their return. Exhausted and sunburned, his companions trudged along, taking an hour to cover what usually took only 20 minutes. Upon finally reaching the RV, Qin Bei opened the door, allowing his wife, sister-in-law, and children to enter first. He exchanged a knowing glance with Chen Lin, and together they assisted the Lu Yun couple in transferring their share of fish to their RV. Lu Yun expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Brother Qin, old Chen, thank you so much. Meanwhile, Bai Qiushui, utterly fatigued, collapsed onto the ground, only to quickly exclaim, it's so hot. I'm burning up. She sprang up in an instant. Qin Bei couldn't help but chuckle, and Chen Lin joined in with hearty laughter. Embarrassed, Bai Qiushui hastily retrieved her keys from her pocket and hurried into the RV. Qin Bei nodded at Lu Yun and departed with Chen Lin. Once back, taking advantage of the solitude, he stored his share of fish and shrimp in his space. After both Qin Bei and Chen Lin took turns showering and changing into fresh clothes, they felt a significant sense of relief. The fish in the lake had indeed dwindled. Their net had only captured half of its capacity. Qin Bei lamented, otherwise, with so many nets, we wouldn't be able to gather them all so quickly. Next time, there will surely be even fewer. Chen Lin remained composed. While collecting the nets, Qin Bei had discreetly stored most of the fish and shrimp in his space, leaving only a minimal amount to share with Lu Yun and his wife. Now that we have a moment, let us rest. We have work to do tonight, Qin Bei suggested earnestly. With that, he fell asleep almost immediately. Chen Lin, too weary to resist, succumbed to sleep after a series of yawns. The Gu sisters and the children were also exhausted, collapsing onto their beds and falling into deep slumber. Meanwhile, the lakeside was abuzz with chatter, as various individuals reveled in the water. Within the RV, Qin Bei's family drifted into a sweet dreamland, sleeping soundly until dusk. Mom, I'm so hungry. I crave something to eat. The children clamored upon waking. Mom, I want some ice-cold watermelon. Let's cook together. In response to their eagerness, Guwon attempted to soothe them. Just wait a moment. I'll prepare something for you right away. She hurried outside, where she spotted Qin Bei, still groggy from sleep. Dear, the children are hungry. Could you bring out some food? Of course, Qin Bei replied, and with a thought, a lavish spread appeared on the dining table. Elated, Guwon rushed back inside, calling. Come quickly, everyone. Dad has prepared dinner. The children dashed over, sitting down to feast. Guwon also beckoned Gujie. And soon Qin Bei and Chenlin joined the meal. Suddenly, while eating, Gujie stared intently out of the RV window at the figure of a homeless man. What are you looking at? Guwon asked. That's a vagrant. He asked us for water last night, she explained. Do you remember, sister? I once told you about a wealthy classmate in college, a genuinely upright person, but misfortune plagued him. His family went bankrupt. And then his parents died in a car accident. He disappeared without a trace, Gujie recalled, unable to tear her gaze from the man, hoping he would turn around. Oh, he turned around. It's really him, she exclaimed. How did he end up like this? Suddenly, she caught sight of his face, her excitement palpable. Guwon's expression shifted as she remarked, You mentioned someone once tried to bully you, and he came to your rescue. I've always wanted to thank him in person and treat him to a meal. Please, let me do that, Gujie pleaded. Go ahead and invite him into the RV for a proper reception, Qin Bei interjected, breaking his silence. Overwhelmed with joy, Gujie asked, Brother-in-law, can I really? Of course. When have I ever lied? Elated, Gujie flung open the RV door and rushed toward the homeless man. Sunua, is that you? She exclaimed upon reaching him. Sunua was taken aback, but quickly recognized her. Smiling, Gujie, what a surprise to see you here. I owe you a heartfelt thank you and a meal. Please. Allow me to fulfill that wish today, Gujie said warmly, not giving him a chance to decline as she took his arm and led him back. She noted his meager belongings and scant provisions, realizing he must have struggled to find enough to eat for quite some time. You needn't feel indebted. It was merely a small act of kindness, Sunua explained earnestly. Gujie dismissed his words, insisting he join them in the RV. The remnants of their previous meal were cleared away and replaced with a fresh, steaming array of dishes. Guwon took the satisfied children to the bedroom, leaving Qin Bei and Chenlin at the table. Gujie introduced Sunua to the two men, saying, This is my brother-in-law Qin Bei. And this is his brother Chenlin. Sunua nodded and greeted them. I'm so hungry. Let us eat. Qin Bei exclaimed with a smile, picking up his chopsticks. Chenlin followed suit, and Gujie, understanding their intentions to ease any discomfort Sunua might feel, added, Sunua, we should eat before it cools. The flavor will change. She piled food into his bowl and then began to eat herself. Sunua, famished, set aside formalities and eagerly joined in. The four of them focused on their meals, not exchanging a single word beyond the necessity of dining. After everyone had eaten their fill, Qin Bei poured 4 cups of tea, and they settled in for casual conversation. He inquired about Sunua's future plans, with the weather growing increasingly hot. Do you intend to stay here? I'm a man without a home. It matters not where I go, Sunua replied candidly. After a moment of silence, Qin Bei continued, I've heard you possess remarkable skills. We could use an extra hand. How about you stay and help us? We can all support one another. Sunua looked up, taken aback by the sudden invitation, having sensed Qin Bei's cautious demeanor the previous night when asking for water. Please, agree to it, Sunua. We all need to live well, Gujie encouraged him earnestly. Chapter 37, Escape from the Inferno with Heartfelt Gratitude. Sunua gazed at Qin Bei and Gujie. Thank you for your hospitality. I am at a loss for how to repay you. From now on, I will ensure everyone's safety, even at the cost of my own life. From now on, we are family. There is no need for formality among us. Qin Bei replied with a smile before turning to leave. Both my sister and brother-in-law are truly wonderful people, Gujie added with a smile. Chenlin shot her an annoyed glance. Am I really the villain here? You are nothing short of a scoundrel, Gujie playfully retorted, with a resigned sigh. Chenlin cast her a sideways glance. When Qin Bei returned, he held 3 sets of brand-new clothes and shoes, which he handed to Sunua. You will be staying in old Qin's RV, keeping him and Xiao Jia company. There is a vacant room just for you. Let me show you. Chenlin held Sunua in high regard, believing him to be far superior to Lu Yun. Sunua thanked Qin Bei and followed Chenlin. When he next appeared before the group, he was dressed in clean, fresh attire, his hair cropped short, radiating a renewed vigor. Qin Bei smiled, patting him on the shoulder, before calling for Lu Yun and his wife. Tonight, let us exert ourselves one last time to set the nets. Tomorrow at noon, temperatures will soar to 55 degrees. causing the fish and shrimp in the lake to perish in droves. No one objected. The more provisions they stockpiled, the greater their chances of survival. Lu Yun suggested. Could we possibly leave a bit earlier this time? Last night was exhausting. I feel like my back might break, and I'm still recovering. Qin Bei produced a pair of binoculars and handed them to him. Lu Yun, puzzled, accepted them and took a look. As darkness fell, the lakeside was still teeming with people, leaving no space to step. Why are there so many people? Don't they have homes to return to? Lu Yun questioned, perplexed. Return home to what? With water and electricity cut off, is it any better than here? Did you not notice how many brought tents, planning to camp out? Shenlin shot Lu Yun a disparaging glance. These people truly are a nuisance, lingering here and obstructing us, Lu Yun grumbled, noting the many fish they had already caught, rendering the lake murky. If not for them, all the fish would belong to us. Let us wait until they are asleep before we go. Otherwise, there will be no place to set the nets, Qin Bei reasoned. Let us rest first and conserve our energy, Lu Yun suggested, leading Bai Qiushui away. Qin Bei turned to the others. Everyone, go rest. I will call you when the time comes. All complied, except for Su Nua, who remained. Why are you not resting? Qin Bei inquired. Su Nua gazed outside, observing the sweltering heat, with trees wilting and branches littering the ground. I'm going to gather some fallen branches for cooking. Come. Let us go together, Qin Bei said, retrieving a large roll of twine from the vehicle as they stepped outside. Nearby, the ground was strewn with dry twigs, and the two bent down, collecting them one after another. In truth, there were ample supplies of coal and other fuels in the space. However, since there were dry branches available, it was prudent to gather more. They could be ignited for warmth when the frigid cold arrived. They busily collected, soon amassing several piles of firewood on the ground. Qin Bei glanced at Su Nua's focused silhouette, feeling quite pleased. He then took out the binoculars again to survey the lakeside. The water level had dropped another 10 centimeters, exposing vast stretches of damp earth. Floating on the surface were numerous dead fish and rotting shrimp, while the lake itself was relatively empty, though the shore was bustling with people, all busy collecting firewood and preparing meals, filling the air with various smoke that made one cough incessantly. Suddenly, a blaze erupted in the western sky. Qin Bei's expression hardened. From a distance, shouts echoed, "Fire! Fire! Everyone, come help!" People rushed about in a panic. "Run! The flames are too fierce to extinguish. Flee and don't get involved." Qin Bei hesitated for a moment before swiftly dialing emergency services. He hurriedly stored the collected branches away, beckoning Su Nua, and they dashed towards the RV. Anxiety surging within him. The fire was alarmingly close to the RV. His wife and children were in danger. When he arrived, breathless, the flames had already spread to 3 RVs nearby. The occupants remained blissfully unaware, lost in deep slumber. Qin Bei and Su Nua pounded on the windows with all their might, finally rousing everyone. By then, the fire had grown, threatening to engulf the RVs. Qin Bei leaped into the vehicle, starting it up and speeding away, with Chen-Lin and Lu Yun hot on their heels. The inferno pursued them relentlessly, ready to consume them at any moment. Guwan and the children were paralyzed with fear, their faces pale. Qin Bei pressed the accelerator to the floor, racing until they reached a safe distance before finally stopping. In the distance, the anguished cries of the trapped echoed. "Ah, it hurts. Somebody help me. Save me. I don't want to die yet. Someone, please." The sounds of despair were heart-wrenching, emanating from those caught in the blaze, filling the heart with unbearable sorrow. Flames illuminated the sky, thick smoke billowing forth, choking them as they coughed relentlessly. The children trembled, seeking refuge in Qin Bei and Guwan's embrace, terrified beyond measure. They had never witnessed such chaos before. Guwan, shaken, said, "Thank goodness you woke us in time." Lu Yun and his wife were equally shaken, narrowly escaping death moments before. "Brother Qin, you have saved us once more. In this lifetime, we will repay you, toiling as hard as we must." Lu Yun expressed his gratitude fervently. Chen-Lin and Gu Jie also looked at Qin Bei with appreciation, offering their thanks. Qin Bei waved his hand dismissively. "The recent heat has led to many fires. Perhaps we should designate someone to keep watch while we sleep? What do you think? I truly fear waking up to find not the sun, but the gray, dismal realm of the dead," Bai Qiushui said, her voice trembling. "Fear not, whatever may happen. I will remain by your side. Tonight, rest peacefully. I will take the night watch," Lu Yun assured sincerely. Qin Bei agreed and arranged the watch schedule for the others. At that moment, several fire trucks arrived. The firefighters, trained and swift, leaped from their vehicles, seizing hoses to draw water from the lake and douse the flames with vigor. The cries for help had diminished significantly. Rescue efforts continued for a full 3 hours. Ultimately, the inferno was extinguished, no longer threatening to spread. Su Nuo disembarked to gather information and returned to recount the events. A household had been careless while cooking, igniting a fire that spread uncontrollably, engulfing nearby dwellings. Now, an entire section of the lakeside forest lay in charred ruins. Many lives had been lost, over 50 souls perished, their bodies reduced to ash. Alas, what a tragedy. Qin Bei sighed, relieved by his quick reflexes. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Old Qin, let us depart for a safer place, Qinlin suggested. The ground is littered with dry branches and leaves. A single spark could ignite another inferno. Let us go. So many lives lost is simply too horrifying, Guwan added, her voice quivering with fear. Chapter 38. Wandering on the road as Qin Bei cast a glance at everyone, he noted that it was already midnight. Traveling at night posed dangers. So he suggested they rest for the night and depart early in the morning to seek a location near a water source that was less prone to fire hazards. But where should they go? He had seen on the news that the nearby rivers were nearly dried up, leaving the fish and shrimp dead, creating a foul stench that attracted swarms of flies. Lu Yun appeared bewildered, and the others were equally at a loss. Let us just walk and see, Qin Bei conceded, as he had no better ideas. Nowadays, every inch of this land resembled a hellish existence, and only reaching the base could offer a semblance of security. Unfortunately, the base was still under construction and would take a long time to complete. They all dispersed, burdened by their thoughts, and eventually fell asleep. At dawn the next day, Qin Bei glanced at the map and discovered a forest 200 kilometers away, lush with vegetation and suitable for a brief stay. They drove there under the scorching sun, which blazed like a fiery ball, seemingly intent on incinerating the world. The air conditioning in the RV was running continuously, providing a cool refuge. As the moment the windows were opened, hot winds rushed in, searing enough to burn the skin. No one dared to open the windows, let alone step outside to cook under the punishing sun, which felt like a form of torture. Once they reached a halt, Qin Bei retrieved some food from the storage space and delivered it to his wife and children in the bedroom. He remained in the driver's seat, munching on the buns he had prepared in the morning, with a bottle of mineral water beside him. Su Nuo parked alongside and nodded at Qin Bei in greeting. Soon, Du Jie emerged from the fridge with buns and cold water, handing them to Su Nuo and Qinlin, and the three gathered to eat together. The buns were icy and lacked flavor, merely serving to fill their stomachs. Du Jie longed for a proper meal. Oh, my brother-in-law Wu Ti exposed the storage space to public view by bringing out warm food, she lamented, biting into her bun with a nostalgic expression. At least we have something to eat. Don't be choosy. Many out there are starving, Su Nuo remarked, finishing her bun in a few bites and reaching for another. I truly admire your positive attitude. No matter the circumstances, you remain composed, Gu Jie said with a wry smile. Whether happy or not, it's still a day. Life is short, so why make oneself unhappy? Su Nuo countered. Indeed, one should pursue what they desire. I'm heading to help my sister with the children. She struggles alone. You all stay in the car and rest, Gu Jie concluded, casting a sly smile at Qinlin. He chose not to unravel her little scheme and chuckled. Go on, don't come back. All right, you said it, Gu Jie replied, her excitement palpable. Eager to be with her sister and the children rather than endure the tedium of being with the two men, she set aside her bun, tore off a small piece she had already eaten, swallowed it, and gestured to the remaining food. I have no appetite. I can't eat anymore. You all take it. Qinlin glanced at it, unbothered, and picked it up to eat. Gu Jie then stepped aside, extracting sunscreen from her bag and applying several layers to her face. Donning a sun-protective outfit, mask, sunglasses, and hat before exiting the vehicle, Qinlin watched her in disbelief, questioning the need for such exaggeration over a mere few steps. The sun is fierce. Just a little exposure can darken the skin and cause blemishes. It's utterly unappealing, Gu Jie argued with conviction. Qinlin found himself at a loss for words in response to her rationale. Su Nuo chuckled. Indeed, girls will always love beauty, regardless of the circumstances. Once outside, Gu Jie hurried over to Qin Bei's vehicle. Brother-in-law, I've come to mooch a meal, she exclaimed cheerfully. Go ahead. There are 2 watermelons in the fridge for you, Qin Bei smiled, having anticipated his sister-in-law's visit and prepared extra food. Thank you, brother-in-law. You're just like my own brother. Gu Jie beamed, rushing into the bedroom. Guwan and the children were enjoying their meal, and upon seeing her, they eagerly offered her bowls and chopsticks, bustling about to serve her. Gu Jie was elated, relishing the delicious food and reflecting, my brother-in-law truly is my benefactor. Without him, I would be gnawing on buns like everyone else. Guwan laughed. You should be more discreet. Be careful not to let it slip. I understand, once we finish eating. We'll ask brother-in-law to join us for a proper meal. Gu Jie replied with a sense of conscience. Gu Wan agreed with a smile. After the meal, Gu Wan took the children to play in the driver's seat, allowing Qin Bei to enjoy his food in peace. Just as he was savoring his meal, he received a call from Qin Lin. Old Qin, remember, good brothers share both fortune and adversity. Qin Bei immediately grasped his intent and feigned distress. I'm in agony. My stomach hurts terribly. Do you have any medicine? Please bring it to me. Sure, I'll come right away, Qin Lin replied before hanging up. Su Nua, perplexed, inquired. Qin Ge, what's wrong? Did you eat something bad? Should I go deliver it? It's too hot. Stay in the car with the air conditioning on. I'll handle it, Qin Lin insisted, swiftly donning his sun hat and racing out the door. Su Nua admired his loyalty. What a true brother. He truly cares. Qin Lin, suppressing his laughter, quickened his pace. Soon, he found himself seated across from Qin Bei, who had a spread of delectable dishes before him. Old Qin, you really know how to indulge. Look at all this food for one person. It's for you. Less chatter, just eat. Qin Bei tossed him a pair of chopsticks. Qin Lin wasted no time and began to feast heartily, both enjoying their meal immensely. After a while, Qin Lin prepared to leave. I must go. I don't want Su Nua to become suspicious and come to investigate. Qin Bei pulled a pack of gum from his pocket and tossed it to him. Chew this. Otherwise, your breath will smell of food. Qin Lin complied obediently. Qin Bei then retrieved a large watermelon from the storage space. Take this back to share with Su Nua. What about Lu Yun? Shouldn't we give her one? Qin Lin teased. They have plenty. No need to share. Better to give the extra watermelon to Gu Jie. Qin Bei's favoritism was blatant. Qin Lin laughed heartily, carrying the watermelon away. I think the same. Gu Jie overheard their exchange and felt deeply touched. Brother-in-law. You're so kind to me. From now on, I'll treat you like my own brother. Qin Bei was left speechless. What did you consider me before? Brother-in-law. You'll now be my brother, holding the same significance in my heart as my sister, Gu Jie declared with utmost seriousness. Qin Bei finally comprehended that this little girl had seen him as an outsider all along. Chapter 39. Cooking in a sweat after a night of rest, the journey resumed. As the vehicle traversed the city, nearly all the shops were shuttered, and only a smattering of vehicles and pedestrians could be seen on the streets. Piles of refuse littered the roads, left uncleaned, emanating a foul stench. The eerie silence was unsettling. Gu Wan lamented that in the past. Every street bustled with the hustle and bustle of traffic and throngs of people. Now, everyone was confined to their homes. It's swelteringly hot. The pavement is practically melting. Being outdoors is akin to courting death, Qin Bei remarked lazily. I read in the news that there is a severe shortage of supplies, and many are starving at home. Living off mere water, barely holding on. It's tragic. Numerous lives have been lost to hunger, Gu Jie interjected. During the day, she stayed with Gu Wan. The sisters keeping each other company while watching over the children, returning only at night to rest. That's not all. The entire nation is facing power shortages. With electricity rationed to just 2 hours a day, from noon to 2 in the afternoon, when the heat is most oppressive. During other hours, people are drenched in sweat. Their clothes clinging to their bodies, perpetually soaked. Many succumb to heat stroke, Qin Bei continued. Power shortages are one issue. But food scarcity has led to prices skyrocketing by 30 times. Even government intervention has proven futile. Water is also in short supply. Many are crying out for it. Their bodies reeking of decay. Countless individuals have perished from thirst. The large rivers and lakes are drying up, leading to the death of fish and shrimp. With smaller streams and ponds completely desiccated, he concluded gravely. This summer will witness a tragic loss of many lives as vibrant souls become mere statistics, Qin Bei said. Summarizing the bleak situation. How pitiful. When will this apocalypse ever end? Gu Wan pondered. Perhaps in 20 years. In that time, countless lives will be lost. Yet the earth will have a chance to rejuvenate, allowing the survivors to glimpse hope and gradually restore normalcy, Qin Bei replied solemnly. Such a long wait. I wonder if we will even survive to see that day, Gu Wan sighed, nostalgic for the world before the apocalypse, a time when everything thrived and convenience was abundant. Unlike the chaotic present, which offered no glimmer of hope. You will survive. With my presence, you need not worry, Qin Bei declared confidently. Gu Wan nodded, choosing silence as she gazed out the window, pondering how many lives resided within the towering buildings, and how many had already perished from heat or thirst, their fates unknown. She preferred not to dwell on it further. Worried about her sister's spiraling thoughts, Gu Jie quickly produced a tablet. Sister, let us watch a movie to pass the time. Qin Bei retrieved an assortment of snacks from his supplies for them to enjoy. The vehicle continued onward, the entire city enveloped in an eerie stillness, resembling a ghost town. Having driven for over 6 hours since morning, the group was utterly exhausted. After finishing the movie, Guwon noticed Qin Bei dozing off and felt a pang of concern and guilt. Dear, let me and Xiaojie take turns driving. You should rest. Qin Bei nodded, relinquishing the wheel to her before drifting off to sleep. In other vehicles, couples alternated driving as well. Despite the change, fatigue weighed heavily upon them, as if the sun were draining their spirits and strength. Finally, after a long day's journey, the vehicle halted outside a desolate village. The landscape stretched before them, a parched expanse where crops had perished, and the soil was as hard as stone, devoid of moisture. The small stream outside the village had dried up, littered with lifeless fish and shrimp. The few trees at the village entrance had shed almost all their leaves and were withering away, leaving no sign of vitality. Let us camp here for the night, Qin Bei announced after stopping the car. No one objected. They were all too fatigued from the day's travel, longing only to lie down and rest. Old Qin, how about we stay here for a few days? Let us not rush anymore. We need a breather, Qinlin suggested. Lu Yun echoed his sentiment, emphasizing the need for rest to avoid physical collapse. All right, we shall heed your advice, Qin Bei agreed, and smiles broke out among the group. Silence enveloped them as they lay within the vehicle, motionless, until several hours later when night fell, bringing a slight respite from the heat. They finally emerged from the car to prepare dinner. Stepping outside, they were greeted by an oppressive wave of heat, with no breeze to offer relief. Sweat pouring down their faces, soaking their clothes. Damn it, it's evening, and it's still so hot. It's unbearable, Qinlin cursed. The heat was stifling, exacerbating their irritation. When this extreme heat passes, we will face the bitter cold. Each day ahead will be harder than this, Qin Bei remarked without mercy. Who would have thought that merely surviving would become such a struggle? Lu Yun sighed. Regardless of the hardships, we must strive to endure. Living brings hope, Su Nuo replied, her spirit undeterred. Let us cook. We should prepare a large pot of mung bean soup for everyone to cool off, Qin Bei concluded. Everyone sprang into action. Qinlin and Su Nuo were accustomed to having 3 meals a day from Qin Bei's provisions. Taking the initiative, Su Nuo began tending to the fire without needing to be asked. In winter, it was a welcome task, but in summer, it felt like a punishment. Sweat streamed down his body like rain, and he occasionally wiped his brow without uttering a single complaint. Qinlin assisted Qin Bei, while Guwon took charge of the cooking, with Gu Jie helping alongside, ensuring the children were entertained in the vehicle. Meanwhile, Lu Yun and Bai Qiushui were diligently kneading dough. Sweat dripped from their foreheads and faces into the flour. They worked without care, focused solely on survival. Let us make more buns. Cooking full meals is too cumbersome, and we can't store them in the refrigerator, Bai Qiushui suggested earnestly. Let us prepare various fillings, and also whip up some fried rice and noodles to alternate our meals. We have no fresh vegetables or fruits left, only preserved ones, so I'll add those in. Since we have no eggs, we can make salted meat and vegetable rice instead, Bai Qiushui sighed, lamenting the absence of fresh produce. Let us just make do. Having something to eat is better than starving, Lu Yun resigned himself. How does Qin Bei manage so well? Last time I visited, I saw them eating quite well, with fresh vegetables and meat. Their refrigerator isn't even that big. How can they store so much? Bai Qiushui mused, puzzled. There might be another fridge in the bedroom. Their RV is larger than ours, so they have more storage space, Lu Yun shrugged, dismissing her concerns. I crave fresh vegetables so much. Why don't you trade some of our dried vegetables for a few fresh ones? Bai Qiushui suggested with a smile. I couldn't possibly ask for that. They have so little, Lu Yun refused. Bai Qiushui shot him an annoyed glance, irritated but continuing her work. Though the sun had set, the temperature remained stifling, with the ground resembling a scorching furnace, heat radiating from the soles of their shoes to the soles of their feet, each minute a trial. They had no choice but to endure. They couldn't just eat raw rice and flour. Chapter 40. Exchanging meat for raisins. Not deceiving the elderly farmer, Qin Bei and his companions enjoyed a sumptuous meal, featuring fish, meat, vegetables, and fruits, with plans to prepare more to indulge for several days. The atmosphere was vibrant as everyone busily collaborated. Su Nuo was the most diligent. Had Qin Bei not taken him in, he might still be wandering, enduring the hardships of uncertain meals, perhaps even scrounging for food and hunger. The aroma of the food wafted through the air, reaching every household in the village. An elderly woman, drawn by the scent of roasting meat, yearned for a taste. Oh, how I long for meat, she exclaimed. Dear, let us slaughter our pig. The crops have perished, and there is nothing left to feed it. Watching it grow thinner is disheartening. It's better to do it sooner. A man, Eager to please his wife, made the suggestion. Do it. We can hardly survive. How can we afford to keep livestock? The usually shrewd and capable woman agreed. Mommy, I want meat. I haven't had any in ages. Please buy some. A 5-year-old tugged at his mother's dress, pleading with wide eyes. His mother sighed. Where can I buy pork? Even with money, there's none available. We don't raise pigs. Please, tomorrow kill a chicken for me. The child insisted. No, no. I want meat. I want braised pork. The child continued to pester. With no other choice, the mother patiently soothed him. If you don't give me meat, I'll go find it myself, the child declared, running out in a huff. Don't run off. Come back. It's hot outside. She called after him anxiously. Ignoring her, the child dashed toward the direction of the camper. At that moment, other villagers emerged from their homes, their feet seemingly drawn toward the camper as well. Oh no, many villagers are coming in droves. Quick, everyone, put the cooked food in the refrigerator. Qin Bei quickly instructed, sensing the impending trouble. Everyone sprang into action. The large pots of meat and vegetables were swiftly transported into the camper, the door securely closed to contain the enticing aroma. Only a single pot remained on the stove, filled with water and a handful of noodles, devoid of any vegetables. As the villagers approached, they saw Qin Bei and his group hunched over their bowls of plain noodles, devouring them as if they had not eaten in days. Disappointment washed over the onlookers. Someone lifted the pot's lid, revealing a pot of noodle soup. Hey, where's the meat? I distinctly smelled it just now. What they're eating isn't even that great. We at least have rice and vegetables. Feeling disheartened, the villagers began to disperse, murmuring, what a wasted trip. Let us head back home. Watching their departing figures, Qinlin remarked, these folks are desperate for meat. They come here only to leave empty-handed. Thank goodness Qin Gu reacted quickly. Otherwise, we would have faced a fierce confrontation, Su Nuo admired. We should keep a lower profile in the future. I should have known to cook in a more secluded area, Qin Bei lamented, regretting his oversight. It's all right. We prepared our meals. This was merely a false alarm, Su Nuo reassured, since everyone has had their fill. Let us head to the camper for a grand feast, Qin Bei suggested with a smile. The group rushed into the camper, securing the doors and windows as they indulged in a hearty meal. Another day passed. The following morning, Qin Bei drove the camper around the village and discovered a small grove that offered some shade, allowing everyone to park there. The temperature soared to 53 degrees Celsius. The village was unusually quiet, as the residents stayed indoors, wary of the heat. From a vineyard at the village's edge, a heart-wrenching wail pierced the air. Oh heavens, are you trying to kill us? After a year of hard work, we hoped the grapes would ripen and fetch a good price. Our family relies on this for sustenance. How can you let it get this hot? My grapes have turned to raisins. How can we survive? Why is my life so cruel? Guwan frowned upon hearing this and turned to the children. Do you want raisins? The children nodded eagerly. She smiled, glancing at Qin Bei. Darling, let us trade some meat for raisins. You're feeling sympathetic, aren't you? That's why you want to trade. Qin Bei discerned her intention immediately. Guwan chuckled. How much should we exchange? Let us trade 15 pounds of meat for 30 pounds of raisins, shall we? She suggested thoughtfully, given the high price of meat these days. This exchange is fair. We can always use more. Raisins make for excellent snacks, Qin Bei encouraged. Let us offer 300 pounds of raisins in exchange for pork and fish. We have an abundance of fish and are quite tired of it. Guwan laughed. I'll handle the negotiations. You stay in the camper. Qin Bei agreed readily. He called Qinlin and Lu Yun to inform them of the plan. Qinlin had no objections, while Lu Yun was thrilled, suggesting they also trade salted fish for some raisins. Let us go together to make the exchange, Qin Bei decisively stated. He donned protective clothing, equipped himself with sunglasses and a sun hat, and approached the despairing old farmer. Sir, please don't cry. This year has been a natural disaster, and all farmers have suffered significant losses, not just your family. The old farmer remained silent, his weathered face streaked with tears. We'd like to purchase some of your raisins, 400 pounds in total, in exchange for 100 pounds of pork and 100 pounds of fish. What do you think? Qin Bei continued. The old man finally regained his composure. You want to buy my raisins? Why not use money? If you take that much meat, it will spoil before you can eat it all, Qin Bei patiently explained. Sir, prices are soaring outside. Food and meat costs keep rising. You know this well. We offer meat for your raisins as a gesture of goodwill. We don't wish to deceive you or let you suffer losses. Lu Yun chimed in. In this chaotic world, having food is paramount. Money is becoming increasingly worthless. The old farmer pondered for a long while before finally agreeing. All right, let us do it. But you must not cheat me with spoiled meat. Rest assured, we would never do that, Qin Bei affirmed. You wait here. I'll call my family to help harvest the raisins, the old farmer responded cheerfully. Qin Bei pressed his hand gently on the old man's shoulder, pointing to the blazing sun. You'll risk heat stroke. Go rest. Let us meet here in the evening. The old farmer considered this and turned back, glancing over his shoulder several times as he walked away. Qin Bei and Lu Yun quickly returned to the camper. After just a brief exposure to the sun, they felt as if they were on fire, their skin burning and clothes drenched. Qin Bei rushed to take a cool shower, feeling somewhat relieved. Suddenly, Qin Sheng pointed ahead excitedly. Dad, look. Chapter 41. A mass extinction. Following the direction of his gaze, Qin Bei observed numerous birds soaring through the sky, only to plummet to the ground, never to rise again. Several others fell from the withered branches of a gnarled tree, lying motionless. These poor little birds, father. Shall we bury them? Qin Sheng lamented. Let us gather them and roast them for a meal. They would surely be quite delectable, Qin Bei insisted earnestly. Taken aback, Qin Sheng replied, Oh, let us not eat them. It seems so cruel. When you devour rabbit or pork, do you not express similar sympathy? I recall you relishing each bite, Guan interjected with a smile. These birds are already dead. We are not their executioners. To bury them would be a waste. Consuming them would be a more fitting use of their remains, Gu Jie also urged. Qin Sheng wavered, abandoning his resistance. With a smile, Qin Bei said, You two stay in the vehicle. I shall go collect them. He donned sun protection and took a canvas bag before descending from the car. The ground was littered with fallen birds, a sorrowful sight. Such pity, they're all gone, he mused as he diligently gathered them. Once his bag was filled, he glanced at the multitude of birds still scattered on the ground, feeling no attachment, and swiftly returned. After merely a few minutes in the sun, he felt adequately scorched. Any longer would surely leave him sunburned and darkened. Guan approached, carrying 2 electric kettles and a ceramic basin. Qin Bei instinctively took the basin and poured the birds into it as Guan filled the kettles with boiling water. They settled beside the basin, meticulously plucking feathers. Having never performed such a task, Qin Bei fumbled awkwardly. Guan teased him. You poor thing. Go wash your hands and rest. I can manage this alone. There are too many to do by myself. It would take forever. I'll do a rough job, and you can check my work, he replied. They agreed on a division of labor and immersed themselves in the task, while Gu Jie supervised with the children. Aunt, how delicious will these roasted birds be? Qin Tingting asked, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Quite tasty, though these birds are rather lean. They appear to have gone days without food, leaving little meat. Just bones to gnaw on, Gu Jie observed earnestly. I noticed the villagers here are also quite thin. Are they enduring hunger as well? Qin Shen pondered aloud. Previously, the villagers had rushed over, eager to claim meat while the children remained in the car, watching. Some are emaciated from hunger, while others were thin to begin with. Nonetheless, there will be few who grow plump in the future. Everyone is deprived of sustenance, Gu Jie explained patiently. Aunt, once we finish the provisions in our vehicle, will we also face hunger? It seems we must eat less. The feeling of an empty stomach is unbearable, Qin Sheng worriedly remarked. Fear not, I assure you. My brother-in-law has hidden a treasure trove of food elsewhere. Once our supplies are depleted, we shall retrieve it, enough to last us for decades. Gu Jie whispered conspiratorially. Where's this hidden stash? What if someone discovers it and steals it? Qin Sheng fretted. Rest assured, it is very well concealed. No one will find it. Remember, this is a secret. It must not be disclosed, or our food will be snatched away, and our lives could be in danger, Gu Jie admonished with unprecedented seriousness. The children were taken aback, nodding earnestly. Gu Jie smiled reassuringly, patting their heads. Such good children. Aunt, you are right. These birds are indeed emaciated, mere skin and bones. Qin Sheng continued. Roasting them may yield little meat. Frying would surely be more flavorful, Qin Tingting thoughtfully suggested. With so many, let us roast half and fry the other half, Guan proposed with a smile. Excellent idea. Qin Tingting beamed. Eager to indulge, she bent down to assist. After considerable effort, they finally cleaned up. Half was placed in the frying pan, while Gu Jie and Qin Tingting set about roasting the other half. The heat outside was oppressive, prompting everyone to decide to cook inside the RV, where the air conditioning provided a cool refuge, albeit with a stronger scent of oil. After half an hour, their culinary efforts bore fruit. Both the fried and roasted dishes were ready, and each person savored their share with delight. Qin Tingting was particularly fond of the dish, quickly devouring 2 birds. This is so delicious. Let us go gather more, she exclaimed. There won't be any left. Qin Bei chuckled, pointing out the window. To her surprise, she saw many villagers with bags, hurriedly collecting the fallen birds. Some even began to quarrel, blood trickling from their foreheads. I never expected adults to be so petty, fighting over scraps of food, Qin Tingting sighed, puzzled. Everyone is starving, sometimes. A few bites can mean survival, Qin Bei explained. Realization dawned on Qin Tingting. Father, were you holding back when you collected the birds to give others a chance? Qin Bei smiled with pride. Indeed, we are not in need, merely indulging a craving. Others, however, may be seeking to fill their bellies. Have you noticed, throughout our journey, we have seen no poultry or small animals. They have either perished or been consumed. I understand now. You have a kind heart, Father, Qin Tingting declared with admiration. I am not a saint. Had I been starving, I would have gathered every last bird, he replied. I do not care. In my eyes, you are the best, she insisted stubbornly. At that moment, they heard a knock on the car window. It was the elderly farmer from the vineyard, accompanied by his family. Are you all ready to harvest? Qin Bei asked as he stepped out. Indeed, with so many of us, we'll finish quickly, the farmer replied, leading his family away. Qin Bei turned to the children. Would you like to go pick raisins? The sun is setting, and it's not as hot. Yes. We've never seen raisins on the vine before. We're quite full from our earlier meal, so it's perfect for digestion. I want to gather plenty. I love the sweetness of raisins. The children were ecstatic. Gu Wan and Gu Jie helped them change into cotton long sleeves and trousers, donning sun hats before they all disembarked. Qin Bei also knocked on the neighboring vehicles, and Chun Lin and Su Nua emerged, having felt stifled inside. Even though it was hot outside, they yearned for fresh air. El Yun and Bai Qiushui, wary of the heat, remained inside, tasked with guarding Qin Bei and Chun Lin's vehicles. The group ambled slowly behind the farmer's family into the vineyard. The air was warm. The ground scorched from a day in the sun, heat rising in waves. Walking briskly would soon leave them drenched in sweat. The farmer's family, undeterred by discomfort, had his 2 sons and grandsons strip off their short sleeves, hanging them on nearby branches as they commenced picking. His wife, daughters-in-law, and granddaughters, dressed in short sleeves, busily joined in. Qin Bei guided everyone in the harvest. The vineyard sprawled across 10 acres. As far as the eye could see, the leaves had turned a sickly yellow, and many withered leaves lay scattered on the ground, crunching underfoot like autumn, despite the undeniable summer heat. Alas, all the trees have withered. There will be no harvest this year. When we replant next year, it will be several years before they yield again. This land is no longer reliable, the farmer sighed, plucking the fruit with a heavy heart. Chapter 42. A word to the old farmer. After contemplating for a moment, Qin Bei stepped forward and addressed the elderly man. A friend of mine works at the Meteorological Bureau. He informed me that for many years to come, the climate will either be excessively hot or excessively cold, accompanied by natural disasters such as volcanic eruptions, earthquakes, and typhoons, which will be detrimental to crops. Do not rush to plant. It would be prudent to observe the situation before proceeding. His intention was not to meddle, but rather to spare others from futile efforts. What shall we do? Surviving has become a challenge, the old farmer lamented. In the countryside, even with little money, as long as we could cultivate some grains and vegetables, we could sustain ourselves. Now, with empty pockets and withered crops, it feels as though we are being driven to despair. The old farmer's face was etched with worry and despair. Everyone is struggling. If there is a chance to survive, we must seize every glimmer of hope, Qin Bei urged. Alas, the rivers have dried up, and the wells are running low. I fear that before starvation claims us, we may succumb to thirst, the old farmer's son expressed with a heavy heart. Water is scarce everywhere, and many in the city have perished from heat and thirst. If possible, stockpile some water for emergencies, Qin Bei advised. Once we return home, we shall empty all our large jars and fill every bottle we possess with water. The old farmer's attention was momentarily diverted. It is said that in a few months, the weather will turn frigid, plummeting to below -40 degrees. If you have the time, prepare ample winter clothing, food, and firewood. Qin Bei couldn't help but add. Sigh. This life is truly arduous. It feels as if it could crush a person. The old farmer sighed deeply, returning to his labor in silence. Qin Bei too fell silent. He had said all that he could. Whether this family would endure was now beyond his control. After laboring for over an hour in the fields, they finally harvested 400 pounds of raisins, which they brought to the RV. Qin Bei called for the couple, Lu Yun and his wife. to disembark and exchange their salted fish for the raisins. They produced 50 pounds of salted fish in exchange for 100 pounds of raisins. Qin Bei then offered 100 pounds of pork and 50 pounds of salted fish for 300 pounds of raisins. Viewing the substantial pile of genuine pork and salted fish before them, the old farmer's family beamed with joy. It had been a long time since they had tasted meat, and now they would finally be able to indulge. "Old Shin, what are you doing? Is this an exchange of raisins for meat?" A curious villager, having overheard the news, approached, hoping to glean some gossip, but finding no birds to catch. "Yes, indeed, it is an exchange. We haven't had meat in 2 months." The old farmer replied with a mournful expression. "I too have longed for meat. I am quite tempted. How did you manage this? Should I bring some food from home to trade?" The villager's eyes glinted with mischief as he glanced at the RVs and then back at Qin Bei. "The exchange is complete. There is nothing left," Qin Bei replied without hesitation. "Your vehicles are so large. Surely, you have more. Don't be stingy. Share a bit with me." The villager grinned, stepping forward in an attempt to pry open the door. Seeing this, Su Nua swiftly moved to block him, his demeanor serious. The villager, recognizing the warning in Su Nua's posture, retreated in fright. He then turned his attention back to the old farmer. "Old Shun, you have so much meat. You cannot possibly consume it all at once. Share a little with me." The old farmer was reluctant to comply, but reconsidered. With such a surplus of meat in the heat, it could spoil easily. 2 pounds of raisins for 1 pound of meat. If you wish to trade, then it must be 2 pounds of grain for 1 pound of meat. What? Old Shin, you are being taken advantage of. Raisins are worth at least 20 per pound. Nearly the same as meat's price. A fair trade would be 1 for 1. You are losing out. The villager exclaimed in disbelief. "Have you looked outside? Do you know the current prices of raisins and meat?" Su Nua interjected sharply, unable to tolerate the villager's antics. "Meat is expensive and harder to procure. Even with money, it may not be obtainable. If you wish to trade, then so be it. If not, remember, there are many families in the village, all of whom are in need of meat." The old farmer, being a sensible man, was not swayed by provocation. The villager, feeling foolish, had no retort and conceded. All right, you all head back. I will gather some grain and come to your home for a trade." With that, he departed. The old farmer called his 2 sons and daughter-in-law to help carry the meat home, while he and his wife took their grandchildren and prepared to leave. "Sir, please wait a moment," Qin Bei called out, halting him. He retrieved a large canvas bag from the vehicle and handed it to the old farmer. Confused, the old farmer accepted it, discovering it to be quite heavy. Upon opening, he found over 10 bags of salt, 20 bottles of mineral water, several boxes of medicine, and some snacks beloved by children. The old farmer was profoundly grateful, and after a moment, he spoke. "You are truly a kind-hearted person." Qin Bei smiled gently. "Hurry home. It's hot. You must preserve the meat quickly." The old farmer managed a bittersweet smile. "That man has a loud mouth. He will surely spread the word in the village about our meat. Many will come to trade, leaving us with little. Trade for grains. Do not accept money. Harvest the raisins promptly. They are easily stolen when left on the vine," Qin Bei advised. The old farmer nodded, hastily departing with his wife and children. Qin Bei and his group returned to their vehicle to bathe. After bathing, Qin Sheng eagerly approached Qin Bei. "Dad, staying in the car is unbearable. It feels like being caged with no freedom. Can we go out and play? It's getting dark and a bit warm. Although the temperature has dropped, it is still over 40 degrees. Are you certain you wish to venture out?" Qin Bei inquired, looking at him. "Yes, Qin Shen and Tingting also want to join. Let us stroll around the village. It will be like a walk." Qin Sheng excitedly called for Qin Shun and Qin Tingting. "Very well, let us take a stroll." Qin Bei agreed. Qin Bei, Gu Wan, and Gu Jie exited the vehicle with the children. He then checked in with Chun Lin, Su Nuo, and Lu Yun. Chun Lin was disinclined to move and opted to watch the vehicle, while Su Nuo volunteered to accompany him for safety. The couple, Lu Yun and his wife, could no longer remain in the vehicle and join the group. They ambled leisurely toward the village. However, they had not traveled far when they were met with a cacophony of voices. "Hey, you can't just take that. I saw that piece of meat first, and I want to trade for it. Old Shun, don't be so stingy. We are all from the same village. Share some of that meat. 5 pounds per family is too little. My family is large. Can I trade for a few extra pounds? Old Shun, we're running low on grain. Would you consider trading flour and noodles with me?" "Dad, let us go see. It sounds lively with so many people," Qin Sheng exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he dashed ahead. Before Qin Bei could respond, he sprinted off. Qin Bei quickly caught up to him, grasping his arm and cautioning, "Stay back and observe quietly. Don't draw attention, otherwise they may swarm us and insist on trading." Though not afraid of confrontation, he preferred to avoid unnecessary trouble, finding it quite vexing to navigate through so many people. Chapter 43. Capturing the habitual thief. As Qin Bei passed by with the children, he cast a distant glance at the old farmhouse, which was teeming with people, clamoring in a manner that suggested a scene of theft rather than a mere exchange of meat. Amidst the chaos, a thief attempted to flee with a stolen piece of meat. Qin Sheng, upon witnessing this, was incensed and hurriedly blocked the thief's path, questioning, "Isn't this an exchange? Where's your grain? You cannot simply take the meat without leaving anything behind." The thief, short and stout, with a menacing expression, raised his hand to strike Qin Sheng, who flinched and took refuge beside Qin Bei. With a swift motion, Qin Bei stepped forward, seizing the thief's wrist. "How can an adult bully a child? Do you possess no sense of shame? Let go of me," the thief exclaimed, feeling the pain in his wrist yet unable to break free, his voice trembling with bravado. Qin Bei held firm, his gaze unyielding, while deftly snatching the stolen meat from the thief's grasp. Chen Lin, witnessing the scene, shouted to the old farmer, "Sir, someone has stolen a large piece of your meat." The commotion drew the attention of everyone present, and the old farmer rushed over, berating the thief. "I worked hard to acquire this meat, and I haven't even had a chance to feed my family. You dare to steal?" The other villagers, filled with righteous indignation, chimed in, "Black Dog, you may have stolen chickens in the past, but to steal during these times, have you no conscience?" One villager recounted, "Last time my child was ill, I slaughtered a chicken to nourish him, and this scoundrel stole both the chicken and the pot." Anger surged among the crowd, and someone struck Black Dog in the stomach, causing his face to contort in pain. The onslaught continued with several more punches before they finally released him. Throughout this, Qin Bei maintained a firm grip on Black Dog's wrist, preventing any escape. "I want to hit him too. Over the years, Black Dog has stolen countless vegetables from my family," another villager declared. "He even sold my mother's gold ring. I later saw it at a pawn shop." With renewed vigor, two more villagers surged forward to rain blows upon Black Dog. As more began to join in, Qin Bei relinquished his hold, allowing the crowd to encircle Black Dog and unleash their fury upon him. Qin Sheng cheered, "Keep going. Beat that habitual thief until he begs for mercy." Qin Tingting, fuming, glared at Black Dog and delivered a few solid kicks. Su Nuo, with a more calculated approach, advised, "Tingting, you're aiming wrong. Next time, target his knees and waist." "Oh, I'll do it right this time," Tingting replied, eager to participate. Unfortunately, the throng was too large for her to join in, so she settled for shouting encouragement as they all watched Black Dog receive a well-deserved thrashing from the villagers. Qin Bei took out his phone and called the police. By the time the villagers had finished their assault, Black Dog was left battered and tattered, resembling a beggar. Seizing the moment, he attempted to flee but soon encountered the police. Believing he had found salvation, he pointed to the mob and exclaimed, "Officers, they assaulted me. They nearly killed me. You must arrest them all." The police, however, promptly handcuffed him, stating, "We've been looking for you. Come with us to the station." Black Dog's expression turned to one of shock as he attempted to plead his case, suddenly recalling his previous theft of several middle school students' phones, which may have been captured on surveillance. "Officers, you must be mistaken," he stammered. The police showed no inclination to entertain his defense, swiftly ushering him into the police car, which sped away. The villagers were elated, eagerly inquiring who had made the call. "It was my father who reported it," Qin Sheng beamed, pointing to Qin Bei. The villagers regarded Qin Bei with admiration, acknowledging his prowess. "It's nothing. You simply hadn't considered it before," Qin Bei replied calmly. At that moment, the villager who had initially clamored for meat exchange reappeared, proclaiming, "He is a big boss, quite capable, and possesses plenty of meat. If anyone desires it, they should trade with him. Do not incite chaos with your baseless claims." Su Nuo interjected sharply. The old farmer quickly came to Qin Bei's defense, asserting, "You are mistaken. Mr. Qin is not a boss. He is my loyal customer, frequently purchasing grapes from my farm. This year, I requested him to procure meat for me in exchange for raisins. You have quite the resourceful customer. If he can acquire so much meat, surely he can obtain more without difficulty. Why not engage in good deeds and ensure everyone has enough to eat?" The villager persisted, confronting Qin Bei. With a cold demeanor, Qin Bei replied, "There is no more meat. Not a single piece is left. You all have exchanged for meat. And there are many who are still struggling to find food. Indeed, each family received 5 pounds of meat. Our village has 33 households, which amounts to 165 pounds in total. We only have 35 pounds left for ourselves. Originally, there were 200 pounds that could last us a long while. But now we will only have enough for a few days, the old farmer lamented. He was reluctant to trade, fearing that with too much meat, he would attract unwanted attention and ultimately lose it. Many villagers recognized the reality and, having exchanged their share, departed for home, leaving only a small faction still pestering the old farmer and Qin Bei for more meat. Qin Bei, exasperated, declared, "I've said there's none left. Why persist in this nonsense?" The remaining villagers, intimidated by Qin Bei's fierce demeanor, dared not press further. The old farmer chuckled, "You've all acquired your meat. Hurry home and cook it. The children are eagerly waiting." Reluctantly, they departed with their meat. The old farmer cheerfully invited Qin Bei and his companions, "Please, sit down. I'll pour you some water." Qin Bei waved his hand, "No, sir. We are merely wandering around the village and do not wish to interrupt your grape harvesting." The old farmer dismissed his concerns. "It's no trouble at all. Grapes can be exchanged for meat, and with food being so scarce, it's beneficial to gather them regardless." At this, the old farmer could no longer remain seated. "All right, let us go pick now. We will work late into the evening." With so many people in the village, even if each person gathers a few pounds, it will accumulate to a significant amount. Chapter 44. Deciding the next course of action, Qin Bei and his companions swiftly departed from the old farmhouse, meandering through the village. The ground lay barren, strewn with withered flowers and grasses. The once picturesque rural scenery now appeared desolate, with only a semblance of vitality remaining. After a brief circuit, they found little of interest to behold. Chen Lin could not restrain himself, exclaiming, "Old Qin, it's sweltering and the sun is relentless. All the trees are withered. There is not a single place to find shade. Let us head to the forest tomorrow. It should be more comfortable there." Just as Qin Bei was about to agree, his phone buzzed incessantly with incoming messages. He opened it, cast a hurried glance, and then turned to the group with a grave expression. "The forest we intended to visit was ravaged by a wildfire this morning. It has been completely incinerated. Not a single tree remains. And the animals and people dwelling there perished in the flames. This is too sudden," Chen Lin lamented. "If we hadn't lingered here, we might have met the same fate." "Then we shall seek another forest," Gu Wan suggested. "There are still numerous forests in the country. Many forests, both domestically and internationally, have faced devastating fires in recent days, resulting in catastrophic casualties. The forests are no longer sanctuaries, but rather harbingers of doom," Qin Bei stated solemnly. "Where should we go then? We cannot simply linger here, waiting for death," Lu Yun urged, a palpable sense of urgency in his voice. He felt utterly helpless, confined within the cramped RV, unable to take any action, while their dwindling supplies caused him great anxiety. He yearned for a place where he could replenish their resources and find some semblance of comfort. The situation outside is no better. In several regions across the country, significant earthquakes have occurred, claiming countless lives, with many more trapped under rubble, facing dire circumstances. Qin Bei analyzed patiently. "There must be a safer place where we can stay," Lu Yun replied, visibly displeased. "If you wish to stay, then seek it out yourself. Do not expect old Qin to resolve everything," Chen Lin retorted. Unable to tolerate Lu Yun's attitude, Lu Yun, slightly offended, pondered for a moment before suggesting earnestly, "What if we head to the seaside? I could catch more food there. The glaciers at the poles are melting, and the runoff is raising sea levels. At this rate, if high temperatures persist for another month, coastal cities will be submerged," Qin Bei remarked unhurriedly. "And how many lives would that cost?" Gu Jie gasped in horror. "Moreover, ancient viruses buried beneath the glaciers may resurface, leading humanity to suffer from various incurable diseases," Su Nuwa added. At this revelation, panic spread among the group. "This is too ruthless. Is this a path toward human extinction?" Chen Lin bellowed. "I finally understand why many choose to end their lives. Rather than endure great suffering in the future, it seems preferable to perish now," Lu Yun mused. "Ending one's life is not so simple. You are quite cowardly to even suggest it. If that is your wish, then go ahead. But do not drag us into it," Chen Lin snapped back. "I merely spoke offhandedly. I never meant to imply I wanted to die," Lu Yun defended himself, somewhat annoyed. Qin Bei raised a hand, signaling for silence. "Disasters can occur anywhere. Let us not hide. We should make our way directly to the base. It is currently under construction, and our assistance would be valuable." He had initially wished to indulge in a leisurely existence, But reality did not permit such indulgence. Confined within the cramped RV, the large group felt as if they were imprisoned, which was indeed quite uncomfortable. While adults could manage, the children were particularly restless, yearning to run outside. It was a sight that pained him. "Where is the base, and how do we get there?" Leon asked excitedly, his eyes gleaming. After years of wandering, he and his wife were weary of the nomadic lifestyle and longed for a place to settle. "If we head south, we can reach it in about a week," Qin Bei replied calmly. "Let us retire early tonight and set off at dawn," Lu Yun proposed tentatively. "There is no need to rush. The base is still incomplete, and the conditions there are dusty and far from ideal compared to here," Qin Bei stated honestly. "Old Qin, what is the base like?" Chen Lin inquired with curiosity. "It is constructed from specialized materials, robust and resilient, impervious to the sun's heat and the ravages of wind and rain. The size of the base is comparable to Cloud City, capable of accommodating up to 3 million people. There are a total of 10 such bases across the country, collectively housing 30 million individuals. With a population of 1.4 billion, many will inevitably be left out. Only the powerful and influential may survive. The rest are akin to ants, struggling for existence," Qin Bei concluded. Guwan fell silent for a moment, reflecting on the rumors she had heard in their group. It seems the government will neglect the elderly, ill, and disabled, allowing them to fend for themselves to conserve resources. Hailstorms, extreme heat, wildfires, and earthquakes have already claimed 1 billion lives. The island nation has faced frequent earthquakes and volcanic eruptions, leading to its demise. While our country may not reach that extreme, the situation is still dire, Su Nual lamented. He often took time to follow current events, seeking to understand the world's dynamics. In truth, countless people across the globe perish daily. Merely surviving has become the greatest fortune. Qin Bei spoke with a calm demeanor concerning the most brutal realities. "We should expedite our journey to the base and establish good relations with the government personnel, ensuring we have a foothold for survival when the time comes," Lu Yun urged eagerly. Qin Bei glanced at the others, who shared the same sentiment. "Very well, we shall depart early tomorrow." The group felt a wave of optimism. As long as there was hope, despair would not consume them. However, in the dead of night, the children began to spike fevers one after another. Qin Bei and Gu Wan spent the night tending to them, administering medicine, wiping their brows, and offering water, until dawn finally brought some relief. Exhausted, they collapsed onto the edge of the bed. Suddenly, a series of loud knocks echoed, jolting them from their slumber. "What happened? What is going on?" Gu Wan murmured groggily, an unsettling sense of dread creeping in. Qin Bei pinched his thigh sharply, the pain snapping him to alertness. He drew back the curtains and was met with the sight of a funeral procession, a coffin being carried to the grave. "Didn't anyone die last night?" Gu Wan wondered aloud, puzzled. "Those who passed in the night are often buried quickly to avoid the odor. They do not linger for days," he explained. Just then, several other households followed suit, also bearing coffins. "Ah, it's all the elderly. Perhaps it's for the best, sparing them further suffering," Gu Wan remarked with a shake of her head. "Get some rest. I will call old Qin to drive," Qin Bei reassured her, stroking her head gently. "You should rest too. With the children ill, we cannot afford to fall ourselves," Gu Wan replied tenderly. Qin Bei nodded and promptly called for Gu Jie and Chen Lin, assigning one to care for the children while the other drove. Upon learning of the children's illness, Bai Qiushui felt a pang of sympathy and volunteered to assist Gu Jie in caring for them. She encouraged Gu Wan and Qin Bei to rest in her RV while Lu Yun took the wheel. Chapter 45. Distribution of relief grain. In this chapter, Qin Bei and Chen Lin find themselves relieved as their children, well cared for, have regained their vitality in just a couple of days. The vehicle progresses steadily along the provincial road amid the oppressive heat that stirs irritation and exhaustion in the driver. Qin Bei offers a chilled watermelon to Chen Lin, who humorously laments the sweltering weather, feeling as if they are being roasted alive. As they traverse the road, the stark reality of their surroundings becomes evident. They encounter numerous funeral processions, with the deceased predominantly being the elderly and those in frail health. Tragically, some expectant mothers succumb to the heat. Their unborn children lost as well. Homeless individuals lie lifeless on the ground, victims of this merciless environment, while the scent of decay permeates the air, painting a grim picture of a living hell. Shaking off these dark thoughts, Qin Bei decides to halt their journey and rest during the scorching midday sun. Chen Lin jokes about his sunburned arms, while Qin Bei dismisses concerns over his own appearance. They share a moment of relief upon seeing their children remain fair-skinned amidst the oppressive heat. The conversation turns to gratitude for Chen Lin and Appo's assistance with driving, leading to a light-hearted exchange about cooking. Qin Bei offers to procure ingredients for a hot pot meal, eliciting excitement from his companions. The gathering grows as they invite another family to join, and soon they are all together, enjoying a hearty feast of fresh vegetables and meats. A welcome change from their usual fare. As the sun sets, they decide to travel through the night, hoping to reach their destination and escape their nomadic existence. However, upon stopping at a mall, they discover a long queue forming for government rations, revealing the grim reality of scarcity in the city. With limited supplies of rice and water, individuals camp out in hopes of receiving their share, illustrating the desperation of the times. Qin Bei, and others discuss the chaos surrounding food distribution, noting the tragic deaths occurring daily due to starvation, thirst, and heat. The situation is dire, with makeshift burials taking place under the cover of darkness for those who cannot afford proper funerals. The starkness of their reality weighs heavily on them, leaving a haunting impression of the world they inhabit. Chapter 46. The struggle of survival. At this moment, it was already 5 o'clock. Outside, several loudspeakers in the square were announcing, urging everyone to line up properly and forbidding any cutting in line. Each person was to receive half a kilogram of rice and a bottle of water upon presenting valid identification on a first-come, first-served basis until supplies were exhausted. The queue was visibly in disarray. Some, taking advantage of their physical strength, pushed their way to the front, shoving others aside. Those who were shoved were not easily intimidated either. A quarrel erupted between two individuals, escalating into a brawl that left them bloodied and relentless. Onlookers in the queue, accustomed to such chaos since the government began distributing relief supplies a few days ago, merely watched without intervening. This scenario had become all too familiar, with injuries and even fatalities occurring regularly. They had grown numb to the violence, their own hunger rendering them too weak to intervene in others' disputes. Qin Bei and his companions silently observed, each unwilling to step in. Self-preservation was paramount. Eventually, the two fighters, having exhausted their energy, returned to their respective places in line. Suddenly, a thud echoed as someone in the queue collapsed, never to rise again. The security personnel maintaining order approached, placing their hands on the fallen person's nose, their expression shifting to alarm. One of them grabbed a walkie-talkie, calling for assistance, stating that someone had died and urging family members to come identify the body. Soon, several security guards arrived, rummaging through the deceased's belongings to find identification and contact relatives. Just as they finished, more individuals fell, prompting the guards to continue their notifications. When the relatives arrived, they were handed a relief package containing half a kilogram of grain and a bottle of water. Grief-stricken, they wept openly, yet no tears fell. Thirst had cracked their lips, and those bereaved silently lifted the body away. Soon, the scene returned to a disturbing calm, as if nothing had transpired. The living continued to line up, awaiting their meager rations. Qin Bei observed in silence, while Su Nua spoke to herself about the broken glass and doors of numerous shops, detailing how several food stores had been looted, leaving staff either injured or dead. The thieves, it seemed, had yet to be apprehended, and now stores were too fearful to reopen. Lu Yun furrowed her brow, recalling recent events where desperate individuals armed with kitchen knives had robbed banks, killing employees and fleeing with all the money. Those criminals were eventually caught and imprisoned. Bai Qiushui mentioned that jewelry stores had also suffered, with some resorting to hammers to smash their way in and steal gold to exchange for food. Gu Wan sighed, lamenting the madness that had overtaken people, driven to desperate acts to survive. In a community group, she had seen someone offering designer bags and clothes in exchange for rice, but no one showed interest. Others mocked that even throwing such items in the trash would garner no attention, let alone bartering for food. In a more fortunate encounter, she and Su Nua had been approached by several women who insisted that they would do anything in exchange for a morsel to eat, behaving like wild animals until the two managed to escape. Qinlin appeared helpless. Gu Wan smiled lightly, while Gu Jia shot Qinlin a sharp look, suggesting that such an opportunity should not be overlooked. Qinlin, exasperated, retorted that if he were truly lecherous, he would have acted long ago. Gu Jia warned him to tread carefully, threatening him with a knife directed at a sensitive area. Qinlin shivered and quickly pushed Su Nua forward, commenting on her fearsome demeanor. Su Nua, attempting to mediate, urged Gu Jia to put the knife away, warning that injury would be regrettable. In a moment of levity, Gu Jia acknowledged that if Qinlin dared to speak out again, she would take action. Qinlin muttered under his breath, likening her to a ferocious tiger, asserting that he would prefer the gentler company outside. Gu Jia, incensed, demanded he repeat his words, silencing him with her fierce glare. Gu Wan, noticing Gu Jia's displeasure, shifted the topic, raising her phone to show a news article about their former landlord. Qin Bei glanced over, inquiring about the situation. The report indicated that the couple owned 15 rental properties, relying on the income until a hailstorm over a month ago left tenants unable to work and unable to pay rent. The couple had pressured tenants for payment, ultimately leading to a tragic confrontation where they were murdered, followed by the assailant's suicide. Qin Bei remained indifferent, remarking that the couple were not virtuous to begin with, and their demise was of little consequence. Suddenly, a loud crash resonated from next door. Lu Yun's expression shifted to alarm as she realized her car window had likely been shattered. Bai Qiushui panicked, fearing a robbery of their food supplies. They rushed outside to investigate, only to find 6 menacing figures wielding hammers, smashing the car windows and loading bags of food onto their vehicle. Lu Yun's eyes widened in horror, yet she hesitated to confront them, knowing the danger posed by their weapons. Why are you hesitating? Go stop them. Do you want to watch as we are robbed of our food and starve? Qinlin chastised, kicking Lu Yun. Qin, will you join me? I can't handle this alone, Lu Yun pleaded. Qin Bei exchanged glances with Chan Lin and Su Nua, and they nodded. They were in this together. And it was unwise to stand idly by, especially since these individuals had clearly been deprived of food and water. Qin Bei returned to the bedroom, retrieving several 1-meter-long iron rods, distributing them among the men. As the car door swung open, Su Nua dashed out first, followed closely by Qin Bei, while Chen Lin and the more timid Lu Yun lagged behind. You have such little courage. What is there to fear when they are intent on killing you? Chen Lin taunted. Lu Yun kept her head bowed in silence, a look of fear etched across her face. Su Nua brandished her iron rod, blocking 3 assailants who were attempting to escape with bags of rice. Put down the grain, or you shall not leave, she commanded. Get lost, brat. This is none of your business. Those who meddle meet a swift end. The 3 burly men replied, visibly irritated. Chapter 47. They are beasts, not humans. If you refuse to let go, do not blame me for being impolite. Su Nua brandished an iron rod, striking each of the trio on their legs, swiftly bringing them to the ground, writhing in pain. Lu Yun rushed over, seizing the iron rod to mercilessly beat the 3 men, declaring, I'll teach you a lesson for stealing. Qin Bei and Chen Lin clambered onto the vehicle, subduing the 3 assailants and forcefully kicking them off the car, delivering a sound thrashing. The criminals screamed in agony, unable to defend themselves, shouting to the distant crowd, come quickly and take what you can. There is plenty of food in these 3 RVs. Whoever grabs it first gets it. If you wait too long, it'll be gone. A throng of people rushed forward, eager for a grand looting. Qin Bei stood firm, brandishing the iron rod, pointing to the 6 men sprawled on the ground. Who dares to rob? Look at their fate. Chen Lin added sternly, get back in line quickly. If you don't secure the food, you might lose your life. Su Nua and Lu Yun arrived as well, glaring menacingly at the crowd. Fear gripped the onlookers, causing them to disperse rapidly. Qin Bei cast a glance at the 6 assailants, bloodied and battered, and said, Let us go. Chen Lin and the others gathered the food from the ground and hastily returned to the RV, driving away. Lu Yun cursed as he drove, those bastards. Stealing my food and smashing my windows, they deserve to die. It was already 8 p.m., and heat seeped through the shattered windows, soaking their clothes. He called Qin Bei. Brother Qin, I need to visit the glass factory. It's closed. You can't buy anything even if you have the money. I have a spare piece here. Take it. Lu Yun expressed his gratitude profusely. Thank you. Thank you so much. When they reached a desolate area, Qin Bei retrieved the glass from his space, delivered it to Lu Yun, and assisted in the installation. Lu Yun, in turn, gratefully handed 3 bags of food to Qin Bei, giving 1 each to Chen Lin and Su Nua. Everyone accepted without hesitation. After this incident, Lu Yun was filled with dread, fearing another encounter that might not end as favorably. Brother Qin, can we hurry to the base? There are too many variables on this road. People will do anything for a morsel of food. Qin Bei agreed, mindful of the 3 children in the vehicle. The RV was sturdy and impervious to bullets, yet he hoped to avoid situations that could harm the children. That night, they did not rest, pressing onward without pause. During the day, they took turns sleeping in the vehicle, vigilant against any sudden occurrences. As evening approached, Guan suggested to Qin Bei, the temperature is bearable now. Let us get out and cook. With Su Nua's assistance, the food prepared in the space was quickly consumed. Qin Bei unloaded pots and pans from the RV, calling upon Chen Lin and Su Nua for help. Suddenly, a sharp, piercing scream broke the air by Qiushui's voice. Qin Bei frowned. What happened? Chen Lin scoffed. There is always some trouble with them. They are nothing but a burden. Yet, Qin Bei allowed Su Nua to investigate. Before long, Su Nuo returned with an unusually pale Lu Yun and a terrified Bai Qiushui. Bai Qiushui stammered. I went to relieve myself and saw a disheveled person digging in the ground, unearthing a corpse and gnawing at it, blood splattering everywhere. A stunned silence enveloped the group, their expressions darkening. Is there no humanity left? They're eating their own kind. Qin Bei's face hardened. Bai Qiushui added, the victim was a child. And the man kept exclaiming how delicious it was. The children trembled in fear, huddling closely behind Gu Wan and Gu Jie. Fear not, as long as I am here. No one will dare harm you, Qin Bei declared with conviction. Whoever dares to touch you, I will take their life. Gu Wan's usually gentle demeanor turned fierce. As every mother knows her child is her greatest vulnerability. Annie knows martial arts and has a gun, Gu Jie said, pulling out a firearm from her pocket. Qin Bei snatched the gun from her, stepping out of the vehicle. The group exchanged glances, preparing to follow him when a pained groan echoed nearby. Qin Bei returned, revealing that the cannibal lay on the ground, shot in the chest, blood gushing from the wound, lifeless and unblinking. When encountering such individuals, eliminate them without hesitation. Qin Bei stated flatly. He turned his attention to the children. Those who consume others are no longer human. They are beasts. I have dealt with him. So you need not fear. No one will dare cross me to harm you. The children nodded in understanding, admiration shining in their eyes. Dad, you're amazing. I want to learn how to shoot too, so I can kill bad people. Let us move on, Qin Bei affirmed, glancing at the others, who all silently complied as they exited the vehicle to continue their journey. Having read about cannibalism in books, Gu Wan sighed deeply. I never thought I would witness this. There is no food. Those inhumane beasts will not spare even children, Qin Bei replied solemnly. I will protect them at all costs. Starting tomorrow, we will resume martial arts training, with each child taking turns sparring with me. Previously, due to the sweltering heat, he had paused their training, but as survival threats intensified, it was imperative they learn to defend themselves. This time, the children eagerly expressed their commitment to training. Qin Bei added, once you all master your skills, I will provide each of you with a gun and teach you to shoot. Wow, that is fantastic. We could only play with toy guns before. Now we can finally handle real ones. I love guns. They make me feel safe. If a bad person approaches, I will shoot him down. As they resumed their journey, they traveled a considerable distance until reaching a flat section of road. Everyone was hungry, so they stopped to prepare a meal. After dining, just as they planned to take a leisurely stroll, the ground began to tremble violently. Qin Bei's eyelids flickered. He urgently declared, quickly, an earthquake. We must leave at once. The children were petrified, unsure of how to react, standing frozen in place. Qin Bei, Gu Wan, and Gu Jie each took a child in their arms and dashed toward the vehicle. Chen Lin and Su Nuo reacted swiftly, also rushing inside. Only Lu Yun and Bai Qiushui were a beat slow, scrambling towards the car in a panic. Qin Bei started the engine, the vehicle lunging forward, with Chen Lin closely trailing behind. Lu Yun was in a frenzy, sweat pouring down his forehead, struggling to insert the key into the ignition 3 times before finally succeeding. His trembling hands lacked the strength to turn it, and it was Bai Qiushui who lent him a hand. At last, the engine roared to life just as the ground behind them cracked open, forming several large fissures. Lu Yun, in a state of panic, slammed the accelerator, and the vehicle bolted forward like a frenzied rabbit, the crevices widening and rapidly pursuing them. Chapter 48, Disdain to the Point of Abandonment by Qiushui. Her face pale with anxiety, continually urged, hurry and drive. If you don and oppose, we may perish here today. Lu Yun remained silent, focused entirely on the task of escaping the tremors of the earthquake. He drove on relentlessly, losing track of time until he finally managed to navigate out of the treacherous area. The ground continued to quake, and from afar, rocks tumbled down the mountainside. Despite his efforts to evade danger, several stones struck the vehicle, causing it to shake violently, nearly toppling over. In a state of sheer terror, Bai Qiushui exclaimed, We want to be crushed under these falling rocks, will we? Be quiet. Stop talking. Lu Yun shouted in frustration, pushing the car to its limits. Why is this wretched vehicle so slow? Look at how fast Qin Bei and Chen Lin are driving. I can hardly keep up. Those two are truly inconsiderate. Leaving us behind, Bai Qiushui grumbled. Lu Yun remained silent, his grip on the steering wheel tight, his foot pressing down hard on the accelerator. He dared not relax for even a moment. Soon, his leg began to cramp painfully. Bai Qiushui, growing increasingly anxious, wanted to switch places with him. But there was no time for that. She urged him, You can do it. Hold on just a little longer, we'll escape soon. Through the rearview mirror, Lu Yun caught a glimpse of the ongoing earthquake, looming like a monstrous beast ready to swallow them whole. Gritting his teeth, he persevered for what felt like an eternity. Finally, Bai Qiushui patted his shoulder, saying, "It's over. The ground is no longer cracking." Lu Yun peered outside, though the earth still trembled. The fissures were narrowing and no longer pursuing them. A wave of relief washed over him as he slumped in the driver's seat. "Get up. I'll drive now. We need to get away quickly, or we might be caught again," Bai Qiushui insisted, flustered. They switched places, and after 2 long hours, they finally exited the earthquake zone. Arriving at a safe area, both were drenched in sweat and utterly exhausted. In contrast, Qin Bei and his family fared much better. "This vehicle performs exceptionally well. It may have saved our lives," Qin Bei remarked, patting the car and glancing at his wife and children, who were still shaken. "There is no need to fear. We made it out safely." Guwan, still trembling with fear, forced a smile to reassure her quaking children, saying, "Don't be afraid. Daddy is here. And we're safe. Besides, if it comes to it, we'll face whatever happens together as a family. Right? As long as we're together." "I'm not afraid to go anywhere," Qin Shin chimed in. Qin Shin and Qin Tingding also began to calm down. Once he had soothed his family, Qin Bei retrieved a large barrel of gasoline from the storage compartment and filled the tank. Afterward, he took another barrel to refill Qin Lin's vehicle as well. "Old Qin, your quick thinking and composure saved us. Otherwise, we might have been buried," Qin Lin said, relieved. "Who could have anticipated an earthquake would strike so suddenly?" Qin Bei replied, glancing back to see Lu Yun and his wife parked nearby. He approached them. "Brother Yun, it's safe here now. You can rest easy." Lu Yun nodded weakly. After a moment of silence, he spoke. "Qin, I've run out of gasoline. Do you have any left? Can you spare some? I can trade you rice for it." "Sure, I'll get some for you," Qin Bei said, turning to fetch it. Upon hearing this, Qin Lin couldn't help but comment, "They always drag us down. We should part ways with them." Qin Bei pondered for a moment, deciding not to intervene or offer assistance voluntarily. If they needed help, they could trade for it. After all, they had known each other for a while. And he couldn't bring himself to sever ties completely. "Old Qin, if you're too shy to ask, I'll be the bad guy," Qin Lin declared as he stepped forward. Qin Bei stopped him, saying, "Don't go. We'll reach the base in a few days. And they won't trouble us much longer." After hesitating, Qin Lin ultimately decided to stay put. Qin Bei returned with half a barrel of gasoline. "We don't have much left either," he said. Lu Yun expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Qin. You're truly kind, like a brother to us." He then brought down 3 bags of rice, along with a large bag of dried vegetables and another of dried fruits. "Here, these are for you." Qin Bei nodded and called for Su Nuo to help carry the items. Once back in the RV, Qin Bei laid out a banquet of leftovers from the restaurant they had packed earlier, as they all shared the meal. Su Nuo wondered how they had so much food ready without any cooking. However, he didn't inquire further, content as long as he had work to do and a place to stay. Qin Lin, taking a hearty sip of sweet grape juice, declared, "Old Qin, I've checked the map. If we drive another 60 kilometers, we'll reach a large forest. The ecology there is quite good. And there haven't been any fires or disasters. Shall we head there to rest for the night or maybe stay for a couple of days?" "That sounds good. We've been on the road constantly. We need a break," Qin Bei agreed. "Qin, you should get some rest while I drive," Su Nuo suggested. "You did all the driving during the earthquake. You must be exhausted." "I'm fine. I can still take turns with you." "Old Qin is the one who is really worn out," Qin Lin insisted gallantly, unwilling to let his brothers bear the burden alone. "Old Qin, you're tired too. You should rest." "I can alternate driving with my wife and sister-in-law," Qin Bei said, waving them off. Guwan and Gujia both volunteered to drive, offering Qin Bei a chance to rest. As they spoke, Lu Yun knocked on the door, his face etched with worry. "Qin, my car is broken. It won't start." "Can you repair it?" "I can't fix cars," Qin Bei replied succinctly. "Oh no, what are we going to do? We still have so far to go," Lu Yun lamented. After a moment of contemplation, he mustered the courage to ask Qin Lin, "Old Qin, how about this? My wife and I will move into your vehicle and take care of all your meals and household chores, and of course, we'll also help with driving." "You two certainly have your hands full as it is," Qin Lin retorted, displeased at the idea of accommodating them. It was already cozy enough with just him, Su Nuo, and Gujia. Adding 2 more would make things cramped. "Go back. I'll fix your car." Qin Lin finally relented after some thought. Lu Yun was taken aback, then beamed with joy. "You can repair cars? That is fantastic." "He used to sell cars. His skills are top-notch," Qin Bei added. Lu Yun was overjoyed. Qin Lin, still somewhat disgruntled, gathered some tools from the RV and followed Lu Yun. "This car has served you well. It's time to retire it," Qin Lin remarked while he worked on the vehicle. It's been in service for over a decade, traversing the world. Originally, we planned to meet our end before the apocalypse, but encountering you all inspired us to fight for survival, Lu Yun explained earnestly. We've caused quite a bit of trouble for everyone lately, and we feel quite guilty about that. Bai Qiushui chimed in sincerely, we are not ungrateful people. We will do our utmost to repay your kindness. Chapter 49. No water allowed to express his gratitude for Qin Lin's repair of the vehicle. Bai Qiushui prepared an extravagant meal, which he graciously accepted. After a night of rest, they resumed their journey. After several days of travel, they finally reached the great forest. The occupants of the vehicle, weary from confinement, eagerly leapt out upon arrival, disregarding the heat. Qin Bei surveyed the surroundings. The outer trees were withered and yellow, and the ground was carpeted with dry leaves that crunched underfoot. There was a good supply of firewood suitable for cooking, and Su Nuo bent down to gather some. Qin Bei approached a large tree, and, in an instant, it crashed to the ground. The children gasped in surprise before cheering, Dad, you're amazing. You knocked that tree down with one punch. Qin Bei crouched down, explaining that the tree was dead and would fall with just a touch. Go ahead, try it. The children eagerly approached, each choosing a tree that promptly fell at their touch, their faces alight with astonishment. Qin Bei, in a moment of silence, retrieved several axes from the vehicle. Come, I shall teach you how to chop wood. During their journey, he had seized every opportunity to impart life skills to the children, who were keen learners. Qin Ge, let me teach. Su Nuo volunteered, stepping forward to take on the task. All right, but be careful. Qin Bei trusted him, as he was meticulous and rarely made mistakes. I'll scout for a water source. You all rest here, Qin Bei said, glancing at Gu Wan and the others. Brother Qin, let us join you. We can find the water source more quickly together, Lu Yun suggested, weary from the lack of a river on their journey, leaving their clothes filthy and odorous, resembling a heap of garbage. Not to mention washing clothes. Even drinking water is becoming a problem, Bai Qiushui lamented, producing 2 empty buckets and handing them to Lu Yun, who accepted them and turned to Qin Bei. Brother, why not take 2 buckets as well? Qin Bei nodded and took 2 more buckets, instructing Qin Lin, Old Qin, stay here and protect everyone. All right, return quickly, Qin Lin replied with a wave. Qin Bei pulled a pair of binoculars from his pocket and scanned the area. Deep within the forest lay a vibrant expanse of greenery. He felt a surge of excitement. After days of desolation, it was refreshing to see such life. Yun Ge, let's go. There's a water source ahead. Lu Yun, thrilled, strode forward eagerly. They walked for quite a while when Lu Yun complained. My legs are aching. How much longer? Soon, just another half hour, Qin Bei assured him. Once we find water, I'll fill every empty bucket in the vehicle, jump in, and have a refreshing bath, then wash all the clothes, Lu Yun declared with satisfaction. Qin Bei remained silent, aware that there was ample drinking and utility water in their supplies, but had refrained from revealing it to avoid attracting attention. They hastened their pace until they finally reached the heart of the forest, where a deep, clear pool awaited them. Elated, Lu Yun dashed toward the water's edge, leaning down to drink deeply. What are you doing? Get away. You're not allowed to drink our water. A fierce shout erupted from behind, causing Lu Yun to choke and cough in surprise. Qin Bei's expression hardened as he beheld a ragged group of individuals emerging, a mix of men, women, and children, all brandishing sharpened sticks that could easily pierce a chest. The group advanced, their weapons aimed at Lu Yun and Qin Bei. Qin Bei reached into his pocket, feeling the reassuring weight of a gun. We've come here thirsty, just to drink some water, and we'll leave immediately. There is no need for such hostility, he stated calmly. Lu Yun, frightened by the hostile crowd, instinctively drew closer to Qin Bei, stammering, I only wanted a drink. I'm not doing anything wrong. Why are you being so aggressive? Have you finished? Hurry up and leave. Don't covet anything in this forest. It all belongs to us. The mob roared, their voices a cacophony. Qin Bei smirked coldly. What is there in this forest that we could possibly desire? Kid, are you feeling brave? Want to taste hardship? A burly man stepped forward, pointing his sharpened stick ominously close to Qin Bei's chest. Kneel and beg for mercy, and I might spare your life. Otherwise, killing you would be of no consequence. Who would even know? The man's arrogance was palpable. Killing is against the law, Lu Yun interjected, trembling with fear. Enough with the chatter, or I'll take you down too. The man growled, his eyes glinting with menace. Lu Yun shivered uncontrollably, silenced by fear. Qin Bei scanned the crowd, his gaze landing on the man. In a flash, he drew his gun and fired a shot above the man's head, causing his hat to fall to the ground with a significant hole in it. The man and Appo's expression shifted to one of terror as he stood frozen in shock. Don't provoke me. I'm capable of anything, Qin Bei warned, sweeping the gun and Appo's muzzle across the others. If you wish to leave, I'll grant you that. Panic rippled through the crowd as they scattered, except for the man, who remained rooted in place. Move, or do you wish to meet your end? Qin Bei shouted. Reluctantly. The man shot Qin Bei a resentful glance before retreating. Qin Bei turned to Lu Yun. Have you had enough? If not, continue drinking. I'll keep watch. I've had enough. Let us fill the buckets and head back, Lu Yun said anxiously, fearing a sudden attack from the group. He swiftly filled 2 large buckets and intended to fill Qin Bei and Appo's as well. Don't fill mine. We'll come back with the vehicle, Qin Bei instructed. The vehicle might struggle on this narrow path. Walking is preferable, Lu Yun replied. The vehicle has a small cart. We can use that, Qin Bei responded, sparking a realization in Lu Yun. However, he quickly voiced his concern. But there are so many of them. What if we encounter conflict again? We must avoid bloodshed. Qin Bei smiled at him. Yingo, haven't you and your wife traveled for many years? You've faced many challenges. Why the fear now? That was in the past. Society was more stable back then. Now, everything is chaotic and unrestrained, Lu Yun sighed, fearing won't help in the days to come. Conflicts will be constant. If you don't seek trouble, others who dislike you will come looking for it, Qin Bei replied calmly. Lu Yun's countenance darkened. I understand. Survival will be arduous. It's either you die or I do. Let us go, Qin Bei said, hoisting 2 empty buckets. Lu Yun, burdened by the weight of 2 full buckets, followed closely behind. Soon, exhaustion overcame him, and he dumped the water, resolutely declaring, You and Appo's rewrite. Fearing is futile. This water belongs to the forest, not to them. Why shouldn't we use it? We shall use it all, and let them feel the loss. Chapter 50. An unexpected adversary upon returning. Before Qin Bei could utter a word, Lu Yun recounted the events that had transpired in meticulous detail. Shenlin was instantly incensed. Cursing under his breath about the audacity of their adversary, he was determined to ensure their demise. Sunua, exhibiting a calm demeanor, suggested, Brother Qin, I, along with Lao Qin and Yun Ge, will go fetch water. You should remain here to protect the others. After contemplating the matter, Qin Bei acquiesced. After all, his wife, sister-in-law, and children were present, and he couldn't entrust their safety to anyone else. I'll accompany you. At least I can be of some assistance, Bai Qiushui volunteered. She was acutely aware that their couple had constantly caused trouble for others, and it was high time they reciprocated. Otherwise, they risked being resented and forsaken, which would lead to dire consequences. Qin Bei did not dissuade her from joining, recognizing the appropriateness of their numbers, as Lu Yun's group had also lost 2 members. The 4 of them set out with their carts, but Qin Bei halted them, distributing a firearm to Su Nua, Lu Yun, and Bai Qiushui each. For self-defense. If danger arises, fire to protect yourselves. That is of utmost importance. Return them to me once you are done. They all nodded in agreement, observing Qin Bei unarmed. Lu Yun couldn't help but remark, Qin, aren't you forgetting something? Shenlin produced his own firearm from his waist, displaying it briefly before stowing it away again. Lu Yun chuckled, feeling a twinge of envy at the disparity in Qin Bei's treatment of Shenlin compared to himself. It seemed clear that maintaining a favorable relationship with Qin Bei was essential if he wished to secure similar advantages. Enough dawdling, let us depart. We have plenty of barrels to transport, Shenlin urged. The group moved onward, while Qin Bei stayed behind to care for his wife and sister-in-law's children. Guwan rubbed her eyes incessantly, perplexed by the persistent twitch in her right eye. Could something ominous be on the horizon? She pondered. Nonsense. Even if something were to occur, we would manage it, Qin Bei asserted with unwavering confidence. Gu Jie reassured her, Sister, you are simply fatigued. Go rest in the vehicle. You will feel better soon. I'm not tired. Let us gather firewood nearby with the children instead, Guwan insisted, unable to tolerate inactivity. Gu Jie ceased her insistence and assisted in gathering wood with the children. Qin Bei took up an axe, chopping wood and storing it in their supplies. The fallen leaves were particularly dry, igniting easily, making them ideal for kindling. Guwan swept the leaves into a pile and stuffed them into a burlap sack. Suddenly, she encountered an obstruction, as if a heavy stone lay in her path. What is this? It's so heavy, she remarked curiously. I'll take a look. Qin Bei said, prodding with a stick, revealing a stark white bone beneath the leaves. Guwan gasped in shock, stammering, Why is it a bone? Qin Bei wrapped an arm around her trembling form, soothing her, Fear not. I am here, and no harm shall come to you. He used the stick to cover the bone with leaves, murmuring an apology, Forgive us. We meant no offense. Observing this, Guwan joined her hands in prayer and bowed her head in respect before departing with Qin Bei. Once back in the vehicle, she felt a wave of nausea wash over her. That was terrifying. I no longer wish to see fallen leaves. I feel like I might vomit. Qin Bei gently embraced her. Do not worry. It was merely a bone and poses no threat to us. Besides, what land beneath our feet hasn't witnessed death? We simply remain unaware. Indeed, sister, we have encountered many corpses along our journey. You need not fear, Gujie added. I'm fine. I just need time to process it, Guwan replied, attempting to regain her composure. Let me drive us further away from here, Qin Bei suggested kindly. Steering the vehicle deeper into the forest, where the trees still bore greenery and the ground was less littered with leaves, Guwan's condition improved significantly. At that moment, the sound of wheels approached from ahead. Qin Bei stood to see Chen Lin and the others returning, their carts brimming with water. Wife, you have work to do. Wash the clothes now. Guwan smiled, relieved to redirect her focus from earlier disarray. With water finally at hand, she and Gu Jie hurriedly retrieved all the dirty garments. Diving into their washing duties, while Qin Bei tended to the children, vigilant of their surroundings. Bai Qiushui longed to wash her clothes and the accumulated dishes as well. But upon gazing at her 2 carts of water, she resolutely carried on. With only 12 barrels available, they would soon be depleted. And she understood the necessity of stockpiling more. The days of water scarcity were truly dreadful. The four swiftly set out once more to retrieve water. However, after a prolonged absence, their return was still awaited. Qin Bei grew uneasy, fearing a confrontation had erupted. He took out his phone and called Chen Lin. Before he could speak, a familiar voice echoed from the other end. Qin Bei, how delightful to hear from you. Your brothers have been captured. If you wish to see them alive, you had best come here. Qin Bei's expression darkened, wholly unprepared for the revelation that his nemesis had emerged. Wu Hao, our grievances need not involve innocent parties. I demand to see them unharmed. Otherwise, you know my capabilities. You think I fear you? You have wronged me gravely. Reducing me to this state, it is time we settle our scores. Wu Hao retorted venomously. Let us engage in a real showdown. Neither of us shall flinch. Qin Bei declared, hanging up the phone with resolve. He turned to Gu Wan. My love, take the children and remain in the vehicle. No matter what occurs. Do not exit. Where are you going? She inquired, growing anxious. Wu Hao is here and has captured Lao Qin and the others. I must rescue them. Qin Bei replied candidly, recognizing that concealing the truth would only lead to her distress. Gu Wan was initially frantic but quickly regained her composure. We should go together. There is strength in numbers. Shao Jia, you stay and look after the children. Do not be reckless. With your skills and marksmanship, you would only hinder me. Stay in the vehicle, and I promise to return safely, Qin Bei asserted firmly. Gu Wan wished to protest, but Gu Jia pulled her away. Qin Bei contemplated briefly. Retrieving a bulletproof vest from their supplies, donning it alongside a helmet, securing binoculars around his neck, and taking a sniper rifle before striding forth. Gu Wan was filled with trepidation. Gu Jia encouraged her. Sister, we must trust our brother-in-law. He will prevail. Indeed, he will return safely. If anything happens to him, I will confront Wu Hao myself. Sister, count me in, Gu Jia declared resolutely. The two sisters exchanged a knowing nod. Chapter 51. Eliminate the enemy with a steady gait. Qin Bei advanced into the depths of the forest, his sniper rifle in hand, ever vigilant of his surroundings. As he approached the edge of a pond, he raised his binoculars for a closer look. Not a soul was in sight near the water's edge. A short distance away, a few earthen dens lay scattered, where Chen Lin and others were tightly bound and discarded. Nearby, several rudely constructed shacks were surrounded by a throng of people. Among the crowd, Wu Hao lounged in a recliner, at ease, flanked by 5 or 6 imposing men, all armed and exuding a menacing aura. Qin Bei furrowed his brow, realizing the situation was more precarious than anticipated. He lowered the binoculars and quickly contemplated his next move. Soon, he retrieved a grenade-like object from his pack, secured it to his chest, and continued his advance. Before long, he stood before Wu Hao, who was met with the barrels of several dark firearms aimed in his direction. Wu Hao laughed menacingly, proclaiming, at my command, they will turn you into a sieve. Qin Bei, unfazed, pointed to the grenade on his chest and retorted, do you truly believe I have come here to meet my demise? Go ahead, pull the trigger, and when the grenade detonates, all of you shall perish. Wu Hao's expression darkened, and he scoffed, you attempt to deceive me again. Once was not enough. Who gave you the audacity? I have no intention of returning. Our enmity need not involve others. Release my friends, and let us settle this one-on-one. Qin Bei boldly declared, you still fail to grasp the situation. Your lives are firmly in my grasp. With a mere word, I can send you all to meet your maker. Qin Bei, do not concern yourself with us. Flee. Shen Lin and Apos. S voice thundered from within the den. Even if he kills you, he won and Apos. T spare us. Promising echoed his sentiments, urging, run, the farther the better. We shall seek vengeance another day. Meanwhile, Lu Yun and Bai Qiushui trembled in fear, too frightened to utter a word. Qin Bei fixed his steely gaze upon Wu Hao. What do you truly wish to achieve? Wu Hao, leisurely pulling a cigarette from his pocket and lighting it, took a long drag before saying, You received word long ago and deliberately sold the company to me, ensnaring me, leading to my current plight. I intend to torture you slowly, ensuring you suffer more than death. It is your foolishness that brings this upon you. Do not blame me. Qin Bei replied coldly. Suddenly, he yanked the grenade from his chest and hurled it toward Wu Hao and Apos' position. Wu Hao, taken aback, leapt from his chair and fled. Chaos erupted among the crowd as they scattered in all directions. The grenade detonated with a deafening thud, spewing sparks and sending dust flying. Fuming, Wu Hao shouted. You tricked me. You used fireworks to scare me. Just wait until I make you pay. He drew his gun, aiming it at Qin Bei. 2 gunshots rang out, striking his knees, causing blood to gush as he collapsed to the ground. Through gritted teeth, he glared at Qin Bei. Enduring the excruciating pain while barking orders to his men, why are you not killing him? His subordinates, momentarily stunned, took some time to recover. It was too late. Qin Bei swiftly fired at their arms, causing their weapons to clatter to the ground. Well done, old Qin. Finish them. Shen Lin exclaimed from the den, exhilarated. Had he not been bound, he would have rushed to assist. Qin Bei turned his attention to Wu Hao, aiming his gun at his chest. If you wish to kill me, I shall not spare you either. Fear flickered across Wu Hao and Apos' face as he pleaded, Qin Bei, I was wrong. Spare me, and I shall never oppose you again. I will do whatever you ask. To eradicate the roots of evil is paramount. Otherwise, they will rise again with the spring breeze. Qin Bei stated, pulling the trigger. In an instant, Wu Hao was struck in the chest, blood gushing forth as he collapsed, lifeless. The others trembled in fear, hastily attempting to flee. Qin Bei fired a shot into the air, proclaiming with authority, whoever dares to run again shall be shot. The crowd froze, paralyzed by fear. Qin Bei surveyed the terrified group, his gaze landing on a few of Wu Hao and Apos' subordinates. They, racked with pain from their injuries, fell to their knees before Qin Bei, pleading for mercy. We too were coerced by him. We had no choice but to obey, lest we be killed. Do you possess any medicine? Qin Bei asked suddenly, catching them off guard. They stared blankly, unable to respond. On such a hot day, without medicine, your wounds will fester, and you will inevitably perish. Allow me to assist you, he said, and in the next moment, gunfire erupted, leaving them sprawled on the ground. Qin Bei turned to the remaining 50 or so men, women, and children. If you do not provoke us, no one shall harm you. The crowd remained silent. He descended into the den, rescuing Shen Lin and the others. They emerged battered and bruised, their firearms nowhere to be found. Shen Lin stepped forward, delivering several kicks to Wu Hao and Apos' corpse. The beast dared to kidnap us and sought to kill old Qin. He bent down, calling to Su Nuo to gather the fallen weapons and present them to Qin Bei. Lu Yun and Bai Qiushui stood nervously nearby, having never witnessed so much death. The very people who had threatened and intimidated them now lay motionless on the ground. They glanced at Qin Bei, their eyes filled with gratitude and fear. Qin Bei commanded, You will dispose of these bodies properly. The group complied, rushing to the nearby shacks to retrieve shovels and tools, digging a large pit not far away to bury the dead. Qin Bei observed the proceedings, nodding in approval. From now on, let us coexist peacefully. Should anyone harbor ill intentions, they shall meet the same fate. A timid voice emerged from the crowd, Boss. We will all obey you without question. Qin Bei looked up, locking eyes with a young man in his 20s. I have no interest in being a boss, he replied before turning to leave. The young man followed. We came together to survive. Wu Hao and his lackeys would beat and exploit us. We despise them and long for a new leader. Not interested. Do not attempt to bind me, Qin Bei flatly rejected him. The young man appeared disheartened, without a leader. We are but a scattered group. Survival will be even more arduous. Please reconsider. Qin Bei cast a glance back at him. Whether you survive or not is your concern, not mine. He then turned to Shen Lin and the others. Let us depart. The group walked for some time until they finally returned to the RV. Duan leaped to her feet, throwing herself into Qin Bei and Apos' embrace, only to suddenly remember something and quickly released him, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Thank heavens. You are safe. Qin Bei smiled. I told you to trust me. Qin Lin, with a hint of sarcasm, remarked, the plight of the single man. Injured yet no one to care for him. Sister-in-law, could you bring out some ointment for us to share? Guan responded with a smile, turning to fetch the requested item. Chapter 52. Old Qin's devious thoughts. After applying the ointment, everyone gathered around Qin Bei. Old Qin, with things escalating to this extent. Should we stay or leave? Qin Lin inquired. Perhaps we should leave to avoid retaliation, Lu Yun suggested anxiously. Qin Bei pondered for a moment. On our way to the base, aside from this forest, which offers shade and a water source, there will be no other place to shelter from the wind and rain. It might be wise to rest for a few days before continuing. The remaining individuals pose no threat to us. What do you all think? Considering our injuries, it would be beneficial to recuperate for a few days, Qin Lin expressed first. Su Nuo added, if they come looking for trouble again, I will not let them off easily. I will take responsibility for everyone in Dapo's safety during these days. Lu Yun and Bai Qiushui nodded eagerly. Brother Qin, we will stand by you through thick and thin. Rising to his feet, Qin Bei glanced at the sky. Let us start a fire and prepare a meal. We've been through a lot today and need to rest early. Everyone dispersed to attend to their tasks. While they were busy cooking, a group of people suddenly approached. It turned out to be the residents of the forest, men, women, and children alike, each carrying something. Some held wild fruits, others brought rice, and a few carried meat. They respectfully approached Qin Bei and spoke in unison. Boss, we offer these as our tribute to you. Qin Bei frowned. I'm not your boss. Do not trouble me. A young boy stepped forward, pleading, please, let us have you as our leader. Without you, we are lost and unable to survive here. The consensus among the group was that Qin Bei was formidable, courageous, and more righteous than Wu Hao, making him a suitable leader for their well-being. Your survival is your own concern. It has nothing to do with me, Qin Bei replied coldly. The boy, momentarily at a loss for words, eventually said, being a leader is wonderful. You need not do anything but give orders, and we will handle everything for you. Your only responsibility would be to guide us to survive. This burden is too great for me. If you wish to live, find your own solutions. Will you not reconsider? Being a leader entails little effort, simply speaking is sufficient. Life would be much easier. Leave me be, and do not bother me again, Qin Bei said impatiently, pulling out his gun. The boy fell silent, fearfully leading the group away, discontent evident in their demeanor. Lu Yun looked at Qin Bei in confusion. Brother, they recognize your leadership qualities. Why reject them? There are abundant trees, food, and water here, certainly better than at the base. Qin Bei shook his head. More people will come here in the future, and there will be constant fighting over territory. Why should I burden myself with such concerns? At the base, I can find a job and support my family. Lu Yun nodded thoughtfully. You make a valid point. If you become a leader, any troubles would fall on your shoulders. Everyone returned to their tasks. That night, Su Nuo took the watch. The night was calm, and everyone slept soundly. Early the next morning, the women rose to do laundry. Before long, all the water was gone. Qin Bei handed 2 guns to Su Nuo and Lu Yun. Old Qin, and I will fetch more water. You protect everyone here. The 2 nodded promptly. Qin Bei and Qin Lin pushed a cart laden with buckets. Qin Lin couldn't help but remark, I heard Wu Hao has been here for over a month. Living like a king, enjoying the best of everything. All the women have been claimed by him and his men. Qin Bei glanced at him. What, are you envious? Want to learn from him? Qin Lin waved his hand, chuckling. Not at all. I'm just interested in those twin sisters. They're in their 20s and incredibly beautiful. Simply irresistible. The other girls don't even compare. It's a pity Wu Hao has them. You have thoughts about those twins? Qin Lin grinned. In the past, I made plenty of money and had no shortage of women. Now, after being away for over 2 months, I can barely hold back. I want to find someone to relieve my urges. Take it easy. Be careful not to get entangled. And if you catch something, you'll regret it, Qin Bei advised. I'm not worried. Don't you have protection? Give me a box. I'm not looking for romance, just a simple exchange of needs. Qin Bei retrieved a box of protection from his storage and tossed it to him. Just don't go overboard. Qin Lin laughed. I know. Don't worry. I won't cause you any trouble. The 2 continued on their way, arriving at the pond where the group was cooking. They remained silent as Qin Bei and Qin Lin fetched water. After collecting a significant amount of water, they began to leave. Suddenly, they heard footsteps behind them. Turning around, they saw a pair of stunning twin sisters gazing at them with soft eyes. Wait for us, big brothers. The sisters ran playfully, feigning clumsiness as they leaned toward Qin Bei and Qin Lin. Qin Bei pushed one down sternly. Don't touch me. Keep your distance. The girl looked hurt. You're so fierce. Big brother, you scared me. I'm not your brother. Stop calling me that and go back, Qin Bei said with a blank expression. Meanwhile, Chen Lin was smiling brightly as he embraced the other girl. Can't you walk with such delicate arms and legs? The girl beamed, nuzzling against him. Chen Lin, feeling flustered, released her and approached Qin Bei, whispering, Old Qin, take out some supplies. Qin Bei shot him a disapproving glance. You're a hopeless case. I'm done with you. Chen Lin sheepishly smiled. Qin Bei quickly moved to an empty area, retrieved a bag from his storage, and tossed it to Chen Lin before grabbing the cart of water. I'll head out first, come back early, and call me if anything happens. Thanks, Chen Lin exclaimed joyfully. He beckoned to the twins, who obediently walked to his side. He opened the bag and poured its contents onto the ground, revealing an assortment of food, compressed biscuits, soy sauce duck, bottled water, and more. Wow, so much delicious food. I've wanted to eat these for so long, but couldn't get any. Big brother, is this for us? The sisters were overjoyed. Acquiring such food was not easy and often came at a high price. They hadn't had a decent meal in ages and were eager for a taste. If you want this food, come and exchange with me, Chen Lin stated plainly. The sisters understood immediately. For days, they had been under the control of Wu Hao and his subordinates with no respite. The food they received barely sustained them. Now, spending a little time with Chen Lin could yield enough food to last several days, a highly advantageous trade indeed. Chapter 53. The desperate Chen Lin led the two sisters into a secluded thicket. He removed his clothing and laid it on the ground, inviting them to recline. After a passionate encounter, Chen Lin, with a satisfied expression, donned his clothes and departed. The sisters rose from the ground, dressed themselves, and joyfully embraced a large bag of provisions. Sister, let us indulge in a hearty meal. We can hide the rest for later, suggested one. Indeed. We cannot take it back. It would surely be snatched away, agreed the other. After their deliberation, they tore into a roasted duck, devouring it ravenously. It had been a long time since they had tasted meat. Typically, that brutish Wu Hao and his gang would consume without sharing. This meat is truly delectable. When shall we return to our former lives, where we could feast on meat and vegetables daily, rather than living like this, worse than prostitutes? Lamented one sister. Alas, life is arduous and survival is a struggle. The man we encountered earlier seemed kind. Perhaps we should attach ourselves to him and have him take us away. It would be better than staying here, surrounded by so many people. At least with him, we could serve him with care and possibly live well, she continued. Thus, they conversed while eating, reaching a consensus. Meanwhile, Chen Lin was blissfully unaware. He returned to the RV with a beaming smile. Gu Zhe glanced at him, inquiring, What is you so cheerful? You went out with my brother-in-law, yet he returned burdened with water while you came back empty-handed, looking quite carefree. Chen Lin chuckled. I have an injury, Lao Qin was considerate. Humph, you're just being lazy, Gu Jie retorted before turning away. Chen Lin shook his head at her graceful figure, lamenting that he could not partake in the grass nearby. After a moment of regret, he fell into a deep slumber. Upon awakening, it was already the morning of the second day. After rising, he stepped outside to relieve himself and spotted two figures lurking nearby. Come out, he commanded, drawing his gun. The sisters trembled with fear, softly replying, Brother, it's us. Chen Lin was taken aback. What brings you here so early? We missed you, brother. No one has ever treated us as kindly as you. They expressed their fear of being passed around, preferring to be with him rather than endure their current company. The sisters spoke pitifully, one after the other. You shouldn't be here. We agreed on this yesterday, Chen Lin cautioned. We have no ulterior motives. We simply wish to spend time with you, even just to chat. Brother, I am quite skilled in cooking. You must be hungry. Let me prepare a meal for you. They were earnest in their intentions. Seeing their humble demeanor, Chen Lin softened his tone. There is no need for you to trouble yourselves. Breakfast will be taken care of. Brother, you misunderstand. We do not expect you to take us away. We merely wish to share a little time with you, even if just for a moment. In these times, who knows what tomorrow holds? We just want to create beautiful memories, so that if we were to perish one day, there would still be warmth. Indeed. Brother, one sister added. From the moment I saw you, I was captivated. My heart is filled with thoughts of you. They gazed at him with longing, their voices tender and sincere. Even though Chen Lin was seasoned in matters of the heart, he found himself touched in that moment. Let us enjoy the present. If you do not wish to return, stay here until nightfall. I have no shortage of food. Chen Lin retrieved some provisions from the RV, saying, Come, let us cook. The sisters eagerly agreed, washing their hands before getting to work. In the RV, Su Nuo and Gu Jie were startled upon awakening. Who are these two? Why are they bustling about so early? Su Nuo exclaimed. No need to guess. It's clear Qianlin has attracted some attention, Gu Jie scoffed, turning away. She hurried to find Gu Wan, speaking conspiratorially. Sister, do you know what I just saw? Gu Wan smiled. Stop teasing and tell me. Qianlin is audacious. He actually brought back 2 women, twins, no less, looking identical. Isn't he worried they can't handle it? Gu Jie expressed her disdain. Gu Wan, observing her sister's expression, noted only teasing and no real concern, feeling relieved. Let him be. He is not my son. I cannot prevent him from pursuing what he desires. I worry he might get carried away and decide to take the twins with him. That would mean more mouths to feed and faster depletion of our supplies, Gu Jie fretted. If he truly wishes to take them, we cannot stop him. He has enough resources here. If he desires to care for them, let him use his own provisions. We shall not play the fool, Gu Wan stated firmly. Gu Jie nodded in agreement. The 2 sisters returned to preparing food without further discussion. After their meal, Gu Jie, having worked up a sweat, returned to Qianlin's RV to change clothes. Brother, be gentle. You're hurting me, came a playful complaint. Such a little vixen. Is that all you can handle? Qianlin replied with a laugh. Gu Jie covered her ears, exclaiming, You lecher. Can't you show some modesty? Not in the RV, please. With that, she stormed out, colliding with Bai Qiushui. Xiao Jie, what's wrong? You look upset. It's a long story. Qianlin is utterly shameless. Gu Jie fumed. Did he bully you? Let me help you confront him. Bai Qiushui, incensed, prepared to seek out Qianlin. Gu Jie restrained her. No, just wait a moment and you'll see. Bai Qiushui, skeptical, decided to be patient. They waited for a while until Qianlin emerged from the RV, looking refreshed, followed by the 2 sisters, who appeared radiant. Now, Bai Qiushui understood everything. How shameless. He couldn't have chosen a better place. She remarked. Gu Jie shot a glare at Qianlin. Is your thirst so desperate that you must behave like this? How will I sleep later? I didn't touch your bed. It's not like it affects you. It's too hot outside. It's more comfortable in here, Qianlin replied nonchalantly. Gu Jie was exasperated. Fine, carry on. One day you'll regret it when you fall ill. I refuse to sleep here. It's filthy. She turned and left. Bai Qiushui looked reproachfully at Qianlin before chasing after Gu Jie. Xiao Jie, why don't you sleep in our RV? We still have a spare bed. Gu Jie waved her hand. No need. I'll stay with my sister. Really, it's nothing. Don't be so polite. Let me tell you. Yungu is not up to par, and I'm rather indifferent. We live like monks and nuns. Adding you wouldn't affect anything, and it would be lively. We could all laugh and chat together at night. Bai Qiushui whispered in Gu Jie's ear. Gu Jie looked at her in surprise. Sister Bai, you're quite bold. Aren't you afraid Yungu will get upset? Not at all. You want to spill the beans, Bai Qiushui replied confidently. I'll think about it. I'm just used to staying in Qianlin's RV, Gu Jie responded vaguely. Chapter 54. The bewitching potion of the sisters. Gu Jie sought out Gu Wan, expressing her concerns. Sister, where will I live from now on? Just the sight of Qianlin makes me feel nauseous. I can end oppose. Shake the feeling that his car is filthy. Deep down, she held a profound disdain for the pair of sisters who bartered their bodies for sustenance. It was utterly shameful. Were it her, she would rather starve than resort to such degradation. Gu Wan furrowed her brow, reflecting on Qianlin's excessive libertinism. She had once thought well of him and even intended to bring them together, but now she felt relieved she hadn't pushed her sister into the fire. Qin Bei approached, contemplating before stating earnestly, Xiao Jie, you shall stay in our vehicle. I will move in with old Qin. No, he will lead you astray. Gu Jie quickly objected, fearing her earnest brother-in-law might be swayed. After all, the food supply was entirely under his control, and the thought of him being captivated by an outside woman, abandoning her sister and the children, was terrifying. Would they not starve? She could not jeopardize her sister's welfare for her own comfort. Qin Bei chuckled softly. Little girl, what are you thinking? I am not that sort of person. My heart belongs solely to your sister. Gu Wan joined in the laughter, reassuring her, Xiao Jie, do not worry. Your brother-in-law is quite dependable in this regard. He is not a lecherous man. Indeed, old Qin used to flirt with me, trying to lure me in, but I rejected him, and that is even less likely now. Qin Bei affirmed seriously. Gu Jie remained conflicted, pondering for a moment before suddenly asking, brother-in-law, can people stay in the space? If so, I will sleep there. Qin Bei was taken aback, having never considered that possibility. I have never stayed there for an extended period. What if you go in and cannot come out? That would be disastrous. Gu Jie longed to suggest trying it, but after a moment's reflection, she decided against it. Never mind, I will stay in Shinlin's car. I can endure a few sleepless nights. Once we reach the base, we will have a house to stay in. I'll have a word with him to be less ostentatious, Qin Bei said after a moment of contemplation. Gu Jie nodded. Aware that one must bow one's head when under a roof, Qin Bei sought out Shinlin, only to find him reclining on the bed. Being massaged from head to toe by the two sisters, his face radiating satisfaction. You truly know how to indulge yourself. Every day is an opportunity. Enjoy it while you can, for the days of suffering are long ahead, Shinlin remarked nonchalantly. Could you not be so ostentatious, making your actions known to all? Are you not concerned that women will swarm you, completely surrounding you? Do not paint me as someone desperate. I have high standards. Besides, I am neither married nor do I have a girlfriend. I am entitled to enjoy myself, Shinlin replied with an air of entitlement. You are an adult. Yet you remain playful. Do not stake your life on such frivolities. It would be wise for you to settle down and find a partner, Qin Bei advised. I prefer this arrangement. It is mutually beneficial, and there are no burdens. Shinlin waved his hand dismissively. Qin Bei chose not to press further, concluding, very well. But one thing. Keep a low profile these days. My sister-in-law will be staying here. She, being a young lady, cannot bear witness to your sordid affairs. I promise you, just give me a tent, and I will conduct my affairs there, Shinlin replied earnestly. Qin Bei cast him a reluctant glance before departing. Before long, Qin Bei called out, I have placed the tent here. You can take care of it yourself. Shinlin laughed, truly a good brother. The twin sisters smiled sweetly, brother. The thought of parting with you makes us reluctant. Tonight, may we stay in the tent, to be closer to you? Brother, we miss you. Just seeing the vehicle brings us such joy. Shinlin regarded them with a smirk. Once I consent, will you next request to stay in the car? If you are willing, that would be wonderful. But if not, we would not dare to impose, they replied innocently. Do not think so poorly of us. We are quite simple, they insisted, resuming their diligent massages. Now that we are all adults, it is clear you are flattering me for some reason. Surely it cannot be merely for some food? Shinlin scrutinized them sharply. They exchanged glances, momentarily flustered before regaining composure, and with radiant smiles, they replied, Brother, we seek nothing but your kindness. We are orphans, having grown up relying on each other, enduring much suffering and hardship. You are among the few who have treated us well. As they spoke, tears glistened in their eyes. Shinlin, moved, said, Very well, as long as I am here. You shall not go hungry. The sisters nodded vigorously. Shinlin glanced out the window. The sky had darkened, and Xiaojie would soon return to sleep. You should return now. It is getting late. Reluctantly, the sisters replied, It is so hot outside. How can one compare to the comfort of the car? The air conditioning is delightful. Just as they pondered how to linger a bit longer, a sudden downpour erupted outside. Shinlin sprang up, flinging open the car door, and plunged into the rain. After a month of relentless heat, this sudden rain was a welcome relief, rejuvenating the parched earth. Everyone, exhilarated, rushed out to revel in the downpour, with the children gleefully frolicking in the rain. Qin Bei, in high spirits, retrieved water guns and buckets from the space, handing them to the children for a water fight. Guan admonished him, You spoil them, they will fall ill, and then we will be in distress. Rarely do we have this. Everyone drink a few bowls of ginger soup later. Illness shall be avoided. Qin Bei chuckled. Guan returned his smile. All right. But do not only focus on play. Quickly gather more buckets to collect rainwater. At least we can wash some clothes. Understood. I shall comply. Qin Bei responded amiably, lining up numerous empty buckets on the ground. Meanwhile, Su Nuo hurriedly brought out empty pots and pans to collect rainwater. The twin sisters, yearning to enjoy the rain like Shinlin, restrained themselves, assisting Su Nuo diligently. Su Nuo felt awkward, urging them to rest, but they insisted on helping, leaving her no choice but to acquiesce. On the other side, Lu Yun and Bai Qiushui had also gathered every conceivable container for rainwater collection. The rain came at an opportune time, lowering the temperature and refreshing the air, alleviating their struggles to fetch water. Bai Qiushui was particularly delighted, for in the heat, one would often sweat through several sets of clothing daily, necessitating prompt washing alongside bathing and cooking, which consumed vast amounts of water. The chore of fetching water alone was a significant undertaking. Chapter 55. Someone wants to eat. The torrential rain poured down incessantly throughout the night. The twin sisters, unable to return, beseeched Shinlin, Brother, the rain is too heavy, the roads are flooded, and it's dark. We are so frightened. May we stay in your tent? Rest assured, I will be very well behaved and will not trouble you at all. Lin glanced at the pitch-black night and the unrelenting downpour, feeling a pang of compassion. All right, you may stay, he conceded, stepping out of the vehicle to set up the tent for them. The sisters expressed their heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, brother. You are too kind to us. We are willing to work hard to repay you. Lin waved his hand. It's late. You should sleep. He turned and walked away. The sisters said nothing more, snuggling together, quickly drifting off to sleep. From the moment they awoke, the sisters busied themselves helping Lin with various tasks, eager to win his favor. Inside the RV, Lin sipped his beer while watching the rain, thoroughly enjoying the moment. Gu Jia cast a cold glance at him, remarking, "How heartless of you to leave those two delicate beauties alone in the tent. Aren't you afraid they might be devoured by wild beasts? Lu Yunzong is keeping watch. What is there to fear?" Lin retorted. "Didn't you say you wouldn't stay here? What brought you back? Did you miss me?" He teased. Gu Jia rolled her eyes and shot him a fierce glare. "I would rather miss a dog than you. Stop being so self-important." With that, she returned to her bed. Before lying down, she meticulously checked her surroundings, ensuring there was no sign of disturbance, and then settled in. Next door, Su Nua smiled. "Don't worry. They are quite sensible and wouldn't want to be a nuisance. As long as they don't affect me, I have no intention of meddling," Gu Jie replied calmly, pulling out her phone to browse the news. Despite the remote location, there was still internet access, allowing them to keep abreast of the outside world. Otherwise, they would truly feel isolated. The news was alarming. The polar regions were melting rapidly, causing the ice and snow to disappear. Penguins, polar bears, and Arctic wolves were unable to survive, leading to numerous deaths. Was humanity next in line? Gu Jia opened her phone to find a shocking report. When disaster strikes, no one can escape. Coastal cities around the world have been submerged, with many fatalities. Island nations have been completely inundated, leading to their demise, Su Nua stated calmly. The news reported that numerous viruses long buried beneath the polar ice had emerged. There was one particularly formidable virus, known as Ruta, which transmitted through water. Anyone who ingested contaminated water would succumb within 3 days, and those who came into contact with it would suffer from severe skin lesions. Gu Jia expressed her deep concern. Many people have been infected, and there are no medicines to cure them. They can only wait to die. Others suffer from itching and rotting skin without any ointment, waiting in agony for their end. Is the Ruta virus detectable in water? I've heard that boiling it won't kill it. Gu Jia mused. It's difficult to detect. Resources are scarce, and there aren't facilities for testing. They say they are researching test strips, but who knows when they will be available. Su Nua sighed. Gu Jia fell silent, overwhelmed by the horror of it all. From now on, I won't dare touch outside water. I fear for my life. Don't dwell on it. Worrying won't help. Whether we survive is up to fate, Su Nua replied serenely. Gu Jia said no more, instead turning on her music player to play a few soft songs to ease her mood. Before she knew it, she had fallen asleep. The next day, she awoke to bright sunshine, with only the damp ground indicating the heavy rain of the previous night. Gu Jia stretched and stepped out of the RV, encountering the twin sisters who were carrying steaming breakfast. They smiled and nodded at her, inviting, "Breakfast is ready. You can eat now." Feeling awkward, Gu Jia hesitated, unable to lower her pride, and shook her head. "I'm not hungry. You eat." She quickly left, almost fleeing the scene. She ran to Gu 1's vehicle, where a sumptuous breakfast awaited her. Starving, she began to eat and gossiped. "Sister, those sisters are truly frightening. It seems they have set their sights on Lin." "What do you mean? Have they attached themselves to him again so early?" Gu 1 laughed, continuing to pour milk for everyone. "They are quite industrious. They prepared breakfast before I even left, and still call me to eat. It appears they aim not just to win over Lin, but to charm all of us as well," Gu Jia remarked as she ate. "What could they possibly want? It's merely about securing food or perhaps wanting to leave together," Gu 1 stated succinctly. "With more people comes more trouble," Gu Jia sighed wearily. "If old Qin truly wishes to be taken away, there's nothing we can do to stop it. We might as well tell him directly that those sisters are using his supplies. Otherwise, he won't feel the pinch. I fear he might squander all his resources, leaving us with nothing to eat, and we would have to support him. In the end, we would become the foolish ones," Gu Jia lamented helplessly. Qin Bei, who had been silent, spoke up. "Don't worry. Old Qin won't be blinded by beauty. He remains quite rational. If he does lose his senses, just let him go hungry for a few days," Gu 1 replied seriously. Qin Bei chuckled in agreement. "Hey, what is happening outside? It's so noisy." "There are suddenly so many cars," Gu Jia said, her attention caught by the commotion outside. She observed a steady stream of vehicles and pedestrians gathering around. A sense of foreboding creeping in. They are all refugees, having heard that this place has trees and water sources, Qin Bei remarked, unfazed. A little while ago, I took a look through the binoculars and noticed a large number of cars and people heading this way. I understood what was happening, he continued. Doesn't that mean it will become very crowded here? We should leave early. In these times, the more people there are, the more conflicts arise. Solitude is the best choice. Guwan eagerly agreed. We should leave now. Let us rest during the day and depart at night, Qin Bei said with confidence. Guwan glanced at the throngs of people outside and nodded in agreement. Hurry up and eat. Otherwise, the delicious aroma will attract unwanted attention, Qin Bei advised. In recent days, they had kept the doors and windows locked while dining, drawing the curtains tight to avoid being noticed. All right, let us eat quickly, Guwan said. Feeling a bit anxious, as there were now over 100 people outside, Gu Jie remained silent, focusing on devouring her meal. Suddenly, a knock sounded at the door. Hey, do you have any food? Can you sell me some? Qin Bei stood up to see a burly man outside, looking weary and pleading. We have no food to spare. We're barely holding on ourselves. You might want to try elsewhere, Qin Bei firmly refused. Once you agree, countless people will swarm you, making it impossible to escape. You would even become a target, and before you know it, you'll be in dire straits. This is the apocalypse, not a time of peace. Only a hardened heart can endure. Chapter 56. A disturbance at the door. The man, filled with disappointment yet unyielding, implored softly, Brother, please. My wife is on the brink of starvation. I simply wish to procure a morsel for her. I am willing to do anything you ask. Qin Bei, equally famished, responded with a resigned tone. The man fell silent and left helplessly. Returning to the dining table, Qin Bei gazed at the ample food before him, only to find his appetite vanished. Guwan comforted him. You're feeling quite distressed, aren't you? Do not dwell on it. Countless individuals are suffering from hunger. We cannot save everyone. Focus on your own well-being. Indeed, brother-in-law, Gu Jie added with a pragmatic outlook. The human heart is inscrutable. Your good intentions may yield dire consequences instead. In the past, she often bought food and drink for beggars on the street, but now her priority was self-preservation. I'm fine. It's merely that I'm a bit too full. I'll rest for a while, Qin Bei replied with a smile, before heading out to collect the water bucket. I'll finish my meal and accompany you, Xiao Jie. You and the children stay in the car. Guwan took a tissue, wiped her mouth, and prepared to exit the vehicle. Qin Bei stopped her. There are too many people outside, and it's chaotic. Staying put will be a great help. Guwan glanced outside, noticing the sun-baked faces of the crowd, their skin a stark contrast to her pale arms. I'll heed your advice. Please be careful. Once Qin Bei departed, only the two sisters and the children remained in the car. Sister, if we are to appear in public again, we may need to wear long sleeves, Gu Jie mused quietly. Guwan instantly understood. Indeed, otherwise, our fair skin may lead others to believe we live in comfort and are devoid of shortages, making us targets. We should also don sun hats, sunglasses, and masks to conceal our faces thoroughly. Look at those women outside. Their skin is so tan one can hardly see their features, she suggested, wishing to maintain a low profile and avoid trouble. Guwan nodded and then looked at the children, whose complexions were notably fair. We must all adopt such disguises. Mother, it's already quite hot. If we do that, we'll suffocate, Qin Sheng protested, accustomed to wearing tank tops and shorts. Mother, if we stay in the car. Others want to see us, Qin Shen proposed. Only Qin Tingting was exuberant. Mom, Aunt, that seems too cumbersome. Why not wrap us in bed sheets, exposing only our eyes? Guwan chuckled. Tingting, do you truly wish for that? I bought quite a bit of fabric. I'll let you try it soon. Gu Jie joined in the enthusiasm. Sister, why not turn this into a fashion show? Let us see who can wrap themselves the most creatively. Qin Tingting clapped with excitement. Yes, yes. That sounds like so much fun. The two boys, however, showed little interest. We want to join the girls' game. We're going back to sleep, they declared, dropping their bowls and slipping away. Qin Tingting sighed. You two fools. Giving up before it even begins. You'll regret it. Eagerly, she turned to Guwan. Mom, let us get started. Guwan hesitated. Hold on. The fabric is with your father. Disappointed, Qin Tingting waited patiently. After a while, Qin Bei returned. Upon entering, he addressed Guwan. Dear, didn't you stockpile a good amount of fabric? Could you spare a few pieces for old Qin? What does uncle need fabric for? Is he planning to join the fashion show? Qin Tingting asked curiously. To make clothes, Qin Bei replied succinctly. But doesn't he already have clothes? I see him wearing a different one every day. He seems to have enough. Qin Tingting furrowed her brow in confusion. Guwan understood. He must be requesting it for those two sisters. Smart wife, Qin Bei remarked, recognizing that he noticed the sisters' tattered clothing and sunburned skin. Wishing to trade rice for fabric. Be generous. Just give them 2 sets of shirts and pants each. We don't need the rice. Guwan responded generously. Recalling her ample stock of clothing and fabric, which had seen little use until now. Qin Bei smiled. Old Chun is quite cunning. He wants clothes but finds it difficult to ask outright, so he mentions fabric instead. Quickly take it over before he pressures you. Guwan chuckled. Qin Tingting, eager, exclaimed. Dad, wait. Bring out some pretty fabric. Qin Bei smiled indulgently at her. Just wait a moment. He turned to leave. Upon his return, he carried a thick stack of fabric, all retrieved from their supplies. Qin Tingting beamed. Dad, you're the best. Have fun, but listen to your mother. Qin Bei reminded her before departing with several sets of clothes. He approached Qianlin, who received the clothing with delight. Sister-in-law, you're exceedingly generous. Thank you. He promptly handed the garments to the sisters, who were overjoyed and expressed their gratitude repeatedly. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside. The sisters couldn't help but stand and observe. You heartless wretch, have some decency. Even stealing food from children? How despicable. An angry woman in her 30s shouted at a ragged man, who clutched a sobbing girl in his arms. I'm starving. I don't care if you're an adult or a child. If I steal it, I will eat it. Even if it's food for a dog. I want to hesitate. The man retorted, his demeanor callous. Your shame is gone. You live worse than a dog. You'd be better off dead than continue to plague others. The woman seethed. Shut your mouth. Keep talking, and I'll slaughter you for meat. I'm in desperate need of some fat. The man snarled, brandishing a gleaming knife. The woman, terrified, fell silent and hurried away with the girl in her arms. The man laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha. What gives you the right to challenge me? I can risk my life, can you? No one dared to engage with him. They all kept their distance. This man is a disaster waiting to happen. He must be dealt with, Qianlin remarked, looking at Qin Bei. If you wish to confront him, go ahead, but do not let anyone see you, Qin Bei replied calmly. It's easy to kill 1 or 2, but more than that is unmanageable. Qianlin sighed. This world has gone awry, driving people to behave inhumanely. We should leave tonight, out of sight, out of mind. Very well, I fear my temper might lead me to confront him, Qin Bei said without further comment. Suddenly, he noticed the man striding confidently towards their RV. This is bad. My wife and the others are in danger, he thought, panic rising within him. Don't approach. Leave it to me, Qianlin instructed. Pulling a slingshot from his pocket and opening the car window, aiming for the man's waist. In an instant, the man winced in pain, unable to straighten up. Clutching his side and scanning for the source of the attack. Who dares to ambush me? Step forward and face me openly. Chapter 57. Defeated Oldshin, take him down. Beat him until he howls in despair and flees like a rat. Qin Bei's expression was icy. Anyone who dared to threaten his wife and children would face dire consequences. Just wait and see, Lao Qin, Qianlin responded with enthusiasm. He picked up the marbles and swiftly shot several at the man and amp. Appo's head, shoulder, leg, and abdomen, causing him to grimace in pain and scream as if he had gone mad. In the vehicle, Guwan noticed the commotion and, without hesitation, started the RV and drove off. The man glared angrily, determined to chase after the vehicle. However, more marbles struck his legs, causing him to stumble and look around. Finally spotting Qianlin wielding the slingshot. Suppressing his pain, he limped and cursed, You little brat, how dare you hit me? Get down here and apologize. Get lost. You filthy mouth. Qianlin roared in fury, shooting a marble straight into the man's mouth, drawing blood. If you have the guts, come down and fight me. Don't hide like a coward in the vehicle. The man shouted, his anger boiling. His curses attracted a crowd of onlookers, who merely crossed their arms and watched the spectacle unfold. Just as you wish, I will deal with you severely, Qin Bei declared sternly as he stepped down from the vehicle. The man froze in shock, having not anticipated that it would be Qin Bei emerging. He pointed at Qianlin in the vehicle and shouted, Get down here. Damn it, I will kill you today. Is that so? You're not worthy. Qianlin scoffed dismissively. Fuming with rage, the man attempted to push past Qin Bei to drag Qianlin out of the vehicle. Qin Bei, however, wasted no time and unleashed a flurry of blows on him. The man was quickly knocked to the ground, and it was too late for him to retaliate. He could only lie on the ground, clutching his fists and enduring his fate. The crowd erupted in cheers. Well done. Scum like him deserves a thorough beating. Let us teach him a lesson so he won't bully others again. Let us put an end to this menace. He has bullied us all along the way. A woman, previously threatened by the man, rushed forward, brandishing her high heels and striking at him. This beast even defiled my wife. I will kill him. A man with black-rimmed glasses, seemingly gentle, charged forward, striking the man on the head with a stick with all his might. Qin Bei stepped aside, allowing the two to vent their anger. At that moment, someone in the crowd shouted, "Let us all unite and kill this beast." Immediately, a surge of anger swept through the crowd. Let us beat him together. Apart from the elderly and children, 50 or 60 people rushed forward, surrounding the man and pummeling him mercilessly. The beating continued for a long time, and when the crowd finally dispersed, the man lay motionless in a pool of blood, lifeless. The crowd scattered. Qin Bei turned to Chen Lin and Lu Yun, saying, "This place is cursed. We must relocate." There were no objections, and they swiftly moved their vehicles to park alongside Gu Wan's RV. Given the recent events, everyone instinctively gathered in Qin Bei's vehicle. "Brother Qin, let us leave now to avoid being implicated," Lu Yun suggested kindly. "Fear not. Who would dare approach? I'd shoot them down," Chen Lin declared fearlessly. Qin Bei, with a calm demeanor, gazed at the brilliant sun hanging in the sky, drying up everyone's spirit in the sweltering heat. After such a heated encounter, everyone was exhausted and preoccupied with resting. Soon, they would need to focus on preparing food, leaving no time for idle matters. "You're right, Brother Qin. We must prioritize our own safety," Su Yu echoed in agreement. "Look, many people are heading into the depths of the forest. They must be going to fetch water," Gu Jie observed intently. Everyone leaned toward the window, noticing numerous men, women, and children carrying supplies as they ventured deeper into the woods, leaving only a few behind to rest. It seemed an inevitable conflict loomed ahead. Qin Bei remarked pensively, "It appears a fierce battle is unavoidable." The group fell silent, quickly grasping the implications. Gu Wan sighed. The forest is limited, and the water source is scarce. With more people arriving, there won't be enough to drink. Bai Qiushui felt fortunate. "We are about to leave. The rainwater we collected last night is sufficient. We won't wade into this mess." With that, she pulled Lu Yun back into the RV. The others also adopted a self-preserving stance, returning to their vehicles and attending to their own affairs. Upon entering the RV, the twin sisters approached Chen Lin with forlorn expressions, reluctant to let him go. "Brother, are you really leaving? We can't bear to part with you. If you leave, we will be plunged into despair again." Their eyes glistened with unshed tears, resembling two pitiful little rabbits. Chen Lin felt a pang of regret. After all, these sisters had cared for him better than all his previous lovers combined. He felt a strong attachment, fearing he might never encounter such understanding individuals again. After a moment of internal conflict, he steeled himself, saying, "I will provide you with more supplies. But we are just two weak women in this dog-eat-dog society. Even with more supplies, we may not survive. We could end up losing our lives," they replied. "Brother, could you take us with you? To a place rich in resources where we can be self-sufficient, so we can survive even if it's by the skin of our teeth." Chen Lin fell silent, grappling with an unprecedented dilemma. To refuse them outright felt harsh, yet bringing them along also seemed unwise. "Where do you wish to go? Have you made a decision?" he probed cautiously. The sisters' faces lit up with joy. "We heard the government is building a base 3 days in Apos. Journey from here. We want to try our luck there, to see if we can survive. I've heard that news elsewhere too. Are you going there as well?" The sisters looked at him anxiously, fearing any misstep might provoke his anger. "You want to go to the base?" Chen Lin scrutinized them, realizing their resourcefulness in gathering such information. "Yes, there will be more job opportunities there. At least we can live decently. Don't worry, brother. Once we arrive, we will fend for ourselves and won't be a burden to you. We swear, if we fail, let the heavens strike us down without mercy." The sisters vowed earnestly, drawing closer to Chen Lin, their demeanor charmingly flirtatious. In an instant, Chen Lin was captivated, pulling the two of them toward the bedroom. After a moment's thought, he turned back and led them out of the vehicle to the tent instead. Chapter 58. Departing with the sisters upon entering the tent, disregarding the stifling heat. Chen Lin lunged towards the two sisters like a ravenous wolf. The sisters giggled and played along. After an intense bout of energy, the three lay on the mat, drenched in sweat and panting heavily. "Brother, we've known each other for several days, yet none of us knows each other's names. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the elder sister, Zhuang Ro and Apos. And this is my younger sister, Zhuang Ku and Apos. The elder twin looked intently at Qin. Qin nodded. Feel free to say whatever you wish. I am utterly exhausted and cannot escape. With a gentle smile, Zhuang Roer replied, then let me tell you a story. We are actually illegitimate daughters. Our mother was abandoned and, despite the ridicule from everyone, gave birth to us out of wedlock. She couldn't end oppose to even rest during her confinement, working 3 jobs to support us through a meager existence. We strove to excel in our studies and were accepted into university, but just as life began to improve, our mother fell ill due to overwork and passed away, coinciding with the onset of a cataclysmic crisis. To survive, my sister and I had no choice but to submit ourselves to one man after another. Tears glistened in Zhuang Ro and Appo's eyes as she spoke. Beside her, Zhuang Ko and Appo's had already been reduced to tears. Brother, I know you look down upon us. We are aware of our uncleanliness, yet we still yearn to live. Struggling desperately to rise, Qin felt a heavy weight in his heart. Taking you with me is not solely my decision. I have to consult the others. The sisters smiled through their tears, incessantly expressing their gratitude. Brother, thank you. We are immensely grateful. You are truly a good person. As long as we can reach the base, we promise to be at your beck and call whenever you need us. This promise is everlasting. Qin chuckled. Please fetch me some water. I need a bath. The sisters quickly donned their clothes and stepped outside. Shortly after, Zhuang Roer returned with 2 large buckets of warm water while Zhuang Kuer carried a bathing basin along with clean clothes and shower gel. Entering the tent, the sisters attended to Qin, providing him with a soothing bath. With a look of contentment on his face, he then noticed the sisters, drenched in sweat, their clothes appearing as though they had been washed in water. Feeling somewhat guilty, he suggested, you both should fetch some water and wash yourselves too. He departed and sought out Qin Bei. Old Shun, I wish to take those sisters along with us. Once we reach the base, their fate will no longer concern me. Qin Bei's expression turned serious. Old Shun, are you certain about this? They are 2 living beings, not mere animals. This is the result of my careful consideration. Their supplies will be deducted from my provisions, Qin asserted firmly. Seeing his unwavering determination, Qin Bei refrained from further persuasion and called over Gu Jie, who had been accompanying the children. Xiao Jie, starting tonight, you will stay with us. Gu Jie appeared taken aback, momentarily unsure of what was happening. After a long pause, she grasped the situation and tentatively inquired, are those sisters also leaving? Will they be staying in the vehicle? Qin nodded. Xiao Jie, I apologize for any inconvenience caused to you. It is no trouble. I have disrupted you during this time. Gu Jie replied calmly. She said no more and turned to leave. Qin wanted to call out to her but swallowed his words. Gu Jie hastily returned to the vehicle, packing her belongings without raising her head. Sunua, noticing her distressed demeanor, asked with concern, what's wrong? Are you moving out? Making room for someone else? I and Appos, been here long enough. Who? The sisters? Haven and Appos. They've been living in the tent these past few days? Are they trying to take more than their share? Sunua, favoring Gu Jie, harbored a dislike for the sisters. They are heading to the base and will be residing in the vehicle. As for me, I will squeeze in with the children. It will be quieter that way, Gu Jie replied, feeling unhappy but recognizing that it was and Appos, her vehicle to decide upon. Sunua felt a pang of discomfort and, in a moment of impulse, blurted, you can sleep in my bed. I'll take the outside. No need. I do not wish to share a room with those sisters. Gu Jie declined the kind offer, hefting a large bundle of belongings and departing. I'll help you. Sunua stepped forward to take the bedding from her arms. The 2 walked in tandem. Upon descending the vehicle, they encountered a young boy with a face marred by wounds. Gu Jie immediately recognized him as the one who had fervently urged Qin Bei to take charge a few days prior. What do you need? Gu Jie furrowed her brow, sensing an ominous premonition. I'm looking for your brother-in-law to discuss something, the boy replied with a friendly smile. Just as Gu Jie was about to speak, Qin Bei emerged. Upon seeing Qin Bei, the boy and Appos' expression brightened. Brother, we were attacked by the newcomers and seek your assistance in setting things right. Qin Bei was displeased. Do not make connections haphazardly. You were attacked. Figure out a way to retaliate on your own. There is no need to come crying to me like a child. Please help us. They are numerous and intend to seize our territory. We have no way out, the boy pleaded desperately. I have no standing to assist you in reclaiming your territory. Moreover, even if I were to foolishly help you retrieve it, what then? Can you defend it afterward? Do not forget, everyone knows there is an oasis here, and waves of starving people will soon arrive. You cannot protect it, and may even lose your lives in the process. Qin Bei stated bluntly. The boy stood dumbfounded, unable to process the words for a long time. Finally, he stammered, "Brother, is what you say true? Have you not noticed? More people are coming." Qin Bei handed him a pair of binoculars. As the boy took them and gazed through, his expression turned grave, nearly crumbling under the realization. "Brother, what should we do? There are now about 200 to 300 people, while we only have a few dozen. We will surely be killed. I don't want to die. Can't you think of a way to help me?" Observing his pitiful demeanor, Qin Bei pondered for a moment. "If you continue south for several days, you will come across a base. It is a government-built shelter. If you wish to survive, head there." The boy's eyes lit up. "Brother, is there truly such a place? Might we meet there?" Qin Bei replied nonchalantly, "It is possible." The boy contemplated for a moment, yearning to request a ride, but upon recalling Qin Bei and Appo's stern demeanor, he abandoned the thought. He returned the binoculars, thanked him, and departed. That night, Zhuang Ro and Zhuang Ku and Appo's settled into the RV. They were considerate, opting not to sleep on Gu Jia's bed, instead choosing 2 chairs to rest upon, managing to get through the night. While Chen Lin and Su Nuo took turns driving, the sisters continually offered them tea and engaged in casual conversation to keep them awake. Su Nuo maintained a cold attitude towards the sisters, yet they remained unfazed, continuing their attentive service. "Come, you both must be tired. Have something to eat and take a break." Chen Lin, feeling sympathy for them, produced a generous amount of snacks and placed them before the sisters. "Thank you, brother," they replied in unison, their smiles radiant. Chapter 59 at last arrived. The vehicle had been traveling for quite some time, and the oppressive heat remained unrelenting. The road was strewn with countless corpses, left unburied, rotting under the fierce sun, emitting an unbearable stench that was nauseating. The doors and windows of the car were tightly sealed, yet the foul odor seeped in relentlessly. The children, unable to endure the stench, retched continuously. Guwan's heart ached for them. She felt utterly helpless and could only urge Qin Bei to drive faster to escape this wretched place. Qin Bei pressed the accelerator to the floor, speeding away with determination. After what felt like an eternity, they finally managed to break free from that horrific scene. The car was filled with the acrid scent of vomit. Guwan opened the window to let in some fresh air, hoping to dissipate the foul odor. The children were listless, devoid of energy. Guwan and Gu Jia exerted considerable effort to lull them to sleep. After tending to everything, Guwan felt utterly drained. Gu Jia, filled with concern, urged, "Sister, please rest for a while." "I am fine. You should sleep," Guwan replied. "Xiao Jia, I am grateful for your help on this journey. Otherwise, I would have been overwhelmed trying to manage 3 children alone. We are sisters. There is no need for formality," Gu Jia said with a radiant smile. Guwan smiled back, then brought over a large watermelon, cutting it in half so everyone could enjoy it, scooping out generous bites with a spoon. The icy, sweet watermelon provided a delightful respite from their exhaustion. Gu Jia's face lit up with happiness as she devoured her portion voraciously. In the past, eating watermelon was a trivial matter, but now, food was more precious than gold. Indulging in watermelon felt like a luxury. Before long, they had devoured half the watermelon, leaving only the rind. "Don't throw this away. Sister, let's make a cold dish with the rind later," Gu Jia suggested. "But you never liked it," Guwan replied. "Now, we should not waste anything edible. It's hard to endure hunger," Gu Jia insisted earnestly. Before Guwan could respond, Gu Jia continued, "On this journey, I have witnessed too many perish from hunger. Some have even resorted to gnawing on dry grass and brittle branches just to survive. Living is difficult, and we must hold on until the end." Guwan encouraged her, but the next moment, her face turned pale with fear. "Sister, what is wrong?" Gu Jia inquired, leaning closer with concern. Guwan trembled, pointing ahead. "Look, that grove over there." Following her gaze, Gu Jia's expression transformed in horror. Dozens of trees were adorned with bodies. No, to be precise, the remains of the deceased. "Don't look," Guwan urged, covering her eyes with one hand and Gu Jia's with the other. After a considerable time had passed, ensuring they had traveled a significant distance, she finally released her grip. "Now, there is nothing but death. I have grown accustomed to it," Gu Jia stated, attempting to maintain her composure. "I should not be so alarmed. I have heard that many in the city have jumped from buildings, their bodies mangled beyond recognition. The ground in the community is littered with corpses and blood, leaving the living with nowhere to tread," Guwan sighed. "The houses have been sold. But I haven't exited the community group. I occasionally glance at it, only to see bad news. There are those with nothing to eat, lacking water and electricity. Rather than starving or dying of thirst, they choose to leap. Gu Jie articulated the sentiments of those unfortunate souls. The deceased are all ordinary citizens. Not a single wealthy person has perished. They continue to thrive. That Wu Bao on the internet boasts about gourmet food, luxury homes, and high-end cars. Living as lavishly as ever, Gu Wan lamented, feeling helpless. She is quite foolish. Her behavior has incited public outrage. Sister, we must keep a low profile. Appearing disheveled makes us less conspicuous, Gu Jie advised cautiously. You should dress more plainly, otherwise, others may take notice, Gu Wan cautioned. The sisters, possessing striking beauty, were hard to forget. Gu Jie readily agreed. As the sisters conversed, suddenly, the vehicle came to an abrupt halt, causing them to tumble from their seats. Husband, what happened? Gu Wan asked, concerned. A few individuals tried to block the car, but I managed to evade them, Qin Bei explained nonchalantly. Gu Wan peered through the window to see several feeble men collapsing beside the vehicle, desperately waving their hands. Soon, the car left them far behind. In these times, being a good Samaritan can lead to trouble, Gu Wan warned Gu Jie, particularly about those men, as none of them could be trusted. I understand. Just look at old Chun, completely bewitched by two women, unable to discern direction, Gu Jie jested. The vehicle continued for a long while. As dawn approached, an endless wall of gray loomed at the road's end, with a heavy iron gate firmly shut at its center. With a click, Qin Bei stopped the car not far from the gate and stepped out. He knocked on the heavy door, and a stern voice emerged from outside. Who goes there? Through a crack, Qin Bei saw two soldiers in military attire, armed with assault rifles. Qin Bei smiled and said, Brothers, we are refugees seeking shelter at the base. Could you kindly open the gate? He offered them 2 packs of cigarettes. The soldiers did not accept the bribe but softened their demeanor slightly. It is only 5 o'clock a.m., it's still early. The gate opens at 7 o'clock. We cannot let you in without permission. Qin Bei smiled and turned to leave. When he returned, he held 2 bulging bags, lifting them to show the soldiers. Brothers, please open the gate. This is a small token of appreciation. The soldiers exchanged glances before finally opening the gate. As it creaked open a crack, Qin Bei handed in the bags. They were taken aback by the weighty contents. Upon opening the bags, they beamed with delight, discovering rice, vegetables, fruits, bottled water, and some snacks. It has been ages since we've had fresh produce, remarked the lean soldier with a smile, while the taller soldier shot him a warning glare, prompting him to return to a serious demeanor. Since you have arrived, we cannot simply turn you away. How many of you are there? We need to search you and your vehicle to ensure you aren't bringing in any dangerous items, the lean soldier stated. Qin Bei pointed behind him. There are 3 vehicles with 9 adults and 3 children. You stay here. I will conduct the search. The taller soldier instructed the lean one and strode toward Qin Bei's vehicle. Qin Bei quickly followed, saying, Brother, please be gentle. The children are timid and still asleep. He discreetly slipped a few packs of cigarettes into the taller soldier's pocket. The soldier's expression softened slightly. After a cursory glance, he exited the vehicle. The same courtesy was extended when he approached Chen Lin and Lu Yun and Apos' car. Qin Bei expressed his gratitude with a smile and seized the opportunity to inquire, Brother, how's housing arranged inside? The allocation is based on population. Each person is entitled to 10 square meters. There are several types of units available, 20, 30, 40, 50, and 60 square meters, with varying rents of 20, 000, 30, 000, 40, 000, 50, 000, and 60, 000, respectively, the tall soldier patiently explained, appreciating Qin Bei and Apos' courteous demeanor. Chapter 60. No more wondering what on earth is so expensive, exclaimed Lu Yun, unable to contain his surprise, as they were utterly broke. Just take a glance outside. Prices have skyrocketed. The currency has depreciated severely. Securing a place to stay is a blessing in itself, so be grateful, replied the tall soldier dismissively. I can't feel grateful. I want to cry. After enduring countless hardships to come here, now we have to shell out a fortune for rent. We're broke, Lu Yun lamented. Beside him, Bai Qiushui cautiously inquired, is there any way we could move in first and pay after we find work? Absolutely not. Everyone is in the same boat as you. The base is already overflowing with people. There are no vacancies left for you, the tall soldier retorted bluntly. Could we perhaps exchange food for housing? Qin Bei suggested. As they had spent all their money on necessities, leaving them with only a few hundred yuan. The tall soldier glanced at him and replied, sure. 100 jin of rice can offset 10,000 yuan. Qin Bei nodded, his expression troubled. Could it be a little less? We don and Oppos. Do you have much food left? That and Oppos. That's the policy. It's the same for everyone, the tall soldier said, pulling out a sheet of paper that clearly outlined what could be used to offset rent. Qin Bei took the paper, and the others gathered around, studying it intently. They were reluctant to trade food, as it was essential for survival. With rice prices soaring, no one would willingly exchange it for luxury items worth tens of thousands. Everyone hoped to barter with items they no longer needed. Just as they were engrossed in discussion, the tall soldier stepped forward and snatched the paper away. Have you made your decision? There aren't many houses left. If you don't choose soon, they'll all be taken. Everyone turned to Qin Bei, seeing him as their anchor. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, is there a larger house available? The largest is only 60 square meters. Land is limited, and everyone is crammed together, the tall soldier replied impatiently. Our dormitory is barely that size, filled with beds. 6 people can fit in your 60 square meters. It's quite spacious. Qin Bei abandoned the idea of inquiring about a villa and decided to settle for now. We need a 60 square meter unit for 3 adults and 3 children. I'll take you to meet our company commander. He manages housing allocations, the tall soldier said. We would like 2 20 square meter units. Chen Lin interjected, pointing to himself, Su Nuo, and the 2 sisters. The tall soldier scrutinized the 4 of them, but said nothing. Lu Yun clenched his teeth and quickly added, we also want a 20 square meter unit. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention. Rent must be paid in full for 3 months up front. No delayed payments are accepted, the tall soldier turned back to add. The sudden additional condition left everyone looking a bit grim. Zhuang Rower and Zhuang Ke anxiously glanced at Chen Lin, grateful that he could afford 1 month's rent. The thought of needing 3 months and Oppos, worth 600 jin of rice, was overwhelming. He wooed and Oppos, to agree to that. Despair washed over the sisters as they looked at Chen Lin, pleading for his assistance one last time. Chen Lin turned away, knowing he would have to part with a significant amount of food, causing him great discomfort. Seeing the silence among the group, the tall soldier kindly suggested, if food is scarce, you can all pool together and squeeze into one house. Yet, no one spoke up. After a long pause, Qin Bei finally said, brother, we are numerous. Let an Oppos. Discuss how to arrange our living situation. The tall soldier remained silent, returning to his post inside the iron gate. After some contemplation, Lu Yun's face fell. Qin Laudi, why don't we share a 60 square meter unit to save on food? But a 60 square meter unit has only 3 small rooms. We could hardly let you sleep in the living room. Qin Bei politely refused. He preferred to keep his family together without outsiders. Disappointed, Lu Yun shifted his focus to Chen Lin. Old Chen, a 40 square meter unit has 2 rooms. You and Su Nuo can take one, and we can take the other. What do you think? Zhuang Ro and Oppos, visibly anxious, turned to Chen Lin and implored, brother, could you help us sisters just this once? Just for 1 month, we will find jobs and move out immediately. Yes, we can write a note. And others can vouch for us, Zhuang Ke quickly added. Bai Qiushui, displeased, interjected, old Shin has already gone through a lot to bring you here. Don't push your luck. Shikuden and Oppos, bear to see their negotiations fall apart. We and Oppos, LL take a 20 square meter unit. Su Nuo and I will have a room. And you sisters can sleep in the living room. I and Oppos, LL take you in for 3 months, and all household chores will be your responsibility. After 3 months, if you end up on the streets, I won't concern myself with it, Chen Lin decisively stated. The sisters were overjoyed and profoundly grateful. Lu Yun and his wife turned pale with anger, initially hoping to compromise with Chen Lin, only to be rejected instead. Their pride was wounded, and they felt the sting of losing food. Finally, Lu Yun gritted his teeth and said, all right, then we will take a 20 square meter unit. Bai Qiushui nodded resignedly. Qin Bei called for the tall soldier to lead them to the company commander. After explaining their intentions, the commander was silent for a long moment before remarking, housing here has always been in high demand. Many people are desperate for it, so consider yourselves fortunate. Qin Bei smiled and presented a whole pack of cigarettes, which pleased the commander. He took out a notebook and pointed to the layout they desired. There are a few decent spots available. The rooms face south, and they are comfortable to live in. Could we perhaps view the house in person? If it meets our needs, we can finalize the arrangement, Qin Bei suggested eagerly. The commander collected his notebook, stood up, and said, follow me. The group followed him, walking with purpose. After inspecting the houses, they found them satisfactory and agreed to take one. They returned to fetch their vehicle and food to offset the rent. The commander drafted the rental contract and receipt, handed them the keys, and their business was concluded. Upon receiving the keys, Qin Bei eagerly led his wife and children into their temporary home. After wandering for so long, they could finally settle down. Though the house was small, it provided a refuge, far more comfortable than a vehicle. Guwon gazed at the empty, rough-walled space and said, "My dear, I apologize for the inconvenience. Once I establish myself here, I will secure a larger and more comfortable home for you." Qin Bei felt a pang of guilt. Previously, their family had lived in a beautiful large house, a stark contrast to their current simplicity. Brother-in-law, don't blame yourself in these times. Having a roof over our heads is a blessing in itself. We can and oppose. Afford to be choosy, Gu Jie calmly replied, exhibiting remarkable adaptability to their new reality. Chapter 61. No longer wandering after an exhausting day, everyone felt utterly fatigued, lacking the energy to tidy up. Qin Bei extracted several mattresses from the vehicle, placing one in each of the 3 rooms, further constricting the already limited space. He then retrieved a dining table and some chairs from storage, followed by a selection of steaming hot food. The group gathered around, devouring the meal with great enthusiasm. The house lacked air conditioning and fans, and they ate while drenched in sweat, their clothes thoroughly soaked. Frowning, Qin Bei suggested they sleep in the RV that night, as it provided air conditioning. He proposed they tidy the house for occupancy the following day, and no one voiced any objections. After dinner, everyone returned to the RV to wash up and soon fell into a deep slumber. The next morning, Qin Bei rose early, careful not to disturb the others. He gathered an array of cleaning supplies from the vehicle and diligently began his work. The floor was excessively dirty, leaving dusty footprints with every step. He utilized the rainwater he had stored to mop the floors, repeating the process several times before achieving a satisfactory level of cleanliness. He meticulously wiped every corner until the house gleamed. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he discarded his drenched clothes into the trash, deeming them too soiled and tattered to be worth washing. Surveying the house, he noted its many deficiencies. There was no kitchen and no bathroom. Fortunately, his practical skills negated the need to hire additional laborers, thus preventing the waste of resources. Upon returning to the RV, he changed into a faded short-sleeve shirt just as Gu Wan and the others awoke. With a gentle smile, he suggested they remain in the RV while he tidied the house, promising that they would stay there that evening. Gu Wan expressed concern, insisting on helping and offering to call Old Chun and the others to assist, stating she would treat them to dinner as gratitude for the help. Qin Bei assured her he would manage, suggesting she and Xiao Jia care for the children while he worked. Gu Wan agreed wholeheartedly. Qin Bei then set about his tasks, dismantling the kitchenware, toilet, air conditioning unit, and refrigerator from the RV, storing them in a space to be moved into the house alongside various tools. Once prepared, he called Shen Lin and Su Nuo for assistance. Before long, the doorbell rang and 4 individuals stood outside. Qin Bei was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the Zhuang sisters, as it was labor-intensive work better suited for men. Zhuang Rouer cautiously explained that they could assist in other ways, feeling guilty for merely being idle. Qin Bei welcomed them inside without further comment. "Old Qin, you are quite industrious, cleaning the house so early," Shen Lin remarked, surveying the sweltering environment. "Let us set up the air conditioning first." Qin Bei responded, "I'll finish here first before heading over to your place." Everyone busied themselves, and the morning swiftly passed. The 3 rooms were equipped with air conditioning, and the kitchen was set up, albeit in a rudimentary manner. There was no gas stove, only a few iron pots atop makeshift burners. The sink was similarly basic. Without natural gas or propane, cooking would require coal or dried branches. But he had ample supplies in storage, alleviating any worries. "I'm starving, Old Qin. Can you check if sister-in-law has prepared the meal?" Shen Lin stretched lazily. Understanding the implication, Qin Bei pointed to a pile of bottled water on the floor, suggesting they hydrate while he checked. Upon returning to the RV, he found Gu Wan preparing to cook. Seeing no one around, he quietly advised, "Don't bother cooking. Let us eat what's ready." He then produced a generous array of food from his storage, saving some for Gu Wan and taking the rest. "Smells delicious. Sister-in-law's cooking is always superb," Su Nuo exclaimed, reveling in Gu Wan's culinary prowess, believing it to be unmatched. Qin Bei, filled with pride, distributed the carefully prepared meals, ensuring each person received an equal share: 2 meat dishes, 2 vegetable dishes, and a generous portion of rice, an expression of sincerity. "Sister-in-law is so generous. This meal is fantastic," Su Nuo remarked, diving into the food. Shen Lin remained silent, simply enjoying the feast, while the Zhuang sisters eagerly followed suit, devouring their meals. Delicious. I'm so full and happy. Zhuang Ro and Apos are beamed with satisfaction. Did I starve you? Qianlin teased, glancing at her. Zhuang Ro and Apos quickly waved her hands, stating, You have always been kind to us. You are our lifesaver. During their time together, Qianlin had ensured they were well fed. However, when dining in a group, they often hesitated to eat their fill, fearing judgment, and thus maintained modest appetites. Now, with equal portions served, they could indulge freely. Later, I'll need your help to finish the bathroom. Afterward, we can head to your place, and you're all invited for dinner tonight, Qin Bei announced with a smile. Sure thing, old Qin. You're quite generous. We'll make sure the work is done right, Qianlin replied as he stood up. Su Nuo wasted no time, diving back into work, while the Zhuang sisters also eagerly lent their hands. Before long, the bathroom was completed. They offered to help bring items from the RV into the house, but Qin Bei graciously declined, assuring them he could manage on his own. All right. We'll head back then, waiting for you, Qianlin said as they departed. Qin Bei returned to the RV, storing many items and bringing Gu Wan, Gu Jie, and the children back to the house. He unloaded the items, asking the Gu sisters to assist in organizing them, an area where he found himself at a loss. He then went to help Qianlin and the others. After a busy half-day, they finally completed the tasks. I'll head back to prepare the food. You all can come over shortly, Qin Bei smiled. The two houses were within a short walking distance of each other, taking only about 10 minutes. Naturally, the Liu family was also nearby. Since he had not asked for their help during the day, he assumed they were equally occupied. During the dinner gathering, everyone tacitly avoided mentioning them. In these times, food signified survival, and no one wished to share their provisions with others. Upon returning home, Qin Bei found the space tidied and resembling a true home. Gu Jie was in the room tending to the children, while Gu Wan was in the kitchen. Her face flushed from the smoke as she tended to the fire. Dear, let me handle the fire. You focus on cooking, he offered. Initially, he intended to retrieve pre-prepared food from storage but reconsidered, realizing that with so many guests expected, the absence of visible cooking could raise suspicion. Even pretense required some effort. Just prepare a couple of dishes at your leisure. Gu Wan nodded in agreement. Qin Bei summoned some ingredients from his storage, and Gu Wan skillfully went about her task. Soon, she had stir-fried 3 vegetable dishes, while Qin Bei produced 3 meat dishes, a soup, and various beverages, filling the small table to capacity. After a short wait, Qianlin and his group arrived. Their eyes widened with delight at the sight of the spread, their mouths watering in anticipation. Chapter 62. A meal to conclude the day. Gu Wan smiled and beckoned everyone to take a seat and enjoy the meal, urging them not to stand on ceremony. After a long day, everyone was ravenous, and they began to eat without hesitation. Suddenly, the doorbell rang, and the expressions on their faces shifted subtly. The timing was rather inopportune. You all continue eating. I shall see who it is, Qin Bei said, rising to open the door. Upon opening it, he found the company commander standing outside, holding several manuals, exuding an air of business. Oh, I see you're dining. My apologies for the intrusion. I have brought along some lifestyle manuals. Here's one for you, the commander said with a smile as he handed a manual to Qin Bei. Qin Bei accepted it warmly, saying, Commander, such a trivial matter, and you have gone out of your way. If you don't mind, please join us for a meal. No, really, the commander waved his hand dismissively. Commander, please don't be so polite. Come and eat with us. I happen to have some questions to ask. Qin Bei insisted, pulling him to sit at the main seat. The commander half-heartedly acquiesced. Gu Wan, perceptive as ever, stood up. I will go prepare a couple more dishes. Sister, let me help you, Gu Jie said, putting down her utensils and glancing at the well-behaved children. No need. The dishes are already delightful, the commander chuckled. It's no trouble. It will be ready shortly. Qin Bei interjected, placing generous portions of braised meat into the commander's bowl. Qianlin filled the commander's cup to the brim with a refreshing beverage. The commander smiled and did not refuse, joining the group in their meal. Qin Bei frequently served the commander, piling his bowl high with food, while the commander chewed contentedly, hardly pausing. In these times, with food scarce and hard to come by, savoring a delicious meal was a rare pleasure. As the drinks in the commander's cup hardly reached the bottom, Qianlin refilled it again. Before long, Gu Wan and her sister brought 3 steaming dishes to the table. The commander's eyes lit up. Oh, sweet and sour ribs, steamed base. Twice cooked pork. This spread is quite impressive. You seem to be living well. It surpasses most households here. This statement was both a compliment and a probe. Qin Bei chuckled. These are all from our previous stock. We don't have much left. I estimate the remaining supplies might last us another 2 months. Qinlin chimed in. Who would have thought we would worry about food one day? The struggle for each meal is palpable. Everyone was working hard to make ends meet. Do not distress yourselves. Currently, there are not many people here, and the job market is not overly competitive. You should start looking, the commander advised after taking another bite. Commander, could you provide us with information on available jobs? Are there any suitable for us? Qin Bei inquired with a smile, while everyone else gazed intently at the commander. The greatest demand is for agricultural workers. Have you seen the vast expanse of land in the southern city? It is all designated for crop cultivation. With work hours from 6 in the morning until 6 in the evening, earning 5,000 yuan a month or 50 kilograms of rice, the commander explained in detail. Working outdoors for 12 hours in this sweltering heat sounds unbearable. I have never done farm work and wouldn't be able to manage it. Are there any less strenuous options? Qinlin said, pouring the commander another drink with a smile. Not even the sisters, who had grown up in rural areas and were accustomed to hardship, could bear the thought of toiling in the fields. Farming was exhausting, made even more arduous under the scorching sun, a suffering beyond words. Comparatively, the pay was meager against the rising cost of living. 50 kilograms of rice a month might fill one's stomach, but one cannot survive on rice alone. There must be vegetables and meat to sustain the body through such demanding labor. Moreover, there are also expenses for water, electricity, and other necessities. Our military dining hall is in need of cooks. Qin Bei, I've noticed your wife cooks exceptionally well. I can put in a good word for her. And it should not be a problem for her to work there, the commander suggested. Qin Bei smiled, about to politely decline, when Guwan spoke up. Commander, could you share the job requirements, hours, and pay for that position? You would be responsible for the daily meals of 1,000 soldiers. Working from 4 in the morning until 6 in the evening, with a 3-hour break in between, during which you may return home. The salary is also 5,000 yuan. With the perk of having your meals at the dining hall, the commander replied with a smile. Everyone knew this was a coveted position, far superior to agricultural labor. With many eager to secure such a job, Guwan smiled. We will discuss it among ourselves later. Zhuang Roer contemplated for a moment and cautiously asked, Commander, will the dining hall be hiring just one person, or several? We will need several. You sisters may give it a try. There is a week-long probationary period. And if you do not pass, you will be let go, the commander said calmly, treating her with less formality than Guwan. As he recognized the sisters were merely hitching a ride and had no substantial connections with the group. In short, they lacked a solid foundation. Thank you, Commander. Please make the arrangements. We will work diligently and not bring you shame, Zhuang Roer said earnestly, with Zhuang Kuer nodding in agreement. Come to the dining hall at 4 in the morning tomorrow and await my arrival, the commander said evenly. The sisters were immensely grateful. Gu Jia cast a glance at her sisters but said nothing. The men turned their attention to the commander, eagerly asking, Commander, are there any jobs suitable for us? Qin Bei and Qinlin were well aware that even without work, they could comfortably live off their stored supplies. However, to avoid suspicion, it was preferable to seek employment. Su Nuo sincerely wished to find a job. As a capable man, he did not want to keep relying on Qin Bei's hospitality. What skills do you three possess? What have you done in the past? The commander asked, surveying the trio. I run a company and am skilled in managing employees and negotiations, Qin Bei stated calmly. I need an assistant. Why not give it a try? The hours are from 6 in the morning to 6 in the evening, with food and accommodation provided. And a salary of 10,000 yuan, the commander said without hesitation, clearly valuing Qin Bei's understanding of social dynamics. I can drive and repair vehicles, Qinlin offered. Eager to find something to occupy his time, as being cooped up at home would surely drive him mad. The military is in need of a mechanic. You can fill that role. The salary is the same as Qin Bei and Oppos, and you must be on standby, the commander replied. I possess exceptional martial arts skills. Su Nuo stated when it was his turn. The commander appraised him. Are you willing to enlist? It will be arduous. I am willing. I have endured all kinds of hardship, Su Nuo replied resolutely. The commander chuckled, patting his shoulder. Good. Work hard. Su Nuo responded with a smile. The commander then turned his attention to Gu Jia, curious about her calm demeanor. Young lady, what did you say you did before? I was a primary school teacher. Gu Jia replied coolly. What subjects did you teach? The commander continued his inquiry. I can teach all subjects at the primary level, Gu Jia answered with composure. Showing no sign of boastfulness. Guwan could not help but interject. Little Jia is quite remarkable. All the students in her class adore her. and her students consistently achieved the highest grades in the year. The commander appeared thoughtful, then suddenly smiled. The regimental commander has 2 children, a boy and a girl, both in the 3rd grade of primary school. They are quite mischievous and constantly cause trouble, showing little interest in their studies. The regimental commander is at his wit and Appos' end, often chastising them, and is eager to find a good teacher to guide them. Chapter 63. Only they were overlooked. Gu Jia maintained a calm demeanor, far removed from the astonishment anticipated by the crowd. Captain, allow me some time to consider this matter. I shall provide you with an answer later, she courteously replied. The commander was in search of a family tutor, promising favorable compensation for proficiency. The captain chuckled. Come, let us enjoy our meal. Qin Bei, smiling, served a generous portion of meat to the captain, who indulged heartily, feeling justified in his feast after having secured employment for a group of individuals. If this meal were to be his only reward, he would have deemed it a loss. After dining, Qin Bei presented cigarettes and tea to the captain, and they engaged in light conversation until the captain rose to depart. Qin Bei handed him a large bag, stating, "This is a small token of appreciation from several of us." "Thank you, Captain, for helping us secure work right after our arrival," the captain replied gratefully. "We are all striving to make a living," he added, accepting the gesture with a wave as he took his leave. Outside, he opened the bag and grinned upon discovering 3 fine packs of cigarettes, 3 bottles of quality liquor, several packages of spiced beef, and some snacks. How generous. It appears he has some resources at hand, the captain mused, contemplating how to use these gifts to curry favor with his superiors while saving the food for his wife and children. At Qin Bei and Appos' home, the atmosphere was joyful. Sunul repeatedly expressed her gratitude. "Qin Gu, I cannot thank you enough for sheltering me during this time and assisting with gifts. I will repay you once I receive my salary." Qin Bei waved his hand dismissively. "No need for repayment. I never expected anything in return. Now that you have secured a job, you must begin to support yourself." Su Nuan nodded earnestly. Zhuang Ro and Appos, and Zhuang Ku and Appos, also thanked Chen Lin. "Brother, thank you for helping us with the gift. From next month, we will have a steady income and will pay you rent." The gifts Qin Bei provided earlier were sourced from him and Chen Lin. Chen Lin smiled. "In this apocalypse, it is challenging for you sisters to survive. The salary from that job may not be high, but at least it will cover your meals. You can pay rent after 3 months. The sisters expressed their gratitude profusely. The mood was exceptionally buoyant until the doorbell rang again, prompting eager anticipation among the group. Qin Bei opened the door to find Lu Yun and Bai Qiushui, who arrived with some food. Upon seeing the multitude gathered and the remnants of their meal, Lu Yun smiled. "You are having a gathering. Why didn't you invite us to join in the festivities?" "We came to visit and noticed old Qin and Appos' family dining, so we thought we would join." Chen Lin quickly offered an explanation. Qin Bei welcomed the pair with a smile. Bai Qiushui handed her items to Gu Wan. "Have you eaten? I can prepare a couple of dishes." Gu Wan felt a bit awkward, but smiled lightly. "We have already eaten. We just took a stroll over." "Please, do not trouble yourself. Sit down instead." Despite her discomfort, Bai Qiushui forced a smile. Gu Wan went to the kitchen to pour tea for the two. Lu Yun took a sip and turned to Qin Bei. "Qin Laodi, we plan to explore the area tomorrow and look for job opportunities." "Indeed. We cannot afford to be idle. The rent here is quite steep," Bai Qiushui chimed in. Qin Bei paused briefly. "You are a bit late. The captain just left after arranging work for us. You should take gifts to him as well and secure your positions." Lu Yun was taken aback. "You are far too swift. Why didn't you inform us? That's rather inconsiderate." Bai Qiushui asked curiously, "What kind of work do you have?" Qin Bei did not withhold the details, providing a brief overview. Lu Yun and Bai Qiushui, eager to seize the opportunity, decided to leave immediately in search of the captain. Qin Bei stood to see them off. Chen Lin and the others, noticing the late hour, also departed. Once the group had left, the house fell into a tranquil silence. Qin Bei turned to Gu Wan. "Dear, do not seek employment. The work at the cafeteria is exhausting and the children need care. Stay home. I will provide for us. With our supplies, we can lead a decent life." Gu Wan pondered seriously for a moment. "Very well. I shall refrain from going. It will indeed be hard on you. Please convey my regards to the captain when you see him tomorrow." She then addressed Gu Jia. "Shao Jia, do you prefer to stay home or teach?" Gu Jia, disliking work, preferred to relax at home. However, considering their recent arrival and the lack of a foundation, she felt compelled to find work to establish connections and ease their lives. "I will teach the captain and Appos' children. I will also look for schools in the area. If there are any, I will send the children. She sympathized with her sister and wished to lighten her burden. We shall take a day to rest tomorrow. Explore the surroundings, and then you can begin work the day after, Gu once said earnestly. Qin Bei interjected, even if the children attend school, you should remain at home. The cafeteria work is too taxing for your health. Gu Jie insisted, sister, managing the household is already ample work. Adding a job will exhaust you. It suffices for me and brother-in-law to work. Gu Wan considered this and agreed, then instructed Qin Bei, please help the children wash up and get them to bed. We will handle the dishes. Qin Bei took the children away, leaving Gu Wan and her sister busy in the kitchen. The following day, Qin Bei went to work while Gu Wan and Gu Jie took the children to explore the base and familiarize themselves with their surroundings. The houses here are built so closely together, the lighting is truly inadequate, Gu Jie remarked. Their neighborhood was expansive, comprising 300 buildings, each with 6 stories and 10 households per floor, totaling 18,000 residences. Due to limited land and height restrictions, this was the only feasible arrangement. Look, many houses remain vacant. It seems we arrived early, Gu Wan expressed her relief. There are 6 major bases in the country, and ours is called Beautiful City. The news said the government is organizing troops to relocate people from various regions to the bases. Currently, the environment here is relatively better. The weather is not as harsh, allowing people to survive, Gu Wan explained. With so many people, there is bound to be noise and conflict. Had we found a secure place sooner, we might have preferred staying in our RV. Woon and Appos, Tia be a ways to leave our RV parked? Perhaps we should rent it out for some income, Gu Jie suggested. No, we will keep it parked. We may need it someday, Gu Wan replied with a smile. They continued their stroll, inadvertently exiting the neighborhood. They had previously walked on asphalt roads, but now they found themselves on a concrete path beside another community, bustling with workers laboring to construct new homes amidst a cloud of dust. Gu Jie began to cough from the dust, prompting Gu Wan to pat her back gently. Let us move elsewhere, she suggested. Chapter 64. A heated confrontation. After walking a considerable distance, they encountered a picturesque villa community, each residence boasting a private courtyard, exquisitely constructed. The front yards were adorned with a plethora of flowers, while plump, shiny cats frolicked on the grass, basking in carefree play. Beneath a sunshade beside the lawn, several elegantly dressed women indulged in fruits, their laughter mingling with amiable conversation. Among them was a woman clad in a fiery red dress, her long, wavy hair cascading over her shoulders, her lips painted a striking crimson, exuding an air of audacious flamboyance. Gu Wan and Appos' gaze was abruptly drawn to her, a sense of familiarity washing over her. As if sensing her stare, the woman turned, their eyes locking. Oh, if at ISN and AMP, Appos, T. Gu Wan. What brings you here? You seem to have survived the journey. How fortunate. The woman and AMP, Appos' voice dripped with condescension. Gu Wan shot her a cold glance. Wu Jingjing, it has been many years. Yet your malice has only intensified. Indeed, some individuals are born to embody malevolence, and one should not expect them to renounce their wicked ways. Are you envious of my prosperous life? You and your sister, steeped in destitution, shall forever remain beneath my heel. Do not dream of rising again. Wu Jingjing proclaimed with a smirk, her disdain palpable. Silence. Who do you think you are to insult us? Yu Jie retorted, her voice laced with fury. You two are the true lowborn, wretched refuse from the slums. Begone before you taint our sight. A portly woman beside Wu Jingjing raised her chin defiantly, her demeanor haughty. Leave now, or I and AMP, Appos, I'll unleash the dogs on you. Chimed in another slender woman, her expression equally menacing. These 3, inseparable companions, reveled in their shared superiority. 3 wretched souls, fit for the stage, Gu Wan declared, her temper flaring. If you wish to unleash your dogs, then do so. I fear nothing. The animosity between Gu Wan and AMP, Appos' sisters, and Wu Jingjing had festered for over 20 years. Once, they had all hailed from the same village, where Wu Jingjing, the village chief's daughter, relished her privileged upbringing, looking down upon the orphaned Gu Wan sisters. Wu Jingjing had rallied the village children to ostracize and bully Gu Wan and her sister, exacerbating their already dire circumstances. In their youth, the sisters had endured countless beatings from Wu Jingjing and AMP, Appos' gang, their bodies marred with bruises, living in a state of perpetual trepidation. As they grew, the sisters eventually left their hometown. Upon returning, they found their family home in ruins, their land seized by Wu Jingjing. When Gu Wan sought justice through the authorities, she was met with betrayal, realizing that several of Wu Jingjing's relatives held positions of power, rendering her a mere commoner powerless against the corruption. This humiliation lingered in her heart, igniting a simmering rage each time she recalled it. Ha ha ha, you said it. Release the wolf. Let it devour her. Wu Jingjing cackled, issuing a command into the house. Soon, a formidable, menacing wolf dog burst forth, exuding lethal intent. Gu Jie instinctively shielded Gu Wan. Sister, take the children and flee. I will handle this. I will not run. I must slay this mad dog and quell its menace. Gu Wan declared resolutely, though gentle and mild-mannered. Those who provoke her awaken a fierce defiance. Mom, I'll help, Qin Sheng exclaimed, retrieving a slingshot from his pocket, aiming at the wolf dog. However, the agile creature darted away, swiftly approaching Gu Jie. She lifted her leg and delivered a powerful kick to the dog's head. Enraged, the wolf dog lunged at Gu Jie, baring its teeth in a savage display. In a flash, Gu Wan drew a dagger, advancing with precision and plunging it into the beast and Appo's neck. The wolf dog writhed in agony, attempting to bite Gu Wan in retaliation. The children, quick to react, seized stones from the ground, pelting the creature relentlessly. Gu Jie, regaining her composure amidst the terror, summoned all her strength to kick the wolf dog, sending it crashing to the ground. Blood streamed from its wound, pooling beneath it. The once fearsome wolf dog lay weakened, as the children descended upon it, delivering blows. Beast, how dare you harm our mother and aunt? We will vanquish you, they cried, their fury unabated. The wolf dog lay still, its eyes closing as it succumbed to its injuries. Wu Jingjing watched in disbelief, her face contorted with rage. You vile wretches, you dared to kill my dog. I will make you pay with your lives, she shrieked, charging forward. Gu Wan's expression hardened as she rolled up her sleeves, prepared for a confrontation she had long anticipated. Wu Jingjing, you wicked woman, you sought to unleash your dog upon us. Yet it has met its demise at our hands, truly fitting. She taunted mercilessly. Gu Jie glared at Wu Jingjing with loathing. You allowed that dog to mar my beauty. I shall mar your face with this blade. Your grotesque visage is a fitting match for your vile heart. Jingjing, come back. Do not stoop to their level, urged the two women who had accompanied her, one stout and one slender, grasping her arms. Wu Jingjing, seething with rage, yearned to tear the Gu sisters apart. Yet her remaining rationality restrained her. Wait for it, you two wretches. I will ensure your days are numbered. You shall perish in the streets. She spat, retreating with her companions. Wu Jingjing, who do you think you are to dictate our lives? Dream on, Gu Wan shouted angrily. Gu Jie laughed mockingly, pointing at Wu Jingjing. What is the matter? Have you lost your nerve? Not avenging your dog? The children joined in, their voices rising in unison. Coward. Weakling. Pathetic creature. Go home and live as a timid turtle for the rest of your life. Their taunts rang out, inciting fury in Wu Jingjing, her face shifting from anger to despair as she realized they were protected by the Gu sisters. Your good days are numbered. Soon, you will be groveling before me like a dog. Wu Jingjing laughed maniacally, but Gu Wan retorted, kneel to you. Kneel to your ancestors, all of whom are dogs. The children echoed her words with fervor. Kneel to you? Kneel to your ancestors, all of whom are dogs. With a face ashen with rage, Wu Jingjing fled back into the house. Chapter 65. Yearning for peace, Gu Wan returned home with Gu Jie and the children. On the way back, she could not help but remind the children, do not tell your father about today's incident. Why not? If someone bullies you and aunt, telling dad will allow him to deal with them, Qin Tingting protested, her adorable face flushed with indignation and confusion. Yes, dad has a gun. He could shoot her with one bullet, Qin Sheng declared boldly. Mom, we don't need to fear her. When facing an enemy, we must subdue her. Then she won't dare to cause trouble again, Qin Shen added, exuding an air of invincibility. Gu Wan could only smile helplessly. Why have you all become so violent? I don't recall teaching you this. It's what Dad taught us. He said this world is a matter of survival, where only the strong can thrive. Qin Sheng replied earnestly. And where did you learn those foul words during the argument? Gu Wan pressed on. The children fell silent, pondering her question. Gu Jie, feeling a sense of responsibility, spoke up. Sister, don't ask them. It was me who taught them. I just don't want them to be fools who can't even argue properly, like we were when we were young, always suffering. Gu Wan reflected on this and ultimately said nothing. Indeed, the two sisters had endured severe bullying from Wu Jingjing and her gang during their childhood, leaving deep psychological scars. Today felt exhilarating. That wretched Wu Jingjing didn't gain an inch on us. It's a pity we forgot to take that dead dog with us. Otherwise, we could have cooked it for a satisfying meal, Gu Jie lamented, displaying no fear whatsoever. If we hadn't learned martial arts recently, that wolf dog would have probably bitten us to death by now. Wu Jingjing is a venomous woman. We must be cautious. She will surely seek revenge. Gu Wan's brows furrowed with concern. The animosity built over the years had reached a point of mutual destruction. Gu Jian nodded dismissively. I'm not afraid of her. If she truly provokes me, I could quietly eliminate her. Gu Wan glanced around to ensure no one was listening before whispering, some things are better left unspoken. I understand. Gu Jia replied with a smile. We have lingered long enough. Let us return. After a fierce argument and a tussle with that wolf dog, I feel utterly exhausted and rather disheartened. Gu Jia agreed. Once home, after a brief rest, Gu Wan busied herself with household chores and preparing dinner. As night fell, Qin Bei returned. Noticing Gu Wan's downcast demeanor, he asked with concern, What's wrong? Gu Wan smiled and shook her head. I'm just tired. I need a moment to rest. That's a lie. Mom is unhappy because someone bullied her. Qin Tingting bluntly exposed. Qin Bei's expression turned grave. Who bullied Mom? Tell me, and I'll deal with them. Gu Wan tried to intervene, but it was too late. Qin Tingting recounted the events in detail. Qin Bei and Apos' face darkened with anger. Wu Jingjing insulted you and unleashed her wolf dog upon you, attempting to put you in grave danger. This cannot go unpunished. What do you intend to do? Don't act impulsively, Gu Wan cautioned, genuinely worried that Qin Bei might resort to violence. I want to kill her. I'll just teach her a lesson that will leave her bedridden, Qin Bei stated calmly, having already contemplated his course of action. Just not today. It would be too obvious. Let us wait a few days, Gu Wan advised. Qin Bei nodded with determination. All right, I'll heed your advice. If she desires to bully others, I shall target her backing and reduce her to a state of despair. I will lend my support, Gu Jia interjected. Having remained silent until now, tomorrow, I will be teaching the children of the regiment leader. I must find a way to build connections. Together, we can surely eradicate that menace, Gu Wan smiled confidently. The family enjoyed dinner together. Qin Bei instructed Gu Wan and her sister to take the children to bed while he tidied up. Just then, his phone rang. It was Lu Yun. Qin Bei. Are you renting out your RV? It's $10,000 a month. No, we have too many family members and often need to use it, Qin Bei replied without hesitation. We have rented it out. 2 families are sharing it because they cannot afford a place. It's beneficial for us to ease the burden of rent, Lu Yun advised, genuinely hoping for Qin Bei to have additional income to support his large family. Not interested. Brother Yun, have you and sister-in-law secured your jobs? We have. We're both working in the cafeteria, which saves us from cooking 3 meals a day. The money we earn barely covers living expenses. Qin Bei. Your burden is heavier than mine. You must plan wisely, Lu Yun said kindly. I understand, and you both should visit us when you have time, Qin Bei smiled. All right. I want to say more. Good night. I have work tomorrow, Lu Yun said, ending the call. Qin Bei chuckled softly to himself, not elaborating further. At that moment, Chen Lin visited alone. As soon as he entered, he began to complain, Old Qin, life is unbearable. I work harder than an ox and eat worse than a dog. Already tired after just one day of work? Qin Bei shot him a glance, pouring him a cup of tea and inviting him to sit. I'm considering just giving up. I've decided not to marry or have children. With the supplies I've stockpiled, I could live comfortably without working. Chen Lin spoke with utter seriousness. If you don't work but still eat and drink, it will inevitably attract attention. If you find the repair work too strenuous, perhaps find a more leisurely job to keep a low profile, Qin Bei suggested rationally. These days, the economy is in severe decline, relying entirely on manual labor, which has become exceedingly cheap. It's merely surviving. There is no joy to be found. Forget it. I no longer care about outside opinions. Look at me. I've worked hard all my life and have money, a car, and a house. I was living freely until the apocalypse struck, forcing me to sell everything for food. Now I must start from the bottom again, fearing it will all come to nothing once more. Chen Lin spoke with clarity. If you are genuinely weary, resign and take a break. If you decide not to work in the future, just say you are teaching children martial arts, and we will provide for your meals. Qin Bei proposed. Chen Lin smiled. Old Qin, you truly are a good brother, always thinking of me. You haven't had a decent meal today, have you? Come, let us eat again. Without hesitation, Qin Bei retrieved a feast from his space. Chen Lin was overjoyed, picking up his chopsticks to dig in. Old Qin, you're generous. And your sister-in-law's cooking is superb. From now on, I'll come by occasionally for a meal to improve my diet. Qin Bei chuckled, piling his plate high with food for him. As they were enjoying their meal, a loud crash echoed as the front door was kicked in, startling Chen Lin, causing him to drop the meat from his hands. He slammed his chopsticks on the table and stood up, shouting, "Who is the blind fool interrupting my meal?" Chapter 66. A fatal encounter. A horde of disreputable men appeared at the entrance, half-clad, their bare torsos exuding an aura of lewdness. "Go on, Gujia, you wretched women. Come out at once to serve us, or none shall leave this door alive." The leader, a burly man with a fierce countenance, leered into the room with predatory eyes. "Shut your foul mouth," Qin Lin roared, incensed by the man's insolent words. Without hesitation, Qin Bei lunged forward, delivering 2 resounding slaps across the man's face. "To disrespect my wife comes at a price," Qin Bei threatened. "You dare strike me? I and Amp, Oppos, LL have you killed. Brothers, seize those 2 men and tie them up. We shall take turns with their women." The man, humiliated and enraged, bellowed in fury. "Damn it, still running your mouth? Do you seek a beating?" Qin Lin seized a chair, swinging it violently at the man's face. The man dodged swiftly, causing the chair to crash into another, who yelped in pain. Witnessing this, the others closed in menacingly around Qin Lin. Seizing the moment, Qin Bei retrieved a long stick from his space, sweeping it across the group. Half of the thugs fell, while the remainder, no longer focused on Qin Lin, turned their predatory gaze upon Qin Bei. "Anyone who dares to strike me will pay dearly," Qin Bei declared, brandishing a dagger. "If you approach, I shall stab you. Ah, it hurts. My arm is ruined. Boss, I'm done for. A knife barely missed my groin. Blood is gushing from my stomach." The cries of the thugs echoed in the air. The leader and Oppos' expression darkened as he glared at Qin Bei, drawing a gun to aim it at him. "I will end you." Qin Bei deftly sidestepped, the gunshot ringing out as the bullet embedded itself in the wall, leaving a gaping hole. "Is that all you've got, flaunting your firearm?" Qin Bei retorted angrily, producing his own gun and shooting the man and Oppos' knee, forcing him to the ground in agony. The man gazed at Qin Bei in shock. "How do you possess a gun?" "I not only possess a gun, but I also intend to take your life." Qin Bei closed the distance, snatching the weapon from the man and Oppos' grasp and tossing his own gun to Qin Lin. He pointed the gun at the man and Oppos' head, commanding, "Tell me who sent you. Speak, or your journey ends here." The man, intimidated by Qin Bei and Oppos' presence, stammered, "I will tell you. I will tell you." "Boss, don't say anything. We'll be left with nowhere to hide." One of the subordinates shouted desperately. "Silence. My life is at stake. I care not for your fate." The man rebuked, then turned to Qin Bei with newfound respect. "It was Wu Jingjing who sent us to ruin your wife and sister-in-law before your very eyes." A storm brewed on Qin Bei's face as he brandished his gun at the henchman. "If you wish to spare your leader's life, you will defile Wu Jingjing. Otherwise, you shall all perish." The thugs recoiled in fear. The man, his face a mask of despair, protested, "That is impossible. Wu Jingjing wields immense power. If we dare touch her, we will be ground to dust. Propose something else." The others echoed his sentiments, expressing their dread of her ruthlessness. Qin Bei's cold smile sent chills down their spines. "Defy me, and I shall end him now." He pulled the trigger without hesitation, the bullet finding its mark. The man and Oppos' lifeblood gushed forth as he collapsed, his gaze fixed in disbelief upon Qin Bei. The remaining thugs stood petrified, not daring to utter a word. Qin Bei aimed his weapon at the next man. Acceptance or refusal? The man, trembling, stammered, "I'll do it. I'll obey you. You are the boss." Before Qin Bei could shift his aim, the others hastily agreed, We'll go right away." In a panic, they fled, as if death were nigh upon them. Qin Lin, who had been impotently observing, finally seized the opportunity. "Old Qin, I'll oversee the situation." Without waiting for a reply, he dashed off with the gun. The door creaked open, and Guwon hurriedly emerged, her face etched with worry. "Husband, we must dispose of the body immediately and flee." Earlier, she and Gu Jie had sheltered the children in the room, armed and vigilant for any sign of danger, prepared to spring into action should Qin Bei falter. "Gather the children and come out. I will escort you to the RV. You'll spend the night there while I handle the aftermath. Should anything go awry, we'll escape at dawn," Qin Bei reasoned. "Wait, I will assist you with the aftermath," Guwon insisted resolutely. This time, Qin Bei did not refuse. Together, they hurriedly escorted Gu Jie and the children to the vehicle before returning to the house. Suddenly, a new presence materialized within the dwelling. Qin Bei stiffened before relaxing. "You shouldn't be here. Return home and stay out of this. Old Qin called me and explained the situation, so I came. Qin Gu, you saved my life. Your troubles are now mine. I have nothing left in this world, no kin, and fear nothing," Su Nuo declared with determination. Moved by Su Nuo's sincerity, Qin Bei agreed, "Very well, let us dispose of the body. He produced prepared burlap sacks, opening them wide as Su Nua began to drag the corpse inside. Once packed, Su Nua hoisted the sack over his shoulder without a word. Qin Bei attempted to assist, but was stopped. "I'll go ahead. You stay in the middle. And you follow behind, my wife," he instructed swiftly. A sudden thought crossed Qin Bei's mind. Perhaps they could conceal the body in space, where it would remain undetected. However, he soon dismissed the notion. The space was filled with supplies, and it would be ill-omened to store a corpse within. With purposeful strides, Qin Bei led the way, ever vigilant of their surroundings. Soon, they exited the neighborhood and arrived at a remote, uncultivated patch of land. "Here seems fitting. Dig a deeper pit. I will fetch some items and return shortly." He tossed a shovel to Su Nua. Without hesitation, Su Nua began to dig. Qin Bei signaled Guwan to follow him. After a short distance, he retrieved a small barrel of gasoline, some dry wood, and a lighter, returning to Su Nua's side. Su Nua had dug a pit 2 meters deep, obscuring the bottom from view. "Come up now," Qin Bei called. Su Nua nimbly climbed out. With a powerful kick, Qin Bei sent the body tumbling into the pit, dousing it in gasoline and igniting the dry wood. The flames flickered initially before roaring to life, consuming the remains as the three stood at a distance, the fire illuminating the small clearing. Chapter 67. Rushing to annihilate the foes, the three stood there, watching as the remains were reduced to ashes, leaving only a few bones. Qin Bei and Su Nua swiftly picked up shovels and began to bury the remnants. Guwan, not idle, stood a short distance away, keeping watch and observing the surroundings for any signs of movement. Fortunately, the area was remote, devoid of any onlookers. The air was stifling, sweat trickled down Qin Bei's forehead, soaking his clothes, and Su Nua was equally drenched. They quickly filled the grave with dirt, tamping it down to blend seamlessly with the surrounding earth before departing. "Let us go check on old Qin Bei urged, his heart racing with concern for Qinlin. He feared that the thugs might turn on him, betraying Qinlin's whereabouts. "All right, we'll head there immediately," Su Nua replied, treating the matter with utmost seriousness. "We must hurry," Qin Bei insisted, leading the charge as Su Nua and Guwan followed closely behind. Midway, Qin Bei's phone vibrated incessantly in his pocket. Slowing his pace to a jog, he retrieved the phone and pressed the answer button. Qinlin's panicked voice came through. "Old Qin, you all need to run. Those brutes saw that Wu Jingjing's family was numerous and have turned against me. I'll do my best to stall for time. You must get in the car and flee to safety." Qin Bei furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss in Qinlin's breathless tone. "Are you hit? Where are you? Give me your exact location. I'm on my way. You must hold on and protect yourself. If we're to run, we'll do so together. I will not abandon you." "Are you foolish? Besides those thugs, there are over 20 people from Wu Jingjing's family. How can we possibly face them? It would be a futile death," Qinlin argued, serious for once. "Old Qin, I've lived my life and experienced all there is to enjoy. Death is merely a closing of the eyes. You have a wife and children to care for. You cannot afford to be reckless." Qin Bei would not entertain such thoughts, resolutely stating, "I have a gun and explosives. I'll throw them in and obliterate them. Just wait. I'll be there shortly." Without allowing Qinlin another word, he took off running. "Darling, I'll lead the way. I know where Wu Jingjing lives," Guwan declared after hearing the phone conversation, sprinting ahead. Qin Bei and Su Nua followed closely, urgency coursing through them. Time was indeed of the essence. Any delay might cost Qinlin his life. The trio raced desperately, and just as they neared Wu Jingjing's residence, they encountered the gang. The thugs momentarily froze upon spotting Qin Bei, fear flickering in their eyes. After a brief hesitation, they chose to confront him, knowing that eliminating these few would earn them a fortune and avert Wu Jingjing's wrath. Qin Bei regarded them coldly, raising his weapon and firing relentlessly. Su Nua and Guwan, undeterred, joined in the barrage. The thugs were caught off guard, unable to react in time, and fell one after another. Qin Bei, glancing at the fallen bodies, instructed Su Nua, collect their weapons. Su Nua complied, while Qin Bei, guided by Guwan, continued onward. Soon, they arrived at the courtyard of Wu Jingjing's home. "Old Qin, I'm here," Qinlin's voice called softly from the thicket. Qin Bei's heart lifted as he rushed over, bending down to inquire, "Old Qin, how are you? Where are you hurt?" Qinlin gestured to his left leg and then his right arm. "Fortunately, our guns were silenced. Otherwise, I would have been riddled with bullets by now." Qin Bei turned to Su Nua and Guwan, declaring, "You two escort old Qin back. I'll stay and deal with them." "No. I want to let you risk yourself for me. We'll leave together. Do not take any more chances," Qinlin urged. "If we don't resolve this now, Wu Jingjing will continue to haunt us. It's better to eliminate the threat in one fell swoop, Qin Bei replied firmly. The blood feud had already been sealed. There was no turning back. Guwan concurred. Today is a grand gathering for Wu Jingjing's family, right? With everyone assembled. It presents an excellent opportunity to eradicate the threat. Old Qin, you must follow Su Nua. Qin Bei and I will remain, should we fail to return. Please take care of Xiao Jie and the children, Guwan implored. Qin Lin shook his head, wanting to argue further, but due to excessive blood loss, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Qin Bei turned to Su Nua, his expression grave. I entrust you to ensure old Qin returns safely with my wife. Su Nua shook his head. I want to carry him. If you want him to go, you take him. I will handle the killing. My life is free of ties. And I have long since cast aside fears of death. With that, he charged inside. Attempting to seize him, Qin Bei was interrupted as the front door swung open. Blinding light spilling out. Are you Qin Bei? A stern voice inquired. Yes, I've come for your life. Su Nua taunted. Drawing a gun from his waist and firing without hesitation. The shot rang out, and the man collapsed to the ground. Su Nua had utilized the weapon they had just confiscated, his waist now laden with them. The gunfire alerted others inside the house. 2 bodyguards, armed and alert, rushed outside. Aghast at the sight of their fallen companion. Secretary Su, what happened? Wake up. One bodyguard shook him vigorously while the other scanned the garden with sharp, watchful eyes. Su Nua, quick on his feet, concealed himself among the foliage. The oppressive heat had caused many plants to wither from thirst, yet here, they thrived under careful tending. Inadvertently aiding Su Nua, Qin Bei glanced at Su Nua and whispered, toss over 2 guns. Su Nua understood immediately, retrieving 2 firearms and tossing them. Qin Bei and Guwan each caught one, coordinating their aim at the bodyguards. The shots rang out once more, and the guards fell lifelessly. This time, the commotion stirred the inhabitants of the house. Hearing the gunfire from the garden, they began to emerge, weapons drawn, ready to unleash a barrage into the bushes. Qin Bei and his companions were forced to evade the onslaught. Su Nua was struck in the arm, a muffled grunt escaping him. Without hesitation, Qin Bei retrieved explosives from his stash and hurled them towards the entrance. With a thunderous explosion, flames erupted, partially destroying the villa, and several individuals hiding by the windows were flung backward. Qin Bei took aim, firing as figures fell from the air, lifeless before they hit the ground. Darling, detonate again. There are still people on the 2nd and 3rd floors attempting to escape, Guwan urged calmly. Chapter 68. Fleeing with brothers, all right. I will heed your advice. Qin Bei retrieved 2 explosives once more and hurled them down, causing chaos among those above, limbs flying and severed parts plummeting to the ground. A pale arm fell directly before Guwan, and with a glance at the mole adorning it, she recognized it as Wu Jingjing and Appo's, her expression shifting with dismay. The house had not yet been demolished. Another strike was imminent. Qin Bei surveyed the ravaged structure, teetering on the brink of collapse, and yearned to obliterate it entirely. In that fleeting moment, an idea struck him. He turned to Su Nua and Guwan, instructing them to toss all the confiscated firearms towards the main entrance. The 2 were momentarily perplexed by his command but complied without further inquiry. All the weapons were cast aside. Qin Bei hoisted Qin Lin onto his back and called out to Guwan and Su Nua, we must flee this place at once. After sprinting a few meters, he extracted more explosives from his spatial storage and hurled them towards the villa. With a thunderous roar, the villa collapsed into a pile of debris. Fragments scattering and lacerating Qin Bei and Appo's arm, blood oozing forth, yet he remained unfazed, fixated on the destruction. Now, they're all gone, he murmured. Guwan, witnessing the inferno raging behind her, felt a rising panic, belatedly grasping the gravity of their situation. Husband, we must leave immediately, escape this place of turmoil. You and Su Nua go ahead, I will follow closely. Without hesitation, Qin Bei replied, do not dally. We must move swiftly, or we shall not escape. Guwan had never seen him express such impatience towards her, and she dared not press further. She seized Su Nua, who had been shot, and they began to run. With Qin Lin, heavy as a pig, on his back, Qin Bei trailed behind, fatigue mounting with each step, the distance seemingly endless. Yet he gritted his teeth and pressed on, his legs numb, moving as if on autopilot. At last, they reached Qin Lin and Appo's SRV. Do you have the keys? Qin Bei inquired of Su Nua. They're at home. I will fetch them, Su Nua replied, about to dash away. Wait, I have them here. I was just momentarily flustered. Qin Bei reached into his pocket, revealing the keys, which he had actually retrieved from his spatial storage, as Qin Lin had entrusted them to him. Guwan swiftly took the keys and unlocked the door. Everyone climbed into the vehicle. In the enveloping darkness, Qin Bei solemnly instructed Gu Wan, "My dear, I shall seek a doctor to extract the bullets from Chen Lin and Su Nua. You stay in the car to ensure their safety." Gu Wan, filled with concern, gazed at him. "The hospital here is still under construction. Where will we find a doctor? The Liu couple seems to possess some medical knowledge. I wonder if they would be willing to assist. Regardless of the price, I will ensure their aid," Qin Bei declared resolutely, exiting the vehicle and sprinting away. He raced to Liu Yun's home with utmost urgency. Awoken from slumber, Liu Yun was initially irritated but soon sensed the gravity of the situation, realizing that the typically composed Qin Bei was in distress. Upon meeting, Qin Bei blurted out, "Brother Yun, both Chen Lin and Su Nua have been shot. I implore you to save them." Liu Yun was momentarily taken aback, unable to believe his ears. "What? How did this happen?" "It's a long story, but there is no time to explain. Every second counts. Chen Lin is in danger," Qin Bei urged. Understanding the urgency, Liu Yun hesitated briefly before decisively striding towards the room, seizing Bai Qiushui. "Wake up, dear." Bai Qiushui groggily protested. "What is it? Why the commotion at this hour? I've been exhausted all day. How can I muster the energy for work tomorrow if you disturb my sleep?" From outside, Qin Bei interjected, "Brother Yun, sister-in-law, if you assist me this time, I assure you that you will never want for sustenance in this lifetime." "Who is that, boasting so grandly?" Bai Qiushui murmured, still half asleep. "Enough, rise and come with me. A little less sleep will not harm you," Liu Yun insisted, forcibly pulling her from the bed and into the living room. Upon glancing up, Bai Qiushui noticed Qin Bei and Apos' anxious expression, shaking off the remnants of sleep. "Sister-in-law, I appreciate your help. We must hurry." Without further ado, Qin Bei moved forward. Liu Yun urged Bai Qiushui to follow closely. However, she lagged considerably behind. Frustrated, Qin Bei returned, uttering, "Pardon my rudeness." Bai Qiushui looked bewildered. In the next moment, Qin Bei hoisted her onto his shoulder and raced ahead. Liu Yun gave his all to keep up. In no time, the trio reached the RV. Liu Yun assessed Chen Lin's injuries, feeling utterly helpless. "This is far too severe. We have nothing here to save him." "I have surgical tools and medication," Qin Bei responded, retreating to the bedroom to retrieve an array of supplies from his spatial storage. Liu Yun glanced over the items. "All right, I will do my utmost. The lighting here is too dim. We need a brighter lamp." Qin Bei swiftly produced a brighter lamp from behind him, holding it aloft. Liu Yun instructed Gu Wan, "Fetch a length of rope to bind him. We cannot have him thrashing about if he awakens in pain." Gu Wan took the lamp from Qin Bei's hands and nodded. "You search for the supplies." Understanding her intent, Qin Bei found the rope and secured Chen Lin tightly. Liu Yun called to Bai Qiushui, "I will handle the leg. You take care of the arm." Bai Qiushui, now fully alert, replied, "Understood." She pointed to several boxes of medicine on the table and said to Su Nua, "Old Chen is in a more critical state. We must prioritize him. You take some medicine to alleviate the pain and stop the bleeding." "I understand," Su Nua replied, his face pale, having sustained significant injuries yet maintaining his composure. "Brother Yun, sister-in-law, you handle Old Chen. I will look after Su Nua," Qin Bei declared, pouring a cup of warm water and assisting Su Nua with his medication. "My brother, you have suffered greatly. From now on, your affairs are my affairs," Qin Bei expressed with gratitude. Su Nua managed a faint smile. "It's nothing, just a minor injury. I will recover in time. I had prepared to meet the King of Hell, but it seems he is not yet ready to receive me." Qin Bei grasped his uninjured hand. Determination etched on his face. "We shall all live to see another day. Once the bullets are extracted, we must flee. Today's events will inevitably lead back to us." Su Nua voiced his concerns. "Escaping now would only draw suspicion upon us. Besides, both you and Old Chen are injured. You require rest and cannot endure a long journey." Qin Bei replied earnestly, "We have left some traces, yet fortunately, this is a new city with few inhabitants. During the chaos of the attack, there were no witnesses. Concealing our actions is not entirely impossible, but how can we conceal it? With Old Chen and me injured, we cannot attend work tomorrow. It would raise immediate suspicion." Su Nua countered, unconvinced that it was a simple matter. Chapter 69. At the brink of life and death, it is impossible to conceal the truth. And if escape becomes absolutely necessary, one must prepare for both outcomes. Qin Bei remained remarkably composed, and Su Nua chose not to elaborate further, as there was no better course of action at present. Liu Yun and Bai Qiushui remained silent, diligently assisting Chen Lin with the ammunition, having once pursued a medical career. They had since departed from that path, yet their encounters with peril along the way had honed their skills, ensuring that their medical expertise had not diminished. Additionally, Qin Bei was well equipped with an array of surgical instruments and medications, rivaling any hospital, save for the absence of anesthetics. Lin, jolted awake by pain, could not suppress a cry and instinctively struggled against his bindings, but he was securely tied and unable to move. Guwan, quick and adept, swiftly placed a towel in his mouth, urging him to remain still, promising that relief was imminent. Lin ceased his protests, furrowing his brow in agony, enduring the torment while silently convincing himself that enduring hardship was preferable to succumbing to despair. He would persevere. After what felt like an eternity, the ordeal finally concluded. Lin's limbs were tightly bandaged in white gauze. Guwan removed the towel from his mouth, allowing him to breathe deeply as he expressed his gratitude towards Lu Yun and Bai Qiushui for their surgical assistance that had saved his life. Acknowledging his appreciation, Lu Yun smiled, remarking on his fortitude in surviving the ordeal. Bai Qiushui added that he had lost considerable blood and should consume nourishing food upon awakening. Guwan poured a glass of warm water, offering it to Lin, who awkwardly extended his uninjured hand to accept it. "Sister-in-law, there is no need for the trouble. I can manage on my own," he insisted. Guwan, filled with remorse, countered that they were all family and he had suffered greatly for their sake, making her feel indebted. After helping him with water and medicine, she gently wiped the sweat from his forehead and covered him with a light blanket, urging him to rest. Exhausted from blood loss, Lin struggled to converse, his words heavy as he closed his eyes and slipped into a deep slumber. Lu Yun and Bai Qiushui approached Su Nuo, suggesting he take a sedative to ensure he could rest. Su Nuo shook his head, asserting his ability to endure the night. Qin Bei, providing a clean towel, cautioned that he still needed to be secured to prevent any erratic movements. Su Nuo acquiesced, allowing Qin Bei to bind him tightly. Qin Bei glanced at Guwan, instructing her to keep watch over Su Nuo while he tended to the aftermath. "I can manage on my own. You both should go together for efficiency," Su Nuo mumbled through the towel, his speech muffled. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Bei agreed, leaving 4 firearms nearby in case of an emergency, reminding them to protect themselves and lock the car doors, extinguishing the lights afterward. With that, he and Guwan departed in haste. The night was eerily quiet, their footsteps barely audible on the pavement beneath a crescent moon that cast a faint glow. Guwan's heart raced with trepidation. "Husband, where are we headed now? Should we bury the bodies of those thugs? Transporting so many corpses would be a daunting task and would surely attract attention. It is better to leave them be. Let us clean the house instead." Qin Bei replied with an air of serenity. Guwan remained anxious. "Let us not clean. We should flee in the RV. Otherwise, this incident will inevitably lead back to us. We should linger here for a few days, assessing the situation." With both Lin and Su Nuo incapacitated, driving was not an option. "You and Xiao Jie will need to care for the children, and I cannot manage 2 vehicles alone," Qin Bei reasoned. "We can alternate looking after the children and driving Lin and Appo's car. We are not afraid of hardship. We are afraid of losing our lives." Guwan asserted with unwavering resolve. "Do not rush. I will contemplate how to obscure this affair. If we flee now, they may suspect our involvement, leading us to bear the burden of murder as we run," Qin Bei cautioned. Guwan found merit in his reasoning and ceased further protest. The pair hurriedly returned home. Upon reaching the threshold, they beheld the darkened doorway, the door panel lying on the ground, a chilling reminder of the recent tragedy. Guwan hesitated, her heart racing. Qin Bei, however, remained calm, turning on the lights and stepping inside, revealing the lingering bloodstains on the floor and splatters on the walls. "Wife, you must be weary after this tumultuous night. Go rest in the bedroom. I can manage here," he suggested. Guwan shook her head resolutely, insisting that as partners, she could not merely watch him toil alone while she rested. "I am unafraid. I will assist you." "Very well. Let us first secure the door to avoid arousing suspicion," Qin Bei replied, retrieving tools from their supplies. Together, they lifted the door and, with Guwan's help, reinstalled it firmly. Despite their efforts, the door bore signs of damage. Without hesitation, Qin Bei took up a mop and cleaning solution to scrub away the bloodstains, ensuring that the area was immaculate. Once the task was completed, he opened a window to disperse the lingering scent of blood. Both of them were drenched in sweat from their exertions. Guwan, unable to remain in the living room any longer, returned to the bedroom, collapsing onto the bed. "Husband, I cannot bear to stay in this house any longer. Let us reside in the RV from now on." Her voice trembled with fear. Qin Bei understood her anxiety. This house had witnessed death and violence, and the thought of another intrusion filled him with dread. This dwelling was too rudimentary, lacking the safety of their previous home. The RV, while smaller, afforded them the ability to escape swiftly if necessary. Moreover, it was a sturdy vehicle, impervious to bullets. Agreed. We shall not rent a house, but live in the RV. Occasionally coming here to maintain appearances, Qin Bei affirmed. Guwan rose. Let us go and check on the others. I cannot shake my concern. Upon returning to Chun Lin's RV, they found Su Nua resting after his surgery, while Lu Yun and Bai Qiushui yawned, bleary-eyed as they kept watch. Brother Yun, sister-in-law, we owe you our gratitude for your assistance tonight. Allow me to escort you home to rest, Qin Bei offered. Lu Yun shook his head. There is no need to return. Dawn will break in a couple of hours, and we would not have time for rest. It is better to stay and care for them. Chapter 70. Those aboard the same vessel indeed. I just brewed a cup of coffee and feel completely awake. Full of vitality, Bai Qiushui chuckled. Dawn and Appos, T, you still have work tomorrow? This will leave you drained. Even if you Dawn and Appos, T, return home. You should at least rest your head on the table for a while, Qin Bei advised gently. Chen Lin and Su Nua had been moved to the inner bedroom by the couple and were currently in a deep slumber. Lu Yun looked earnestly at Qin Bei. Brother Qin, we have shared a bond of life and death. What exactly transpired today? Qin Bei pondered for a moment, contemplating whether to divulge everything. After hearing the details, Lu Yun was taken aback. You were truly impressive. Just a handful of you took down so many adversaries. Those petty thugs are inconsequential, but your enemy has connections. With family members in positions of power, you might be courting disaster. As soon as dawn breaks, you should leave without delay. Bai Qiushui quickly chimed in, yes. If we are to escape, we should do so together. After all, we are all in the same boat. No one can evade the consequences. Qin Bei turned to the two. The entire family of our enemies has been eradicated, completely wiped out. There is no longer a threat of retaliation. Now we await how the authorities will handle this matter. There are few families residing in our residential area. Although there was considerable commotion last night, it's possible that no one noticed. The villa area has several households, but they are quite distant, and our enemies live somewhat secluded, he continued. The roads around are shrouded in darkness, devoid of surveillance, so it is unlikely to trace back to us. Lu Yun and Appos' expression turned serious. That is difficult to ascertain. Those in power can apprehend anyone with the flimsiest of justifications. Furthermore, you utilized a firearm. What if they search your residence and find it? Bai Qiushui interjected. We should leave swiftly. We have endured much together on this journey. If necessary, we can continue to wander, establish a new base, and adopt new identities. Anything is preferable to our current predicament. Qin Bei, with a heavy heart, replied. I still wish to wait a little longer for Chen Lin and Su Nua to recover their strength. We shall stay in the RV for now, if anything arises. We can depart immediately. You make a valid point. Their current condition is unsuitable for long-distance travel, especially with Chen Lin and Appos' severe injuries. He requires several days of proper rest. Bai Qiushui remarked seriously. Brother Yun, sister-in-law, I truly appreciate your efforts tonight. Please take some time to rest. We will return shortly with some food and bring it to you. Qin Bei expressed his gratitude. Lu Yun waved his hand dismissively. Most of our belongings have already been moved into the house. The RV was rented out, but fortunately, the tenants have yet to move in. We plan to retrieve our items and return to the car, allowing the house to be occupied. Should any emergencies arise, we can swiftly evacuate with our supplies. Bai Qiushui nodded repeatedly. Yes, we must secure our escape route. I'll assist you. It will expedite the process. My dear, I will take you back. Prepare the meals in the vehicle. Qin Bei promptly organized. Guwan nodded in agreement. Okay, I shall go now. Have Shao Jie come over to look after Chen Lin and Su Nua. They cannot be left unattended. Brother Qin, we will head back first. See you shortly. Lu Yun said as he and Bai Qiushui hurried off. Qin Bei locked the car door and swiftly returned home with Guwan. She roused Gu Jie and quickly gave her a series of instructions. Qin Bei retrieved a substantial quantity of food from the space, instructing Gu Jie to take it while leaving some for Gu Wan and the children. He then hurried to Lu Yun and Appos' residence to lend a hand. After laboring for over 2 hours, the dawn began to break. Brother Yun, I'll take my leave first to help my wife move the food to the vehicle. Qin Bei announced. Go ahead, we are a bit fatigued. We'll have some water and rest for a moment, Lu Yun replied, to avoid raising suspicion. They left a small amount of supplies in the house. Qin Bei proceeded to Chun Lin's RV. He extracted a large assortment of steaming hot food from the space. Gu Jie looked at him. Brother-in-law, you've been busy all night. Go get some rest. I will watch over these two and will call you if anything arises. Qin Bei checked the time. There were still over 2 hours until work commenced. I wanted amp. Oppos, T returned to stir things up. I'll rest here for a while. You should hurry back to our RV to help look after the children. Your sister has been exhausted all night. Let her rest undisturbed. I understand. I will leave immediately. Gu Jie nodded in response. Be careful, and let me know when you arrive safely, Qin Bei cautioned, genuinely concerned. Gu Jie exited the vehicle and jogged away. Moments later, Qin Bei received a call. Brother-in-law, I have arrived. Qin Bei felt a wave of relief wash over him. You all stay in the vehicle today. Do not come down. Originally, you were supposed to go to the commander's house to teach, but find an excuse to postpone it for a couple of days. Gu Jie understood and replied. All right. After hanging up, Lu Yun and Bai Qiushui arrived. Qin Bei welcomed them to the table, urging them to eat. You both have had a long night. Hurry and eat, then rest well. I will keep watch. The couple nodded and began to eat voraciously. They were several years older than Qin Bei and had spent many years toiling outside, their stamina not matching his. After the meal, they settled into chairs, donned some clothing, and soon fell into a deep sleep. Qin Bei, feeling the weight of fatigue himself, forced down 3 cups of coffee. Just as he was about to rest, Chun Lin and Su Nua began to call out for water, drenched in sweat and in need of fresh clothing. He busily wiped their brows, changed their clothes, and provided water without a moment's respite. Amidst the flurry of activity, his phone suddenly rang. It was the commander calling. Qin Bei, you need to come here immediately. A significant incident occurred last night. Dozens of thugs were killed, and an entire family in the villa area was wiped out. We must swiftly identify the culprits. Despite being mentally prepared, hearing the news made Qin Bei's hand tremble as he held the phone. He steadied himself and replied calmly, Understood, Commander. I will be there shortly. At this juncture, it would draw attention to take a leave of absence. It was better to assess the situation firsthand and act accordingly. After ending the call, he contemplated for a moment before waking Lu Yun and Bai Qiushui. I apologize, Brother Yun, sister-in-law, but we should maintain an appearance of nonchalance. Sister-in-law, please resume your duties in the cafeteria. Do not carry any psychological burden. Brother Yun, you stay here to look after Chun Lin and Su Nua. Have sister-in-law request a leave for you from the cafeteria. He pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and handed it to Bai Qiushui. She understood this was for the cafeteria supervisor. All right, you need not worry. I will not raise any suspicions. Li Yun also assured Qin Bei, Brother Qin. You can rest easy. I will take good care of them. Brother Yun, sister-in-law, your assistance has been invaluable. I will remember this and will not let you down. Even if the truth comes to light, I will ensure your safety. Qin Bei vowed earnestly, wishing to offer them some reassurance. Lu Yun smiled. Hurry and get to work. Enough with the sentimentality. We trust your character. Chapter 71. Deceived by a fool, Qin Bei arrived at work and hurried to the company of the squad leader. Behind the leader stood 2 rows of soldiers, totaling 40, each wielding a shovel. The squad leader, with a sniper rifle slung over his shoulder, addressed the crowd with authority, stating that the higher-ups were taking this case very seriously, commanding them to identify the perpetrator within 3 days, or they would all be dismissed. With that, he strode forward with purpose. Qin Bei followed closely beside him, and the others hurried along, burdened by their thoughts. The squad leader jogged ahead, quickly leading them to the crime scene. On the road lay 10 bodies, sprawled in disarray, each riddled with bullets, some having sustained multiple gunshot wounds. Their demise gruesome and tragic. The squad leader furrowed his brow and commanded, one team stay behind to investigate the bodies and gather evidence. The second team, follow me. Qin Bei accompanied the squad leader and the second team as they pressed onward. Soon, they arrived at a pile of ruins. Qin Bei instantly recognized it as Wu Jingjing and Appo's home, masking his surprise with feigned curiosity. What happened? How did the house collapse? The squad leader lamented. It was destroyed by someone. Given the quality of this villa, it could have stood for 100 years without issue. Alas, what a beautiful house it once was. Now reduced to nothing. What kind of hatred drives a person to act so ruthlessly? Qin Bei pondered for a moment before replying, Squad leader, I am utterly inexperienced in handling cases. Please instruct me on what to do. The squad leader patted his shoulder. You must have encountered quite a few bodies on your way here. This is not your first time. Now, let us get to work. The squad leader gestured to the soldiers, grab your shovels and excavate the bodies. Not a single one must be left behind. The soldiers sprang into action, and Qin Bei joined in, digging earnestly as the squad leader collected evidence, occasionally observing the surroundings. Suddenly, a soldier rushed in. Squad leader, we have a witness who claims to have seen the murderer in action. The squad leader's eyes brightened. Where is he? Bring him here. The soldier hesitated. He's reluctant to come. He's waiting in the office, fearing retaliation from the murderer. Let us go back and check on him, the squad leader decided firmly. He turned to Qin Bei. You stay here and supervise. Rest assured, I will report any developments to you immediately. Qin Bei feigned calm, suppressing his inner turmoil. The squad leader hurried away with the soldier, leaving Qin Bei watching their retreating figures. After a moment and Appo's hesitation, he called Su Nuo with a sense of cautious hope. Coincidentally, the call was quickly answered. Qin Gu, what's the matter? A soldier had informed the squad leader about the witness waiting in the office. If you don't go check it out, I can't leave here. Qin Bei spoke rapidly, keeping an eye on the soldiers who were diligently working, thankfully too preoccupied to notice him. Qin Gu, I'm on my way. I'll be there shortly. Don't worry, I'll handle it. If all else fails, I'll take care of the witness, Su Nuo assured him earnestly. Shortly after Qin Bei departed, he awoke, insisting on going to work at the base, despite Lan Yun's attempts to dissuade him. Thank you for your hard work, my good brother. Qin Bei felt deeply touched as he hung up and tucked his phone away. A soldier approached him, excitement evident on his face. Secretary Qin, we've discovered something. What is it? Qin Bei inquired while moving closer. Just a few steps later, he spotted a disfigured body on the ground, missing its arms and legs, leaving only a torso, the face marred and distorted, appearing quite ghastly. Qin Bei took a step back in fright. Don't be afraid. You'll get used to it over time, the soldier reassured him. Qin Bei nodded. Move the body to the nearby open area and try to find the missing limbs. We must finish excavating today, as the squad leader ordered. The soldiers called upon their comrades, and they resumed their work. Qin Bei also lent a hand while observing the surroundings. Suddenly, as he plunged his shovel into the ground, he felt something soft. Upon digging deeper, he unearthed a body that, fortunately, was intact, albeit flattened. He quickly called over 2 soldiers to assist in the extraction. Do you know how many people are here in total? He casually asked. One soldier replied, about 20 people. It was indeed a monumental task. Beautiful City had never encountered such a large case, and anxiety permeated the air. Another soldier shielded his forehead from the sun, expressing his distress. The sun is out again. It's unbearable. I feel drained. At this rate, we won't complete the task today. One soldier chimed in. Who could argue with that? The heat is oppressive, otherwise we could work ourselves to exhaustion until nightfall. Qin Bei glanced at them and urged, let us not linger. We need to work quickly. If we don't finish by evening, the squad leader will reprimand us and keep us working late. We'll have to report for duty as usual tomorrow, which is exhausting. His words resonated with the others, and a collective sigh escaped them as they grumbled a bit before returning to their labors. Qin Bei contemplated briefly before saying, you all keep digging here. I'll go fetch some food for you. He hurried off. Halfway there, his phone vibrated. It was a call from Su Nuo. Qin Gu, it's a fool, rambling nonsense, not a word of truth. The squad leader was furious, nearly resorting to violence. And he wasn't in a good mood with the soldier who brought the news. Qin Bei exhaled in relief, hoping no more complications would arise. How's your arm? You should take a leave and rest. I'm fine. Since I'm here, I might as well work. Otherwise, it would raise suspicion, Su Nuo replied lightly. Though pain lingered in his arm, which he endured silently. Understanding the unspoken truth, Qin Bei fell silent for a moment before saying, once you get home after work, I'll prepare a feast for you. In these times, a sumptuous meal was the best way to convey sincerity. Su Nuo chuckled before hanging up. Qin Bei swiftly returned home to retrieve 2 large boxes of ice cream, distributing them to the 2 rows of soldiers. The soldiers were delighted. In such harsh conditions, they hadn't enjoyed a cold treat in ages, making them yearn for it. Upon receiving their portions, they eagerly opened the containers and dug in. One soldier remarked between bites, this is delicious. It must have cost a fortune, right? You managed to bring it over without it melting too much. You really put in the effort. Secretary Qin, you're incredible. How did you manage to get ice cream at a time like this? Qin Bei smiled. This was kept in the freezer beforehand. Let us all enjoy a taste. The soldiers were elated, finishing their ice cream in no time, feeling rejuvenated, and returned to their hard work. Before long, the squad leader arrived, cursing under his breath. Damn it, how is it that anyone can just slip in here? A fool has us all spun around. Qin Bei, having already grasped the situation, remained silent and pretended not to hear. Chapter 72. The enigmatic figure. As the weather grew increasingly warm and the sun shone more fiercely, the soldiers toiled diligently, yet their progress remained painfully slow. The company commander, observing from the sidelines, felt a sense of urgency and bellowed, "Hurry up. Don't dawdle. If we fail to solve this case, we'll all be forced to return home as beggars." After a brief pause, he continued with a tirade. "Damn it. Everything is pushed onto us. Those officers at the police station are merely idling away. I have a mountain of tasks to juggle, and soon we'll be facing acid rain. With the main forces migrating here, we're already overwhelmed with registration, not to mention the manpower needed for this investigation. They're piling the pressure on us. It's maddening. People are dead. What is there to investigate? That family had it coming. They've done their share of wrongs, and their demise merely conserves resources." Qin Bei was taken aback, realizing that the commander was also a man of temperament, which made him feel a bit more at ease. "Commander, there are no surveillance cameras in this vicinity. Our only option now is to investigate the scene and search for suspects throughout the city. Otherwise, cracking this case will be exceedingly difficult," Qin Bei suggested kindly. "Do you have any idea how vast this beautiful city is? It's the largest base in our country, sprawling with scattered inhabitants, totaling hundreds of thousands. You want me to inspect each household? How long would that take? We only have 3 days left. Moreover, if we proceed with our usual methods, the suspects will have fled by then." The commander, visibly agitated, tugged at his hair as if to extract his worries along with it. After a moment's contemplation, he turned to Qin Bei. "Do you have any clever ideas? As long as it helps us navigate through this predicament safely, I'm open to radical solutions." Qin Bei pondered for a moment, then proposed. "What if we attribute the massacre to that gang of thugs? We could claim they clashed with the family in the villa over a robbery, resulting in a shootout that led to the demise of those inside. On their way back, they could then be ambushed and killed by another gang, along with the stolen goods." The commander's eyes lit up upon hearing this. "Qin Bei, you are quite the strategist. This plan is excellent. There are indeed several gangs in beautiful city notorious for their misdeeds. By targeting the most powerful one, we not only divert attention from ourselves, but also eliminate a threat. 2 birds with 1 stone." Qin Bei, however, could not bring himself to smile. He had not anticipated that such gangs still existed within the seemingly orderly city. Lowering his voice, he expressed his concern. "Commander, please keep this idea to yourself. I fear that if word gets out, my family may be in danger." The commander nodded emphatically. "Rest assured, I can keep a secret. I won't breathe a word to anyone." He then turned to the soldiers. "Everyone, take a break. You all look exhausted." The soldiers, drenched in sweat and yearning for respite, gathered around the commander. He shared the plan, and smiles spread across their faces as they eagerly agreed. For they were all loyal to the commander and depended on this job to support their families. If they were to lose it, their lives would be at stake. Once they had come to an agreement, they resumed their work. Regardless of the circumstances, the bodies needed to be excavated and the debris cleared, as land resources were scarce, and reconstruction would soon be necessary. At that moment, 2 cars came to a halt. A serious-looking man, radiating authority, approached, flanked by several soldiers. The commander, taken aback, quickly stepped forward. "Mayor, what brings you here?" The mayor, brow furrowed, replied, "I came to check on the progress of the investigation." The commander felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. "We are currently investigating. Rest assured, we will uncover the culprit within 3 days." The mayor remained silent, casting a glance at Qin Bei. "I already know who the murderer is." His gaze seemed penetrating, as if he could see through Qin Bei entirely. Internally, Qin Bei felt a surge of panic, but his expression remained impassive, feigning ignorance. The commander, bewildered, turned to the mayor. "What do you mean you already know who it is? That is remarkably swift. Can you tell me who it is?" The mayor wore an inscrutable expression. "You will find out in due time." He then looked at Qin Bei. "You're the new recruit, aren't you? Just arrived and already serving as the commander's secretary. You appear quite capable. You bear a striking resemblance to an old friend of mine. Let us have a chat." Qin Bei shot a glance at the commander, who vigorously nodded. "Go on. This is our mayor, the top authority here." Nervously, Qin Bei approached, contemplating the possibility of taking the mayor hostage and fleeing with his family if things turned dire. "Let us talk in the car," the mayor said, stepping into the back seat and patting the seat beside him. indicating for Qin Bei to join him while instructing the soldiers to maintain their distance outside. You did it, didn't you? Your methods were ruthless, the mayor stated bluntly, fixating on Qin Bei and scrutinizing his every expression. Meeting the mayor's gaze, Qin Bei considered denying it, but quickly realized the futility of that. Instead, he confessed candidly, yes, it was me. If I hadn't retaliated, Wu Jingjing would have destroyed my family. She bullied my wife for years, and now she wants to ruin us. I will not allow that to happen. Are you not afraid of death? What you've done is hardly discreet. It's riddled with flaws. Only the commander, with his brute strength, failed to see through it. The mayor remarked, his tone casual. In this day and age, who isn't merely surviving? Death isn't so terrifying. Living is merely a torment. If you truly wish to kill me, I have no objections, Qin Bei replied calmly, having shed his fear of death. He had laid everything bare and felt no need to hide, yet he would do everything in his power to ensure the survival of his wife, children, and comrades. The mayor regarded him with an enigmatic expression. Are you planning to shoulder the burden alone to protect your family and friends? One person bears the consequences of their actions. Let not your family suffer. Mayor, I implore you to show mercy and not to complicate their lives. They are unaware of the circumstances. Qin Bei spoke earnestly. Had I not known the truth, I might have been deceived. However, I find you quite principled, which I appreciate. Fear not, I shall not let you perish, provided you remain loyal to me. There will be plenty of favorable days ahead, the mayor replied with a smile, tinged with sincerity. Qin Bei was perplexed and tentatively inquired. Mayor, are you truly letting me off the hook? What else should I do? Exterminate you all? The Wu Jingjing family are parasites. Their demise would be regrettable. It is unfortunate, however, that you were too ruthless, failing to seize the resources in the villa before the explosion. Those could have saved many lives, the mayor lamented. Qin Bei chuckled. The excavation is ongoing. We can still recover a significant amount of resources. For what's missing, I will compensate from my salary. With that meager salary of yours, how long will it take? Let us put this matter to rest. You go back to work, and remember, the digging must be done well today, the mayor instructed, signaling the end of their conversation. Chapter 73. Turning crisis into safety. Qin Bei stepped out of the vehicle. Still a bit dazed, unable to comprehend how a significant figure emerged so suddenly to resolve the crisis with just a few words. Initially, he had prepared himself to take the mayor hostage and lead his family and friends on a desperate escape, but now all those plans were rendered unnecessary. A wave of relief washed over him, yet an undercurrent of worry lingered. The mayor might have long harbored grievances against the Wu family, and before he could act, they were eliminated by his own hand. He felt a profound sense of the mayor's formidable nature. It was astonishing how swiftly he had deduced Qin Bei's involvement. Clearly, he wielded considerable influence. The mayor's intentions seemed to be to win him over, perhaps with plans for more intricate tasks in the future. From the moment he accepted, he had likely been drawn into a faction. The squad leader clapped him on the shoulder. Xiao Qin, what did the mayor discuss with you? You seem quite pleased. Qin Bei smiled faintly. Just some small talk. Asked about my situation. All right, let us get back to work, the squad leader said, not probing further. Qin Bei picked up a shovel and joined his comrades in their labor. After an entire day of toil, they finally cleared the debris. 20 corpses lay lined up on the ground. Several were unrecognizable, while others had missing limbs. Some had been so obliterated that only fragments remained. The squad leader surveyed the scene and decided to transport the bodies for further investigation. You all take the salvage supplies back. In addition to the corpses, they had unearthed a considerable amount of food, water, vegetables, and meat, resources aplenty. The soldiers complied without hesitation, and by the time they finished, it was already 10 p.m., leaving everyone utterly exhausted. The squad leader waved his hand, signaling the end of the day. Go home and rest. We'll reconvene in the morning. Upon returning home, Guwan anxiously greeted him. Darling, how was your day? Did you uncover any clues? It's all right. We're safe now, Qin Bei replied with a relaxed smile. Recounting the day's events, Guwan beamed with joy. Wonderful. We can settle down here for a while. Beside her, Gu Jie chimed in. Sister, brother-in-law. I'll be teaching at the regiment's home tomorrow. It'll help me build connections and solidify our lives. Qin Bei nodded, turning to Guwan. Thank you for your hard work. While we all work, you'll have to manage the children alone. He then addressed the children. If you cause trouble and burden your mother, I will discipline you. Daddy, don't worry. We won't be a nuisance to mommy, Qin Tingting assured, displaying remarkable obedience. Qin Sheng and Qin Chen nodded in agreement. We're grown up now. We understand how to behave. Qin Bei felt a sense of satisfaction as he approached the dining table, discreetly avoiding the children's gaze. From his space, he retrieved an abundance of food and drink, leaving half behind and taking the rest with him. He hurried to Chun Lin's vehicle. Ah, looking sprightly, still glued to your phone. Are you hungry? Have something to eat, he said, placing the meal before Chun Lin. I'm not idle. My legs are immobile, making me feel like a paraplegic. The phone is my only escape. Chun Lin yawned, fatigue evident in his voice. If you lie there for a month, your legs will heal, but you'll be a wreck. I have plenty of unpeeled broad beans. If you have time, peel them, Qin Bei instructed without hesitation. You really know how to exploit someone, even a patient. Chun Lin retorted with a smirk. Qin Bei cast him a glance, arranging the food neatly and serving him a bowl of rice. Chun Lin accepted it and began to eat slowly. He then glanced at Su Nuo, Lu Yun, and Bai Chiu Shui, who were fast asleep, exclaiming, they've worked so hard. They fell asleep before even having a meal. Be gentle, don't wake them, he cautioned just as a knock sounded on the car window. Qin Bei and Imp, Appos, S expression shifted. He pulled back the curtain to see Zhuang Ro and Amp, Appos, and Ke and Amp, Appos, what brings you here? We'll take care of Chun Lin tonight. You all should rest. You want to be able to sustain yourselves otherwise, Zhuang Ro and Appos, said with a gentle smile. Qin Bei shot a disapproving look at Chun Lin, his eyes filled with questions. Chun Lin chuckled. This isn't something that can be hidden. They're reliable, and won't utter a word. Qin Bei opened the car door, allowing the sisters to enter. What happens here must stay here. Otherwise, you won't survive. If you choose to care, do not treat it lightly. Rest assured. We'll take turns throughout the night to ensure Chun Lin is well looked after, the sisters quickly affirmed. Chun Lin added, I'm feeling much better. I can manage alone, but having them here is a bonus. Let Su Nuo and the others head back. There is no need for them to linger. Qin Bei roused Lu Yun and Bai Chiu Shui, handing them a large bag of food and urging them to return home to rest. He then woke Su Nuo, offering him a bag of food as well. With this matter taken care of, no one will trace it back to us, Su Nuo said, surprised. Really? That sounds too good to be true. Qin Bei briefly explained the situation, easing Su Nuo's anxiety. Make sure to eat well and get proper nutrition. If anything arises, call me, he instructed before striding away. As soon as Qin Bei returned to his caravan, he collapsed onto the bed and fell into a deep sleep. After a day and night without rest and the stress weighing heavily on him, he felt utterly drained. The next day, he prepared a generous portion of food for his wife and children, taking a significant amount to Chun Lin's vehicle and summoning Su Nuo and Lu Yun. During breakfast, he declared, until old Chun and Su Nuo recover, I will provide all meals. There is no need for anyone to cook. Lu Yun quickly shook his head. Your meals are generous, with 2 meat dishes, 2 vegetable dishes, and a soup daily, plus fruit afterward. It's manageable for a day or two. But how can you sustain this for long? With so many of us, we might deplete your resources. Qin Bei countered, thanks to your assistance. I have no proper way to express my gratitude other than this. After a moment of silence, Lu Yun finally nodded in agreement. Qin Bei joined them for breakfast. You don't need to care for me today. Yun good. Go to work. Taking too many days off isn't-wise, Chun Lin said earnestly. I can manage alone. If necessary, I'll have Lao Qin deliver food at noon. Lu Yun glanced at him. In that case, I'll go. This kitchen job is hard-earned. And I don't want to lose it. I'll work the day, and if you still feeling well, I'll take a few days off to look after you. Chun Lin waved him off. No need. No need. This injury is nothing. I won't die from it. He then turned to Qin Bei, Lao Qin. With my current state, I can't go to work. Please assist me in resigning, saying my old ailment has recurred and I'm unfit for duty. I'll handle it. You just rest in the vehicle and avoid overexerting your legs, Qin Bei cautioned, concerned about Chun Lin's inability to remain still. Chapter 74. A Tragedy of Humanity. Qin Bei reported to work, arriving at the company of the company commander to assist Chun Lin with his resignation. The commander was visibly displeased, perceiving Chun Lin's claim of illness as mere pretext for laziness. He exclaimed, at this time, still thinking of lying idle? Is he seeking to throw away his life? The job of an auto mechanic is quite commendable. Others yearn for such opportunities, yet he simply decides to abandon it. What audacity! Qin Bei quickly interjected, no, it's not like that. He has been overexerting himself at work, leading to severe health issues. He fears that if he continues under such high pressure, it may lead to his untimely demise. The commander's expression softened somewhat. I shall grant him a leave of absence for half a month. Let him recuperate before returning to work. Qin Bei expressed his gratitude profusely, acknowledging the commander's consideration for Qinlin. The commander waved his hand dismissively. I do not wish for it to be this way. But one cannot bite the hand that feeds them. Qin Bei stifled a laugh, suppressing his amusement. Let us not linger on this matter. We shall continue our investigation. By this evening, I will attempt to report our findings. The commander bore a frown. Do not worry. That family possesses such poor morals that few hold them in esteem. Their demise would be a blessing for many. However, the reality was far more complex than mere words suggested. The commander's expression reflected resignation as he continued to rally the troops, immersing them in fervent activity. Suddenly, the commander received a call from the mayor, stating that the case was no longer to be investigated. Let that family crumble. It benefits us with no harm, said the mayor. The commander found himself in a predicament. Mayor, your secretary specifically instructed that we conduct a thorough investigation of this matter. Now, I am uncertain how to report back. Will you heed my words or his? You must understand who holds authority here. The mayor's anger was palpable, berating him for his lack of foresight. Yes, you're the boss. Your word is law. I shall act as you say. The commander hastily apologized. The mayor offered no further reply. As the commander listened to the busy signal on the other end, a smile broke across his face. He called the soldiers over, instructing them to cease their work. The mayor has spoken. This matter ends here. Let us dispose of the bodies in the incinerator. The soldiers rejoiced, their anxiety about job security dissipating as the burden of their work was lifted. Elated, the commander, after the soldiers finished incinerating the remains, gathered supplies unearthed from the rubble and brought them to the mess hall for an additional meal for everyone. The soldiers feasted heartily. Their spirits lifted. The commander then exuberantly announced, we shall proceed to the city gate to register those entering the city. Without waiting for a response, he stood and strode away. Qin Bei and the others hurried to follow, their hearts buoyant at the prospect of profit from those entering the city. Soon, they arrived at the city gate, where a throng of ragged individuals jostled, their gaunt faces reflecting a desperate yearning for life. The commander had a stool brought forth. Standing atop it and bellowed into a megaphone, form an orderly line immediately. 10 lines, one by one for reagent testing. If you are uninfected and can present either 600 gene of grain or 60,000 yuan, you may enter the city, secure a temporary residence for 3 months, and find work to sustain yourselves. The crowd erupted into a cacophony of noise and commotion. Some frantically rummaged through their pockets, brandishing large rolls of money, shouting, I have money. Let me in quickly. Others hoisted sacks of grain, proclaiming, I have grain. Provide me with housing. Yet, many voices emerged in despair, lamenting their condition. Having exhausted their funds and food, subsisting on tree bark and leaves. After their arduous journey, they sought merely to survive, questioning the cruelty of imposing further conditions. How can you be so heartless? Do you possess no humanity? Even now, you demand so much grain and money. Where is your conscience? If you deny us entry, we will fight back. We have nothing left to lose. Many faces reflected agitation and resentment. The commander, displeased, shouted, I have not finished speaking. Silence. You can pool your resources. Living together can provide mutual support. Just as he was about to elaborate, his phone rang. He handed the megaphone to Qin Bei, saying, You take over. I must attend to this call, and walked away. Qin Bei, maintaining his composure, addressed the crowd, I understand your feelings. I too have endured great hardships to arrive here and settle down. Initially, I believed I would perish, yet here I stand with housing and work. You can achieve the same. It is sweltering outside with no food or water. Those who wish to quickly secure housing for a stable life should cooperate and form a line. We will expedite your testing and registration, enabling you to find shelter. Of course, if you intend to share accommodation, please arrange that in advance. Now, everyone step back. The iron gate is about to open. Anyone attempting to rush in will face severe consequences. He gestured to the soldiers nearby, several armed. The crowd quieted somewhat, falling into a hurried but orderly line. The queue stretched endlessly, winding like a serpent. The iron gate creaked open, 2 soldiers stationed at the entrance while others positioned themselves outside, methodically distributing reagents. Those who passed the tests and presented their grain or money would be allowed entry into the city, where they could rest in a temporary shelter, drink a bottle of water, and eat a bun while awaiting housing assignment. A famished boy, desperate after enduring hunger for so long, rushed to devour a bun, swallowing it without chewing. Suddenly, it lodged in his throat, causing him to gasp for breath, his eyes rolling back in pain. His parents, helpless and trembling, were at a loss for how to assist their son. Qin Bei rushed to save him, but tragically, upon arrival, he found the boy lifeless, lying on the ground with eyes wide open. The parents fell upon him, weeping uncontrollably. "My son, please awaken. Do not frighten us. After such hardship, how could you succumb now? How shall we continue without you?" Qin Bei, filled with sorrow, wished to console them, but impatience erupted from the crowd outside the gate, demanding, "Can you hurry up? Stop stalling. You are all well fed while we remain hungry. Speed up. Do not waste time on the dead." Qin Bei turned and shot them a fierce glare, barking, "Silence." At that moment, the grieving parents suddenly dashed toward the city wall, colliding with it in a resounding crash. They fell to the ground, motionless, blood streaming from their heads. Chapter 75. For the sake of survival, Qin Bei and Apos' face reflected a deep sorrow. Yet he uttered not a word. The crowd, however, wore expressions of indifference, long desensitized to the specter of death. A few soldiers emerged to remove the corpse, leaving behind a stark pool of vivid, glaring blood. Disturbed by the sight, Qin Bei instructed, "Please clean this up." The soldiers, unperturbed, replied, "Secretary Qin, you are new here and may not understand. Our water resources are scarce. We can scarcely afford to drink, let alone waste it on cleaning." As he spoke, the pungent scent of sweat wafted from him. Qin Bei remained silent, resolutely scooping several shovels of hard, iron-like earth from the ground to cover the bloodstains. "All right, let us proceed," he declared nonchalantly. Yet, discontent stirred among the crowd. "Hey, how dare you take my money?" One shouted. "You scoundrel, return it at once." Another cried, "Have you no shame? You even stole my meager bag of rice, my only sustenance. Why are you cutting in line? You were behind me. Where's my gold? How can I survive now?" Frustration, anger, sorrow, and despair etched themselves across numerous faces. People jostled one another, hurling insults, and even resorting to violence, plunging the scene into chaos. The oppressive heat of the day exacerbated the unrest, revealing the darker facets of human nature in this dire moment. Observing the uproar, Qin Bei felt a profound helplessness. The squad leader, having concluded a phone call, approached and discharged a round into the sky. The gunshot rang out, momentarily silencing the crowd. Soon after, several luxury motorhomes entered the scene, their occupants remaining inside. The squad leader personally welcomed Mr. Zhou, indicating, "This way, sir. The accommodations are prepared. Allow me to show you." The man referred to as Mr. Zhou nodded politely, expressing gratitude. "Thank you for your efforts." The squad leader replied with a smile. "It is no trouble. This is my duty." He then turned to Qin Bei, stating, "Today, you are in charge here. Rest assured, I will handle it," Qin Bei affirmed. Thus, under the envious gazes of the crowd, the squad leader swiftly departed with the motorhomes. The common folk were akin to ants, their lives deemed expendable. Who would care for their survival? This world forever belonged to the affluent and powerful. Since the onset of the calamity, such events had become all too frequent. Qin Bei felt numb to it all. Rather than lamenting, it was wiser to conserve energy. When will it be our turn? We are all perishing under the sun. Can we not hasten this process? Various voices echoed from the crowd. Qin Bei empathized with the people, yet he was powerless to assist. The throngs wishing to enter the city were numerous, but the available shelters were limited, ensuring many would be left outside. He resolved to lend a hand as best he could. Turning to the soldiers, "Let us expedite this. Prolonged delays may incite further conflict." The soldiers complied, their movements noticeably quicker. Those at the front of the line were fortunate. Upon passing inspection, they gained entry to the city, securing a semblance of survival. However, those at the back grew increasingly anxious, lamenting the sluggish pace, uncertain of when their turn would come. Disruptions arose within the queue. Some, having stood too long and weakened, collapsed to the ground. The surrounding individuals merely glanced indifferently, voicing nothing, while those behind sighed in relief, hoping for further delays to hasten their own entry. Qin Bei witnessed the unfolding scene in silence. Suddenly, chaos erupted within the crowd as panic ensued. "Stay back, or I will kill you," shouted one man, his arm unbearably itchy. Lifting his sleeve revealed festering, putrid sores. Not only his arm, but his face, legs, and entire body were rapidly deteriorating. Unable to bear the sudden misfortune, he writhed in agony, extending his hand toward others, intent on spreading the contagion. Fear swept through the crowd. Anyone infected with the virus was doomed to die within 3 days. Observing the man's rapid decline, Qin Bei swiftly commanded a soldier, "Eliminate him." The soldier raised his weapon, aiming at the frantic man. A gunshot rang out, and the man crumpled to the ground, his eyes open in disbelief and resentment. A pile of cash spilling from his pocket. The onlookers gazed hungrily at the money, yet none dared to retrieve it, knowing it was tainted with the virus. Suddenly, several men and women lunged toward the corpse, frantically kicking and trampling it. "Beast, you're dying and still trying to drag us down with you," one shouted. "Perverse fiend. Even in the afterlife, I will not spare you." On their arms, the skin began to rot, inciting terror among the crowd. In unison, they cried out to the soldiers, "Shoot them! Shoot them!" The assailants glanced at the crowd with vengeful eyes, preparing to charge. Gunfire echoed again, and they fell, heads down, blood saturating the ground. The crowd quickly scattered, those in line eyeing each other warily, instinctively distancing themselves, fearful of contagion. "All right, let us continue," Qin Bei bellowed, prompting the soldiers to resume their tasks. Meanwhile, Gu Jie visited the commander's home for the first time. The commander's wife greeted her warmly, guiding her to sit and offering a fresh fruit platter, saying, "It must have been quite a journey. Please enjoy some fruit and rest." Providing fresh fruit to guests was a mark of respect, showcasing their importance. Gu Jie smiled softly, replying, "I am well accustomed to it." She refrained from touching the fruits, instead sipping from her water cup. At that moment, two children burst into the room, seizing grapes from the platter and hurling them at Gu Jie. Taken aback by the unexpected assault, Gu Jie found her clothing stained with purple juice. The children beamed with mischief, regarding her with defiance. The commander's wife's expression darkened as she scolded, "What is the meaning of this? Is this how you greet your teacher?" The children, undeterred, stuck out their tongues in playful rebellion. The commander's wife, visibly angry, yanked them before Gu Jie, insisting, "Apologize to your teacher, or I shall not let this pass." "Sorry," the children said, their tone lacking sincerity. Gu Jie replied coolly, "It is quite all right. Do your worst, if I can withstand it. You must promise to study diligently from now on. And if you cannot withstand it, will you simply vanish?" The boy retorted boldly, gazing at Gu Jie without fear. Chapter 76. The mischievous little rascals indeed, that is correct. Gu Jie remained remarkably composed. The commander's wife, beside her, was flustered and incensed, fearing that the teacher they had finally found would be scared away. She hastily attempted to mediate, "Gu teacher, please disregard them. They are simply accustomed to their unruly ways and dare to say anything." Gu Jie waved her hand dismissively, "Commander's wife. I am confident I can bring them under control. Come on then, let us see who can subdue whom," the boy boasted, taking off in a sprint. The girl closely followed, throwing back a taunt, "If you're capable, try to catch us. You two little rascals, stop right this instant," the commander's wife implored. Without hesitation, Gu Jie pursued them. She was remarkably swift, and within mere minutes, she had captured the siblings, each by an arm. With a hint of disdain, she remarked, "Your little frames are not up to par. I caught you both after such a short distance. You need to practice more." "Humph, this is just the beginning. Winning once means nothing. Let us have a rematch," the boy retorted defiantly. The girl chimed in enthusiastically, "Yes. Let us compete in jump rope and see who can jump more. Is that all? Do you have anything more challenging?" Gu Jie replied, unimpressed. "Stop talking so much. Let us see your skills in action," the boy scoffed, striding confidently into the yard. "Here is the rope. You go first." He tossed a rope at Gu Jie. Gu Jie accepted it and proposed, "For fairness, let us jump together and find 3 others to count. If the 2 of you can jump more than me, you win." "Deal." The boy readily agreed. Thus, the 3 began jumping, with the commander's wife and 2 guards counting their jumps. 10 minutes later, the siblings were drenched in sweat. Their faces flushed, and they could no longer continue. Gu Jie, however, continued jumping at a leisurely pace, showing no signs of fatigue. Finally, she stopped after an impressive 20 minutes. "You two managed a total of 2,000 jumps, while I completed 2,500. You've lost," announced the commander's wife. The siblings were left speechless, having counted the jumps themselves and confirming the outcome. "Gu teacher, your stamina is remarkable." The commander's wife expressed her growing admiration for Gu Jie, realizing she could indeed manage those 2 children. Gu Jie smiled gently, looking at the siblings. "Is there anything else you wish to compete in? Speak now, for the opportunity will soon pass." The boy, panting and still recovering, finally gritted his teeth and proposed, "Let us have a food-eating contest to see who can eat the most in the shortest amount of time. We'll combine our totals to compete against you." Gu Jie chuckled, "You're quite the spendthrift. Perhaps you should first check with your mother to see if she approves." "Let us do it, Gu teacher. You can teach this little rascal a lesson," the commander's wife urged eagerly. "Lead the way," the boy swaggered ahead, Gu Jie did not follow immediately but instead inquired, "Is this the final contest?" "Yes," he affirmed. Gu Jie smiled knowingly. The siblings exchanged sly glances, fully aware that Gu Jie had recently escaped a difficult situation, likely leaving her hungry and unable to consume much. With glee, they led Gu Jie to the living room. The boy called out to the guards, "Bring some watermelons." Before long, several plump watermelons were arranged on the coffee table, accompanied by a knife and a few spoons. The guards assisted in slicing the watermelons in half, and the siblings eagerly dug in with their spoons. Gu Jie remained calm and composed, eating swiftly yet elegantly, without a trace of clumsiness. In no time, she had devoured an entire watermelon, while the siblings still had plenty left. "I have one. What more is there to say?" Gu Jie declared with serene confidence. The siblings stared incredulously at her empty watermelon rind, then at their unfinished halves, their faces falling in defeat. "We concede. We accept the loss," they admitted. "Very well. You may take a restroom break and rest for a while. We shall commence class in an hour," Gu Jie stated earnestly. "Ah, must it be so soon? We're exhausted from all that exercise and now stuffed from eating. Can we not take it easy and return tomorrow? We promised you, and we shall not renege. There are witnesses." The siblings hung their heads, disheartened. Gu Jie smiled lightly. "Of course not. You lost, so you must abide by my terms. However, if you are willing to study diligently, I can teach you martial arts in my free time to make you stronger." "What? You know martial arts? You aren't deceiving us, are you?" the boy asked, incredulous. "I never speak falsehoods. If you wish to learn, begin by focusing on your academic studies," Gu Jie replied, her smile fading into a serious expression. The siblings felt a twinge of apprehension at her demeanor. "Very well, we shall heed your guidance." They slumped onto the sofa like deflated balloons. The commander's wife smiled at Gu Jie. "Gu teacher, your clothes are all damp. Why not change into something dry in my room?" "Thank you for your kindness." Gu Jie followed her to change into a light blue dress, then took a moment to rest before taking the siblings to the study to commence their lessons. Through a crack in the door, the commander's wife peeked in, unable to suppress her satisfied expression as she murmured to herself, "What a splendid teacher I have found, capable yet unpretentious, and she conducts her lessons well." Previously, these siblings could never sit still and were always running about. "Sister, what are you peeking at so sneakily?" A voice suddenly startled her from behind. The commander's wife jumped in surprise and turned to scold. "Must you always appear out of nowhere? You nearly frightened me to death." She walked toward the living room as she spoke. "I found them a fine teacher. Now I can rest easy. Aren't you busy? What brings you here? By the way, I'll inquire later to see if this Gu teacher has a boyfriend." Qianhao looked at her in disbelief. "Sister, could you please calm down? At this time, survival is challenging enough. Who is thinking about marriage? Besides, I have no desire to marry. Being alone is wonderful, free, and unrestrained. I certainly don't want to be like brother-in-law, constantly under your watchful eye. I'm just concerned that you're too lonely. That Gu teacher is truly impressive. Not only is she capable, but she is also exceptionally beautiful. One must act swiftly. Otherwise, with so many eligible young men in the military, she might be snatched away." The commander's wife spoke with a sense of urgency. Qianhao fell silent, picking at the fruits on the coffee table. "Sister, in a week the acid rain will arrive, likely lasting 2 to 3 months, so prepare accordingly. When that happens, do not venture outside. Once your skin comes into contact with it, it will rot, and there is no cure." The commander's wife couldn't help but touch her lovely face. "Oh, how dreadful. I was hoping for rain to cool things down, but instead, it's acid rain. What a calamity." Chapter 77. Resettling refugees. "This is impossible. There are simply too many people. With just a few of us, how can we manage all this?" The soldiers voiced their frustrations. "We've been working tirelessly for half the day, and in 3 hours, night will fall again. At this rate, will we have to work overtime tonight? The heat is unbearable. I can hardly endure it any longer." Qin Bei empathized deeply with their plight. They had indeed been laboring nonstop since dawn, with scarcely a moment to quench their thirst. "Just bear with me a little longer. I shall return shortly with some delicious provisions for you," he reassured. "What kind of food?" The soldiers perked up with interest. "You will see soon enough. For now, continue your work, and I shall be back post-haste," Qin Bei replied with a smile before hastily departing. Upon reaching the mobile home, he found Guan busy preparing a meal outside. "Darling, do not cook any further. Come inside the vehicle," he urged, pulling her gently by the arm. Once inside, he conjured a bountiful array of food from his storage space, plate stacked high, reaching nearly half a meter. Guan gasped in astonishment. "What on earth are you doing? In just a week, acid rain is forecasted. The commander has instructed us to register everyone before that, allowing them entry into the city. We must work tirelessly these days. With no time to return, please store the food in the refrigerator and reheat it when needed, Qin Bei instructed earnestly. You've been working day and night. You will wear yourself thin. May I take your place for a couple of days to let you rest? Guwan expressed her concern. Noting how much weight Qin Bei had lost in recent days. Everyone is equally fatigued. It is nothing. I am in good health and can manage. With so many people entering the city, order will be chaotic. You and the children should remain in the vehicle and not venture out, he cautioned, visibly worried. Rest assured, I will take good care of them. Just remember to look after yourself, she replied reassuringly. Qin Bei then retrieved an abundance of fruits and snacks, along with several servings of mung bean soup. After embracing Guwan and the children, he set off again. He quickly made his way to Qinlin, leaving behind a generous supply of food and numerous bowls of mung bean soup. You truly understand me. I was just longing for a refreshing drink of chilled mung bean soup, Qinlin laughed. 2 cups are for you, the rest for the soldiers. I will be quite busy these days and cannot visit, so I must rely on Lu Yun and the others to look after you, Qin Bei explained. Oh, I am so idle I could go mad, while you are busily running about. I wish I could help you, Qinlin lamented. Forget everything else and focus on eating and resting. Your recovery is the best assistance you can offer me. As for me, I've gained quite a few pounds. I'm nearly turning into a pig. Qinlin chuckled self-deprecatingly. All right, I must be off now. I have work to attend to, Qin Bei said, grabbing the numerous bowls of mung bean soup and rushing out. From a distance, the soldiers spotted him and quickly set down their tasks to assist him. Wow, how refreshing. Mung bean soup. And look at all the ingredients, glutinous rice, raisins, and so much more. Your sister-in-law truly has a heart, they exclaimed, gratefully accepting the bowls. Thank you, Secretary Qin. Thank you, sister-in-law. The soldiers, delighted, eagerly gulped down the chilled soup, which not only quenched their thirst but also filled their bellies. Onlookers outside, parched and envious, watched in silence, their mouths watering at the sight. The scorching heat left many yearning for a sip of water. Ice-cold water was merely a distant dream. A well-dressed man called out to Qin Bei, Brother, do you have any mung bean soup left? Could you sell me a cup? Qin Bei shook his head. I am out of mung bean soup. It was brought from home and is not for sale. Those in dire need may exchange money or grain for water. How do we exchange for water? Is there ice water? The man inquired eagerly. Bottled water is $30 each, clearly marked and limited to 1 per person. No ice water available, Qin Bei replied calmly. We are 6. Please give me 6 bottles. The man gestured to his wife and children, stepping forward with money in hand. Qin Bei accepted the payment and handed over the water. The man quickly distributed it among his family, eagerly uncapping the bottle and gulping it down in great haste. In moments, the bottle was empty and he appeared rejuvenated. I also want water. 1 bottle for me. Another voice chimed in. We need 2 bottles, here and Appos, as the cash. I don't and Appos. Do you have enough money? Can I buy half a bottle? Clamored the crowd, each one vying for the precious liquid. Qin Bei and the soldiers resumed their busy work. Acutely aware of the many who were parched along the journey, reluctant to drink from roadside sources for fear of illness. After a considerable time, the rush for water subsided, and the daylight began to wane. Outside the Iron Gate, a dense throng awaited entry into the city, while only a handful of soldiers remained to manage the situation. Originally, there have been many soldiers in the city, but they were now deployed to various locations, leaving a noticeable shortage. Qin Bei glanced into the waiting room, where thousands awaited housing assignments. All of you, come here to assist in maintaining order and processing entry applications. Work until dawn. And you will each receive 300 yuan or 3 kilograms of rice, he announced. Given the exorbitant prices in the city, 30 yuan for a bottle of mineral water, 100 for a pound of rice, 200 for vegetables, and 300 for fruits. Many were eager to seize this opportunity, having exhausted their savings upon entering the city. Only a few remained seated in the waiting area, reluctant to labor, as they had some funds and preferred not to toil. Qin Bei said nothing further. He swiftly trained those willing to work and assigned them as assistants to each soldier. Initially chaotic, the situation gradually improved. To soothe the anxious crowd outside, Qin Bei took up a megaphone and called out, Everyone, please remain calm. All who meet the requirements will be permitted entry. We are working overtime until dawn. If anyone is fatigued, feel free to rest. We will awaken you when your turn arrives. The crowd, upon hearing his reassuring words, felt a wave of relief wash over them. After a day of interactions, they recognized Qin Bei's authoritative presence and began to trust him. Everything proceeded methodically. Qin Bei, accompanied by 2 soldiers, summoned those who had been lingering in the waiting room and arranged for their housing. Upon returning, he discovered that throngs of people continued to pour in, filling the waiting area once more. Thus, throughout the night, Qin Bei and the 2 soldiers tirelessly distributed housing assignments, handed out keys, and conveyed essential instructions, running back and forth until their legs felt as though they would give out. The 2 soldiers, equally exhausted, appeared on the verge of tears. Qin Bei patted their shoulders, saying, "Hang tight, I will fetch some food." He dashed off and soon returned, bearing 3 bottles of water and 3 large chicken legs, one for each soldier. The 2 soldiers devoured their meal ravenously, grease smeared across their faces, finishing within moments, having also drained a bottle of water. "Secretary Qin, you are truly generous, bringing us food time and again from home. Should you ever need assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Our commander has not treated us as kindly as you have," one soldier remarked gratefully. Qin Bei smiled. "We are all brothers. After a long day of work, especially with overtime, it is only right to share a meal together. Now, let us return. There is yet another wave awaiting us." Chapter 78. Trading a vehicle for a house. On this particular night, Qin Bei and the soldiers remained awake, tirelessly laboring until dawn. They joined forces with day laborers, working diligently to shelter those from outside the city as day broke. Many arrived without money or provisions, so Qin Bei encouraged them to pool their resources and share a small dwelling, which they accepted without complaint. In such dire times, having a roof over their heads and food to eat was a considerable blessing. They could hardly afford to wish for more, living day by day. Compared to the lifeless bodies strewn outside the city, they felt fortunate indeed. Previously, there had been long lines of people waiting to enter the city. Yet only a fraction made it through, while others succumbed to illness or simply collapsed from exhaustion. Qin Bei glanced at the numerous corpses outside the city walls, shaking his head in sorrow. Just then, the squad leader and a few soldiers arrived. Noticing the absence of a throng at the gates, only corpses remained. The squad leader expressed his astonishment. Had everyone else really made it inside? Exhausted, Qin Bei could barely speak, merely nodding in response. The squad leader gazed into the resting area, where many had found refuge. He clapped Qin Bei on the shoulder, commending him for the efficiency of their efforts. "You've all worked tirelessly for a day and night. Go rest now. We'll handle the rest." "Understood," squad leader Qin Bei replied, bidding farewell before retreating with his weary comrades. They were utterly spent, their eyes barely open. Upon returning home, Qin Bei collapsed into bed and fell into a deep sleep. Guwan was deeply concerned, instructing the children to refrain from causing any disturbances. Qin Bei slept for an entire day, awakening only in the evening. Guwan presented a lavish spread of warm dishes, urging him to eat well. Just as he was about to indulge in a piece of meat, a knock echoed at the door. Frowning slightly, he set down his chopsticks to answer it. Guwan stood up first, saying, "You continue eating. I'll get the door." She approached the entrance, opening it to reveal a stern-looking stranger. "May I ask who you're looking for?" she inquired. "I'm looking for Qin Bei," the man replied. Qin Bei, having heard this while swallowing a mouthful of food, looked up to see the mayor standing at the door. He quickly rose, exclaiming, "Mayor, please come in." Guwan adopted a cordial demeanor, ushering him inside and pouring him a glass of water. The mayor surveyed the dining table, remarking, "The food looks excellent. Better than what I have. Life seems to be treating you well." Qin Bei chuckled. "My wife has been particularly concerned about my recent exhaustion and has brought out our best supplies." He then asked, "Have you eaten yet? If it pleases you, please join us." Guwan, ever perceptive, promptly provided a clean set of utensils. The mayor accepted and began to eat, commenting, "Everyone has been busy these days. We must endure a little longer. In about a week, acid rain will arrive, and we will all be confined to our homes. Venturing outside will be impossible." "Acid rain? Is it as severe as the news reports suggest?" Qin Bei feigned ignorance. "It is highly corrosive. If it lands on clothing, it deteriorates rapidly, and it can even erode skin, leading to severe injuries," the mayor stated solemnly. Although Qin Bei was already aware of the dangers, he pretended it was news to him, expressing his concern. "Does this mean we are all at risk? Will our homes and vehicles be damaged?" "Do not worry. The houses here are constructed from special materials designed to withstand acid rain. As for vehicles, ordinary ones will not hold up, but your RV should be fine," the mayor assured, scrutinizing the vehicle. With this reassurance, Qin Bei felt somewhat relieved. "How long will the acid rain last?" "The conservative estimate is 3 months. Though it may not last that long," the mayor replied gravely. "After having accommodated so many refugees, The arrival of acid rain poses a grave risk. Many may starve without food or water, leading to unrest, Qin Bei lamented. Indeed, do you have any viable solutions? I have been losing sleep over this, the mayor admitted. Perhaps we could distribute a portion of food and water, along with essential supplies, on credit. Once the acid rain is passed, those who receive aid could work to repay their debts, Qin Bei suggested tentatively. Let us not forget, the number of refugees is not limited to those we see now. Many more will arrive in the coming days. With the limited resources available in the city, it will not suffice. Do you have any means to procure additional supplies? The mayor inquired, directing his gaze at Qin Bei. I lack the ability to do so. I am unable to assist, Qin Bei replied with a frown. He felt pity for the refugees, but he could not deplete his own resources to aid strangers with whom he had no connection. Helping others must occur without jeopardizing one's own well-being. Otherwise, each must fend for themselves. Currently, there is a matter only you can assist me with, the mayor said. Looking at Qin Bei with anticipation, Qin Bei felt uneasy, fearing he might be asked to take on a dangerous task. Mayor, you overestimate my capabilities. I am merely an ordinary person, he replied humbly. I am well aware of your abilities. This matter is not overly complicated. It merely depends on your willingness. I wish to borrow your RV for a time in exchange for the right to reside in a villa, the mayor proposed in a negotiating tone. Qin Bei understood that the mayor was determined to acquire what he wanted. How long will you need it? When do you require it? Let us make the exchange tomorrow morning. In addition to yours, I would also like to borrow Chen Lin's. You all could reside together in a spacious 5-story villa, ensuring ample room with private quarters for everyone. I have no objections, but I shall first consult old Chen, Qin Bei confirmed. The prospect of living in a villa was far more appealing than being cramped in an RV with little room to move. I leave this matter in your capable hands, the mayor said, setting down his chopsticks before taking his leave. After finishing his meal, Qin Bei felt satiated and set off to find Chen Lin. Upon their meeting, he relayed the situation, and Chen Lin readily agreed, saying, That sounds great. It's certainly more comfortable than living in a vehicle. Qin Bei smiled, pleased at the prospect of everyone living together, fostering a sense of camaraderie and mutual support in times of trouble. I will also check with Lu Yun and see if they wish to join us. Certainly, it would help them save on rent, Chen Lin considered, knowing well the couple and Appo's gratitude for their assistance. All right, I will speak to them now. We will pack our belongings tonight and move to the villa first thing in the morning, Qin Bei declared, setting off without delay to Lu Yun and Appo's home. Upon arrival, he found both Lu Yun and his spouse exhausted, slumped in their chairs. Brother Qin, you've come. Help yourself to some water, Lu Yun greeted weakly. Yun Ge, hurry and pack your things. We're moving to a villa together tomorrow, Qin Bei announced cheerfully. How did such good fortune come about? Is there a catch? Lu Yun asked incredulously. Qin Bei patiently explained the details. While Lu Yun was still processing the news, Bai Qiushui chimed in. This is indeed great news. Living together will be spacious and lively. Come on, let us hurry and pack up. We can rent this place out and use the income to buy food for everyone to share. Lu Yun, filled with excitement, felt all fatigue dissipate at the thought of their new arrangement. Chapter 79. Taken away throughout the night, neither the adults nor the children could find rest. All were preoccupied with packing and organizing. Once everything was prepared, they finally sat down to sip some water and eat a little, eagerly awaiting what was to come. At last, the mayor arrived with 2 assistants. Qin Bei handed the keys to the 2 motorhomes to the mayor, who promptly passed them to his aides, instructing them to escort everyone to the villa. Everyone squeezed into the 2 motorhomes, which were crammed with various belongings, heavy and cumbersome, slowly making their way forward. The bumpy dirt road impeded their progress, and as they traveled, early risers walked along the sides of the road. The pedestrians, dressed in tattered and filthy clothes, cast envious glances at the motorhomes. In these times, most had nothing to their names, relying solely on their legs for transportation. Owning a vehicle, even a bicycle, was a sign of status. After a long journey, they finally transitioned from a regular neighborhood to the villa district. It must be noted that the mayor demonstrated considerable thoughtfulness. The land was well located, elevated above the neighboring villas, offering an expansive view that encompassed almost half the city. Qin Bei expressed his gratitude, thanking the mayor for this stroke of fortune. However, he mused that it might be premature to speak too soon, hoping that the condition of the house wouldn't leave him in dismay. As the large gates swung open, they were greeted by the stark sight of an unfinished shell of a home. Qin Bei remained composed, fully aware that, given their lack of power and influence, it was unrealistic to expect a fully furnished abode in exchange. The majority of villas appeared similarly unfinished, with only basic utilities connected, while construction continued on the opposite side to prevent many from having to sleep on the streets. Please make do with what you have for now. I will arrange for the house to be prepared when time permits, the mayor explained. There is no need for that. Once we set up our furniture, it will feel like home, Qin Bei replied. The mayor smiled approvingly and instructed his aides to assist with unloading their belongings. After the labor was complete, Qin Bei produced a large watermelon to treat the mayor and his assistants. The three shared a modest meal before the mayor and his aides departed. Qin Bei then took Guwan to the kitchen and, seizing the opportunity when no one was watching, retrieved a considerable amount of vegetables. Dear, I must return to work. Once I leave, it will be a whirlwind of activity, so you will have to manage things here, he said. Guwan, filled with concern, embraced him tightly. Stay away from the refugees. Who knows what viruses they might carry? And remember to eat. Don't just focus on your work. I will, rest assured. I promise to take care of myself. You and the children should remain at home. It's too chaotic outside, Qin Bei urged, his worry evident. During the day, the men of the household ventured out to work, leaving only Qin Lin to recuperate at home with Guwan and the children. In the event of an encounter with a nefarious individual, they might not be able to defend themselves. Don't worry, we won't go anywhere. It's too hot outside, and there are too many people. Staying indoors is far more comfortable, Guwan reassured him. After a moment of thought, she added, You should bring out more pots and seeds. I wish to dig and plant some vegetables. Qin Bei quickly understood her intentions. Firstly, she wanted to ensure a steady supply of vegetables to avoid drawing suspicion. Secondly, she desired a task to occupy her time. He readily gathered a substantial amount for her. You can dig right outside our door. Bring the children along to expend some of their energy, and it will be less noisy for you. Guwan smiled. They won't be able to disturb me anymore. Starting tomorrow, Shao Jia will take them to school. I've already discussed it with the captain's wife. Shao Jia is working hard for me. It will lighten your load, Qin Bei chuckled. Shao Jia volunteered to take a pay cut to help out. The captain's wife is kind and insists on giving her full pay. Guwan expressed her gratitude, reflecting on the thoughtfulness of her sister. Make sure to bring back some treats for Shao Jia as a reward, she added. Qin Bei laughed and waved goodbye, heading off to work. As the night passed, the area outside the city brimmed with countless refugees, most appearing gaunt and despondent. The soldiers remained stationed, while numerous workers had arrived to assist. These laborers, who had helped maintain order the previous day, were eager to find work and arrived early, diligently committed to their tasks without daring to slacken their efforts. What has become of the refugees who entered the city earlier? We need more hands for the work. Every additional person saved is a blessing, Qin Bei remarked, glancing at the soldier beside him. The soldier remained still, Secretary Qin. Everyone else has been called to construct houses. Otherwise, there will be no shelter. Suddenly enlightened, Qin Bei realized, let us get to work then. Those outside can be utilized once they enter the city. The soldiers were more than willing. Without their collective efforts, managing so many people would be impossible, hence the need for collaboration. Having learned from previous experiences, they swiftly processed the entry procedures, expediting the process significantly. In just half an hour, over 10,000 individuals had entered the city. Qin Bei felt elated, allowing them a brief respite before planning to train them for their respective roles. The platoon leader arrived, calling out, If you want food and drink, follow me to construct houses. Qin Bei was taken aback and hurried to interject, Captain, please leave these individuals to me. They can help maintain order, allowing for faster entry into the city. This will ensure a larger workforce at your disposal. That is not possible if we don't send more people to build houses. Many will have to sleep outside tonight, the captain insisted, waving his hand to gather the workers before departing. Qin Bei felt a sense of helplessness, resigning himself to wait for the next batch. To his surprise, the second group had barely entered the city and not had the chance to rest when the mayor personally took them away, explaining that acid rain was imminent and they needed more hands to set up tents and protect the fields. The crops could not be allowed to perish. What more could Qin Bei say? The mayor's words were clear and compelling. He could only smile, acknowledging the gravity of the situation, which indeed affected everyone in Apos' survival. The mayor nodded, urging him to get to work. I'll return shortly to collect more people. Qin Bei, feeling resigned, agreed, gritting his teeth. Understood. The soldiers wore forlorn expressions. Secretary Qin, we've toiled for half the day, only to benefit others. This task must be completed, Let us continue working. Come midday, I'll return home to bring you some mung bean soup, Qin Bei replied with a bittersweet smile. The soldiers found renewed motivation and continued their labor. From dawn until dusk, not a single extra hand appeared. All had been claimed by various leaders. There was little to be done. Their ranks were superior to Qin Bei's, and he had no choice but to yield. Upon discovering this, the platoon leader expressed sympathy. Arranging for the kitchen to prepare extra rations for dinner, an unprecedented gesture that included several large pots of braised pork, ensuring each soldier could enjoy a generous portion. The soldiers rejoiced as if celebrating a festival. The platoon leader glanced at them, remarking, "Look at your enthusiasm, it's quite embarrassing." Observe Secretary Qin's calm demeanor. That is the mark of someone who has seen the world. Qin Bei chuckled. I've had my fill of meat at home. It hardly excites me anymore. I find vegetables far more delightful. I'm utterly exhausted. I can hardly muster a smile. I must ensure to indulge in a few extra pieces later. The platoon leader laughed. Chapter 80. The wound deteriorated after dinner. Qin Bei and the soldiers were summoned to work once more. Unable to contain himself, Qin Bei implored. Squad leader, might we have a moment in Oppo's respite? If we continue to labor day and night, we shall surely meet an untimely end. Should we perish, you would lose many capable hands, which would only burden you further. The other soldiers echoed his sentiment, lamenting, indeed, the sun is relentless during the day. We toil under its fierce glare for hours on end. It is a stroke of fortune that we have not succumbed to heat. We yearn for a chance to recuperate under the cover of night. We are no longer men, but beasts of burden, they added. Squad leader, please send someone else in our stead, even if just for a few hours. The squad leader gazed at them with a troubled expression. I acknowledge your toil. Yet I am powerless to assist. We must persist until the acid rain descends, ensuring that all refugees are settled in the city. Once that is accomplished, I promise you a generous respite. The soldiers remained reluctant. I am weary as well, the squad leader conceded. Tonight, I shall join you in your labors. No more individuals shall be taken into the city. Every one of them will be for our use. With this declaration, the soldiers found renewed vigor and resumed their tasks. In stark contrast to the hardships faced by Qin Bei and his companions, Guwan experienced a far more comfortable evening. After dinner, everyone gathered to enjoy snacks and engage in light-hearted conversation. Gu Jie expressed her astonishment at the multitude of potted plants adorning their home. Sister, you did not spend the entire day digging in the dirt, did you? The ground in front of the house has sunk considerably, raising the threshold. The first floor of the villa, aside from the kitchen and dining room, was filled to the brim with pots, each containing moist soil. Guwan beamed with pride. Indeed, we dug to plant vegetables, and we might even cultivate some fruits for sustenance. Qin Sheng interjected eagerly. We did not indulge in play. We toiled relentlessly. My hands are blistered and sore. He extended his hands, revealing numerous painful blisters. Gu Jie, filled with concern, hurried to tend to his wounds. Oh dear, how severe. Sister, you too. There is no rush in digging. I can assist you after work. She quickly checked the other two children, who bore similar injuries. Guwan, previously oblivious, now felt a wave of guilt wash over her. It is my fault for not considering your well-being. Mother, it and Oppos, it's nothing serious. A little injury like this will heal with a good night's rest, Qin Tingting reassured, snuggling into Guwan's embrace. I have always enjoyed digging in the earth. Today was a delight, and my hands do not ache at all. I shall continue digging tomorrow. In an effort to alleviate Guwan and Oppos' worries, Qin added. Do not fret over my tender hands. I shall refrain from digging in the future. Bai Qiu Shui, fond of children, expressed her concern. I have ointment. Let me apply it to the children. Chen Lin, seated in his wheelchair, rummaged through his pocket and produced a bottle of white ointment. Bai Qiu Shui swiftly took it from him and began applying it, gently blowing on the wounds. There you go. It won't and Oppos. T hurt anymore, and it will heal quickly. Just avoid getting them wet. The children nodded obediently. Bai Qiu Shui then turned to Guwan with a serious expression. In the future, call upon us for physical labor. Do not burden the children. Gu Jie, unable to restrain herself, defended Guwan. Sister did not intend for this to happen. It was unforeseen. Nonetheless, it is impressive that you managed to break up such hard soil and plant seeds. Thinking of the bounty of vegetables and fruits to come, Bai Qiu Shui felt her spirits lift, her tone softening. Let us care for the plants together. You have the children to tend to and meals to prepare. It is too much for one person. Guwan smiled brightly. Very well. In truth, the meals served recently were not freshly prepared, but rather taken from storage, for otherwise she would be utterly exhausted. It is thanks to your efforts that we are able to reside in this spacious villa, Lu Yun remarked, breaking his silence. Now, we also benefit from your provisions without contributing anything. From now on, use our resources for cooking. We shall all share the meals, was the resolution reached by the couple. They believed that nurturing a friendship with Qin Bei required reciprocal support. Only through mutual contribution could they survive and thrive. Before Gu Wan could respond, Su Nua declared, "Sister-in-law, I shall contribute my salary to you each month. I shall take shelter in your home and partake in your meals." Gu Wan waved her hand dismissively. "No need. Keep your earnings. Life here is burdensome enough as it is. Just help out with what you can." She understood that Su Nua's wages were modest, barely enough to sustain himself. Qin Bei had previously remarked that Su Nua was a person worth befriending, having shared experiences of life and death together. "No. You have 3 children to support. The burden is considerable. I cannot impose upon you," Su Nua insisted firmly, his pride evident. Chen Lin, unable to remain silent, interjected. "Su Nua, we appreciate your intentions. Rest assured, both Qin Bei and I have sufficient resources to sustain us for a year. Save your earnings for future use. Should the need arise, you may assist. Let us not forget our supplies. They will suffice for a year and Appo's sustenance. We have ample provisions for 2 years." Lu Yun added with a smile. With this, Su Nua relented. "Then I shall take care of the plants. I have experience in nurturing many varieties." "That sounds agreeable." "I welcome the lighter workload," Gu Wan said, recognizing Su Nua and Appo's desire to contribute rather than accept charity. "Have your wounds improved? Do not overexert yourself. You have been working while injured. Allow me to examine your wounds and change the dressing," Lu Yun said, concern evident in his gaze. "Very well, let us see." Su Nua acquiesced. Dressed in military attire all day in the sweltering heat, the wounds had become increasingly uncomfortable. Upon unwrapping the bandage, Lu Yun and Appo's expression shifted dramatically at the sight of the festering, swollen injury. "This is dire. How has it come to this? If it continues to worsen, you may lose your arm. You must take the day off tomorrow. Request leave to recuperate." Gu Wan and the others gathered around, their faces etched with worry. "Indeed. Do not go. I will call Qin Bei and have him arrange a leave of absence for you," Gu Wan declared, picking up her phone and dialing without hesitation. She conveyed the situation succinctly and soon ended the call. Turning to Su Nua, she said with seriousness, "Qin Bei will grant you a month and Appo's leave, allowing you to recuperate in comfort without any undue exertion. The leadership may hold us accountable. It is a busy time. A few days off should suffice." Su Nua replied earnestly, not wishing to burden Qin Bei. "Qin Bei has good relations with the mayor. A simple word will suffice. It is our fault for neglecting your well-being amidst the busyness. Otherwise, we would have ensured you rested sooner." Gu Wan felt a pang of guilt, especially when observing Chen Lin and Appo's robust health and rapid recovery. "It is nothing to worry about. I am young and in good health. I will recover swiftly," Su Nua replied dismissively. Chapter 81. The cheap goods sold at exorbitant prices. Su Nua remained at home, claiming to recuperate, yet he busied himself with light tasks. He assisted Gu Wan in digging, planting, and watering, immersed in a flurry of activity. Gu Wan, concerned, urged him not to exert himself so much, reminding him that he was still recovering and should rest and enjoy some fruit. However, Su Nua found lying down unbearable and preferred to work. He insisted on venturing out for a stroll, seeking conversation and gathering news. Gu Wan chuckled, feeling guilty for having a patient busy himself so. Su Nua took her words to heart, responding affirmatively. His absence stretched on for quite some time. Meanwhile, Gu Wan was not idle. Realizing she lacked flower pots and soil, she decided to arrange their home. After laboring for most of the day, the bare villa finally began to resemble a proper home, filling her with satisfaction. By now, evening had settled in, and she anticipated everyone would be returning from work. Gu Wan retrieved some food from the refrigerator, heated it, and placed it on the table just as Su Nua and Gu Jie returned with the children. After washing their hands, they took their seats at the dining table. Gu Wan turned to Gu Jie, inquiring if the children had caused any trouble on their first day of school. Gu Jie replied, smiling, that they had behaved wonderfully. Quickly becoming good friends with the 2 children from the team leader and Appo's wife's family. They were attentive during class and played joyfully afterward, appearing quite content. Gu Wan, Unable to resist, cautioned the children to behave while out, reminding them not to trouble their aunt, who had her own classes to teach and was working hard. The children nodded obediently and dug into their meal. Gu Jie, while eating, explained that she had brought food to the team leader's wife, who had refused it. And during lunch, they had all hesitated to eat too much, as supplies were tight for everyone. Gu Wan felt a pang of sympathy, suggesting they bring some snacks next time to share with everyone, so no one would go hungry. She noted that while it was manageable for a day or two, prolonged deprivation would raise suspicions that they had abundant supplies. She furrowed her brow, contemplating the matter before proposing they endure for a few more days. Once the acid rain season arrived, the children of the team leader's wife could stay with them, and they would provide for their food and lodging. After the rainy season, they could return home for a few months, creating a mutually beneficial arrangement. Gu Jie expressed her delight, mentioning the team leader's wife, who was often anxious about managing her children. Today, she had lamented that with the acid rain, the children would have to be out of school for 2 to 3 months, creating chaos at home, and she would have no peace. Gu Jie noted that given the current situation, the team leader's wife would likely welcome the arrangement. The children were thrilled at the prospect of having friends over. Relieved they wouldn't have to part ways. Qin Tingting, with a pout, complained to Gu Wan about the rough roads, which had caused her to stumble several times on her way back, leaving her knees in pain. She set down her chopsticks and lifted her skirt to show Gu Wan her bruised knees. Gu Wan, filled with concern, hurried to fetch some ointment and applied it carefully. She advised, be more cautious when walking, avoid jumping around. The heat has hardened the muddy ground, making it firmer than concrete. Qin Tingting nodded, assuring her mother not to worry. At that moment, Su Nuo, who had been silent, began to recount what he had observed during his outing. The ground had once been level, but the frantic digging had created numerous pits. Were they digging to plant vegetables? Gu Wan pondered, realizing that food was a pressing concern. Vegetables and fruits were exorbitantly priced, and while fruits were somewhat manageable, vegetables were indispensable. Su Nuo confirmed that in the city, flower pots, plastic containers, anything suitable for planting, were being sold at prices threefold their usual cost. Seeds, shovels, and other gardening tools had also skyrocketed in price. He sighed, continuing, with so many people and so few resources, it's a mad scramble, and many left empty-handed, resulting in conflicts and injuries over mere pots and seeds. Who would have thought these once trivial items would become so sought after? Gu Wan lamented, feeling fortunate for having stocked up on supplies beforehand, storing everything in their space. She noted that many were now trading gold and diamond rings just to acquire a few pots, which pained her to witness. Su Nuo, in agreement, expressed a desire for pots as well. Suddenly, Gu Jie had a bright idea. Sister, why don't you take some pots tomorrow and trade them for gold? You've always cherished gold, and it would be wise to acquire more while the prices are low. Doesn't that count as taking advantage of a crisis? Interjected Qin Sheng, his bright eyes sparkling with mischief. Gu Jie quickly refuted, stating firmly that it was merely market dynamics at play, and they were simply adapting to the situation. She added that even if one possessed gold, it would be challenging to exchange it for pots in this climate. After considering her words, Qin Sheng agreed. It makes a lot of sense. Mom, you should go and exchange for more pots. We'll need them for our weddings in the future. The prices are favorable now. It's an excellent opportunity. Gu Wan, exasperated, questioned where he had learned such terms, while Qin Sheng proudly declared it was all thanks to his aunt's teachings. Gu Jie, silencing her laughter, focused on her meal. All right. I'll give it a try tomorrow, Gu Wan decided, feeling a spark of excitement at the prospect of venturing out after being cooped up at home. I'll accompany you for your safety, Su Nuo stated earnestly. Gu Wan beamed. I'll bring extra pots, and if I manage to trade for gold, I'll share some with you for your future wife. Su Nuo smiled wistfully. I'm just trying to make ends meet for myself. I can't afford to support anyone else right now. This hardship is temporary. We'll endure these years. Gu Wan remained optimistic, her confidence bolstered by the provisions in their space. As they continued their meal, she suddenly realized, where are Lu Yun and the others? It's quite late. Weren't they eating at the cafeteria? Gu Jie replied nonchalantly. Su Nuo reflected, many people have been entering the city lately. Soldiers and workers are tirelessly laboring day and night, leading to a surge in diners and making the cafeteria busier than ever. Chapter 82, The Thoughtful Sisters Indeed. It was not until the stroke of midnight that Lu Yun, Bai Qiushui, Shuang Rou, and Apos, and Shuang Ku and Apos, returned, their bodies utterly exhausted. Gu Wan, startled awake by the sound of the door, could not resist rising from her bed, firearm in hand, to investigate. Upon seeing them, she inquired, "Why are you so late? Are you hungry? Would you like something to eat before you sleep?" Li Yun wearily waved his hand, while Bai Qiushui, equally fatigued, replied feebly, "No, we and Oppos, we're not hungry. We just want to sleep." The couple supported each other, swaying as they ascended the stairs, as if they might doze off mid-step. Guwon watched them with concern, her gaze lingering until they vanished from sight. "Sister-in-law, it and Oppos, it's quite late. You should rest, there and Oppos. It's no need to wait for us," Zhuang Ro and Oppos, her said apologetically, a humble expression adorning her face. The sisters were fortunate to have been able to stay here thanks to Chen Lin and Oppos' influence. And Guwon's decision not to evict them was a tremendous act of kindness. "I thought there had been a break-in, so I couldn't help but come down to check," Guwon replied amiably. Having spent considerable time together, she found it difficult to harbor any ill feelings towards the sisters. After all, they diligently worked each day and rushed to assist her with household chores upon returning home, displaying a remarkable sense of propriety. "Sister-in-law, please refrain from digging in the soil for a while. The earth is too hard, and it will cause your hands great pain. We know of a place where the soil is soft. Tomorrow is a holiday. We can spend the entire day digging there," Zhuang Ro and Oppos, her suggested flatteringly. "Very well. I appreciate your efforts," Guwon replied without hesitation, fully aware that allowing them to contribute more would provide her with peace of mind, ensuring their continued stay. "Sister-in-law, could you please find us a few more sacks?" Zhuang Roer chimed in. The usually reticent Zhuang Kuer added, "We plan to leave early in the morning, so we were concerned about waking you if we asked at that time." Guwon smiled and said, "All right, I will find some for you. You need not leave too early. Since you have a day off, enjoy a leisurely sleep. You work tirelessly every day. Your bodies need rest." Zhuang Ro and Oppos was deeply moved, her surprise evident. "It's all right, we can manage." "Sister-in-law, there is something we wish to discuss with you," Zhuang Roer said earnestly. "What is it?" "Please, go ahead," Guwon replied, her gaze fixed intently upon her. "We sisters have caused you quite a bit of trouble by staying here. However, our financial situation is dire. And despite our best efforts, we have been unable to find any part-time work. Our current wages barely cover rent and food. We were wondering if we could continue living here, and in exchange, we would give you our monthly salaries and take care of all household chores when we have the time. Would that be acceptable?" Zhuang Ro and Oppos' eyes were filled with hope, fearful that Guwon might refuse. Zhuang Ku and Oppos continued, "Sister-in-law, you can assign us any tasks you need. We will do anything without hesitation. We are not afraid of hard work." Guwon looked upon the sisters, whose plight was reminiscent of struggling duckweeds, and her heart softened. "I agree to your proposal. As long as you have a place to stay, you're welcome here. There is no need to pay me. Simply help out with the chores as much as you can." "Thank you, sister-in-law. You truly have a kind heart. From now on, we will take care of all the household duties, so you need not lift a finger. Just direct us with your words," Zhuang Roer exclaimed joyfully. This was indeed the best outcome. They would no longer need to worry about food and shelter and could save their wages for unforeseen circumstances, leading to a brighter future. Zhuang Kuer was equally thrilled. "Sister-in-law, we'll find the sacks ourselves. You should rest now." "I'm not quite ready to sleep yet. Let's search together," Guwon replied. The three of them set off on their quest. During their search, Zhuang Roa shared numerous bits of gossip. "Sister-in-law, the cafeteria has recently hired many newcomers to the city, and it's quite chaotic. Despite this, we are busier than ever, as the reasons for dining are numerous. The wealthy indulge in lavish meals, while the impoverished can only afford a bowl of plain rice. Many cannot even buy food and linger at the cafeteria doors, eagerly waiting to snatch leftover food from others. Now, with food in short supply, who would waste it? People often stand at the entrance, saliva pooling as they wait for scraps, only to find none after standing there for ages. When hunger strikes, they rush in to grab what they can. The diners are not to be trifled with either. Nurses and patrons often clash, dishes shattering in the scuffle. Those seizing the food seize the opportunity to squat down and gobble it up, while the diners, taken aback, join in the fray. Zhuang Roer's narrative was vivid and engaging, painting a picture that made one feel as if they were witnessing the scene firsthand. Guwon, however, found no joy in the tale. The struggle was palpable, with everyone exerting themselves to survive. Indeed, it is the common folk who suffer the most. Fighting tooth and nail for a meal, she remarked. Among the new hires at the cafeteria, there are numerous women of considerable beauty. The manager has taken a liking to them, providing them with the finest meals and the easiest tasks, even asking them to entertain him at night. They flocked to him eagerly. Zhuang Ro and Amp, oppose, or realized the impropriety of her words only afterward. Once, the sisters had resorted to such measures to survive. Perceiving Zhuang Ro and Amp, oppose, as discomfort, Gu Wan responded with understanding. They too are merely striving to survive. They do not wish for such circumstances. Zhuang Roer was deeply touched. Sister-in-law, thank you for not judging us. Rest assured, now that we have stable jobs, we will no longer resort to such degrading acts. It was a dire necessity back then. We were on the brink of starvation. Gu Wan smiled gently. I understand. Since you began working at the cafeteria, you have made an effort to appear less attractive. Fearful of unwanted attention, Zhuang Roer chuckled. Indeed, many men are unreliable. It is far better to rely on oneself. My sister and I have decided that we will not marry in this lifetime. We shall simply accompany each other into old age. I respect your choice. Gu Wan replied with a smile. As they conversed, the three of them managed to gather a considerable number of sacks. Zhuang Ro and Amp, oppose, or picked up several large sacks. But Gu Wan stopped her, saying, these are too large. They could hold over 100 pounds of soil, and you too, with your slender arms and legs, would struggle to manage. Take these smaller ones instead. Each should hold 20 to 30 pounds. Zhuang Ro agreed with a smile. Gu Wan then opened the refrigerator in front of them, pointing to the abundance of food inside. Make sure to eat well before heading out tomorrow. And take extra provisions for lunch. I look forward to seeing you return with a good amount of soil. Sister-in-law, rest assured, we will dig from dawn until dusk. We won't return until we've filled our sacks. Zhuang Roer declared with certainty. Do not overexert yourselves. Take care of your health. I will rely on you both for assistance in the future. Otherwise, preparing meals and cleaning will be too much for me, Gu Wan said with a smile. Both sisters laughed, fully aware of Gu Wan's good intentions. She was simply concerned that they might overwork themselves while ensuring they had enough to eat. Chapter 83. Standing in unity with the mayor outside the city gates, a throng of refugees surged, desperately clamoring to gain entry. Within the city, Qin Bei and the soldiers wore expressions of solemnity as they gazed at the setting sun, aware that yet another day had slipped away. With countless souls still barred from entering, those stranded outside were the destitute, devoid of any means, yearning for sustenance and a sip of water to survive. The city was in short supply of resources, and a discord among the mayor and his fellow leaders erupted regarding the decision to shelter these impoverished souls. Qin Bei, troubled by the despair etched on the faces outside, glanced at his soldiers and instructed them to maintain order without engaging in conflict. He dashed to the mayor's office, but was halted by two guards at the entrance. Please inform them that I am Qin Bei, an acquaintance of the mayor, and I possess a solution to his predicament. The guards exchanged dubious glances but eventually relayed his message, allowing him entry. Upon stepping inside, the door closed behind him, and a cacophony of arguments filled the air. If they die, so be it. We cannot allow them to enter and disrupt the others. Our capacity is already exceeded, and our supplies are dwindling, sufficient only for 3 months. The crops still require 6 months to mature, the commander stated gravely. We lack sufficient housing and food. Allowing them in would only result in them sleeping on the streets, a significant risk to our security, the chief of police added, visibly exasperated. You cannot act unilaterally. Compassion can lead to greater harm. Sometimes, difficult choices must be made, the vice mayor interjected, his irritation toward the mayor evident. After a prolonged silence, the mayor sighed. There are 100,000 people outside, having traversed mountains and rivers, clinging to life in hopes of survival. To deny them entry would extinguish their last flicker of hope. They are human beings. I cannot bear to watch them perish from thirst and hunger. I am willing to have my salary to aid them. Your salary alone will not suffice. Even pooling our resources would not sustain them. The critical issue is the scarcity of food. The citizens within the city are already suffering from hunger. If we permit these refugees inside, where would we find the means to feed them? They may resort to theft or worse, the commander cautioned, recalling the horrors witnessed during their flight. Yes, we have witnessed the depths of desperation. People driven to madness by hunger can commit unspeakable acts. We must take preventive measures to avert such tragedies, the chief of police concurred. The vice mayor turned to the mayor. Your intentions are noble, but sometimes good intentions can lead to dire consequences. Let us decide on a course of action. The mayor fell silent, then suddenly turned to Qin Bei. You mentioned you have a solution. Please share it. Nodding, Qin Bei addressed the assembled leaders assertively. The issue of food scarcity is not as dire as it appears. It is merely in the hands of the government. The wealthy possess ample provisions, sufficient for years of comfort. The only viable solution is to call upon them. What do you propose? The mayor inquired, his gaze fixed on Qin Bei, while the others leaned in with interest. Utilize loudspeakers to announce to the city's affluent that many refugees await outside, willing to work for them in exchange for food and shelter, provided they are treated humanely. Qin Bei spoke earnestly. There are approximately 306 wealthy households in the city. Even if they needed assistance, it would not amount to the 10,000 that you suggest. Moreover, what if the refugees refuse such an arrangement? This approach is reminiscent of the old societal structures of servitude. Once in the hands of the wealthy, they may lose their freedom and become mere cogs in the machine. One leader retorted passionately. Indeed, the wealthy thrive while the rest are trampled beneath their feet. To live in such a manner is worse than death. Others echoed, their emotions running high. The mayor turned to Qin Bei, encouraging him to continue. You have more to say, I can sense it. Qin Bei nodded. Contracts can be established, stipulating a maximum of 12 working hours per day, with a minimum duration of 3 months and a maximum of 1 year. Once the term concludes, if neither party wishes to renew, the contract will be voided. We can also monitor the conditions of the refugees discreetly to ensure compliance, imposing fines for any excesses committed by the affluent. Your proposal is overly idealistic. Implementing it would present numerous challenges, the vice mayor countered. Unfazed, Qin Bei persisted. You view the 100,000 outside as a burden. Soon, acid rain will arrive, and even if we do not permit them entry, many within the city, especially the vulnerable, will perish. Allowing them in would provide a glimmer of hope and help alleviate our population crisis. The issue is not an overpopulation. We require capable individuals to contribute to the city's betterment, not those who would hinder progress, the vice mayor sharply criticized, his disdain for the impoverished evident. Fortunately, the mayor stood firm in support of Qin Bei. What you propose is worth exploring. In my eyes, every life is equal, devoid of distinctions of wealth or status. Deeply moved, Qin Bei declared, I am willing to take in 50 refugees and contract them for work. His words struck like thunder, leaving the room in stunned silence. The chief of police immediately raised an objection. Are you certain you can afford to support so many with your salary? Do not seek to appear noble. Not just you. Even our salaries cannot sustain that many, the commander added. The mayor regarded Qin Bei intently. I believe in you. With your resources, you can provide for them. At least temporarily. Qin Bei nodded affirmatively. Yes, tightening my belt to save a life is a worthy endeavor. I have some savings and supplies. I too would like to take in 50. What about the 3 of you? He directed at the other officials. The 3 exchanged uneasy glances, each reluctant to speak. The leaders of this city must set an example for the wealthy to hire the refugees, the mayor stated solemnly. Chapter 84. Employing numerous aides after a moment of silence. The captain gritted his teeth and declared, I require 10. The chief of the Public Security Bureau likewise expressed, I shall also take 10, as my family is numerous, and I rely on my meager salary for survival. The vice mayor, feeling quite vexed, inwardly scolded Qin Bei and the mayor, though his face betrayed none of his thoughts, stating, I too need 10. The mayor, pleased, responded, excellent. You shall each take your people and inform those 306 affluent households to gather at the city gate for their assignments. Let us ensure that all 100,000 have a place. Understood, the 3 replied, departing in a huff. Qin Bei turned to the weary mayor, remarking, now they all harbor resentment towards us. Are you afraid? They may target you, the mayor stated seriously. I am not afraid. Even if I were, it would be futile. If I were timid, I would not be standing before you, Qin Bei replied confidently. The mayor, satisfied, patted his shoulder, saying, well said. No wonder I chose you. You possess both courage and wisdom. Let us proceed and select individuals before they are all taken. Qin Bei chuckled. You are sending me to oversee the selection. The mayor understood the implication and laughed as they walked outside together. On their way, the mayor could not help but inquire, with so many individuals, what do you intend for them to assist you with? Surely it is not household chores? I will have them dig and plant. I cannot afford to keep them without purpose, Qin Bei replied earnestly. How much earth do you plan to excavate? Do you truly require so many? If you are short on supplies, give me a few, and I will provide for them, the mayor offered kindly, finding Qin Bei increasingly likable, especially after their earlier confrontation where he had been isolated and aided by Qin Bei. Mayor, I possess numerous flower pots and planting containers, over 10,000. sufficient to keep them occupied for quite some time. Do you need some? I could spare a few, Qin Bei whispered. The mayor was taken aback by the quantity. Is there truly that many? Do you realize that people are fighting tooth and nail over just a few pots? Do you not intend to sell some? This is a prime opportunity for profit. Qin Bei, understanding the situation, replied, Very well, I shall inquire among the wealthy when I return with my people. He intended to sell to the affluent, exchanging for something of value in return. The mayor chuckled, quite ruthless, but not without merit. As they conversed, they arrived outside the city, each selecting their servants and signing contracts in the presence of onlookers. Qin Bei smiled at the mayor. I shall return briefly to organize them. He departed with the 50 carefully chosen individuals, half men and half women, all appearing earnest and sincere. Qin Bei was mostly satisfied, although they appeared frail and weary, struggling to even walk. He paused, retrieving 2 bottles of mineral water from his pocket, instructing, Take turns drinking, just a sip each. Once we reach home, you may quench your thirst and have a hearty meal. The water was quickly passed around. Thirsty and hoarse, they restrained their urge to gulp it down, taking only a sip before passing it on. Soon, both bottles were empty. Leading the way, Qin Bei took out his phone and called Gu Wan. When she learned of the numerous individuals he had brought back, she was astounded, momentarily at a loss for words. After a lengthy pause, she lamented. You are far too impulsive. Bringing back so many people will deplete our food supplies. They are strangers to me. Why should we concern ourselves with them? We must prioritize our own well-being. My dear, do not be upset. I have it all planned. The men will tend to planting, while the women handle household chores and various tasks, alleviating your burden, Qin Bei patiently explained. Gu Wan remained displeased. You bring a crowd of strangers, all unknown to us. What if they harm us one day? What is the necessity of this? It will not happen. They will not stay with us. I will arrange for them to reside in the house we rented previously with Chan Lin, which is currently vacant. Furthermore, I have only signed a 3-month contract. Once the time is up, they will be left to fend for themselves. Very well, I shall prepare some food. Upon hearing the time was short, Gu Wan gradually acquiesced. She swiftly ended the call and busied herself. When Qin Bei and his substantial entourage arrived at the villa, she did not express disdain, gently inviting them to sit at the dining table. The table, constructed from thick wooden boards, was laden with steaming porridge. Without waiting for Gu Wan's invitation, the hungry crowd eagerly rushed forward, snatching bowls of porridge, gulping them down hurriedly before reaching for seconds. After finishing, the table was strewn with empty bowls. Yet their appetites remained insatiable. A large pot of porridge could easily have been consumed. Their longing gazes fell upon Gu Wan. Is there more porridge? May we have some more? Gu Wan shook her head. You have been hungry for quite some time. After suddenly consuming 2 bowls, that is enough. Allow your stomachs to settle. Take a moment to rest. With that, she left, but their eyes continued to follow her. Before long, she reappeared, arms laden with a large pile of clothing. Qin Bei and Su Nua hurried to take the garments, distributing them to the ragged individuals to change into. One by one, they donned the clothes. The men wore Qin Bei's old garments, which Gu Wan had refrained from discarding during her earlier tidying. The men, starved and emaciated, found the clothing ill-fitting and loose, while the women wore Gu Wan and Gu Jie's old clothes, which suited them much better given their slender figures. While the individuals were still changing, Gu Wan pulled Qin Bei into the kitchen. There are too many people. We cannot prepare a full meal in time. Do you not have the dumplings we made previously in your space? Bring them out, distribute 2 to each person along with a bottle of water, and send them off to sleep. Qin Bei agreed, and soon, 2 large bags of steaming dumplings and several bottles of mineral water appeared on the table. They carried everything outside and distributed it to each person. Those receiving the dumplings glanced at them cautiously, tucking them away into their pockets, reluctant to eat. Qin Bei felt a pang of sympathy. These are your dinner. It is getting late. You should return and rest. Tomorrow morning, I will wake you and bring food. Then arrange your tasks. Upon hearing there would be breakfast, the eyes of the crowd brightened, and their spirits lifted considerably, though their expressions remained somewhat vacant. Qin Bei exchanged a glance with Su Nua, and they each took charge of a group, escorting them to the rented accommodations. The men were placed in one room, while the women occupied another. With so many people and insufficient beds, Qin Bei did not find it troublesome. He excused himself to retrieve supplies, using his space to produce several mattresses for them to lay on the floor, ensuring they would be comfortable for the night. Su Nua stared in astonishment. Qin Gu, you are incredible. These mattresses seem to have appeared out of thin air. and they are quite soft. Surely sleeping on them will be quite pleasant. Qin Bei smiled silently, knowing that he had many more mattresses in store, acquired during a previous supply run when he and Gu Wan had encountered a mattress factory closing down and purchased them at an exceptionally low price. Chapter 85. Selecting the remaining individuals. After settling everyone, Qin Bei returned with Su Nuwa, and they all gathered for a meal. He organized the tasks for the following day. While I still had to go to work, Su Nuwa, please keep an eye on the house. Su Nuwa nodded repeatedly, saying, Qin Ge, feel free to assign me anything. I have plenty of time on my hands. Tomorrow, instruct the men to encircle our entire yard with barbed wire. As for the women, have them bring sacks and dig in the fields. The more soil we gather, the better. It could save lives. Gu Wan nodded in agreement. All right, I'll supervise. Initially, she had hoped to exchange some items for gold, but now it seemed unlikely. How much do you wish to exchange? I can assist you. Qin Bei said with a tender smile, knowing well that his wife cherished gold, almost wishing to cuddle it while sleeping. Of course, the more, the better. But we mustn't be too greedy. We wouldn't want to attract unwanted attention. Gu Wan replied with a smile. All right, leave it to me. You all focus on your tasks. Once we exchange for gold, everyone will benefit. Qin Bei readily agreed. At that moment, Chen Lin, who had been silent, gazed longingly at Qin Bei and said, Old Qin, have you forgotten about me? You Haven and Appos, assign me any tasks. Qin Bei glanced at his injured leg and arm, replying, You should focus on your recovery. I and Appos am nearly healed and can and Appos bear to be confined to a wheelchair any longer. I want to work. Chen Lin exclaimed, his frustration evident as every moment felt torturous. After a moment's thought, Qin Bei said, You can supervise alongside Su Nuwa at home tomorrow. Chen Lin's expression brightened considerably. A knock on the door interrupted them, and everyone fell silent. Su Nuwa stood to open it. Upon opening the door, several heavy sacks appeared before her. Please lend a hand. My back is about to break, came the voice of Zhuang Ro and Appos. Su Nuwa hurriedly took the sacks, tossing them onto the ground. Zhuang Ro and Appos felt relieved and quickly turned back to a sister, Zhuang Ke and Appos. The two sisters returned from a day of digging, covered in dirt, their faces pale, and their hands blistered, evoking sympathy from all. Chen Lin especially felt protective, saying, You shouldn't and Appos do such labor again. Help with planting instead. Zhuang Ro and Appos smiled gently. It's nothing serious. We just need to get used to it. We'll be fine soon. We forgot to wear gloves. We'll remember tomorrow. Zhuang Kuder quickly added, not wanting to offend Gu Wan. Gu Wan looked at the sisters and said, You won't need to dig anymore. The sisters panicked, fearing she was displeased, and hurriedly replied, Sister-in-law, we can manage. We love digging. Gu Wan smiled sweetly. We've hired many workers. Let them handle the hard labor. In the future, when you have time, please help me with cooking. I can't manage it all alone. The sisters were thrilled, but soon felt a deep sense of crisis. Zhuang Roer tentatively asked, Will it be livelier at home then? They live elsewhere and only come to work, Gu Wan replied calmly. The sisters sensed that she had no intention of continuing the conversation, and the topic was dropped. Gu Wan invited them to sit and eat. Qin Bei ate for a while before leaving the table, followed closely by Gu Wan. They entered a large empty room where Qin Bei retrieved a large quantity of steel wires and tools, filling the room to capacity. He then led Gu Wan to the kitchen, pulling out the remaining 500 buns from his space, filling all 3 refrigerators in the kitchen. Heat these up tomorrow for the others. It should last them a day, he instructed. Gu Wan gazed at him affectionately. You care for me. Worried that I'd be overwhelmed preparing meals for so many, don't you? Qin Bei chuckled. Yes, once we get through these few days and the acid rain arrives. The women will have little to do, so let them prepare more meals, and we can store them. Gu Wan smiled in agreement. All right, I must leave now. Qin Bei said reluctantly, embracing her before he had to let go. Gu Wan clung to him. You and Appos, worked all day, and it and Appos, already dark. Do you really have to go back to work? How can you endure it? Many have collapsed from exhaustion recently. Please take a day off. We can manage without relying solely on your salary. I must go. Lives are at stake. These refugees are the last batch, and once we finish this, it should be about done, Qin Bei replied firmly, breaking free from her grasp and walking away without looking back. Gu Wan chased after him for a few steps, but couldn't and Appos, catch up, standing still as she watched until his figure disappeared completely. Qin Bei arrived at the city gate, spotting the mayor still standing there, surrounded by numerous refugees outside. They all seemed the same, questioning why they could not enter the northern city while others could. Let us in. We can sustain ourselves and won't be a burden. We can endure any hardship. We just want to live. Please, have mercy. The pleas were relentless. And the mayor's expression darkened, displaying a sense of helplessness as he looked at Qin Bei. Qin Bei was surprised. Haven't many wealthy individuals come to claim their people? They have all come. I tried every means to persuade them, and even then, we have only managed to resolve half of the situation. The remaining 50,000 are still a conundrum, the mayor replied, anguish etched on his face. Now that they are here, we cannot let them starve outside. Mayor, I recall there's a large and used warehouse in the city. Perhaps we could let them stay there temporarily? Staying is feasible, but the issues of food and drink are concerning. The mayor lamented. Let them dig tomorrow and cultivate the land in the warehouse. If they can sustain themselves for 2 to 3 months until the vegetables grow, they should get by, Qin Bei suggested confidently. Very well, that seems to be the only option. Today has been truly challenging, thankfully. There won't be a flood of refugees pouring in, or I would have aged overnight, the mayor sighed, feeling helpless. As the highest authority in the prosperous city, he often found himself in difficult predicaments, unable to act freely. That night, Qin Bei assisted in transferring the remaining 50,000 refugees to the warehouse, providing food, water, and old bedding for them to sleep on, remaining busy until dawn before returning home. The mayor also stayed up, waving goodbye to Qin Bei, urging him to rest well and return to work the next day. The refugees had been restless until midnight, so they would not be called to work today. Mayor, you are a kind-hearted man. Though you appear stern, you are softer at heart than anyone else, Qin Bei sincerely remarked. The mayor rarely smiled, but he did so now, saying, if you don't leave, you'll have to stay and work. Qin Bei dashed away. The day and night of toil left him utterly exhausted, teetering on the brink of collapse. Upon arriving home, he uttered not a word, ignoring everything, and collapsed into a deep sleep. Guwan, filled with concern, secured the doors and windows tightly, ensuring that no one would disturb him. Chapter 86. Unconventional calculations. Guwan approached Su Nuo and instructed him to summon everyone. Without hesitation, Su Nuo strode away. When he returned with 50 individuals in tow, Guwan had prepared the dumplings and poured warm water for them. Eat, she said. The group wasted no time, each grasping a dumpling in hand while their eyes fixated on the remaining dumplings in the basket, devouring the food voraciously. After finishing one, they reached for another in the basket. Noticing their insatiable hunger despite having rested, Guwan frowned and declared, each person is allowed 3 dumplings, no more. Anyone who exceeds this will have their portion deducted from the next meal. Upon hearing this, they moderated their behavior, no longer resembling wild beasts. Soon after, they indicated they were ready to work. In truth, each had consumed only 2 dumplings, saving one for later. Some, more cautious, had eaten just one and concealed 2. Guwan observed and understood their fear of starvation, which made them hesitant. Eat them while they're hot, they won and amp. Oppos, tea lasts long in this heat. And spoiled food can lead to illness. Many have perished due to the scarcity of medicine, she asserted firmly. The group exchanged glances before retrieving their hidden dumplings and consuming them with the water. After satisfying their hunger, their demeanor visibly improved. Guwan noticed this subtle change and nodded. From now on, the men will be managed by Su Nuo. Follow him to enclose the yard with wire. The women will accompany me to gather tools for digging. With that, the men followed Su Nuo, while the women clustered around Guwan. She led them to the kitchen, distributing burlap sacks, small shovels, and pairs of hemp gloves before they set out with determination. The sisters, Zhuang Ro and Oppos, her and her sibling, hesitated. Sister-in-law, we must go to work. We can only return after our shifts. Go ahead, Guwan replied amiably. Sister-in-law, I must tell you, the soil we dug yesterday is quite soft. Zhuang Ro and Oppos, leaned in to whisper specifics. Guwan nodded and proceeded with the women. Upon arrival, she felt the soil, confirming its softness compared to other areas. She took the lead in digging, explaining, the soil we excavate is for planting. The food at home cannot sustain so many. We must work diligently to survive. Boss lady, rest assured, we will labor wholeheartedly. I fear not hardship, only starvation. I will work tirelessly. We are grateful. You have generously provided us with such fine dumplings, and we shall not disappoint your kindness. The women shed their previous reservations and spoke freely. Guwan, overwhelmed by their fervent appreciation, felt a headache coming on. She merely intended to encourage them to avoid idleness, yet they pledged their loyalty instead. My name is Guwan, just like you. I am not a boss lady. You may call me by my name from now on. The women smiled, but no one dared to respond. Guwon chose not to dwell on this and urged, "Let us get to work. Whoever fills their sack first may return home to rest." The women fell silent and focused on their digging, though Guwon wore gloves. Her hands soon ached, prompting her to rest nearby. She observed the women, all absorbed in their work without a single complaint. It was indeed a struggle for sustenance. Had it not been for Qin Bei's foresight in stockpiling supplies, she too would be toiling all day just for a meal. Reluctant to dwell on such thoughts, she resumed digging. After a while, her hands throbbed painfully, so she excused herself to prepare lunch, instructing them to return with the soil for their meal. Upon arriving home, she barely recognized the place. In just a few hours, the yard had been securely enclosed. Not even a fly could intrude. It appeared quite secure. Guwon entered to find Sunua and the men finishing up their work. Sunua smiled at her. "Sister-in-law, we will soon be done. We'll start digging this afternoon." "Good. I will prepare lunch," Guwon replied. In the kitchen, she heated the dumplings from the refrigerator and boiled a large pot of water. After a moment's thought, she added some honeysuckle for a refreshing touch to alleviate the heat. Once finished, Sunua entered with the men. Glancing at the clock, Guwon announced, "It's 11 o'clock. You may eat." She then left to wash clothes. When she returned, the dining table was deserted, the basket of dumplings empty, and the cups devoid of water. Shinlin's voice called out, "Sister-in-law, what is for lunch today?" "I can help with the fire. I've already prepared it. It's in the pot. You can take it to the room to eat." "The women will be back soon," Guwon replied as she made her way to the kitchen. The workers were served the dumplings made during their time of wandering. A decent meal by current standards that satisfied their hunger. Guwon and her group abstained from these, opting instead for rice and various dishes, maintaining their standard of living. Life was already challenging. There was no need to further deprive themselves of food. To avoid being seen by the workers and feeling discontent, they discreetly ate. "Sister-in-law is wonderful." Chunlin beamed, carrying a large plate filled with rice, vegetables, and meat, his favorites. Guwon said nothing, also taking a serving to eat in the kitchen while keeping an eye on the commotion outside through the window. Once she finished, the women returned one by one, carrying sacks filled with soil. They were drenched in sweat, their faces weary. Upon entering, they collapsed onto the floor, unable to rise. Guwon handed them water, encouraging them to rest. After they had recuperated, she offered them dumplings to eat. Following the meal, she did not rush them to leave, allowing them to rest a while longer before they departed. Shinlin entered the kitchen with an empty plate and joined Guwon in washing the dishes. "Sister-in-law, with so many to support, we may not even break even. The vegetables we plant are essentially for their sustenance, and we still have to invest in labor." Fortunately, the contract was only for 3 months. After that, uncertainties awaited. "As long as these people do not leave voluntarily, I wish for them to remain and be of service to me," Qin Bei remarked, having awakened to their conversation. Guwon turned, pleased to see him revitalized after his rest. "What do you plan to do with them?" "I intend to integrate them into our community, placing them in various roles so I may oversee them at all times. I have concluded that power is more valuable than wealth," Qin Bei stated earnestly. Shenlin's eyelids twitched as he suddenly understood. "You aspire to enter politics?" "Indeed, the timing is opportune. After weathering these years, every sector will rebound," Qin Bei asserted with confidence. Chapter 87. A banquet with influential figures. Guwon furrowed her brows in disapproval, stating that this path was fraught with peril. A matter of life and death. In the realm of politics, dangers lurked beneath the surface, far more than in the business world, where harm could be inflicted without a trace. "I have no choice," Qin Bei asserted resolutely. "In this world, the weak possess no voice. To survive, one must become strong. Wield power and influence to lead a better life." Guwon nodded in understanding. "I comprehend. Be cautious. I will always stand behind you in support." Chenlin, typically laid back and in pursuit of freedom, rarely took matters seriously. "Old Qin, we brothers shall rise together," pulling each other up. Qin Bei patted him on the shoulder. "I was waiting for those words. Husband, are you hungry?" "There are still dishes in the pot." Guwon suddenly remembered and hurried to serve the food. Just then, the women returned. Guwon quickly covered the pot, opened another, and brought out a large pot of dumplings, while Qin Bei filled a large bucket with water and set numerous cups on the dining table. As per tradition, each person gets 3 dumplings, and water is self-served. "After we eat and rest, we shall continue," Guwon commanded decisively, ushering Qin Bei toward the kitchen. As she was about to close the kitchen door to retrieve the delicacies for Qin Bei, he grasped her hand. "Let us go upstairs. There's everything we need there." Guwon smiled, realizing she had forgotten about that. The two ascended the stairs, closed the door to their room, and Qin Bei fetched an array of delectable treats, inviting Gu Wan to join him. I'm full. I can't eat anymore. You go ahead, Gu Wan said gently, gazing at him. Qin Bei, ravenous, said nothing more and dove into his meal. After finishing, he turned to Gu Wan. The mayor has invited us to his home for dinner tonight. Please tidy up and prepare some gifts. Gu Wan pondered for a moment, asking, what are the mayor and his wife fond of? The mayor enjoys smoking, while his wife loves gardening and has a cat that she holds close all day. Qin Bei replied, let us bring 2 packs of cigarettes, some flower pots, seeds, and some snacks. Gu Wan articulated thoughtfully. In the past, these items would have been considered trivial, but now they are indeed valuable gifts. Qin Bei smiled. All right. I'll follow your lead. He promptly retrieved the items from their space and placed them into 2 unassuming cloth bags. Shall we walk there? It's so hot. And my clothes are soaked. You should take out a bicycle from the space. Previously, they had purchased several bicycles for convenience and traveling. Recently, they had grown accustomed to walking and had forgotten about them. Now was the perfect time to utilize them. Qin Bei retrieved several bicycles, saying, let us each take one. Walking is slow and tiresome. He paused, then added, we also have our car in the space, but that would attract too much attention. Otherwise, it would be much more convenient. Gu Wan considered, let us take out a car. It's safer than riding a bicycle. She feared that as Qin Bei ascended in status, the dangers would increase. Fine, we'll take a car to dinner and give the mayor a bicycle as a gift. Gu Wan smiled. The 2 descended the stairs. The women had all left to work. Husband, please bring out some flour. The dumplings at home are only enough for tonight's dinner. We haven't tea planned for tomorrow's meals yet, Gu Wan remarked with a smile, always busy planning ahead. By the way, take out all the dried vegetables and lard. There was plenty of meat in the space, but she was not being stingy, rather. She wished to keep the meat in the dumplings a secret to avoid drawing unwanted attention. I'll help you knead the dough. Are you planning to serve them dumplings indefinitely? Why not take out some cooked rice and vegetables from the space? We could eat that for months without issue. Let us save the rice for a few days. The weather will turn sour soon, and I can have a few women assist with household chores. Otherwise, washing so many dishes after every meal is quite a hassle, Qin Bei chuckled. Come on, I'll help you knead the dough. The couple busied themselves in the kitchen, with Qin Bei assisting while Gu Wan laughed heartily. After a busy afternoon, they steamed hundreds of steaming dumplings, saving some for dinner and storing the rest in the space. They were both drenched in sweat and went upstairs to wash up and change into suitable attire. Qin Bei retrieved the car from the space and loaded the gifts into it. Just as they were about to leave, Gu Jie returned with the children. Gu Jie, we have to step out for a moment. Thank you for taking care of the children. The dumplings in the kitchen are for the workers. Gu Wan said with a smile. Sister, don't worry about us. Go on, Gu Jie replied readily. For the past few days, she had been accustomed to managing the children and their studies, despite the fatigue. However, every time the children fell asleep and Gu Wan found some free time, she would bring out some birds' nests to share, which noticeably improved their health and immunity. Gu Wan waved goodbye to the children as they drove away. The sun had set, and the sky was growing darker. The roads were still crowded with people, all diligently digging in the dirt. Their faces were covered in dust, their clothes tattered, and their hands and feet grimy, with numerous blisters evident. Gu Wan turned away, unable to bear the sight any longer. Qin Bei drove carefully to avoid hitting anyone, yet some were still careless and nearly caused an accident. Qin Bei quickly honked the horn and braked. The sudden sound startled the person, who hurriedly dodged, drawing the attention of others, all gazing in envy. To be able to drive such a fine car indicated capability and background. They were struggling for basic sustenance and dared not dream of luxury. Qin Bei remained calm, feeling grateful that he had been granted a second chance at life, allowing him to live so comfortably. Otherwise, he would be no different from those laborers, waking each day with food worries. He shook his head, dismissing those thoughts, and focused on driving. When they arrived at the mayor and Appo's house, the mayor was taken aback. Upon recognizing Qin Bei, he laughed. You rascal, what is your background? Quite impressive to be driving a car. Qin Bei humbly smiled. It's an old car. I couldn't bear to part with it. Saying this, he opened the trunk and, along with Gu Wan, began unloading items from the car. Are you trying to empty your home? I invited you for dinner, not to rob you, the mayor said with a serious tone. I still have plenty left. Besides, you've always taken care of me, and I have nothing to repay you with. Offering a few gifts makes me feel better, Qin Bei replied candidly. He disregarded the mayor and Appo's refusal and quickly unloaded everything. Seeing Qin Bei and Oppo's sincerity, the mayor accepted it without protest. "Ah, the guests have arrived. Please, sit and rest for a moment. The food will be ready shortly." A cheerful female voice called from the kitchen, accompanied by a kindly face peeking out. Chapter 88. An urgent need of salvation. "This is my wife." The usually stern mayor wore a smile on his face. Qin Bei greeted warmly. "Hello, sister-in-law. Sorry to trouble you." "Sister-in-law, let me help you," Guwan said with a gentle smile as she headed towards the kitchen. Upon seeing her, the mayor's wife beamed. "Qin Bei is truly fortunate to have such a beautiful wife. I've heard your culinary skills are exceptional. We should have a friendly competition someday." Guwan chuckled. "Sure. I'll be embarrassed to showcase my skills." As the mayor's wife turned off the gas, Guwan hurriedly handed her a plate. The mayor's wife smiled amiably. "You can call me Sister Meow." "All right, Sister Meow," Guwan replied eagerly, assisting in serving the dishes. There were 5 dishes in total, 2 meat and 3 vegetable. Each a feast for the eyes, crafted with care. Guwan glanced at Sister Meow and praised, "Sister, your cooking is remarkable. The aroma alone is tantalizing." Delighted by the compliment, Sister Meow served Guwan 2 pieces of ribs. "Try this, and let me know if it meets your expectations. Even if it's not to your taste, please don't say so. It would break my heart." She even offered Qin Bei the same. Soon, Sister Meow was savoring the meal with great enjoyment, completely at ease, as if they were old friends rather than strangers meeting for the first time. Guwan was instantly fond of her. She was truly amiable and seemed easy to get along with. Qin Bei and Guwan were not modest, digging into their meal. "Sister, your cooking is indeed superb. I'll have to remember this for next time," Qin Bei sincerely remarked, noting it was on par with Guwan's skills. "We can't keep imposing on you for meals. Next time, Sister Meow and the mayor should come to our home for dinner," Guwan cheerfully invited. She genuinely liked Sister Meow and wished to foster a good relationship. Sister Meow was thrilled. "That sounds wonderful. I've been feeling rather bored at home." "Sister Meow, you're welcome to visit any time. I've been at home too," Guwan smiled sincerely. The previously silent mayor spoke up. "Guwan, do come by often. Sister Meow is unfamiliar with this place and has no friends. I'm busy, and she feels quite lonely." Sister Meow playfully shot him a look. "Please don't paint me as a pitiful creature. It's just that I find those other wives insufferable. They're always comparing and gossiping. It's dreadfully dull. I'd rather be alone." Guwan laughed. "Since I came here, I haven't made any friends either. I've been busy and haven't met anyone I particularly connect with." Sister Meow readily agreed. "Exactly. It's better to be comfortable alone than to force socializing. We are kindred spirits. Let us keep in touch more." Guwan smiled. "Sister Meow, let us not stand on ceremony. If we're bored, we should call each other." She took out her phone and exchanged numbers with Sister Meow, who was delighted. The dinner concluded on a cheerful note. After the meal, Sister Meow gazed at the pile of gifts they had brought, utterly enchanted. "This bicycle is wonderful. I've been wanting one to ride around," she exclaimed. "And these flower pots and seeds are exactly what I've been dreaming of." She didn't even mention the cigarettes, fruits, and vegetables, as those were never in short supply at home. "We have over 1,000 pots of vegetables planted. They've just been sown and haven't sprouted yet." "Sister Meow, you must come over when you have time. We can plant together. I want to grow some flowers to brighten up my home, even in tough times. It helps me feel like I can carry on. Look at my little garden, blooming beautifully. It makes my struggles feel less burdensome." Sister Meow joyfully took Guwan's hand and led her to a room filled with pots of vibrant flowers, clearly nurtured with care. "You've cultivated this splendidly. It's evident you've invested a lot of effort," Guwan remarked, feeling a surge of admiration. "If I had a garden like this, I'd spend all day tending to it and wouldn't think of anything else." Guwan smiled, reflecting deeply. Truly, as the mayor's wife, her life was lavish. With the leisure to tend to her flowers while outside, ordinary people struggled daily in the dirt. Indeed, the disparity between lives was stark. "Come over for tea when you have the chance," Sister Meow said with a smile. After a while of chatting, Qin Bei also spoke with the mayor before they left. Feeling fulfilled. By the time they arrived home, it was late, and everyone else had gone to bed. Qin Bei and Guwan planned to wash up and rest, yearning for the comfort of their bed after a long day. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. The silence of the night made the sound particularly jarring and unsettling. Guwan felt a surge of panic, recalling the last incident when intruders had invaded their home. Qin Bei grasped her hand reassuringly. "Don't be afraid. I'll check it out." He retrieved 2 guns from their hiding place and handed one to Guwan. He called out, "Who's there?" "Gujia, it's me, your worker. My family has a severe fever. Do you have any antipyretics?" Could you spare me a pill? A distressed female voice called from outside. Guwon listened intently and recognized the voice. She remembered the frail, quiet woman who often worked diligently, always leaving behind a bun when others devoured everything, hoarding it away even if it turned stale. Open the door. It's someone we know. Qin Bei pressed his ear against the door, listened closely, and confirmed it was just one person outside before slowly opening it. One hand opened the door while the other firmly held the gun, prepared for any sudden developments. As the door swung open, indeed, a thin figure stood there, tears streaking down her face. She dropped to her knees before Guwon. "Gujia, please, I beg you, save my family." Her voice trembled with desperation. "For the rest of my life, I'm willing to repay you like a servant, without any complaints." Guwon hastily helped her to her feet. "Where is your family? What is the situation now? Don't worry, if we can save them, we will not turn a blind eye." Her words seemed to provide some comfort to the woman, whose panic began to subside. "I only learned of my family's situation today. We got separated. My 2 brothers and parents are at another household, where they are worked relentlessly, fed spoiled food, and drink dirty water. My mother is elderly and cannot bear it. She has developed a high fever and is speaking deliriously. Wait here, we'll go with you." Guwon looked at Qin Bei. "Go get Lu Yun and her husband. We need to act swiftly." Qin Bei dashed upstairs, knocking urgently on the door, pulling the couple from their slumber and dragging them downstairs. "Hurry, someone is on the brink of death." Lu Yun, initially disoriented and annoyed, snapped awake at the urgency in Qin Bei's voice. "Wait, I'll grab the medical kit." "No need. I have it right here. Let us go." Qin Bei was anxious, fearing they might be too late. Chapter 89. Midnight Rescue. In the midst of chaos, Qin Bei, along with the couple Lu Yun, Guwon, and a female worker, piled into the car. "Where to?" he asked, his eyes fixed on the road as he pressed the accelerator. The vehicle surged out of the courtyard. The female worker, beads of sweat trickling down her brow, wiped her face with the back of her hand, attempting to regain her composure as they navigated left, then right. Qin Bei remained silent, driving swiftly and steadily, the car firmly under his command, heading to their desired destination. After several minutes, a magnificent villa came into view, illuminated with lights, accompanied by the distant sounds of music and laughter. It was evident that inside, revelry reigned. "We are not acquainted with this family. Approaching unannounced may lead to our exclusion," Guwon expressed anxiously. "We'll use the back entrance. Contact your family and see if they can come out." Qin Bei replied calmly, directing his gaze towards the female worker. Hesitating momentarily, she nodded and cautiously retrieved an old mobile phone from her pocket, dialing a number. Qin Bei, undeterred, turned the car around towards the villa and Oppo's rear entrance. "Dad, I found someone to help Mom. Can you and my brothers get her out?" "We'll meet at the back door," the female worker spoke urgently. "It's a bit difficult, but we'll try our best," came the response. "All right, see you soon," she concluded, biting her lip nervously, murmuring her hope that they could slip away unnoticed. "If it doesn't work out, we'll find another way," Guwon reassured her. "Do not worry. We will do everything possible to assist your mother," she added, grasping the female worker's hand for support. She then produced a bottle of mineral water from the car, twisting off the cap and offering it to her. "Take a sip. It's going to be all right. We are here for you. You are not alone." The female worker was moved to tears. "Thank you, everyone. I can't believe you're doing all this for me at such a late hour. In these trying times, we must lend a hand where we can." Guwon replied softly. The female worker nodded gratefully. The car approached the villa and Oppo's back entrance, where darkness enveloped the area, unguarded. Everyone in the car exhaled in relief, their gazes fixed on the entrance, awaiting their companions and Oppo's arrival. After a while, just as the female worker was about to make another inquiry, several figures emerged. 3 men were supporting a disheveled woman, anxiously glancing around. Qin Bei turned on the headlights, and the female worker seized the moment, flinging the door open and rushing towards them. Qin Bei and Lu Yun followed, assisting in getting the woman into the back seat. The 3 men stood frozen, expressions of worry and helplessness etched on their faces. Qin Bei glanced at them and opened the trunk. "The car is too cramped. You'll have to make do." The men exchanged looks with the female worker, seemingly seeking her assurance. She nodded vigorously. "Dad, brothers, hurry and get in." Then they climbed into the trunk. Inside the vehicle, Lu Yun and Bai Qiushui were busy, one measuring the woman's temperature, the other administering ibuprofen. "Her temperature is dangerously high. We need to lower it quickly, or we might lose her," Lu Yun stated gravely. "We should return home swiftly and cool her down with ice water," Bai Qiushui suggested. "I have some," Qin Bei interjected. handing over 2 bottles of ice water. The female worker hurriedly took them, applying one to her forehead and the other to her neck. None questioned how he had ice water in the car. Qin Bei, recognizing the urgency, had retrieved it without a second thought. Much better. Her temperature is noticeably dropping. Lu Yun remarked with relief. Mom, you must hold on. You will be all right, the female worker said, her gaze filled with concern for her unconscious mother. Qin Bei continued to drive in silence, swiftly returning home. As the car came to a halt, the 3 men jumped from the trunk, anxiously checking on the woman. Relieved to find her fever had lessened. Carry her inside. This fever won't dissipate immediately, and even when it does, she will need proper rest, Qin Bei instructed. After a moment of silence, the 3 men united to carry her inside. Guwan quickly led the female worker downstairs to prepare a room. Asking Qin Bei to fetch a mattress for the woman, Lu Yun and Bai Qiushui surrounded the woman, administering an injection and offering her some medication. The woman slipped into a deep slumber. Doctor, is my mother going to be okay? The female worker pleaded, her gaze fixed on Lu Yun, who had become her beacon of hope. She will be fine. She is simply exhausted and malnourished. Let her rest for a while, Lu Yun reassured her patiently. Overcome with emotion, the female worker wept, expressing her gratitude to Lu Yun, Bai Qiushui, Qin Bei, and Guwan. Thank you so much. Without you, my mother would have perished. The 3 men standing nearby echoed their thanks. We are truly grateful. We have been given a second chance at life. Yesterday, a fellow worker fell with a high fever, but the employer refused to provide care or medication, and he died. The harsh conditions of our escape have left many of us ill, and those who succumb to illness suffer greatly, the eldest man remarked, looking at the female worker. Zhao Lihua, you are fortunate to have encountered such kind-hearted individuals. Remember to work diligently and never slack off. The other 2 men nodded in agreement. You are indeed lucky. Many of us suffer from hunger and fatigue, forced to toil for hours, treated like beasts of burden. Some cannot endure such a numbing existence and choose to end their lives. Zhao Lihua felt a pang in her heart. She rummaged through her pockets, producing several buns she had saved over the past few days, offering them to the 3 men. Dad, big brother, second brother, please eat. I have enough to eat here. These are what I saved because I couldn't finish them. Her father hesitated before accepting. Give them to your mother. She needs them more. The 2 brothers, unable to suppress their hunger, averted their eyes from the buns. Now that the patient is stable, please sit and rest. You all must be exhausted, Guwan suggested gently, smiling as she invited them to sit at the dining table. The 3 men glanced at their filthy, odorous clothing and settled down on the ground instead. We're fine sitting here. We're used to it, the father chuckled. Zhao Lihua said nothing, joining them on the floor. After the tumult, their already frail bodies were utterly fatigued. Qin Bei turned to Lu Yun and Bai Qiushui, Yunge, sister-in-law, you have worked hard tonight. Please go rest. There is work to be done tomorrow. Lu Yun nodded wearily. We'll head to bed now. The cafeteria has been overwhelming lately. Don't hesitate to call if you need anything. He took Bai Qiushui's hand, and they departed. Qin Bei sat down on the floor, looking at the family. Could you share more about your circumstances and those of your fellow workers? Chapter 90. A shared burden. Father pondered for a moment, a bitter smile gracing his lips. The rice was spoiled, the water tainted. Even the dogs enjoyed better treatment than us, gorging on meat and feasting on fruits. They often scold us, calling us worse than beasts, even wishing for our demise, claiming that if we were dead, they would no longer have to bear the burden of us. The eldest brother fumed. The second brother sighed deeply, lamenting our existence, loathed by both man and beast, enduring an unbearable torment, unsure of when this suffering would end. Many yearned for employment to escape the cruelty and constraints imposed by their masters, yet opportunities remained elusive. The city had grown overcrowded. Instances of kin turning against each other in the pursuit of work were not unheard of, let alone the plight of outsiders. Qin Bei interjected. Having spoken, he departed, returning with a cloth bag filled with medicine. Distribute these to those in need, he instructed. Father trembled as he accepted the bag, hardly able to believe his eyes. After a long pause, he hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Thank you so much. Zhao Lihua then turned to Qin Bei, saying, Brother Qin, my mother is ill. I fear for her life if I return home now. May I stay here for a while to care for her? I will make up for the missed hours of work later, I promise. Qin Bei glanced at her and then at the 3 emaciated figures before him, feeling a heavy weight in his chest. Returning home would be akin to entering a den of wolves. Deliver the medicine and then stay here to work, he replied. The 3 were taken aback, never having expected such kindness. They slowly rose from the ground, and as they prepared to kneel in gratitude, they were halted by Qin Bei's hand. You are all older than I. Such gestures would only shorten my lifespan. From now on, work diligently. That will be the greatest reward. The three nodded, tears streaming down their faces as they exclaimed, You have saved our family. Zhao Li wept alongside them, her heart brimming with gratitude. Brother Qin, from now on, you and Sister Gu may command us as you wish, even if it costs us our lives. Come, come. Let us eat. Gu Wan presented a spread of dishes on the dining table, inviting them to take their seats. The table was adorned with a large bowl of braised meat, 2 vegetable dishes, and a generous pot of white rice. The Zhao family gazed in awe, tears flowing freely. Father murmured, They are so kind to us. We haven't eaten rice in months, let alone meat. I nearly lost my mind watching that dog gnawing on a bone. I almost lunged at it, the eldest brother lamented. I dream of the day I could have a bowl of rice. I would have no regrets even in death. The second brother and Apos, eyes glimmered with unshed tears. Zhao Liwa covered her mouth, crying, Since I lost you, I thought I would never see you again. Who would have thought there would be a way to connect with you through others? Now that our family is reunited, eat up. There are tasks awaiting you afterward. Qin Bei urged with a smile. The family hesitantly picked up their chopsticks and began to eat. Qin Bei took Gu Wan to the kitchen, and when they emerged, the table was cleared, the Zhao family's faces reflecting satisfaction, their burdens lifted. Upon seeing Qin Bei, they all stood respectfully. Zhao Liwa pointed to her family and introduced them. Brother Qin, Sister Gu, this is my father Zhao Yan, my elder brother Zhao Liyang, and my second brother Zhao Ligong. Qin Bei nodded. Zhao Lihua, you should stay here tonight to care for your mother. The rest, come with me to deliver the medicine. No one objected. Zhao Lihua hurried to her room, guarding her mother closely. The 3 brothers climbed into Qin Bei's car to distribute the medicine. By the time they completed their tasks, dawn was approaching. Qin Bei sent the brothers off to rest, giving them a large package containing clean, old clothes. Overwhelmed with gratitude, they wept and laughed. Emotions so complex they struggled to articulate them. Qin Bei waved them off, retreating upstairs to sleep. He overslept, rushing to work in a hurry. The squad leader was already outside the city gate, where a few scattered refugees were still entering. Nowadays, they were directly settled in the government's empty warehouses. The squad leader glanced at Qin Bei, noting, You are quite late today, over an hour behind schedule. Have you been busier than I? Qin Bei chuckled, I overslept. It won't happen again. He pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and slipped it into the squad leader's. The squad leader smiled, pulling him aside to speak earnestly. You need to keep a low profile. The wealthy in the city know this resettlement initiative was your idea, and they despise you for it. They would wish you harm. I am aware. Having crossed their interests, Qin Bei replied calmly. For now, just focus on your work and avoid unnecessary risks. It's safer in the military, the squad leader advised. Thank you for always looking out for me, squad leader. Qin Bei said with a smile. I have a lucrative opportunity. Would you care to join me? What is it? Is there risk involved? The squad leader was intrigued, as everyone sought to secure their own interests and improve their living conditions. I have a batch of flower pots and vegetable seeds. You have connections and could sell them to the wealthy, allowing them to exchange gold for these items. We could split the profits 50-50, Qin Bei proposed earnestly. Initially, he had intended to sell them personally, but considering the animosity from the affluent, it seemed wiser to let the squad leader handle the transactions, ensuring a fair arrangement. How many items do you have? Your terms are rather strict. Only gold, nothing else? The squad leader frowned, calculating the unexpected windfall for himself. I have 100 flower pots and 100 bags of seeds, 10 grams of gold for 1 pot or bag, Qin Bei insisted. Your price is rather steep. 5 grams would be more reasonable. The wealthy are not short on money. This is merely pocket change for them, Qin Bei argued logically. Since everyone bears a grudge, we might as well take full advantage of the situation. I won't settle for less. I must ensure my share includes a profit, otherwise it would be a loss for me, he added. The squad leader reluctantly nodded. All right, I will give it a try. Then shall I bring the items to your home now? The sooner they are sold, the sooner I can rest easy, Qin Bei suggested. Sure, I'm not busy right now. Driving the squad leader home, Qin Bei opened the trunk to reveal the flower pots and seeds. The squad leader and Apos' eyes lit up. These flower pots are of good quality. They will sell out quickly. Do you have more? Qin Bei hesitated. I've kept some for myself. They are planted. As valuable as gold is, life sustains more importance than vegetables. The squad leader chuckled, pouring a cup of tea for him. True enough. Take a moment to rest while I contact potential buyers. Qin Bei felt elated. He appreciated those who took action. Chapter 91. Profiting from Connections Once the Squad Leader Departed. Qin Bei made himself comfortable, leisurely sipping tea in his chair. When the opportunity arose to take a well-deserved break, how could he possibly resist? It must be said that the squad leader had an extensive network. After finishing 3 cups of tea, he returned with a bright smile. Having secured several large pots from significant clients, with urgency, he began loading the pots onto the vehicle. Qin Bei assisted him, even placing the seeds aboard. The squad leader, in high spirits, instructed, "Wait for me here. I'll be right back." With that, he pressed the gas pedal, and the vehicle sped away. Qin Bei shook his head with a smile, feeling quite pleased. He settled back down to rest for another hour. The sound of brakes echoed outside, and the squad leader strode back into the house. Upon seeing Qin Bei, he produced a hefty bundle of gold bars and vibrant banknotes from his pockets. "You count the money, and I'll tally the gold bars," the squad leader commanded, burying himself in organizing the cash. Without hesitation, Qin Bei joined in, counting 62 gold bars of 10 grams, 36 of 20 grams, and 16 of 30 grams. "I have 90,000 cash here," the squad leader counted with remarkable speed, akin to a currency verifier, leaving Qin Bei dazzled. Placing a thick stack of cash on the table, he reiterated, "You count the money, I'll count the gold bars. No need to be formal, we are not strangers." Yet, Qin Bei insisted, "We must account for everything." The squad leader, unwavering, took the gold bars aside and began counting meticulously. Qin Bei felt a headache coming on just looking at the pile of money, but patiently counted each note. After a considerable time, he confirmed the total, 180,000, not a cent less. The squad leader beamed, explaining, "Initially, I intended to take all gold bars, but 2 clients insisted on cash." He added, "If you don't want it, I'll keep the cash." Qin Bei mentally calculated the current gold price, which had soared to 1,000 yuan per gram, up from just over 500 yuan previously, an astonishing increase. "All right, I'll take the gold," he replied with a smile. The squad leader began distributing the cash entirely to himself, pushing the gold bars toward Qin Bei. "These are all yours." Taken aback, Qin Bei exclaimed, "But we agreed on a 50-50 split. This cash is only worth 180 grams of gold. I must give you some gold bars." He felt it was unfair for him to claim 18-20 grams while the squad leader received only the equivalent of 180 grams. Swiftly, he divided 820 grams, declaring, "Now it's even." The squad leader refused, chuckling, "Do you still have pots? Someone wants them. He is a good friend, and I couldn't say no." Understanding dawned on Qin Bei, realizing the squad leader's sudden generosity was motivated by ulterior motives. "How many does he want?" he inquired cautiously. "Not many, just 30. The squad leader replied, holding up 3 fingers. Qin Bei gasped, and after a moment of silence, he conceded, "All right then." The squad leader, pleased, clapped him on the shoulder, declaring, "All these gold bars are yours. I won't take any from the pots sold." Qin Bei readily agreed, knowing he would still come away with more than the squad leader. "I'll go back for a moment and bring them to you," Qin Bei said, driving off. Shortly after, he returned with the pots and several packets of seeds. "These seeds are a gift from me to you," he announced. The squad leader was overjoyed. "Qin Bei, you have an excellent eye and are quite capable. You've been diligent and hardworking lately. Today, consider yourself on leave. Go home and rest well." Qin Bei smiled, replying, "Thank you, squad leader." A day off was always a delightful prospect. Even if it was already half gone, it was still something to cherish. Without a moment's hesitation, he thanked the squad leader and departed. Instead of heading home immediately, he sought out the mayor. The mayor was busy at his desk, reviewing documents without lifting his head. "Mayor, I have an urgent matter to report," Qin Bei announced. "Proceed," the mayor replied, pen still moving, eyes focused on his work. "I've heard of wealthy individuals mistreating workers, viewing them as less than human, serving spoiled food and dirty water, making them work incessantly with little sleep, and resorting to violence." Qin Bei laid out the situation in one breath. The mayor set down his pen, raising his gaze with a serious expression. "Do you have evidence?" "Last night, we rescued a sick worker on the brink of death." Qin Bei succinctly recounted the events. The mayor, incensed, remarked, "When we allocated resources, I explicitly prohibited such behavior. And now, just days later, they dare to act so brazenly. We must send someone undercover to investigate and catch a few to set an example." Qin Bei proposed. The mayor nodded, agreeing it must be done. Otherwise, it will be lawless. Who knows how many lives may be lost at their hands? After a pause, he continued, "What do you suggest for the rescued workers and AMP? Oppose, accommodation? Perhaps we could have them stay in the warehouse. It might be cramped, but amp, oppose, SA solution. Qin Bei suggested. By the way, Mayor, I have some seeds I'd like to offer for the workers to plant. The mayor regarded Qin Bei thoughtfully. In such a large area, that requires a significant quantity of seeds. Are you willing to part with them? Seeds are meant to be planted. They are of no use if hoarded. More people will survive if they are shared, Qin Bei replied with a smile. The mayor chuckled, reassured by his words. The seeds are in the trunk. Let us take them to the warehouse for the workers to cultivate. Let us go together to prevent anyone from pilfering, the mayor said, rising. Together, they proceeded to the warehouse, ensuring the workers planted all the seeds. Once everything was in order and all necessary words exchanged, Qin Bei bid farewell and returned home. Upon arriving, Zhao Liuhua greeted him warmly, pouring him a glass of water. He accepted it gratefully. Guwan emerged upon hearing the commotion, her face lighting up upon seeing Qin Bei. What brought you back? Have you eaten? Not yet. Come, I have something to discuss with you. Let us go upstairs. Qin Bei took Guwan by the hand and led her away. Once in the room, he locked the door and took out the meal. You should eat as well. I just ate a little while ago. I'm not hungry. You eat quickly, Guwan smiled brightly. Qin Bei focused on his meal. After dining, he retrieved a cloth bag and poured its contents onto the bed. Guwan gasped in delight. So many gold bars. I exchanged them for pots. I had the squad leader assist me in selling them and gave him quite a bit of benefit, Qin Bei explained. Very well. No one knows the pots belong to you, and the gold bars are ours, Guwan replied contentedly. I plan to distribute these 30-gram bars among everyone. Agreed. The majority should be ours, Guwan beamed, pushing a large pile of gold bars toward Qin Bei. Put them away. Qin Bei stored them in a space, leaving a small portion behind. You handle the distribution. Wait until everyone returns home tonight. After a bit more conversation, they descended the stairs. Downstairs, the Zhao family stood upright, respectfully regarding Qin Bei, their expressions filled with anxiety. Boss, please assign us some tasks. We can't just eat without working. Your food doesn't come from thin air. They feared becoming idle and preferred to be busy, finding comfort in the hustle. Chapter 92. Boundless Gratitude. Qin Bei chuckled, instantly perceiving their concerns. I have taken you in, and I will not send you away. Rest assured, your bodies are too weak. Take a couple of days to recuperate, as I have important matters to entrust to you. What matters? Let's get started right away. Idleness is quite unbearable, Zhao Yan interjected. The two brothers readily concurred with their father's words, nodding vigorously. Observing their eagerness, Qin Bei divulged, the news of your family's escape will soon be known, and I fear that those pursuing you may come to confront me. From tonight onward, you shall take turns keeping watch. You brothers will guard the front, while Zhao Yong will watch the back. The father and sons exchanged glances, their expressions turning anxious. Boss, it is we who have not considered the consequences. You have sheltered us, and we cannot bring you harm. We shall leave at once, heading to the next base. Zhao Yan declared, filled with regret. Yes, we will gather our things immediately, Zhao Liyong responded swiftly. Sister, assist mother in getting up. Zhao Ligang urged Zhao Lihua urgently. Zhao Lihua dashed into the room. Qin Bei gazed at the family, feeling both touched and helpless. Was leaving truly so simple? How would they survive once they departed? It was likely they would perish outside the city. The Zhao family wore expressions of utter bewilderment. Caught in a dilemma, Qin Bei spoke with conviction. Staying will be more advantageous. Facing them together may prove futile. We should leave. We must take life as it comes. Zhao Yan sighed deeply. Indeed, we cannot burden you with so many lives. That person is formidable, armed, and ruthless. Boss, your kindness may not suffice against him. Zhao Liyong's eyes brimmed with fear. Qin Bei smiled lightly. A grudge has already been formed. I have become a target of hatred. Even if you depart, what difference does it make? He will still seek revenge against me. He has a gun. Do you think I lack one? With that, Qin Bei retrieved a firearm from his pocket and placed it upon the table, leaving the three men astounded. In the next moment, their demeanor transformed. Fear vanished, replaced by a fearless determination. Boss, we will fight him with you. Rest assured, we shall protect your family with our lives. Yes, we will defend this home. Zhao Lihua, who had been assisting her mother, heard their exchange and fixed her resolute gaze on Qin Bei. Boss, Mother's health is improving rapidly. After a couple of days of rest, she will be fine without my assistance. Tonight, I will keep watch with my father and brothers. No need, they can handle it. In the future, you and your mother can assist my wife with cooking and cleaning, as she cannot manage alone, Qin Bei replied earnestly. Zhao Lihua did not insist further, readily agreeing. Qin Gu, you can rest assured. My mother and I will take care of all household chores, ensuring Sister Gu does not suffer. Zhao Mu, though weakened, spoke with unwavering resolve. In the future, do not hesitate to command us. We are capable of anything. Qin Bei nodded. When I am not at home, you will listen to my wife. When I am home, you will still listen to her. Everyone chuckled. Gu felt a warm sensation in her heart. Qin Bei provided her with respect and a sense of security in front of others. All right, Li Hua. Help your mother back to rest. You can start preparing dinner, Gu instructed. And what about us? What shall we do? The three men looked toward Qin Bei and then at Gu in unison. You shall take your posts, Qin Bei declared, gathering all firearms and handing each of them a dagger for self-defense. The three accepted the weapons and swiftly departed to their posts. As night fell, the workers returned, dragging heavy bags of soil, utterly exhausted. The foreman, Su Nua, commanded, put down the soil and wash your hands. The workers complied silently, their faces displaying fatigue, digging hard. Iron-like soil under the scorching sun had been grueling labor. Each person appeared sunburned and lean. Gu sighed and instructed Zhao Lihua, bring out the dishes. Zhao Lihua, swift and efficient, brought out bowl after bowl of food, filling the table. The workers, having washed their hands, gazed hungrily at the fragrant rice, succulent braised pork, and the long-awaited fresh vegetables. Everyone must be famished. Please, sit down and eat. Do not hold back. Eat to your heart's content, Gu smiled warmly. Only then did the workers dare to take their seats, their eyes brimming with joy. They exchanged incredulous glances, asking, is this food really for us? Rice and braised pork? Am I dreaming? Gu and Amp, Appos, S heart ached at their response. You have all worked hard lately. This is a reward for your efforts. As long as you continue to work diligently, you will enjoy a meal like this every week. The workers were overjoyed, tears welling up in their eyes as they murmured. It's not a dream, it's real. I thought I would never eat meat again, yet here it is, 2 large bowls of it. They eagerly picked up their chopsticks, devouring the food ravenously, shoving it into their mouths without chewing, nearly choking. Gu, concerned for their safety, called out. No one should fight for food. Today, there is plenty of rice and meat. There is more in the kitchen. She exchanged a glance with Zhao Lihua. Soon, 2 more large bowls of braised pork appeared on the table. Gu looked at the now idle Zhao Lihua and said, call your family to join us. Zhao Lihua hurried away. Earlier, while cooking, Gu had felt for her and allowed her to eat a good portion of meat. She was now stuffed. Yet her father and brothers had yet to eat. Zhao Yan chuckled. Where's your mother? Bring her a bowl. The food is just ready. Sister Gu sent it over. She is full and sleeping soundly. Zhao Yong replied with a satisfied smile as he strode toward the dining table. Everyone focused on their meal. And Qin Bei called for Gu and Su Nua, leading them to Chen Lin and Amp, Appos, S room. We too shall enjoy a fine meal. Qin Bei produced a large assortment of delicacies, exuding an irresistible aroma. Su Nua laughed. This feast is splendid. Even the mayor would be envious. Indeed, old Qin is resourceful. Without foresight, how could we live so comfortably? Chen Lin remarked with pride. Yes, my wound has healed. I feel much better now. You should be recovering soon, too. Su Nua said, unfazed, smiling. I can walk now, albeit with a slight limp. I am eager to stand and be busy, Chen Lin lamented, patting his thigh with an air of frustration. Come, eat more, and stand up soon. Qin Bei placed a large bowl of bone soup before Chen Lin. Chen Lin accepted it with a smile and began to eat heartily. Chapter 93. A large crowd invades after finishing their meal. The workers wore satisfied expressions, radiating joy akin to that of a festive celebration, before retreating to their quarters for a much-needed rest. After a day of labor, all they yearned for was to lie down and indulge in a deep slumber, for sleep is indeed the finest form of respite. Tomorrow, they would rise early to resume their work. Once Qin Bei and his companions had completed their meal, they engaged in light conversation before dispersing. Su Nua, feeling utterly exhausted, washed up and promptly retired for the night. Qin Bei assisted Gu and Zhao Lihua in washing the dishes. The sink was overflowing with a multitude of plates, and several pots on the gas stove awaited cleaning. The task was indeed monumental, requiring at least 2 to 3 hours to complete. It is hardly worth wasting time on household chores, Qin Bei remarked before departing. Gu cast him a glance, sighing softly. Men can be so charming in their words, yet they vanish when it's time to work. Zhao Lihua, standing nearby, chuckled. Sister Gu, you've labored all day. You should rest now. I'll tidy up the kitchen. Let and amp, Oppos, let's do it together. We must be swift. You go fetch a few buckets of water, Guwon instructed. A room was filled with water buckets, all brimming with previously collected lake and rainwater. Initially, they had been stored, but Guwon found it cumbersome and had taken them all out. Zhao Liwa went to fetch the water, and as she emerged carrying 2 heavy buckets, she noticed Qin Bei returning with a dishwasher now installed in the kitchen. Guwon was busy placing the dishes inside. With the press of a button, the machine sprang to life. Zhao Liwa was pleasantly surprised. This is wonderful. Having a dishwasher will make things so much easier. She set down the buckets and hurried to scrub the pots. Liwa, do you know how to use the dishwasher? Guwon gently inquired. Zhao Liwa, feeling a bit shy, shook her head, admitting she had only seen one before. Come here, I and Amp. Oppos, LL show you, Guwon beckoned, patiently demonstrating the operation. After a brief attempt, Zhao Liwa grasped it with ease. All right, I'll leave this to you. I will prepare breakfast for tomorrow, Guwon instructed. She glanced at Qin Bei again. Come on, help me move some things. Whatever you say goes. You are the boss, he replied with a smile. What do you plan to prepare for the workers tomorrow? More buns. Kneading dough is exhausting. Perhaps we should stick to porridge for breakfast? Qin Bei suggested, his tone affectionate. Porridge is convenient, but it leaves one feeling hollow. They and Amp. Oppos, redoing strenuous labor. Cooking every day feels a bit burdensome. Guwon expressed her concern. Let's just have rice, 2 meals of rice in the morning and noon, and porridge at night. It's simple and practical, even if it costs a bit. We have plenty stored for hundreds of years, Qin Bei reassured her. Considering the current circumstances, these next 10 years will be the hardest. Once we endure this, life will improve, and food will no longer be so scarce. Guwon pondered and nodded in agreement. All right, I will trust her judgment. Qin Bei smiled and retrieved several bags of rice from his storage. Guwon glanced at the stock. It would be gone in less than a week. With so many people, they consumed food rapidly. It's fine. For now, we can still afford it, Qin Bei said nonchalantly. As they conversed, Zhao Liyong rushed in, his expression frantic. Boss, there's a large group coming, at least 20 of them. They appear aggressive, armed with guns. It's that family from before, looking for trouble. What should we do? Should I call all the workers? Do not panic. There's no use in that. They are armed, if we lack sufficient weapons. Summoning more people will be futile and only endanger our lives. You go upstairs and call Su Nua down, Qin Sheng instructed in a grave tone. Zhao Liyong dashed up the stairs. I and Amp, Oppos, LL fetch Liwa as well, Guwon said, hurrying toward the kitchen. Qin Bei approached the window, taking out binoculars to survey the situation. Indeed, Zhao Liyong and Amp, Oppos, S words were accurate. Under the moonlight, a dark mass of people was advancing, just steps away from the front door. Su Nua had rushed down the stairs and stood beside Qin Bei. Take cover. If the situation turns dire, be prepared to fire, Qin Bei said, pulling out a sniper rifle. Why don't you take the lead? I will confront them directly, Su Nua replied earnestly, recognizing the safety of concealment versus the peril of exposure. Qin Bei pressed the gun into his arms. They are coming for me. I refuse to be a coward. Rest assured, I will ensure your safety, Su Nua vowed. With a smile, Qin Bei said, we entrust our lives to you. Su Nua took the gun and found a hidden spot to lie in wait. At that moment, Zhao Yin and Zhao Ligong arrived, along with Guwon and Zhao Liwa. Qin Bei frowned, handing them 2 guns. You 2 go upstairs and protect yourselves and Old Qin. We will handle things down here. I'm here, Old Qin. We are brothers in life and death. If anyone dares to harm you, I will not let them live. Chen Lin descended the stairs with remarkable speed, despite his limp, clutching a slingshot and rushing to Qin Bei and Amp, Oppos, S side. Qin Bei was touched yet infuriated. You are injured. What are you doing here? Return to your room at once. Last time, he had nearly lost his life trying to help him. Now, still unwell, he insisted on joining. Qin Bei feared he might sacrifice himself. I refuse to be a burden, living off others' kindness. Old Qin, just wait. I will make them flee in terror. Chen Lin declared resolutely, undeterred by Qin Bei and Amp, Oppos, S objections. With no other choice, Qin Bei relented and urged Guwon and Zhao Lihua to retreat upstairs. I will not go. I want to face this with you. Guwon declared firmly. I will not leave either. I will share in the hardships. Zhao Lihua, though frail, displayed remarkable courage. Her expression resolute. With a sigh, Qin Bei said no more and shielded them behind him. A loud bang echoed as the front door trembled violently but remained intact. Outside, a harsh voice boomed. Open the door. Do not cower like a turtle. It is disgraceful. How dare you trespass on private property? I will see to it that you pay for this. Chen Lin seethed, rushing to the window, aiming his slingshot at the ringleader. The projectile struck the man's mouth, causing him to bleed profusely and leap back in pain. Among the crowd, a young man dressed in fine attire, exuding an air of privilege, was furious. Who dares to strike me? Are you tired of living? He brandished his gun and fired at the door, creating a hole as the bullet flew inside. Anticipating this, Qin Bei and the others had already taken cover, emerging unscathed. Get out here now. Stop hiding and show yourself, the man shouted, his arrogance palpable as he barked orders to his subordinates. Gunfire erupted as they relentlessly fired at the door, which became riddled with holes yet stood resiliently. Chen Lin, seething with rage, drew his slingshot, aiming frantically at the assailants. Ah, that hurts. Who is responsible for this? Step forward. Cries of agony echoed through the crowd. Chapter 94. Annihilation. Soon, they noticed someone by the window. Over 20 guns aimed at the glass, shattering it into countless fragments. Qin Bei reacted swiftly, pulling Chen Lin away just in time, leaving both unharmed. Qin Bei gazed solemnly at the vacant window, handing a gun to Chen Lin. Old Chen, take the gun. Chen Lin understood immediately. In the next moment, figures began to leap through the window in quick succession. Without hesitation, Qin Bei opened fire, taking down one assailant after another. His firearms were equipped with silencers, producing no sound as adversaries fell silently before him. By the time the remaining attackers realized something was amiss, half of them were already down. Furious, one man cursed loudly. You coward, come out. What kind of skill is hiding behind a wall? Why call for your grandfather? Have you lost your courage? Qin Bei mocked in return. The man, incensed, barked orders for his men to charge in and eliminate them, promising bonuses for every kill. His subordinates, however, struggled, expressing their inability to pinpoint their enemies due to the silent guns. We should retreat and regroup, they pleaded, ignoring their concerns. The man shouted for them to continue firing, convinced they would prevail. The onslaught of bullets intensified, striking vital spots on his men, leading to their demise. Even the man himself was hit twice but remained alive, his face contorted in pain. Suddenly, the lights flickered on, revealing Qin Bei and his companion's hiding spot. Qin Bei approached the man, declaring, Your entire force has been obliterated, none remain. The previously arrogant man now displayed fear, pleading for his life, promising not to pursue the matter further. Do you think I would believe your empty promises? Should I let you go, you would undoubtedly return with reinforcements. Qin Bei retorted coldly. The man's desperation grew, revealing his ultimate card. If you kill me, my parents will hunt you down. I care not, Qin Bei replied nonchalantly, pulling the trigger. In an instant, a gaping wound appeared on the man and Apos' forehead, and he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Boss, you and your friends are remarkable. Effortlessly turning the tables on them, Zhao Yin exclaimed, astonished. Though he and his family had never wielded guns before, they had only fired aimlessly, while Qin Bei, Chen Lin, Su Nuo, and Gu Wan had fought skillfully. Let us not dwell on this. We must address the aftermath, Qin Bei urged, waving his hand. Su Nuo looked at him earnestly. What should we do? Qin Gu, Li Hua, Old Chen, Su Nuo, you all go rest. We will handle the cleanup, Qin Bei instructed. I will not leave. I must share the burden, Chen Lin insisted firmly. Old Chen, you have done enough for us. Go with Su Nuo, Gu Wan urged gently, emphasizing that fewer people should be involved. Indeed, all of you should rest. I can manage this. I have a good rapport with the mayor. Nothing will happen. Qin Bei said seriously. Gu Jia, you all must leave. Take Qin Gu with you. I will not go. This trouble began because of us. I cannot let you bear the consequences alone, Zhao Li Hua asserted resolutely. Zhao Yin grasped her arm. Li Hua, don't be foolish. Return to your room. This is our affair. Yes, you all must survive, Zhao Li Yong added from the side. Zhao Li Gang looked at Qin Bei. Boss, we have already made our decision. You all should leave, best to avoid being seen as involved. Qin Bei placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. No need. No one would believe you. Your shooting is far too unrefined. We can learn, picking it up quickly on site, Zhao Li Gang insisted eagerly. Qin Bei smiled appreciatively and took out his phone to call the mayor. Mayor, I apologize for disturbing you at this late hour. A group of assailants invaded my home, intent on murder, but I managed to turn the tables. The mayor was momentarily taken aback. You, causing trouble again? You are quite the handful. Who did you kill? Qin Bei hesitated. I actually don't know. Let me send you a photo. The mayor sighed. All right, I'll be there shortly. Don't disturb the scene. Chapter 95. underhanded assistance with a mere photograph, the mayor swiftly recognized the identity of the individual, his brows knitting in concern. He gravely informed Qin Bei, "My boy, this matter may prove quite troublesome. The deceased, named Wu Yaojia, is the sole son of Wu Tian, and the Wu family is a wealthy and influential clan, ranking 10th in this region. The man is dead now, and regret serves no purpose. Besides, I harbor no remorse. Such a person deserved death. If he had lived, we would have perished, along with many more oppressed workers who have met untimely ends. I understand. I have long harbored disdain for the Wu family. In any case, I will assist you." The mayor hung up the phone. Qin Bei tucked his mobile device into his pocket. He reassured the concerned crowd surrounding him, "Do not worry. Everything will be fine. We will remain here with you until the mayor arrives." Chen Lin spoke up, and others echoed similar sentiments, acknowledging their unwavering resolve. Qin Bei refrained from further persuasion. "Let us take a seat and have some water," he invited, ushering everyone to the dining table. Rising, he headed to the kitchen, returning with a large tray laden with several glasses of chilled mung bean soup. The icy liquid, even through the glass, exuded a refreshing coolness, calming the restless hearts of those present. In silence, they sipped the soup, its chill permeating their very being, offering immense comfort. Gradually, the unease stemming from the violence began to dissipate. "Fear not. We acted in self-defense, compelled to take lives only of those who deserved it. Had we not acted, countless innocent lives would have been lost," Qin Bei declared with composure. Having faced death before, he no longer felt the earlier trepidation. He remained serene this time. The others, sharing the trials of survival with him, felt similarly resolute. However, the Zhao family members exhibited a hint of anxiety, their eyes betraying their fear. As Qin Bei considered urging them to rest, he recalled their earlier resistance and chose to remain silent. They sat in anticipation for over an hour until the mayor arrived, accompanied by the police chief and over 30 officers. The police chief, a rotund middle-aged man with a shrewd demeanor, directed his questioning gaze towards Qin Bei, inquiring, "What transpired here? 20 bodies lie on the ground. They stormed my home, shooting at our door and shattering windows, unlawfully entering and threatening to kill us. We had no choice but to retaliate," Qin Bei replied, maintaining his composure without a trace of panic. The police chief pondered for a moment, then demanded, "Where did you acquire your firearms? Hand them over, or face imprisonment." "Chief, they were armed as well, outnumbering us. Had we been unarmed, we would have already been on the ground," Qin Bei asserted, unwilling to surrender the weapons. The mayor interjected on his behalf. "Let us not dwell on the issue of firearms. The reality is that many possess weapons in these tumultuous times. It is unavoidable. To confiscate them all would be a monumental task." The police chief glanced at the mayor, understanding the complexity of the situation. "This could implicate us all. Are you prepared for that? Regardless of Wu Tian's stature, he cannot surpass my own. They initiated the abuse against the workers, and when the workers fled, they sought to eliminate entire families. Such viciousness warrants this outcome," the mayor declared resolutely. The police chief grasped the mayor's intent, signaling to the officers, "Document the scene. Gather evidence and transport the bodies. Notify the families." The officers promptly set to work. As Qin Bei prepared to invite the mayor and the chief for tea, furious footsteps echoed outside. "Which beast dares to kill my son, Wu Tian? Kneel and apologize." A wrathful roar followed. The Zhao family trembled in fear. Wu Tian, even more terrifying than Wu Yaojia, was known for his ruthlessness. The mayor's expression faltered momentarily before he regained his composure. The police chief's face darkened, struggling to maintain his calm demeanor. Qin Bei remained impassive, while Gu Wan cast him a worried glance, standing close beside him. Chen Lin displayed indifference, promising to slip away unnoticed. Wu Tian soon appeared, flanked by a throng of followers. His piercing gaze locked onto Qin Bei. "You killed my son." "Indeed. He deserved to die," Qin Bei replied, unflinching. Fury ignited within Wu Tian, and he drew a gun, aiming it at Qin Bei's head. "How audacious, ignorant fool. I will kill you to accompany my son in death." "Wu Tian, calm yourself. We are still investigating this matter, and results will emerge soon," the mayor interjected, maintaining his composure. "Spare me your platitudes. Your lot is responsible for my son's death, and none shall leave here alive today," Wu Tian bellowed, exuding an air of reckless defiance. The mayor furrowed his brow, seeking to divert Wu Tian's attention. "Come here, and I shall explain the circumstances." Wu Tian remained unmoved, pulling the trigger. Anticipating his action, Qin Bei sidestepped, the bullet grazing past his ear and embedding itself in the wall behind him. Enraged, Wu Tian attempted to fire again, only to be struck in the chest by a bullet, collapsing to the ground with disbelief, his gaze lingering on the figure of Su Nuo, who emerged slowly from the shadows. Your attempt to harm others has cost you your own life, Su Nuo remarked coldly. Qin Bei turned, offering a grateful glance before his expression shifted to one of concern. Who gave you the authority to act independently? Leave now. I will not depart. I have done nothing wrong. He sought to kill you and failed, and it is he who deserves this fate. Su Nuo retorted defiantly. Well said. We witnessed everything and can testify, Zhao Yin proclaimed loudly, followed by his children echoing their agreement. The police chief, his expression conflicted, ultimately directed his gaze towards the mayor. What do you propose? What is there to discuss? We have all seen the truth. Wu Tian dared to wield a gun before us. Who knows how many vile acts he has committed in secret? Investigate him thoroughly and detain his family for questioning, the mayor asserted firmly. Internally elated, he recognized that another troublesome figure had been dealt with. Qin Bei truly was his fortunate star. With the conversation reaching this pivotal point, the police chief understood the mayor and Apos' implications and swiftly mobilized his officers. Upon seeing Wu Tian and Apos' demise, his subordinates grew subdued, none daring to act rashly as they complied with the police. The officers efficiently confiscated their weapons, handcuffing them and removing the bodies from the scene. The entire process was executed swiftly, concluding within half an hour as they escorted the detainees and corpses away. Before departing, the mayor cast a meaningful glance at Qin Bei. You appear weary. Take a 2-day respite. I shall speak to the commander on your behalf. Thank you, Mayor, Qin Bei replied, his face radiating gratitude. Chapter 96. A heartfelt satisfaction. A multitude of people departed, leaving behind a grim tableau of bloodstains on the ground. The Zhao family, father and 3 sons, volunteered to fetch buckets and mops, diligently scrubbing the area clean. Qin Bei grasped Su Nuo and Apos' hand firmly, cautioning him against such reckless risks. After all, it would be disastrous if he were to lose him. Fear not death. I embrace life with open arms, Su Nuo replied with a calm smile. Qin Bei patted his shoulder, grateful for the bond they shared, a brotherhood forged in the face of adversity. Su Nuo chuckled softly, revealing, I have no family. Living alone in this world felt meaningless. But since meeting you all, my perspective has shifted. I am willing to dedicate my remaining days to protect you. You are a person of conscience, remarked Qinlin, visibly moved as he gave Su Nuo a thumbs up. Su Nuo smiled and joined Gu Wan in sweeping up shards of glass. The 2 shattered windows left a thick layer of debris on the ground, crunching beneath their feet. These windows are bare and ominous. They grant no sense of security. We must replace them promptly, Gu Wan suggested while cleaning. Ordinary glass serves little purpose. We should install bulletproof glass. The front door also needs an upgrade. Otherwise, a single kick could grant intruders access. Qin Bei responded somberly. Tonight, my sons and I will stand guard so that you may rest peacefully, Zhao Yin offered, taking charge of the vigil. It's wise to remain cautious. But you all appear weary. Once you're finished, go rest. I'll handle the watch. Qin Bei expressed his concern. We're not tired. We can always catch up on sleep during the day. Your time is far more precious and shouldn't be squandered here, Zhao Liyong interjected. I'll join in the watch as well. With 4 of us, we'll ensure the safety of our home and permit no evildoers to enter, Zhao Lihua insisted fervently. Qin Bei regarded the stubborn family with a nod of approval. He refrained from further protest and lent a hand in the cleanup effort. Once they finished, he produced an array of dishes, inviting everyone to sit and partake in the meal. Gu Wan and the others, accustomed to his generosity, exhibited no surprise, while the Zhao family gaped at the abundance of food, exclaiming, so many dishes. This must be prepared for esteemed guests. We should put it away. We cannot waste such a feast. 2 bowls of rice suffice. That will fill us up, one of them remarked, to which another added. This is far too extravagant for us. Qin Bei gazed at them earnestly, stating, You have all been a tremendous help to me today. Each one of you holds great significance in my life. It is only fitting that I treat you to this meal. No one is to be modest. Eat heartily, and let not a single morsel go to waste. He stood and, according to their seating arrangement, generously served each person a hearty portion of both meat and vegetables, filling their bowls to the brim. Qinlin could not resist teasing, Old Qin, you've piled so much food on our plates that we scarcely have room to eat. Indeed. It seems Qin Gu is eager to empty the entire platter into our bowls, Su Nuo laughed, eyeing the nearly empty dishes on the table. Enough chatter. Let's eat. Qin Bei declared, diving into his meal. The others followed suit, indulging in the food with great appetite. After the evening's exertions, they were ravenous, having expended both energy and spirit. Following the meal, Zhao Lihua promptly stood to collect the dishes, intending to wash them in the kitchen. Gu Wan stopped her, insisting, "Leave them for tomorrow. We have all had a long day." A simple statement, yet it touched Zhao Lihua deeply. How wonderful it felt to be cared for. She smiled and replied, "Gu Jia, I am not weary. I relish the busyness." She turned and left. Zhao Yin and his sons took their post as sentinels. Concerned for their fatigue, Qin Bei handed Zhao Yin a pack of cigarettes. "Share these among yourselves." Zhao Yin was taken aback, hastily declining. No. This is a precious gift. You should keep it." Qin Bei insisted, stuffing the pack into his pocket. "If you grow tired, smoke a couple. Do not hesitate. If you work diligently, there will be more in the future." Yes, we will do our best," Zhao Yin replied, grinning widely. As an avid smoker, he had gone without for 6 months since their escape, and the longing had been unbearable. Now, with a pack in hand, he felt as if he had won the lottery. He carefully extracted a cigarette, placing it between his lips. Just as he was about to light it, he realized he had no lighter. "Father, I and Appos. Fetch one for you," Zhao Liyang said as he dashed to the kitchen, returning with a nearly empty box of matches. He struck a match and ignited the cigarette. Zhao Yin inhaled deeply, relishing the sensation of smoke filling his lungs, and shared the cigarette with his 2 sons. "You should try this. The pleasure is divine." The brothers laughed, succumbing to temptation, and each took a cigarette for themselves. After their smoke, the 3 exchanged satisfied smiles, tucking away their cigarettes and matches, resuming their watch. Meanwhile, Qin Bei and Gu Wan had yet to retire. Gu Wan, filled with unease, voiced her concerns. "The mayor seems to favor you, but I fear retaliation from those allied with the Wu family. We have only just arrived, and our roots are still shallow. Fear not. We must simply remain vigilant. Do not dwell on such thoughts. Rest now, or you shall age prematurely. Tomorrow will surely bring good news." Qin Bei assured her with unwavering confidence. Gu Wan, slightly displeased, touched her face and glanced in the mirror, lamenting, "Oh dear. My skin hasn't been as radiant as it once was. Are you perhaps enamored with some young woman outside, finding me lacking?" she teased. Qin Bei chuckled helplessly. "Not at all. I merely wish for you to rest well. The erratic climate is bound to affect your skin. Many have aged decades in just a few months. You are as youthful and beautiful as ever," he added, hoping to lift her spirits. Her demeanor brightened as she replied, "Indeed. The heat and intense UV rays do take their toll. Working outdoors in such conditions inevitably leads to signs of aging. I've noticed many with sun-damaged skin, yet thankfully, I have avoided such troubles." Qin Bei smiled fondly. "Now sleep. A myriad of tasks awaits us tomorrow." Gu Wan obediently complied. The following day, as Qin Bei had anticipated, the city buzzed with explosive news. In every corner, people engaged in fervent discussions. "Have you heard? The Wu family has been found guilty of abusing and beating their workers, feeding them spoiled food, resulting in numerous poisonings and deaths. Several workers fled to other families seeking refuge, prompting Wu Yaojie to retaliate and eliminate them. But in a twist of fate, he met his own demise. A gratifying turn of events. Wu Yaojie, that beast, has tormented countless young women, leaving them without recourse, enduring in silence. At last, he has met his end. Now, Wu Tian, seeking vengeance for his son, has also been slain. It is truly a blessing that this family has been eradicated. They have oppressed us for far too long." Rumors circulated that the remaining members of the Wu family were being detained and interrogated. Should their transgressions prove true, they would likely spend the remainder of their lives behind bars. Chapter 97. Gratitude outside. The rumors circulated wildly, yet Qin Bei remained impervious to their effects. Early in the morning, he and Su Nua ventured into the city, where they procured several sheets of bulletproof glass from the largest glass factory, immediately arranging for installation throughout the villa's doors and windows. Lacking sufficient funds, he resorted to using gold bars for payment. Once the glass was secured, they proceeded to a furniture factory to order 2 robust doors, intending to replace both the front and back entrances of the villa for a greater sense of security. After these arrangements were made, the pair returned home, awaiting the arrival of the workers for installation. They toiled throughout the day, and finally, the doors and windows were transformed, bringing a palpable sense of reassurance to everyone present. As the workers returned from their tasks and shared a hearty dinner, they lingered around Qin Bei, eager to express their admiration. "Boss, you are truly remarkable. We hold you in the highest esteem. Word has it that you dealt with the Wu family, accomplishing what many have only dared to dream. Those from the Wu family have been apprehended, revealing a multitude of their transgressions. They hoarded food, inflated prices, and profited from national calamity. Their actions have led to the suffering of countless innocents. This time, the Wu family has been thoroughly dismantled, with all surviving members detained and forced to perform the most arduous labor. Furthermore, all their assets have been confiscated. It is splendid. With such an abundance of food, we need not fear starvation. Boss, your generosity knows no bounds. You ensure we have enough to eat, unlike those who fled with us, who continue to endure hunger and hardship. Following the Wu family incident, the mayor has mandated a thorough investigation. Any mistreatment of workers will result in punishment, with those responsible sent to the government warehouses for sustenance. It appears the authorities intend to use the food seized from the Wu family to support us. Consequently, the affluent will think twice before exploiting us refugees. Reports indicate that among the 100,000 refugees who entered the city, over 10,000 have perished, mostly from abuse and exhaustion. We are fortunate to have a benevolent boss. Had we fallen into the hands of others, our circumstances would be far less favorable. As the workers spoke, tears welled in their eyes, filled with gratitude as they gazed at Qin Bei. Feeling slightly overwhelmed, he replied, "Please, do not speak like that. It is my duty. I have always said that as long as you work diligently, I shall ensure none of you are deprived. I have noticed your hard work in the fields. Keep it up. In 2 days, acidic rain will begin, so there shall be no more digging. Instead, you will come to plant and manage." The workers' faces brightened at the news, as their hands bore the blisters of toil, each touch a reminder of their efforts. Yuan had provided them with ointment, which had offered some relief, yet the shadow of their labor lingered. "You have all worked hard today. Go home and rest," Qin Bei urged, waving them off. They departed in groups, leaving the house considerably quieter. Qin Bei glanced at the clock, wondering why Xiao Jie and the children had not yet returned. Guwan chuckled, "Have you forgotten? The children have been playing with the commander's kids and have stayed over there for the past few days. They will return tomorrow evening. It is fortunate they did not stay here. Otherwise, they would have been frightened." "Indeed, I am relieved," Qin Bei said. "Let us ascend to the upper floor." Yuan smiled and beckoned Qin Bei, Shenlin, and Su Nuo to follow. They climbed the stairs, where a dining table was set for their meals. Without hesitation, Qin Bei retrieved an abundance of dishes from his space, filling the table to the brim. "Our meals are splendid. We have not truly experienced hardship," Su Nuo remarked, a satisfied smile gracing her face. Outside, many were half-fed and gaunt, starkly contrasting their rosy complexions, vitality, and neatly attired appearance, seemingly untouched by the dire circumstances. "Let us eat. In a few days, we shall have more work," Qin Bei said succinctly as they dug into their meal. "Why haven't we seen Lu Yun and the others lately?" Shin Lin suddenly inquired. "The cafeteria has been overwhelmed with work. They have been working overtime and have lost considerable weight. When they return home, they collapse into bed, lacking even the energy to speak. I heard from Zhuang Ro that the cafeteria has been busy preparing various buns and dumplings in anticipation of the impending acidic rain. Once this rush is over, things will become more leisurely, and they will get some time off," Guwan explained as she ate. "Old Qin, with the acidic rain approaching, what preparations should we make? Will this house be damaged?" Shin Lin asked with concern. "The houses here are constructed from special materials designed to withstand acidic rain. Once it begins, we must all avoid going outside. Contact with the rain will cause the skin to rot and expose the bones, and prolonged exposure can be fatal," Qin Bei replied, his tone grave. "This calamity seems endless," Su Nuo lamented with a sigh of resignation. "We have only just begun. We must endure for several years before we can glimpse hope. I have many books. If any of you find yourselves bored, I can lend them to you to pass the time," Qin Bei offered nonchalantly. "Do you have any martial arts novels? I would love to read one." Su Nuo inquired with a smile. "Indeed, I will fetch one shortly," he replied. After the meal, Qin Bei gathered numerous books for Su Nuo, who eagerly immersed herself in reading. Midway through, he received a phone call from his superior, summoning him to work to prepare for the impending acidic rain. Reluctantly, he set aside the book and departed, working tirelessly until dawn, his eyes bloodshot from fatigue. He informed Qin Bei that upon hearing news of the acidic rain, panic had ensued outside. People were frantically stockpiling supplies, fearing they would be unable to leave their homes and starve. The prices of rice and water had skyrocketed to unimaginable heights, leaving many unable to afford meals. "What are the prices?" Qin Bei asked, intrigued. $100 now buys only a pound of rice and a large bottle of purified water. The inflation rate is staggering, leaving many with only a few $100s. Barely enough to acquire a meager supply of rice. In desperation, they resort to cutting grass, leaves, and bark to stave off hunger, he explained. Let it be known. Every edible plant has been stripped bare. The few remaining plants in the city have been decimated, leaving the ground barren and dusty. Qin Bei pondered the wealthy. What are they doing? Have they taken any action? They remain calm, having hoarded ample supplies long before this crisis. They are not in the least bit worried. In fact, the soaring prices are largely due to their manipulation, Su Nuo replied with frustration. Profiteering from national calamity, Qin Bei's expression darkened. Indeed, people have become exceedingly indifferent, consumed by self-interest while disregarding the suffering of others, Su Nuo sighed, lamenting the ugliness of human nature witnessed in recent days, continuously reshaping their understanding of humanity. Chapter 98. Helping others while gaining benefits. Qin Bei said nothing as his phone rang. It was the mayor calling. Have you rested enough? Come help me. I am overwhelmed with work and could use all the help I can get. Qin Bei chuckled bitterly. Mayor, you granted me 2 days off. I have only rested for 1, which is hardly sufficient. Nevertheless, if you summon me, I shall come. Pray tell, what is it that I can assist you with? I promise to exert my utmost effort. This time, you have rendered us an immense service, the mayor replied with a smile. I am currently in a state of distress. On the surface, we have procured a substantial amount of grain from the Wu family, but there are far too many impoverished individuals in this city. Even if no one receives a mere 2 pounds of rice, it will undoubtedly lead to starvation for many. Target the affluent, find their weaknesses, and compel them to part with their grain to offset the penalties, Qin Bei suggested impulsively. He harbored no affection for those who inflated prices and wished nothing more than to see them relinquish their ill-gotten gains. Do you think I do not desire that? If I were to act in such a manner, those individuals would undoubtedly band together to eliminate me. I could apprehend a few of the most egregious offenders and seize a portion, but that would be but a drop in the bucket, the mayor sighed heavily. His worries weighing him down. We are in dire need of food. If anyone could provide me with 100 tons of grain, I would be willing to serve as their subordinate. Qin Bei's mind raced. This was no small quantity, as he possessed a total of 600 tons in his storage. After a moment's contemplation, he asked, Mayor, will the grain be provided free of charge or for a fee? We can purchase it or borrow it, repaying over 5 years. All documented in black and white. The government will not renege on its debts, the mayor assured him, a flicker of hope igniting within him. Do you happen to have a connection? Qin Bei hesitated before revealing. Actually, I have stored a fair amount of grain in a location outside the city, approximately that quantity. The mayor was ecstatic. Give it all to me. I will dispatch trucks immediately. The grain must arrive before the acid rain descends tomorrow. Rest assured, you will receive the market price, not a penny less. Mayor, I require 50 trucks and an additional 50 soldiers to accompany me to retrieve the grain. I do not want cash. Instead, provide me with gold bars. Given the government and Oppo's current difficulties, let us agree upon a 30% discount on the market price for the grain. Qin Bei stated earnestly. Initially, the mayor was reluctant to pay entirely in gold bars, but upon hearing the latter part of Qin Bei and Oppo's request and witnessing his significant concessions, he acquiesced. Qin Bei, you never cease to amaze me. You have truly alleviated a pressing concern, the mayor expressed gratefully, a smile breaking through the clouds of worry that had gathered on his face. This is quite fortuitous, Mayor. Do you require anything else, perhaps in the realm of medicine? Qin Bei ventured, noting the surplus he had stored, more than enough for their family for a lifetime. Indeed, we are in dire need of various medications. Where do you acquire them? The mayor inquired, his excitement palpable as if he had stumbled upon treasure. I possess a selection. I will compile a list of specific quantities and send it to you, Qin Bei replied, eager to assist. The mayor was thrilled, agreeing hastily. Thus, Qin Bei successfully negotiated yet another deal. In high spirits, he relayed the news to Guwan. Dear, the items we are selling will not disrupt our normal lives. This harsh climate may persist for a decade, but with humanity's continued efforts, everything will gradually improve. Guwan nodded. I understand. Pursue your ambitions without hesitation. I have secured a substantial amount of gold bars, which I shall present to you in due time. The supplies I initially procured at a low cost are now being sold at prices beneath the current market value, allowing me to profit handsomely. With a gentle smile, Guwan remarked, It is admirable that you are so considerate, not demanding exorbitant prices, but instead willingly reducing them. No, no, I am not so altruistic. I am merely seeking my own benefit. These gold bars will represent a significant fortune once this world stabilizes, ensuring our family will never want for food or comfort. Qin Bei responded candidly. Suddenly recalling something, he turned to Qin Lin. Old Qin, would you like to sell some of your grain and medicine in exchange for gold bars as well? Indeed, I cannot consume that much alone. It would be wiser to exchange some for gold bars and enjoy a leisurely life. Qin Lin replied eagerly, his face aglow with anticipation. Qin Bei smiled. Very well. Let us each sell half. He then turned to Su Nuo. Tomorrow at dawn, I will set out. You will lead the mayor's men to meet me at Dania Mountain. Is that 100 kilometers outside the city? Su Nuo asked earnestly. Qin Bei nodded and subsequently called the mayor to discuss the details. After a brief conversation, they each retired for the night. In the early morning, Qin Bei set off in his vehicle, followed shortly by Su Nuo, who joined forces with the mayor's men. Qin Lin remained at home to safeguard their belongings. Qin Bei arrived first, using his mental prowess to extract the supplies from his storage, forming two small mountains of goods upon the ground. Although he did not need to transport them individually, utilizing his abilities was still taxing, particularly after a lengthy drive. He sat down, pulled out a bottle of cola, and drank heartily. Upon finishing, he spotted a long line of vehicles approaching in an orderly fashion. Soon, they arrived, the soldiers efficiently applying the brakes and greeting him before eagerly transferring items to the trucks. No one questioned the origin of the supplies in the desolate wilderness. On the way, Su Nuo casually mentioned that a friend of Qin Bei had assisted in transporting the goods. The soldiers accepted this explanation without further inquiry. As the soldiers busied themselves, Qin Bei felt a twinge of guilt for idly standing by and decided to lend a hand. They worked tirelessly until noon. Finally completing the task, each person exhausted and drained. Under the scorching sun, the laborious work proved taxing for anyone. Qin Bei, unable to bear the sight of their fatigue, retrieved several large boxes of 8 treasure porridge from his vehicle, having covertly taken them from his storage under the guise of fetching supplies. He called Su Nuo over, and together they distributed the porridge, offering each soldier a can. The soldiers, weary and hungry, beamed with joy at the unexpected meal. One soldier remarked, I thought the porridge would be too hot to touch after being in the sun, yet it is still pleasantly cool. Indeed, it is quite refreshing. Let us eat quickly. Another chimed in. Qin Bei smiled and explained, I wrapped it in ice before leaving. The soldiers nodded in understanding, appreciating his thoughtfulness. Chapter 99. A pleasant surprise when Qin Bei and the soldiers returned to the city with the supplies. Darkness had completely enveloped the sky. The mayor awaited them outside the city gates, his excitement unmistakable as he spotted the trucks. He instructed someone to fetch a chair, climbed atop it, and with fervent gestures of his left hand while brandishing a megaphone in his right, called for the vehicles to halt and for everyone to disembark for a meal. The soldiers were deeply moved by the mayor and Amp, Appos, as kindness, feeling his genuine concern for their well-being. However, their spirits dampened as they realized he had not provided them with rations for their long day, and they had gone without lunch. Thankfully, Qin Bei had shared some 8 treasures porridge, just enough to stave off hunger. Otherwise, who would have had the strength to return? In hindsight, they lamented their lack of foresight. Had they known, they would have brought along a sack of grain and gathered some twigs to boil a large pot of rice. It's easy for you to say, where would we have found a pot? One soldier retorted. Are we supposed to cook in our palms? They were reminded of the strict regulations prohibiting the misuse of supplies, under threat of dismissal. Enough chatter. We are all hungry, Arin and Appos. Tiwi? Let and Appos, get down and eat, urged one soldier. They hurriedly disembarked, forming an orderly line, greeting the mayor before heading to the mess hall. The mayor gestured aside, no need to rush. We can eat here. But how can we eat? There is nothing to eat, one soldier muttered under his breath, only to promptly silence himself at the mayor's sharp gaze. Do you think I would deceive you? The mayor smirked. Mayor, you are too kind. You've arranged for the kitchen staff to bring the meals here to save us the trouble of walking so far. The soldier quickly amended, his eyes fixated on the lavish spread laid out before him. The others echoed his enthusiasm, chanting Mayor, Mayor, before dashing to the feast, devouring the food as if they had been starved for days. The mayor chuckled and shook his head, glancing at the regiment commander. Is everyone notified? Yes. They are all ready, just waiting for your orders, the commander replied earnestly. The mayor observed the dimming light, the sun having set, and instructed, gather everyone and distribute the grain to the various residential areas. Remember, sell at cost price, no markup. Each person may purchase a maximum of 30 jin, no more. Ensure the grain is weighed accurately. No skimming or corruption will be tolerated. Anyone caught will be dismissed on the spot. Rest assured, there will be no mistakes. I will personally oversee it, the commander assured confidently. The mayor added, for those truly without means, allow them to defer payment until they receive their wages. Or have them work off their debts after the acid rain subsides. The commander nodded, do not worry, we will ensure everyone has enough to eat. At that moment, waves of soldiers arrived, climbing onto the trucks, which moved slowly forward, guided by others holding megaphones. The announcements boomed, grain and medicine have arrived. Hurry down to purchase. Time is of the essence. The calls echoed throughout, prompting many ragged residents to rush down in a frenzy to buy supplies. One by one, bring your identification for registration. Each person may buy a maximum of 30 jin, no more. The soldiers shouted. Qin Bei quickly finished his meal and rose, casting a distant gaze. The other soldiers also finished promptly, ever vigilant for unforeseen circumstances. The mayor approached, instructing, let us endure another night to ensure the residents receive food. Tomorrow, you shall have a day off. With such a statement, even if there were no holiday, they would have to work. After all, lives were at stake. The soldiers stood and marched forward. Qin Bei intended to follow but was halted by the mayor, who expressed his gratitude. Thanks to you, many lives have been saved. Qin Bei waved dismissively. Please do not elevate me so. I have my own interests in this matter. I have also benefited. The mayor smiled. I appreciate your honesty and straightforwardness. Now, I have a task for you. What task? It's not another arduous one, is it? Can I not catch my breath first? I fear I shall be exhausted. Qin Bei lamented, feeling quite overwhelmed. The Qinwu district has been unmanaged and chaotic. Starting tomorrow, you shall take office there. No longer will you serve as the secretary for the company commander, the mayor stated calmly. Qin Bei was taken aback, unable to believe what he heard. Mayor, you cannot be serious. I have just arrived. How could I possibly manage an entire district? That is a population of 100,000. Meiwa City comprises 6 districts. And Qinwu is the most distressed, lacking resources and plagued by poverty. The residents often squabble over trivial matters, making it a veritable hellscape. Qin Bei had no desire to entangle himself in such turmoil. You are the most suitable candidate, possessing both capability and integrity. I have faith in you. I do not trust anyone else. Go ahead and act boldly. I will support you from behind, the mayor encouraged, patting him on the shoulder with conviction. Qin Bei felt despondent, sensing he was being pushed into a pit of flames. This position seemed less appealing than his current state, however lacking it may be in glamour. Perceiving his reluctance, the mayor coaxed, what a wonderful opportunity it is to be a district leader. Aside from me, no one will have authority over you. Others will treat you with deference. Moreover, you can bring your close friends to work alongside you. Even the workers from your household could find employment and serve you. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Bei realized he had little choice but to acquiesce. Mayor, since you have put it this way, I shall not refuse. I will do my utmost to manage it. However, I have no prior experience in governance, so should I err, I will need your guidance. Of course, I will back you up, even if the sky falls, the mayor reassured him. Now, go home and prepare. Tomorrow I will accompany you for a grand inauguration. Qin Bei waved farewell. Upon returning home, he gathered everyone to share the news. Qin Lin was particularly elated. My brother is truly impressive. You've only just arrived and are already the district leader. I now have powerful connections. Old Qin, from now on. Both Sunua and I will be your right-hand man, clearing all obstacles from your path. Sunua joined in the cheer, Brother Qin. Just let me know if you need anything. However, Qin Bei's expression grew solemn. Though Qinwu district had always been looked down upon, the position of district leader was highly coveted. Furthermore, having offered many suggestions to the mayor, he had likely offended numerous individuals. This path would undoubtedly be fraught with peril. You may be in danger by following me. I am tough. I fear nothing. Who dares to harm, you will have to go through me first. Qin Lin slammed the table, causing the cups to rattle. Indeed, whoever wishes to harm you must step over my dead body. Sunua gritted his teeth in agreement. Chapter 100. Settling everyone into their positions with a smile, Qin Bei patted Qin Lin and Sunua on the shoulders, acknowledging their unwavering loyalty as brothers who had faced life and death together. It is precisely because of your sincerity that I feel compelled to protect you. We are solitary figures, unencumbered by familial ties. Unlike you, who have wives and children, life and death hold little significance for me. I have experienced everything in this life. Qin Lin said brazenly. I have witnessed the vicissitudes of fortune, wealth, and poverty alike. While others may experience it once in a lifetime, I have lived through several lifetimes. It has been worthwhile, Su Nuo reflected. At this moment, Gu Wan, who had been silent, voiced her concerns. Please do not speak like that. It makes me anxious. We must survive in this apocalyptic world together, hoping it returns to what it once was. All right, we shall heed your words, sister-in-law, and refrain from such ominous talk. Chun Lin chuckled, having momentarily forgotten Gu Wan and Appo's presence. It was indeed inappropriate to speak in her company, as women tend to be more sensitive and prone to overthinking. Now that you have made your decision, go and resign from the company, explaining the situation. Make sure to rest early tonight. I will speak with the workers. Qin Bei said, taking Gu Wan and Appo's hand and leading her away. I have something to discuss with you. Let us go to the room, Gu Wan insisted earnestly. Of course. Qin Bei complied. Please assign me a position as well. I cannot bear to stay home alone, as my mind will wander, Gu Wan stated firmly. The outside world is harsh, exposed to the elements. In just a few days, your radiant beauty will fade. It is better for you to stay at home. Managing the female workers and ensuring stability at the rear, Qin Bei replied earnestly. He could not bear to see his wife toiling day in and day out. It was far too exhausting. I will go, and you can leave the household affairs to Li Hua. She is very dependable, Gu Wan insisted, fixing her gaze on Qin Bei, compelling him to acquiesce. Qin Bei resolutely refused. No, she is ultimately an outsider. I do not trust her to handle everything. It must be you. And do not forget, the children will return soon. The next 2 months will be a season of acid rain. If you are not home, they will be very upset. Indeed. As soon as he mentioned the children, Gu Wan immediately relented. Very well, let us reassess in 2 months. If it is feasible, I shall come to assist you. Qin Bei smiled in agreement. Descending the stairs together, they found the workers enjoying their meal, chatting and laughing, their spirits noticeably improved. Qin Bei remained silent, waiting until everyone had finished before speaking up. Everyone, please do not leave just yet. I have a few words to say. The workers, displaying apprehension, quickly gathered around him. Do not worry. This is not a bad thing, but rather a good one, Qin Bei reassured them, observing their collective relaxation. Noticing his voice was somewhat hoarse, Gu Wan promptly handed him a cup of water. After taking several large gulps, Qin Bei announced, Tomorrow, I will assume my position as the district chief of Qinwu District. If anyone wishes to work, please raise your hand. The workers were momentarily stunned before their faces lit up with joy. Is a stable job opportunity finally here? Working under the district chief is far better than laboring at home. It is more respectable and likely offers a higher salary. Boss, I want to go. District Chief Qin. I wish to go as well. I will go. I will do anything you ask. Their enthusiasm surged, hands shooting up eagerly, all fearful of missing this golden opportunity. Qin Bei looked at the multitude of hands raised, nearly everyone participating, regardless of gender. Since everyone wishes to go, then let us proceed. Tonight, please turn over the soil in all the flower pots and plant the seeds. Tomorrow, join me to report for duty. As long as I have a meal, I will ensure you are not left hungry. His words rang with conviction. We will follow your lead. You are our leader. We will do as you command without hesitation. Brothers and sisters, let us go and get to work. The workers erupted with fervor, fully aware of Qin Bei's strength in eliminating the Wu family, leaving no one to challenge them. Rumors of the mayor's protection circulated outside. Moreover, Qin Bei treated them kindly, providing for their needs without looking down upon them. They willingly chose to follow him. Qin Bei observed them as they gathered various tools to tend to the flower pots, feeling a sense of satisfaction. He then glanced at the Zhao family, who stood still. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Are you not tempted? If we go, who will protect the home and assist Sister Gu with household chores? She will be unsafe and overburdened. I will stay behind, Zhao Lihua declared, her determination evident. What Lihua said reflects our thoughts. Boss, you can venture forth to pursue your career. We will manage things here, Zhao Yin stated sincerely, treating Qin Bei as if he were his own child. Zhao Liyong and Zhao Ligong nodded in agreement. We will remain and safeguard the home. At that moment, Zhao's mother, having recovered from her illness, also expressed her resolve. Count me in. Qin Bei gazed deeply at them, recognizing their sincerity in wanting to stay and feeling immensely pleased. I will not mistreat you. You shall receive the same treatment as the others. No, you have saved our lives. We owe you everything. We are willing to toil for you, Zhao Yin insisted earnestly. Indeed, as long as we have food, we need nothing more, Zhao's mother said, her honesty shining through. The three siblings nodded in agreement. Gu Wan approached, grasping the hands of Zhao's mother and Zhao Lihua. We see your hard work. If we were to treat you unfairly, we would feel restless. It is settled then. Do not refuse, she asserted. Zhao Lihua hesitated, but upon seeing Gu Wan shake her head, she refrained from speaking further. Sister Gu, thank you, she expressed gratefully. What is there to thank? I had hoped the workers would assist with planting, but now that they will leave, we must manage more ourselves. Gu Wan smiled gently, radiating warmth and approachability. Zhao Yan patted his chest confidently. Leave this to us. The three of us are accustomed to farming and adept at planting crops. Yes, you and Lihua focus on household chores, Zhao and Apos, as mother said. Her gaze filled with affection for Gu Wan. Zhao Liyong and Zhao Ligong echoed her sentiments, encouraging her. Finally, Qin Bei decisively concluded, all right, it is settled. If you find it overwhelming, let me know, and I will send a few people to help. After all, it is arduous work. Understood. We will not try to shoulder it all, Zhao Yin replied with a smile. Gu Wan took Zhao's mother by one hand, and Zhao Lihua by the other. I have a few pieces of fabric. I truly lack the time to make clothes, so please take them to create something. Chapter 101. Distribution of supplies. Gently caressing the soft, comfortable cotton fabric in her hands, Zhao and Apos' mother beamed with joy, expressing her gratitude profusely. Gu Wan smiled, and even presented her with a set of needles and thread. The mother and daughter, filled with thanks, quietly retreated to their room. Embracing the two large pieces of cloth, Gu Wan glanced around. There was still plenty of fabric in the space. Having purchased an excess of clothing, and with a substantial amount of money left, she found herself at a loss as to what else to acquire. Thus, she had opted for an abundance of fabric, reasoning that with the onset of the apocalypse, there would be little in the way of entertainment, and sewing could serve as a productive pastime. Little did she know that her days were consumed with endless tasks, leaving no time for leisure. Noticing the time, Gu Wan pondered why Xiao Jie and the others had not yet returned. Surely, nothing untoward had occurred. Just as she was about to call, Qin Bei ascended the stairs, informing her that acidic rain was forecasted to begin tomorrow, with temperatures dropping tonight. He intended to retrieve more clothing for her and the children. Furthermore, he suggested that since the workers were clad in short sleeves, they would be ill-prepared for the cold, and it would be prudent to provide each of them with a thick jacket. That sounds good. There's plenty in the space, so feel free to distribute as you see fit. Gu Wan responded eagerly, nodding as she busied herself with a phone call. Before she could dial, the sounds of Gu Jie and the children filled the air, exuberantly clamoring as they entered. Overjoyed, she rushed downstairs and enveloped the children in her embrace. Mom, don't be like this. We've only been apart for 2 days, not 2 years. One of them exclaimed. Mom, we're not leaving anymore. We'll be by your side every day, another chimed in. Look, Mom, we've brought back 2 good friends to keep you company. The children introduced their companions. Mom, this is Ollie, and this is May, Qin Tingting added with a smile. Truly a charming pair of siblings, Gu Wan thought as she gazed affectionately at them. Dear, the children are exhausted. I'll take them to bed now, Gu Jie noted, sensing the chaos at home and wishing to spare the children from further disturbance. She led the 5 kids upstairs, while Gu Wan watched them leave with lingering affection. Qin Bei observed her briefly before surveying the surroundings. All the workers were engrossed in their tasks, oblivious to the scene. He swiftly retrieved a large pile of clothing from the space and placed it on the ground. He gestured to Gu Wan. It's getting late. You should head to bed. Tomorrow, you'll need to take care of the children, which will be tiring. But you haven't slept either. Let me lend a hand. If we finish early, everyone can rest sooner, she insisted. There are so many of us, all energized. We'll finish in less than 3 hours without you. Be obedient, Qin Bei coaxed. Seeing the sense in his reasoning, Gu Wan relented and ascended the stairs to sleep. Qin Bei remained, directing the workers diligently. Once the tasks were completed, he distributed a set of clothing to each worker. The workers were taken aback. Boss, why are you giving us clothes? This material is of such high quality, it must have cost a fortune. Qin Bei chuckled. Do you think these garments are unnecessary? Step outside and see for yourselves. Confused yet compliant, the workers complied. As the door swung open, a brisk, chilly breeze swept in, causing them to shiver. They murmured among themselves, the weather is strange. Just moments ago, it was sweltering, and now it's freezing. It was forecasted to rain acid. So changes in weather were inevitable, one worker rationalized. Now I understand, the boss is concerned we might freeze, which is very thoughtful of him. Upon hearing this, gratitude filled the workers' eyes as they regarded Qin Bei. With a calm demeanor, he reassured them, "As long as you are with me, I will ensure your safety. Now, return home and rest. We shall reconvene here in the morning. And remember, do not touch the acidic rain out of curiosity. It can cause severe harm or even be fatal." His final words were delivered with utmost seriousness, prompting the workers to nod vigorously in agreement. Someone anxiously remarked, "But we don't even have an umbrella. How will we get here tomorrow?" Before Qin Bei could respond, another worker interjected, "Are you foolish? Have you not noticed the numerous makeshift shelters being erected around the city? They're made from quality materials that won't corrode. The path from our neighborhood here is lined with them. We won't be exposed to the acid rain." With a sigh of relief, the worker added, "These shelters are a blessing. Otherwise, traveling would be a nightmare. Thank you for the reminder." Qin Bei simply replied, "I appreciate your acknowledgement," before turning to leave. When he returned, he carried an armful of heavy umbrellas, distinct and robust in appearance. These umbrellas will shield you from the acidic rain. Each one is invaluable, so take care not to misplace them. Many areas in the city lack shelters, making these vital for your work. And remember, these umbrellas are on loan. Please return them before the end of your shifts. Despite the significant value of the umbrellas, Qin Bei was not overly generous. The workers nodded earnestly, filled with gratitude for his kindness in providing such precious items. "Rest assured, boss, we will take great care of them and ensure they are returned," they pledged enthusiastically. "Your caution may not suffice. Those without umbrellas will surely find ways to crowd under them or even attempt to take them from you. Be vigilant. 2 people can share one umbrella, supporting each other. Additionally, here are daggers for self-defense. Each of you will receive one." Qin Bei meticulously distributed the umbrellas alongside the daggers, ensuring they were well equipped. Without hesitation, the workers accepted the items and returned home to rest. Qin Bei, however, did not sleep. He drove to the mayor's residence, presenting 10 umbrellas. "Mayor, these are for you. They will protect against acidic rain." The mayor's eyes widened in surprise. "Qin Bei, you truly are remarkable. I was just in need of these, and here you are with a timely delivery." "Indeed, we are of one mind," Qin Bei replied with a smile. "Work diligently, and you will inherit my position in due time," the mayor said, a smile revealing the wrinkles etched around his eyes. The mayor had aged considerably, exacerbated by the relentless responsibilities he had shouldered recently, evident in the growing strands of gray in his hair. Qin Bei felt a pang of sympathy. "Mayor, with your vast experience, you must bear the weight of the significant matters, while I shall handle the smaller ones. Many outside criticize me harshly, claiming I am childless and driven by ulterior motives, all while I toil endlessly." The mayor sighed. "They are fools. Pay them no mind. Who do you think I am working for? It is for the sake of saving more lives and restoring this world to its former state. Yet, who truly understands my intentions? Qin Bei, since we have chosen this path, there is no room for retreat. Your intelligence assures me you comprehend my words." Chapter 102. The Howling of Ghosts and Wolves. Qin Bei paused in silence, seemingly envisioning the multitude of arduous challenges that lay ahead on his journey. "Fear is the most futile of emotions," he asserted resolutely. The mayor expressed his satisfaction, affirming his keen judgment of character. "By the way, aside from the umbrella, do you possess any other valuable items?" "Mayor, are you regarding me as a treasure chest?" Qin Bei replied with a hint of amusement. "Just tell me what you desire, and I shall see if I can procure it for you." The mayor waved his hand dismissively. "No need for that. I was merely jesting. I have a few sets of clothing that can protect against acid rain. Take them with you." He entered the room and emerged with several thick garments, which, although somewhat warm to wear, offered exceptional corrosion resistance and could very well save a life. Qin Bei accepted the clothing gratefully. "Thank you, Mayor. I truly need these." "All right. You should return now. Tomorrow will be busy, and I haven't had a good night's sleep in ages. I need to rest," the mayor declared, unceremoniously ushering him out. Clutching the garments like precious treasures, Qin Bei returned home. He counted them, his brow furrowing. There were 6 in total. And with several people in the household, how would they be divided? Gu Wan, a light sleeper, awoke to his murmurs. Rising from her bed, she glanced at the clothes and quickly made a decision. "Each of you brothers will take one. Shao Jia will have one. The children can share one. And Lu Yun and his spouse will take another. And what about you? Why, Haven and Appos, till you considered your own needs. They don't need to give me one." "You should wear that one," Qin Bei quickly responded. "No, it won't do. We all live under the same roof. If they discover the disparity, it may breed discord." "I'll share one with Shao Jia," he concluded after some contemplation. After exchanging a few more words, they retired for the night. The following day, They were awakened by the sound of rain. The downpour was relentless, casting an oppressive atmosphere that rendered sleep impossible. Qin Bei, resigned, rose and sighed. See, when dawn breaks, there will surely be a flurry of dreadful news. Are you referring to the many lives lost? Guwan replied softly. With the sudden drop in temperature last night, those in good health may endure, but the weaker ones, they may have succumbed in their slumber. Once the sun rises, they will surely be forced to use every means to survive. If you find it overwhelming, I can assist you. With Xiao Jie and Zhao Liwa here, they can adequately look after the children, Guwan offered, concerned for his well-being. I'm fine. I've been well fed at home, and my health is robust. You should remain here to ensure the children don't venture outside. The acid rain can be deadly, Qin Bei stated gravely, securing the door to prevent any intrusions. What more could Guwan say? To allow him peace of mind while he was out, she acquiesced. Suddenly, a series of chilling cries erupted outside, sending shivers down Guwan's spine. What is that sound? It's terrifying. Qin Bei pulled her close, attempting to soothe her. Don't be afraid. I'll take a look. He hurried to the window, grabbing a pair of binoculars. Through the rain and mist, he witnessed a group of stray cats rolling in the acid rain, their fur falling away in clumps, leaving behind a gruesome sight of blood and bone as they quickly succumbed. Lowering the binoculars, Qin Bei lamented. They were wild cats now dead. I used to feed them occasionally. This acid rain is truly ferocious. It's horrifying. Guwan shuddered at the thought. In just a matter of minutes, they lost their lives. You must absolutely stay inside. Do not wander out. If I find you running around, I will give you a stern reprimand. Qin Bei's tone was fierce, and Guwan, seeing this side of him for the first time, nodded repeatedly. A chime sounded. Guwan's phone lit up with news alerts. She picked it up to find numerous reports flooding in. 15 minutes ago, a sudden downpour of strong acid rain has corroded the asphalt roads in Beijing, rendering them impassable. All outdoor vehicles have been reduced to heaps of scrap metal. Countless animals have perished in the rain. Guwan read through each distressing report. The accompanying images were profoundly unsettling, and her brow furrowed in discomfort, nearly making her feel nauseous, prompting her to toss the phone aside. Qin Bei picked up the device and closed the page. Stop looking. It will only add to your distress. I want to look, or else I'll lose my composure. However, there is something I wish to do, and I hope you will agree. Guwan's gaze was resolute as she looked at Qin Bei. Speak your mind. There is an abundance of medicine in our supplies that we cannot possibly use up. We should distribute it to the impoverished who are in dire need. Guwan stated earnestly. She could not bear to stand idly by while others suffered, feeling a pang of guilt for her own comfort. She yearned to extend a helping hand, not seeking gratitude, but simply wishing to act with a clear conscience. Do as you wish. I have no objections. The world has grown so callous, with people consumed by survival. There are few with a heart as kind as yours, Qin Bei readily agreed. You are the same. We could easily shut ourselves away and live our lives, yet you cannot bear to do so, Guwan smiled. Qin Bei chuckled self-deprecatingly. Indeed, we are rather foolish, engaging in laborious tasks that yield little reward, exhausting ourselves in the process. Foolishness is inconsequential at this point, he added. At that moment, Qin Bei's phone rang urgently. Upon answering, the mayor's frantic voice burst through the line. Qin Bei, many have perished in the city. Quickly gather your team and head to the West Side Mortuary to assist. Upon hearing the location, Qin Bei felt a wave of anxiety wash over him but responded. We will be there shortly. The call ended abruptly. He stowed away his phone, donned the thick clothing, and prepared to head out. Guwan caught his arm. You should eat something. Once you get busy, you might forget, and you mustn't let your health deteriorate. I'm not hungry, Qin Bei replied, lacking an appetite. You must eat at least a little, otherwise you'll regret it later, Guwan insisted. Finally relenting, Qin Bei called to Chen Lin and Su Nua, retrieving some fast food from their supplies, and they hurriedly ate. After their meal, the three ventured out, umbrellas in hand. This dreadful weather is becoming increasingly unbearable, Chen Lin grumbled. Were it not for this acid rain, we could have simply driven. Enough complaining. Let us go gather everyone and get to work. Qin Bei replied with calm resolve, accepting the harsh reality they faced. Chen Lin fell silent, striding forward. As they approached the residential area, the haunting cries of anguish surrounded them, or perhaps more accurately, the wails of sorrow from those in profound despair. Old Qin, do you have any earplugs? Chen Lin asked, discomfort evident in his voice. Without a word, Qin Bei produced a few and handed them to Chen Lin and Su Nua, who quickly stuffed them into their ears. Chen Lin, puzzled, glanced at Qin Bei. Why aren't you wearing any? Did you forget? Qin Bei shook his head. No need. I can force myself to block it out. Chapter 103. Assisting at the funeral home. Qin Bei and his companions knocked on the doors of the workers, who took a considerable time to awaken before opening their eyes. Let us go. Time to work, Qin Bei said with a calm demeanor. The workers nodded in agreement. Their bodies weary, yet their spirits exhilarated, eager to embark on their new tasks filled with hope for the future. Qin Bei glanced at them and urged, "Hurry up and get ready. I'll be waiting downstairs." He turned and left, followed by Chen Lin and Su Nua, who joined him at the ground floor. Qin Bei retrieved numerous buns and bottles of mineral water from his space, placing them on the ground. The workers arrived one after another, instinctively grabbing the food without needing to be asked. They devoured their meals with remarkable speed, akin to ravenous beasts, a skill honed in the harshest of environments. Those who ate slowly risked having their food snatched away, so the safest course was to consume it swiftly. Of course, they were colleagues, and Qin Bei had not starved them, yet the pace of their eating could not be diminished. "Let us move," Qin Bei led the way, with Chen Lin and Su Nua bringing up the rear. Everyone held umbrellas as they marched resolutely through the dim surroundings, their footsteps firm and quick. The air was filled with agonizing cries echoing around them. The workers could not help but whisper among themselves, "What is going on? Why are there so many screams? It's truly distressing. Someone must have died," they thought, lamenting the fact that death was a daily occurrence, but today seemed particularly grim. "The temperature has dropped significantly. I was awakened by the cold last night," one remarked. "Look at those cars parked by the roadside. They're all corroded. It's terrifying. If that were to touch our skin, it would rot away completely. It's more frightening than sulfuric acid. Ouch, that water on the ground just splashed my calf. And now a large patch of skin is corroded. Everyone, be cautious and watch your step." Qin Bei surveyed the group, his gaze shifting to the incessant rain. "Let us hasten our pace, but do remain vigilant for your heads and feet. As soon as we reach indoors, we will be safe." The workers ceased their chatter and resumed their hurried march. An hour later, they arrived outside the crematorium. The workers paused in confusion, looking at Qin Bei. "District Chief. Aren't we supposed to be heading to Qinwu District, your office? Why are we here? Have you been reassigned?" The others looked at Qin Bei expectantly, hoping for a different explanation. Qin Bei met their gaze seriously and replied, "My position remains unchanged. Many have died during the night. It's busy here. The mayor has asked us to assist, and we will return in a few days." A collective gasp escaped the workers, their expressions complex. They had witnessed numerous deaths on their arduous journey but had not dealt with corpses directly, which left them uneasy. "Let us get to work. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can leave," Qin Bei urged, striding into the funeral home. Reluctantly, the workers followed him inside. Upon entry, they were met with an overwhelming stench of decay. The sight was grim. The floor was entirely occupied by bodies, stacked layer upon layer, making it nearly impossible to walk. Everyone averted their eyes in horror. Qin Bei removed his backpack and produced a box of masks and gloves, distributing them to everyone. Each individual donned the protective gear. "Qin Bei, come here with your crew and transport these bodies to the incinerator." The mayor's authoritative yet weary voice boomed through a megaphone from a distance, watching Qin Bei intently. "Understood, Mayor," Qin Bei replied, bending down to push a corpse. The workers, suppressing their disgust, rallied to assist. Eventually, they cleared a path wide enough to walk through. Qin Bei wasted no time, summoning several carts to carry the bodies, loading them one by one until 6 were piled high, then wheeling them to the incinerator. Inside the cremation chamber, the heat was intense, causing sweat to pour down their brows, accompanied by the acrid scent of burning flesh, far from pleasant. The workers swiftly unloaded the bodies, hastily pushing the carts away to continue the next round of transport. The deceased included individuals of all ages, many succumbing to sudden fevers in the frigid night without ever reaching a hospital. Ultimately, it was the toll of living through apocalyptic conditions that had weakened their bodies, leading to their demise. Others had perished in despair due to financial inability to seek medical care. "Child, I am so sorry, dear. I failed you. I couldn't afford to take you to the hospital, and now you're gone. I am so sorry. In the next life, may you be born into a better fate." A gaunt woman, her face ashen, knelt on the ground, cradling her child in her arms, weeping inconsolably. Her cries heart-wrenching and difficult to bear. Qin Bei approached, checking the child's breath, shaking his head in sorrow. He contemplated offering words of comfort to the grieving mother. Yet they caught in his throat, words felt utterly powerless against her heartache. He moved away, intent on continuing his work. But the sorrowful wails of the deceased's relatives echoed in his ears, prompting a deep sigh and a resolute decision. He strode towards the mayor, guiding him to a more secluded corner. "Mayor, This cannot continue. People are dying. We must prioritize the living first. If the deceased are not cremated promptly, they will decay and emit foul odors, spreading disease among the living. The mayor looked weary yet resigned. I still have some fever-reducing and anti-inflammatory medication. I shall distribute it to everyone. Saving even one life is crucial. Once I distribute the medicine, I will return to assist here, Qin Bei asserted with firm conviction. Go ahead. I will keep watch here, the mayor finally directed, handing him a set of keys, those belonging to the Qinwu district chief's office. Qin Bei accepted them. Understanding the unspoken message, prioritized saving lives in his own district to foster a favorable impression among the residents. He hurriedly left, leading the workers to the district chief's office. You all go take a restroom break and rest for a moment. I'll have something to discuss shortly. The workers dispersed, leaving only Qin and Su Nua behind. Qin Bei showed no hesitation, producing several large boxes of medicine from his space and placing them on the ground. Qin, upon seeing this, remarked, Old Qin, you should take out my medicine as well, just leave one box. If I give this medicine away, it will be gone, Qin Bei replied with a glance. If it's gone, it's gone. Lives are more important than this, Qin proclaimed boldly. Qin Bei remained silent, retrieving an additional heap of medicine until the office was filled to capacity. When the workers returned from their break, they were astonished to find the multitude of boxes containing medication. Where did all this medicine come from? Someone inquired, curiosity etched on their face. Chapter 104. Every life saved counts. Qin Bei cast a glance at the man before turning his attention to the crowd. These medicines belong to me and Old Qin. You will take them and knock on doors, distributing them only to those who have a fever. If someone is not ill, do not give them anything. Every recipient must have their information recorded meticulously. There must be no omissions or instances of corruption. If I catch anyone in wrongdoing, they will be banished beyond the city to fend for themselves. In the face of profit, human nature is pathetically fragile. And he felt it necessary to make this clear to instill a sense of fear. The workers nodded earnestly. Qin Bei called upon Qin and Su Nua, using scissors to cut the medicines into individual doses for the workers to distribute door to door. Old Qin, your foresight is commendable. Originally, this box of medicine would have been given to just one person, but now, by splitting it up, we can save at least 10 more lives, Qin admitted, feeling inferior. The supply is still too limited. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to resort to this method, Qin Bei replied, snipping away tirelessly. Qin and Su Nua, initially tempted to slack off, quickly abandoned that thought. The three continued to cut and package the medicines until they had finished, neglecting their own need for rest as they rushed to distribute the medication. With so many suffering and so little medicine, many were left to endure their ailments, hoping simply to survive. Ultimately, there were but two outcomes, life or death. Sadly, many awaited the latter. Qin Bei turned away, unwilling to see more. It hurts so much. Can someone help me? A man, his face grotesquely disfigured by acid rain, staggered towards them, blood spilling from his wounds, his skin marred with patches of exposed bone. Qin Bei recoiled in shock, as did Qin and Su Nua. Stay back, Qin shouted. We only have fever reducers. We lack any treatment for skin ailments. I'm in agony. It feels as though I'm being torn apart. Please, have mercy and give me anything, the man pleaded, tears mingling with the blood on his face. Qin Bei, filled with compassion, tossed him a bottle of pain relief and anti-inflammatory medication. Whether it works or not, may fortune favor you, he said. The man hurried to retrieve the bottle, desperately opening it and swallowing several pills in haste. After a while, his expression softened as he turned to Qin Bei. Thank you for easing my pain. You've given me a glimmer of hope. There's no need for gratitude. It was a mere gesture. Just don't wander around and frighten others. Return to safety, Qin Bei advised. Fully aware that the man's severe injuries would likely lead to his demise, yet still offering a word of caution. He then resumed his duties. Throughout this process, the anguished cries of those afflicted by the acid rain echoed around them. Some, lured by curiosity, had underestimated the rain's danger, only to regret their recklessness as they cried out in pain. Others had forgotten to close their windows at night, allowing the corrosive rain to seep inside, leaving their skin pockmarked with small indentations. A few had been pushed into the rain by enemies, their suffering a means to seize their possessions. The residential area was in chaos, more terrifying than hell itself. Qin Bei felt a surge of anguish and anger as he gathered the workers, assigning half to maintain order while the other half continued distributing medicine. With the personnel spread thin, the pace slowed considerably, and many could not wait, succumbing to death. Qin Bei was in torment, acutely aware of his impotence. Humanity felt insignificant against such harsh conditions, akin to ants. Nevertheless, he did not relent. Striving to maintain order and distribute as much medicine as possible, working tirelessly until dawn, utterly exhausted. He weakly inquired, "No one is causing trouble, is there? Most have received their medicine?" The workers nodded vigorously. "We followed your instructions. If we see anyone pushing others into the acid rain, we ensure they experience the same suffering." This approach proved effective, instilling a sense of compliance among the populace. Once the medicine was distributed, a few individuals remained without assistance. Gritting his teeth, Qin Bei made a difficult decision. "Very well, I will find another solution." He turned and, upon his return, bore 2 large boxes of medicine on his shoulders. Originally, these 2 boxes, along with another in storage, were meant for his family. Now, he had sacrificed 2 boxes, leaving himself with only 1. He was uncertain if that remaining box would suffice for the coming years, and he preferred not to dwell on it. With scissors in hand, he meticulously cut the medicine into individual doses once more, instructing the workers to distribute it, ensuring everyone had access. The workers labored tirelessly, their faces pale and weary. On the verge of collapse, Qin Bei, accompanied by Chen Lin and Su Nua, returned to the office first. He retrieved numerous mattresses and cups from storage, laying them on the floor of several nearby offices, along with some warm food and water. "Everyone, you've worked hard today. And it's quite late, past 1 in the morning. Get some rest. We have much to do tomorrow," he announced as the workers returned. They nodded in agreement. Too fatigued to wash their hands, hastily grabbing food. Some were so exhausted they collapsed onto the mattresses still in their clothes. Qin Bei watched them silently. Closing the office door behind him, he selected 2 of the softest mattresses and laid them on the floor. "This will suffice for me. I can make do with 3. Without further words, the others lay down, soon enveloped in deep slumber. Qin Bei, too fatigued to resist, fell asleep the moment he settled onto the mattress. 2 hours later, he was jolted awake by a flurry of urgent phone calls. "Qin Bei, are you awake? If not, hurry to the mortuary. The bodies are piling up like mountains." The relentless ringing was enough to rouse him from sleep. Qin Bei inwardly groaned, his tone less than pleasant. "Mayor, could you grant us a moment of rest? We have labored the entire night and are utterly drained. We cannot sacrifice the living for the dead. If there is no time to burn them, simply dig a large pit in front of the mortuary and toss the bodies in, dousing them with oil to ignite a bonfire. Isn't that more efficient than burning them one by one?" After a brief silence, the mayor conceded, "You're right. Those without families can be treated this way. But those with families deserve a different approach." The call ended swiftly, and the mayor took charge, overseeing the digging of pits for the bodies, which proved far more effective than before. The mountain of corpses diminished rapidly. Qin Bei did not venture out but chose to remain lying down and asleep. Insufficient sleep breeds irritability and anxiety, impairing one's capacity to function, and he had no desire to succumb to that fate. Of course, worries lingered in his mind. And before long, he found himself awake once more. He called all the workers back, daring them to go to the mortuary to relieve the mayor's staff, who had been toiling all night without a moment's rest. Chapter 105. Finding something to do once they became busy, it was impossible to stop. Primarily due to the overwhelming number of corpses, Qin Bei and his companions worked tirelessly for several days, finally managing to complete their tasks and return home for a brief respite. However, after resting, they would inevitably be drawn back into the whirlwind of work. The incessant acid rain continued to pour, creating a grim situation where everyone faced shortages of food and clothing, leading to a life filled with hardship. Many individuals lost their only family members and friends, finding life devoid of meaning, which drove some to despair and ultimately to suicide. In this atmosphere of desperation and oppression, one person's suicide triggered a chain reaction, resulting in a surge of individuals seeking various means to end their lives. Within just 2 days, the death toll skyrocketed. Qin Bei felt increasingly agitated. After deep contemplation, he finally had an epiphany. He turned to Chen Lin and Su Nua, saying, "I understand now. These individuals are simultaneously engulfed in the anguish of losing their loved ones while also lacking hope for the future. Gather everyone. Inform them that I have something to say." "What do you intend to say? To persuade them against taking their own lives? I fear that your efforts may be in vain." Chen Lin disagreed. He held a low opinion of those who easily contemplated death, deeming them too fragile and lacking resilience. Su Nua, however, approached the matter with a rational mindset. Looking at Qin Bei and asking, "What is your plan?" "I will ask them all to come together for a film screening to help them relax," Qin Bei responded earnestly. Su Nua thought this was somewhat far-fetched and unlikely to yield significant results, yet recognizing Qin Bei and Appo's good intentions and the fact that everyone was idle. She concluded that finding something to do was indeed beneficial. I will notify everyone, she declared. Qin glanced at her and stood up as well, saying, "All right. I will join you, otherwise you won't be able to sleep well tonight." Over the past few days, Qin Bei had witnessed too much death and felt immense pressure, plagued by nightmares each night. While Qin was indifferent to the fates of others, he remained deeply concerned for his close friends. With a smile, Qin Bei retrieved numerous items from his space and arranged them in the office, then called upon the workers to assist him. "You four, move this projector to the square. You, take these books to the lounge, and you, place these boxing gloves in those vacant rooms," he instructed methodically, ensuring the workers executed each task properly. Once completed, the workers stood panting, exhausted from their efforts. Qin and Su Nuo returned, accompanied by many residents. Throughout these days, Qin Bei had been managing the corpses and distributing medicine to the residents, earning considerable respect and trust within the Qinwu district. Most residents had lost their phones during their flight and had no means to acquire information about the outside world. Their days consisted solely of labor, rendering life monotonous and devoid of joy. Upon hearing about the film, they all eagerly flocked to the square. The square was spacious, sheltered by a sturdy acid rainproof canopy, with numerous benches arranged for seating. A screen was set up at the front, alongside the projector and a computer. Qin and Su Nuo urged the workers to help the residents find their seats. A large crowd gathered, with seats filling up rapidly, leaving later arrivals without a place to sit. Qin Bei instructed that large pieces of cloth be laid on the ground for additional seating. But even that proved insufficient as more people continued to arrive. He directed some to other rooms to help alleviate the crowding. As the film began, everyone watched attentively. Meanwhile, other residents read books or played chess, each engaged in their activities. Naturally, there were some discordant notes. Two individuals argued over a chess game, their faces flushed with anger, even resorting to blows. Seeing this, Qin Bei intervened, urging, "You are no longer children. Why allow your tempers to flare? Let us keep our composure and discuss things calmly." Both were too enraged to heed his words. "Come, let us box and release that pin-up frustration," he suggested, leading them to a makeshift boxing ring where he equipped them with gloves, encouraging them to spar. The boxing match unfolded with vigor, numerous others joining in, all vigorously expelling their frustrations. After observing for a while, Qin Bei returned to the square. As the film concluded, the audience wore expressions of reluctant parting. Qin Bei, feeling empathetic, picked up the megaphone and announced, "Hello everyone, the movie has now ended. We invite the next group of residents to watch. Moving forward, films will be screened daily, and anyone with the time is welcome to attend." Clearing his throat, he continued, "I have one more thing to share with you. The adverse weather will persist for a decade. After 10 years, everything will improve, returning to a flourishing state. Do not lose hope. Persevere, and you shall witness the world transform for the better." The residents gazed at him in disbelief, their eyes filled with doubt and skepticism. "District Chief, is what you say true? Are you not deceiving us? The mayor has never mentioned when this apocalypse will end. How do you know? 10 years is a long time, after all, and how many decades does one have in life?" In the face of their varied reactions, Qin Bei remained composed. "This is my intuition. With circumstances having deteriorated to this extent, surely they must eventually improve. Let us not be disheartened. Unity is essential for us to thrive." He encouraged them with a smile. A sense of warmth spread among the residents. For the first time in their bleak existence, they glimpsed a glimmer of hope. After murmuring amongst themselves, they vacated to make room for others. The new residents settled in to watch the film, and Qin Bei tirelessly encouraged one group after another. Many residents were deeply moved, and those who had contemplated suicide abandoned their thoughts, realizing that it was better to endure life than to perish. Qin Bei felt elated. The film screenings continued for several days, each session overflowing with attendees, too numerous to accommodate. The residents and Oppos' spirits began to lift. They no longer appeared sluggish but instead radiated a newfound vibrancy. Seeing the opportune moment, Qin Bei requested an ample supply of cotton, fabric, and sewing materials from the mayor. He addressed the residents, "As this rain persists, we have 2 months before it ceases. Many cannot work, and numerous tasks remain undone, which is truly regrettable. Now, let us work together to create cotton clothing. Once the acid rain stops, a cold wave will follow, and the frigid temperatures will be unbearable." Upon hearing this, the residents and Oppos' expressions changed, instantly conjuring images of extreme cold. How terrifying. They had discarded their warm clothing when they initially entered the city during the sweltering heat, leaving only thin shirts behind. Now, they regretted their decision, wishing they could return to retrieve their lost garments. "District Chief, please distribute the materials. We shall commence immediately," someone eagerly exclaimed. "I have never made clothes before. This is quite a challenge for me," lamented another man. "Is there nothing else I could do instead? Why is there no sewing machine? Even a foot-operated one would suffice. Hand sewing is far too slow. How long will that take?" Another voiced his concerns anxiously. Chapter 106. A woman and Oppos. Qin Bei surveyed the crowd, fully aware of their concerns. The current situation was dire. They could scarcely afford a meal, let alone acquire a sewing machine. "Let us use our hands," he urged. "Those unfamiliar with the craft can learn from others, as there are teachers available. What you create will be for your own wear. If you wish to avoid the cold, you must work diligently." With that, he signaled a few of the female workers, yielding the stage to them. The residents wore expressions of despair, resigned to their fate, and began to learn earnestly, for no one desired to succumb to the chill. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Bei returned home. Guwan greeted him with palpable excitement, throwing herself into his embrace. "You have finally returned. After so many days of busyness, you scarcely had time for home." Qin Bei felt a pang of guilt. "It is my fault. Now that the situation has stabilized, I shall find more time to be with you." Guwan nodded enthusiastically, pulling at his hand. "Look, thanks to our relentless efforts, the plants have begun to sprout." Following her gaze, Qin Bei saw that the numerous pots in their home were now adorned with delicate green shoots, a sight that brought him immense comfort. "Indeed, we need not worry any longer," he remarked, satisfaction evident on his face. Yet Guwan sighed. "Do you know of any larger spaces? The children are growing restless cooped up at home. There is truly no alternative. It is best to remain indoors. Venturing outside poses too great a risk." "Very well. Let them endure a little longer," she replied, nodding in resignation. Suddenly, a stern voice interrupted from the doorway. "You cannot enter. This is the district chief's residence. Do not intrude." It was Zhao Yin, his tone commanding. "I must speak with the district chief. It is imperative. If not, I shall face dire consequences." A woman's voice rang out, calling insistently, "District chief, where are you?" Guwan cast an irritated glance at Qin Bei. What is happening? Understanding her misunderstanding, Qin Bei hastily explained, "I am uncertain. Let us go and see." As they approached the entrance, a woman with a visibly swollen abdomen, appearing weary and distressed, entered. Upon seeing Qin Bei, she abruptly fell to her knees. "District Chief, I beg of you, save me. Help me rid myself of this child, or I shall be dragged down with it." Qin Bei furrowed his brow, hesitating to assist her before turning to Zhao Yin, who quickly helped her to her feet. "What has transpired?" Qin Bei inquired, concern etched on his face. The woman hesitated, battling her shame before finally confessing, "I was violated by several men. I cannot bear this child. I wish to terminate the pregnancy." "Do you remember those men?" Qin Bei asked sympathetically. Guwan, grasping the gravity of the situation, felt a surge of compassion and urged the woman to sit. "Do not fear. Speak freely. We will advocate for you." The woman, taken aback, began to weep bitterly, overwhelmed by the kindness shown to her for the first time. As she cried, Guwan patiently sat beside her, offering tissues until her emotion steadied. "Are you hungry? Would you like something to eat?" Guwan inquired with concern, noticing the woman's emaciated frame, save for her swollen belly, indicating she had endured much hunger. Timidly, the woman nodded. Guwan fetched a bowl of porridge and a bowl of steamed egg, watching as the woman devoured the food hungrily. After finishing, the woman's spirits lifted somewhat, and she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for your kindness. Today, I will risk it all, even if I must die. I will name those beasts." Qin Bei moved a chair closer, prepared to listen. "I reside in Qinwu district, sharing a cramped space with a few sisters. We live in poverty, but in the adjacent building, there are several brutes who, attracted by our beauty, have tormented us for months, threatening us with death should we speak out. One sister, fiercely independent, attempted to confront them but was killed and discarded. We trembled in fear, unable to voice our plight. Wishing to escape yet knowing not where to flee, enduring in silence until today, when they brought more men to force us into prostitution. I managed to escape. This life is increasingly unbearable. Each day is tormenting. I contemplated ending my life, yet I refuse to perish while those beasts live freely. District Chief, I implore you to help us escape this hell. We are utterly without options." Tears streamed down her face as she pleaded. Qin Bei's expression darkened with fury. "Are there others involved besides those beasts?" "Yes, but we do not know their identities," the woman replied, resigned. "Lead the way. I will gather others, and we shall confront them together," Qin Bei declared resolutely. Upon hearing this, the woman trembled in fear, shaking her head. "No, I cannot return there. Do not be afraid, you will merely identify them. They will not have another chance to harm you. Rest assured, if your claims are substantiated, we will take immediate action. Guwon reassured her. After a moment's contemplation, the woman acquiesced. Very well, let us go. If necessary, I will face them head-on. Qin Bei summoned Shin Lin and Su Nua, while Guwon insisted on joining them, leaving others behind to care for the children. Under the woman's guidance, they proceeded with determination. After a considerable journey, they finally arrived. The woman, trembling, knocked on the door. A fierce-looking man glared at her, raising his hand to strike. You wretched creature, where have you been slacking off? She endured in silence, not daring to respond, as the man prepared to let her in. He noticed the group behind her, each face grim and foreboding, prompting a sense of dread. He attempted to slam the door shut, but Qin Bei and the others surged inside, swiftly overpowering him. Inside, a nauseating stench filled the air, accompanied by distressing sounds. As the floor was littered with naked men and women, the men appeared to revel in their depravity, while the women wore expressions of anguish and resistance. It was clear to all present what was transpiring. District Chief, my sisters are all victims. Please, save them. The woman cried out once more. Silence, you wretched woman. What nonsense are you spouting? You think that by bringing a few wild men from outside, you will find allies? The man's anger flared as he berated her. District Chief, it is he. He is the first perpetrator, the architect of all this evil. The woman's eyes glistened with rage as she pointed accusingly. The man, taken aback by her accusation, was about to retaliate when he suddenly recognized the imposing figure of District Chief Qin Bei before him. Chapter 107. Delivering justice before the man could react. A resounding slap struck him hard. Beast, die. Guwon, filled with rage, raised her hand and struck fiercely, her palm stinging with pain. As the man prepared to retaliate, Guwon delivered a powerful kick to his groin, causing him excruciating agony, tears streaming down his face, and cries of despair echoing through the air. The women watched in shock, and once they regained their composure, tears flowed freely as they gritted their teeth, exclaiming, You wretched creature, you have ruined us. You deserve this. She raised her leg again, kicking the man with all her might, venting the humiliation and hatred she had endured over the past days. Old Shin, Su Nua, bind all the others, Qin Bei commanded in a deep voice. He then made a phone call to his subordinates, instructing them to come immediately and apprehend some heinous criminals. After hanging up, he joined in capturing all the men in the house. Many were completely unclothed, having had no time to dress. They pleaded pitifully, Can we please get dressed first? District Chief, spare us this once. We are first-time offenders and will never do it again. District Chief, we have been pent up. We had no choice but to seek pleasure with our money. You are a man, you understand. Some attempted to ingratiate themselves with Qin Bei, offering bribes. All the supplicants were those men who had come seeking entertainment, not the beasts who had imprisoned the women. Qin Bei responded coldly, You are complicit in their cruelty. As despicable as those brutes. With that, he bound their hands tightly, rendering them immobile. When one tried to escape, Qin Bei drew his gun and fired a shot into the wall, prompting instant compliance. Naturally, the brutes were not spared either, all bound tightly. Fear and resentment flickered in their eyes, for Qin Bei had not been in power long, yet his reputation was formidable. He was a man of decisive action who would not tolerate injustice. District Chief, we are innocent. It is that woman who has falsely accused us. Please release us. Yes. Conduct a thorough investigation and restore our innocence. Humph. Innocence? Do you even possess such a thing? You are beasts devoid of humanity. Qin Bei shouted vehemently. Beasts, cease your prattling and get lost. Shin Lin approached, shouting loudly, and along with Su Nua, they pushed the men away. Qin Bei waved his hand, turning to the women anxiously dressing nearby. We will take these beasts away, and no one will harm you again. Tomorrow morning, I will hold a public trial in the square outside the district government. All the residents will witness it, and you may attend to expose their crimes. Initially, the women were delighted, but upon hearing they would have to reveal their suffering before a crowd, hesitation washed over them. They were reluctant to bear their wounds to the public and become the subject of ridicule. Guwon discerned their thoughts and reassured them, Do not worry. We will not expose any of your privacy. You will wear masks during your appearance, and there will be escorts to ensure your safety. This matter will remain confidential under a non-disclosure agreement. Nevertheless, the women remained apprehensive and hesitant. I will do it. The woman who had first sought help bravely spoke up. Guwon nodded, praising her. You are very brave. Today's outcome is thanks to you. Otherwise, you would all still be in deep suffering. The other women expressed their gratitude, surrounding and grasping the brave woman's hand, their emotions running high. Will we finally be free? No longer imprisoned by those beasts? I wish I could personally kill them. They have ruined our lives. This pain will never heal. Indeed, they must die for us to find peace. Otherwise, they will seek revenge. One woman spoke in fear. Upon hearing this, all the women's gazes turned to Qin Bei, filled with pleading. He felt a pang of sympathy. Those beasts were a waste of life. You need not worry, he assured them. Soon, they huddled together, whispering among themselves. Ultimately, it was one of the women who spoke again. District Chief, many of our sisters are pregnant, and we do not want these children. We wish to terminate the pregnancies. But we have no money, and the hospital will not accept us. Can you help us? We do not want the evil bloodline to continue. Qin Bei pondered for a moment. In a few days, I will arrange for surgery so you can return to normal life sooner. Thank you, District Chief. You are our great benefactor. The women expressed their heartfelt gratitude, their eyes glistening with tears. Qin Bei waved his hand. It is getting late. You should rest now and remember to secure your doors and windows. Here is my backup phone with my number. Call me if there are any issues. He handed a sturdy old mobile phone to the women. Turning, he took Guwan's hand and left to catch up with Chan Lin and the others. Along the way, Guwan remained seething with anger. Scum. Despicable. How could they commit such monstrous acts? Qin Bei grasped her hand gently. Do not be angry. After the trial tomorrow, they will be executed. Let us see who dares to act recklessly afterward. Guwan's expression turned serious. This may be just the tip of the iceberg. There may be more. We must continue the investigation and uncover everything. Very well. I will take care of this. You just wait for the results. Guwan nodded thoughtfully. I previously opposed your political ambitions, but now I see that having power is advantageous. At least you can support the common people and do good. There is still much to be done. This is merely the beginning, Qin Bei stated calmly. Guwan held his hand tightly. If it becomes overwhelming, I can step in. You should take time to comfort those women. They are quite pitiable. We must ensure they do not fall into despair. Rest assured, I will handle it well. As they conversed, hurried footsteps approached from behind. Qin Bei turned alertly, seeing it was the women, his expression relaxing slightly. Do you have something else to discuss? District Chief. We are willing to testify tomorrow. After the trial, can we have the chance to beat those brutes? The women looked at Qin Bei with pleading eyes. The others mirrored the same hopeful expressions. Of course, feel free to beat them however you wish. You can even kill them, for they will not survive anyway. Qin Bei replied decisively. The women were overjoyed, repeatedly expressing their gratitude. Thank you. You are truly a good person. You have saved our lives. We can never repay your kindness. If you need anything in the future, do not hesitate to call on us. See you tomorrow. You all rest well tonight. Living well is the best reward you can give me. Qin Bei said his farewells and hurried away. Chapter 108. The children must work after escorting Guwan back home. Qin Bei returned to the office alone, instructing his subordinates to disperse the group of men and conduct interrogations in turn, in pursuit of extracting useful information. He employed both intimidation and temptation, successfully unearthing a wealth of valuable details. Based on this intelligence, they swiftly apprehended numerous individuals overnight, conducting surprise interrogations that filled several vacant rooms to capacity. They toiled until dawn, and after a brief respite, resumed their relentless efforts. The residents gathered in the square, where Qin Bei ordered the captives to be brought forth before the crowd. He took up a loudspeaker and proclaimed that the more than 100 individuals before them were all scoundrels, guilty of tormenting and imprisoning women, forcing them into prostitution, heinous crimes indeed. Each of the captives bore a piece of cardboard hanging from their necks, emblazoned in bold red ink with their various transgressions. The onlookers were filled with righteous indignation, many raising their fists, eager to confront the offenders. Qin Bei intervened, urging them to refrain from violence until the victims arrived. He had resolved that these brutes would be dealt with by those they had wronged. The crowd gradually calmed, though some impatiently inquired when the victims would arrive. If needed, I am willing to assist in dealing with these beasts. One voice cried out. Count me in. These wretches deserve no mercy. The emotions ran high amongst the crowd. At that moment, the women appeared, donning masks, each holding a microphone as they took to the stage. One by one, they recounted their harrowing experiences, their voices breaking with emotion. The residents listened with empathy, many women shedding tears, the atmosphere thick with sorrow. The men, in turn, directed their ire at the offenders on stage, hurling insults. You worthless creatures, bringing shame upon all men. You cannot even control yourselves. How dare you live? Many enraged men surged forward, striking the captives with fists and feet, and none intervened to stop them. The victims watched from the sidelines, feeling a sense of cathartic satisfaction. Suddenly, they shouted in unison, "Let us all join together and finish off these brutes. reclaim our peace. Before the echoes of their words faded, a throng rushed forward, pummeling the bound offenders. Exhausted from an entire night of interrogation, the captives had neither the strength nor the will to resist, enduring the assault. Soon, the stage was stained with blood, the offenders left battered and broken, meeting their grim fate. The victims, a mix of tears and laughter, embraced one another. "Is this real? Are these beasts truly dead?" they exclaimed. "Dead. Finally dead. We are free at last. No more nightmares. We can finally sleep soundly." Qin Bei observed the scene with a faint smile, assuring them, "From now on, your lives will only improve. I have arranged new accommodations for you. Come. Let me show you." "Thank you, District Chief," the victims chorused, fully understanding Qin Bei's intentions to provide them with a fresh start. Sparing them the memories of their painful past, Qin Bei said little more, summoning several aides to escort them home. He then turned to the crowd, which had begun to settle down from their frenzy. Grasping the loudspeaker once more, he declared, "Please, everyone, quiet down. I have a few words to share." His voice carried an innate authority, and the previously chaotic crowd fell silent, all eyes fixed upon him. With a serious gaze, Qin Bei surveyed the assembly and said, "What transpired today serves as both a reminder and a warning. I hope you will cast aside any malicious thoughts and refrain from harmful actions. Otherwise, this shall be your fate. I will not allow any innocent person to suffer, nor will I spare any wrongdoer." He continued, "If anyone has grievances, come to my office. Do not keep them bottled up." The crowd erupted in cheers, their spirits lifted. "District Chief, you are truly remarkable, a just officer for the people," they exclaimed. "With your promise, we feel secure. Our lives here are safeguarded." "District Chief, may I speak with you now?" Various voices called out from the crowd. Qin Bei met their eager gazes and asserted, "My word is my bond. Anyone with a grievance may come to my office at this moment. Remember, if you face injustice, I will always be your staunchest ally." His words were met with fervent applause, and soon many formed lines to bring their concerns to Qin Bei's attention. Chen Lin and Su Nua assisted in receiving the residents, while others attended to clearing the bodies from the square. The day stretched late into the evening before Qin Bei finally returned home, too fatigued even to eat, collapsing into bed. Guwan watched him with concern, her heart aching for his exhaustion. The next morning, upon waking, Guwan looked at him earnestly. "You have been so busy, and with so few hands to help. Let me assist you. At home, we have Xiao Jie and Zhao Lihua to look after the children. They are quite capable now, managing themselves without worry." After a moment's consideration, Qin Bei agreed. He truly needed more assistance during this hectic period. "You all need not stay home. Let Zhao Yin watch the house. And the rest of you come with me. The children should also join. It will be good for them to experience more." "Certainly, they will be thrilled," Guwan replied, her face lighting up. The children had matured significantly in recent days, behaving responsibly and proving quite helpful. "Come, let us head downstairs for breakfast," Qin Bei smiled. Once they had changed, they descended to find the children already playing joyfully below. Upon noticing Qin Bei, they rushed over, excitement radiating from them. "Daddy, we finally see you. We missed you so much these past few days," they exclaimed. "Daddy, you look thinner. Have you been working too hard? Is there anything we can do to help? Daddy, is there something you want to eat? I can cook for you." The children's faces were filled with concern. The two children from the team leader's family exchanged shy glances before bravely speaking up. "Uncle, if you need more help at work, just let me know. And I can ask my dad to lend you a few people." "Uncle, my dad thinks very highly of you. He wants to meet you," Qin Bei responded with warmth. Guiding the children to the dining table, he explained the tasks he needed assistance with and shared important precautions. The children were enthusiastic, eager to assist immediately. Qin Bei, however, became serious, reminding them, "Maintain a safe distance from those seeking help. This is to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. Above all, your safety must come first." The children nodded vigorously, responding in unison, "We will remember. First, we protect ourselves. Only then do we help others." Chapter 109, transformed into abundant gold with the assistance of the community. Qin Bei found himself less flustered. The various predicaments faced by the common folk were laid before him, each one addressed, leading to a smoother existence and diminished conflicts among them. At last, Qin Bei could calm his mind and focus on the sowing efforts of the people. However, the pace of their work was painfully slow, igniting his impatience. "Do not assume that time is plentiful," he admonished. "In addition to garments, trousers must be crafted. And your blankets are far too thin. Under extreme cold conditions, a single night's rest could lead to irreversible slumber. This is not merely alarmist rhetoric. You must take this matter seriously. I have gone to great lengths to procure the fabric and cotton for your safety during the harsh winter, Qin Bei implored earnestly. Qinlin interjected, do not take District Chief's words lightly merely because he speaks kindly. Procrastination and laziness could ultimately cost lives, and you cannot blame anyone but yourselves. The townsfolk nodded in agreement. Rest assured, District Chief, we will toil day and night to expedite the sowing, they promised. Qin Bei's expression softened slightly. But he remained firm, stating that mere words were insufficient. He sought action. These cotton and fabrics have been acquired on credit. Hurry to finish your own garments. Then attend to the soldiers' needs, as they will serve as repayment. With no further objections. Qin Bei took a moment to rest after inspecting the work when he received a call from the mayor. I am faced with yet another dilemma, the mayor began. Qin Bei responded with a wry smile, already anticipating trouble. Please, speak. I am listening, he replied patiently. With just 2 months until the depths of winter. We are short on food, clothing, and coal. Resources are critically lacking. Given your extraordinary capabilities, could you assist in procuring some? The mayor inquired. Qin Bei's mind raced as he assessed the supplies at his disposal. Ironically, he had ample stock of precisely what the mayor sought. How much do you need? Please provide a list, and I shall do my utmost to assist, he offered. Excellent. I knew you would find a solution to my urgent predicament. Qin Bei. I have not misjudged you. Allow me to confide in you. When I retire, I wish for you to take my position, the mayor said, his enthusiasm evident. Qin Bei chuckled, shaking his head at the mayor's shrewdness, who was clearly painting a grand future. Mayor, my abilities are limited. The supplies I can gather may not align with your expectations. He felt compelled to preemptively manage the mayor's hopes. Acquire as much as you can. We will adhere to the usual terms, paying you at market price, gold bars, I presume? The mayor replied with a knowing smile. Thank you. I will expedite the procurement of the supplies, Qin Bei affirmed, feeling a sense of satisfaction. As his resources dwindled, the gold bars began to amass. Their weight a pleasing sight. When the apocalypse subsides and the world is reborn, he could rely on these gold bars to secure a comfortable life for his family. Rendering work irrelevant, preferably within the next 2 days. If that proves too difficult, a slight delay is acceptable, the mayor insisted with urgency. Very well. I shall have it ready in 2 days, Qin Bei agreed. The mayor beamed with satisfaction, praising, you have truly demonstrated your capability. It has only been a short while since you arrived in Qinwu district, yet you have made significant progress. The citizens of your district sing your praises. The desire to restore normalcy and end chaos was a universal longing. Qin Bei remained composed, unaffected by the flattery. Indeed, such aspirations are commendable. Your outstanding governance merits a salary increase starting this month. Thank you, Mayor, he replied, pleased to receive recognition. After concluding the call, Qin Bei summoned Qinlin to discuss the sale of supplies. Let us sell my share as well. What remains is sufficient for my living, Qinlin declared decisively. He could not bear to witness lives extinguished while he hoarded resources like a mountain. Once life is lost, it is irretrievable. Resources can be replenished, Qin Bei reassured him. Patting his shoulder. The two then strategized on discrete methods of transport. 2 days later, the mayor received the needed supplies, while Qin Bei acquired a substantial amount of gold. May these provisions help everyone endure the winter. Otherwise, I shall be powerless to assist, the mayor reflected somberly, observing the depleted city treasury. Moreover, many lives have been lost. Alleviating the burden on food supplies, yet they now owe the government considerable debts, which have turned into bad debts. The city is devoid of the elderly and children, leaving mostly the young, who seem utterly demoralized, merely existing day by day. How can we proceed in such a manner? It has left me utterly distraught, the mayor lamented. The despair among the populace stemmed from a lack of hope, leading them to believe that their struggles were futile. We must instigate motivation, otherwise, the lethargy will become unbearable. Qin Bei suggested earnestly. This issue is not confined to our city, it plagues others across the nation. People have become numb and restless, with only a handful refusing to accept their fate, determined to fight against the odds. Then why should we exhaust ourselves for a lost cause? The mayor fumed, burdened by his responsibilities while others languished in apathy. There are solutions. We can dispatch a group of positive and inspiring individuals to deliver speeches. If they can sway even one person, it will be beneficial. Once we endure this harsh winter, we will be out of food. Anyone wishing to shirk responsibility will face starvation, Qin Bei proposed. Let us proceed with this plan, treating it as a last resort. The mayor sighed heavily. Qin Bei noticed the mayor's impending collapse and advised, Mayor, you are overworked. Take a couple of days off to recuperate. The mayor chuckled. Are you worried I might fall ill? I will not falter until everyone has returned to a normal life. I have a ginseng root. It will aid in your recovery. Qin Bei said as he retrieved a wooden box from his pocket, a precious item from his supplies. Your thoughtfulness is appreciated. At this time, only you and my wife concern themselves with my well-being. The others would rather see me gone to seize my position, the mayor replied with a smile. To those harboring such intentions, I shall deal with them. I have little time to spare for their nonsense, he continued, exhibiting a remarkable resilience, prioritizing the welfare of his citizens above all else. Chapter 110, Intrusion into the office. After exchanging a few more words, Qin Bei took his leave from the mayor. Upon returning to his office, Guan prepared a cup of fine tea for him and then stood behind him, giving him a shoulder massage. Qin Bei grasped her hand gently, acknowledging her fatigue. You too deserve a break. From tomorrow onward, do not accompany me. Stay home with the children. In recent days, his wife and children had provided him with considerable support, and while he felt a sense of satisfaction, it was accompanied by a twinge of guilt. If not for his burdens, they could have been enjoying their days in the comfort of their home instead of enduring such hardships. We have nothing to do at home. It's quite dull. It's better to be here where we can interact with many people and stay productive, Guan replied with a slight smile. Do not deceive me. You have always been the homebody type. Previously, apart from the company, school, and the market, you showed little interest in venturing elsewhere. You preferred to stay at home. As for the children, they now have 2 more companions. They will not tire of playing together, so how could they possibly be bored? Qin Bei gently called out her good intentions. Guan chuckled in surrender. Indeed, you are correct. However, seeing you struggle here, how could we bear to enjoy ourselves at home? We should assist you. It would lighten your load. I am much better now. I can manage. Qin Bei replied with a smile. Very well, we shall return. Call for us when you need help, Guan conceded. By the way, how are things with those women? Qin Bei suddenly remembered. After the accusation conference, he had been sidetracked by other matters and had entrusted the responsibility to his wife. They have all undergone abortions. She informed him. They suffered from severe gynecological issues, so I had Lu Yun and his wife attend to them, provided them with medication, and they are currently undergoing treatment. I have spoken with them to help alleviate their emotions, and the results have been quite positive. Once they recover, their lives will improve. Qin Bei nodded in acknowledgement. At least our efforts were not in vain. Just then, a loud and furious knocking echoed from outside. Guan's expression shifted to one of unease. Who is it? Such rudeness. Do not be afraid, Qin Bei reassured her, placing a steady hand on her shoulder as he retrieved a gun from his pocket. Come in, he called out. In his office, he had no habit of locking the door. This door was far less secure than that of his home, rendering the lock nearly useless. With a loud bang, the door was thrust open. A woman in her 50s, clad in designer labels and radiating hostility, stormed in. She marched directly towards Qin Bei, pointing a finger at him in anger. Who do you think you are as a district chief? Are you so indulgent of your subordinates' lawlessness? Lower your finger. Let us speak civilly, or step outside. Qin Bei retorted, raising his hand that held the gun. Ah, so you threaten me? I am not afraid. If you have the guts, shoot me. Your career would end here. The woman's initial fear flickered, but quickly vanished, replaced by her defiance. Before Qin Bei could respond, Su Nua burst in from outside, seizing the woman's arm. Get out. Do not cause a scene here. Get your filthy hands off me, the woman shouted. Struggling fiercely against Su Nua's grip, yet he held her firmly and guided her out. As soon as Su Nua released her, she attempted to rush back inside but was stopped again. How dare you, you conniving lot. Bullying a woman like me? Do you have no shame? You killed my 3 precious babies. I will make you pay with your lives. Her fury was palpable. Qin Bei, bewildered, turned to Su Nua. What on earth is happening? Su Nua, suppressing his own anger, explained, she has 3 large dogs that she allows to roam freely without leashes, which have bitten several people. Upon learning of this, I shot the 3 dogs. Qin Bei clapped his hands together in approval, giving Su Nua a thumbs up. Well done. It should be this way. Human life is precious. It must not be threatened by beasts. Have the victims received their vaccinations? The woman, seething with rage, leaped around, pointing at Qin Bei, cursing, You are the beast. Those were my children. You have killed my children. I will fight you to the death. What madness is this? How brazen. Are your days so pleasant that you can act like this? Guan interjected angrily, stepping in front of Qin Bei in defense. Do not let her anger affect you. She is not worth it, Qin Bei patiently advised. He then turned to Su Nua. Comfort the victims, and as for the 3 dogs, distribute their meat among them. And remember to eat it in front of this unruly woman. The woman gnashed her teeth in fury, ready to unleash another tirade. Qin Bei casually reaching into his pocket, fortuitously pulled out a pair of foul socks he had stashed away, stuffing them into her mouth, leaving her nearly choking from the stench. Sunua and Guwon burst into laughter. Qin Bei then seriously instructed, "Investigate her thoroughly. We must uncover her background. Has she committed any further misdeeds? Be meticulous and do not overlook any details." Sunua understood and led the woman away. Such an annoyance, with that fierce demeanor, it is clear she is no good. How dare she come here to insult you, lunatic? Guwon fumed once the woman was gone. Let Sunua investigate thoroughly and ensure that woman faces some consequences. Perhaps a hefty fine, Qin Bei stated with gravity. Guwon smiled. Let us confiscate all her resources. It might help save a few more people. Qin Bei chuckled. We are thinking along the same lines. He then called for Chenlin. Old Chen, have a notice posted. Inform everyone that if anyone allows their pets to roam freely and they are caught, they will be cooked for meat, with a share for those who witness it. Chenlin laughed. This plan is quite effective, targeting those wealthy individuals who do nothing but cause trouble. Indeed, we typically do not interfere with their affairs. But they have brought this upon themselves, Qin Bei replied calmly. Let us seize this opportunity to investigate those wealthy individuals thoroughly. If anyone has committed wrongdoings, their assets should be confiscated to make up for the losses. Focus on those who flaunt their wealth the most. We shall leave the others for now and reap the benefits. Chenlin laughed again. Old Qin, you are becoming increasingly astute. You truly have a knack for this. Off you go. Get to work. Bring back more supplies. Otherwise, I'll worry myself into gray hair over these matters, Qin Bei urged with a smile. Chenlin hurried off without further discussion. Guwon, still anxious, spoke up. With this, you will undoubtedly make many enemies. From now on, arrange for more guards to protect you. Qin Bei contemplated saying it was unnecessary but ultimately conceded for the sake of his wife's peace of mind. I will bring the Zhao father and son. They are skilled and loyal. Do not. They are family guards and cannot be moved. I will find someone else, she insisted. Chapter 111. Rumors can kill. Promise to report back after completing the task. Boss, everything has been handled as you instructed. That woman watched helplessly as 3 vicious dogs were killed, and she was furious. Her family came to create a scene, but I had them restrained. We've also uncovered numerous illegal activities in her family, and they've been detained, with their assets seized. Excellent work. Spread the word throughout the district. Let's see who dares to condone such feral beasts, Qin Bei said, visibly pleased. I sent someone to do it, he continued. You truly are my capable assistant. Qin Bei patted him on the shoulder. You must be tired. Sit down and enjoy a warm meal. Without hesitation, Sunua complied, feeling both exhausted and hungry. Qin Bei brought forth a splendid array of dishes for them to share. As Sunua ate, he nodded appreciatively. I am indeed fortunate. Isn't life meant for such enjoyment? If one cannot savor a good meal, what is the purpose of living? Qin Bei replied with a hint of melancholy. Since we met, you've not known hardship in food, living as comfortably as before. While others were gaunt and starving, Sunua remained robust, even gaining a few pounds. Work diligently. You shall not be neglected, Qin Bei said, serving him more meat. My life was saved by you. Whatever you do, I will follow you for life. Sunua declared earnestly. Qin Bei smiled. Saving you is not an act to demand lifelong gratitude. I merely hope you can lead your own life. Being with you brings me peace. You know I am alone, with only you as a friend, Sunua said, his eyes reflecting a touch of sorrow. Qin Bei, unable to bear the sight, encouraged him. Let us look forward. Things will improve. They resumed their meal when Qin Bei's phone rang. It was Chenlin calling. Old Qin, trouble has arisen. What is it? Qin Bei felt a pang of anxiety. Typically, Chenlin resolved minor issues without reporting. The wealthy in Qinwu district have banded together, spreading slander about you, accusing you of corruption and indulgence, while putting on a facade of integrity. They are the most corrupt of all, Chenlin exclaimed, incensed. After gaining the people's support, they aim to murder me with rumors. How malicious. Qin Bei's expression darkened. I suggest we arrest those who spread these lies, detain them for a time, and seize their assets to distribute among the impoverished. That would only escalate matters. Rumors are likely rampant now. What about the wealthy in other districts? We lack the authority to apprehend them. The district heads, who were already displeased with my achievements, will seize this opportunity to undermine me, Qin Bei analyzed methodically. Chenlin, frustrated, retorted, those incompetent fools only think of suppressing you to elevate themselves. Old Qin, let me handle it. Do not act impulsively. You might end up in peril, and I cannot rescue you. Qin Bei's tone became serious. What then? Should we let them malign you? Remember, many voices can tarnish even the strongest of reputations. Chenlin raised his voice. Find some reliable individuals to promote the good I've done for the citizens of Qinwu district in recent days. The wider the message spreads, the better, Qin Bei declared confidently. Chunlin chuckled. Old Qin, you always have a plan. This counterattack is the best strategy. I will have the citizens share their stories, and soon, the rumors will be overshadowed. You may go, Qin Bei concluded, hanging up the call. Su Nuo set down his chopsticks and stood. Boss, I will help too. He had overheard the conversation clearly. Good, you go ahead. I have to step out as well, Qin Bei replied, rising. Su Nuo dashed out like a gust of wind. Qin Bei took 2 jars of fine tea and 2 packs of premium cigarettes, heading directly to the mayor's residence. It was late, and the mayor was still engrossed in work at his desk. Upon seeing Qin Bei, he looked up and smiled. Your rumors are swirling outside. Have you come to explain? No, you know my character well, Mayor. I merely found some fine tea at home and wish to share it, Qin Bei replied nonchalantly as he presented the gifts. The mayor laughed. Leave the items, you should return. Tomorrow, a multitude of tasks await you. Remember, what does not kill you only makes you stronger. Qin Bei understood that the mayor stood by him. I shall take my leave. Rest well, he said, closing the door behind him. On his way back, he sensed something amiss. He was being followed, and not by just one person. Shaking them off would not be easy. He swiftly decided to slip into a concealed space. He called Gu Wan. I am being followed. I've hidden in a safe space. Be cautious at home. Do not let anyone seek revenge. Do not worry. I will return swiftly. Upon hearing this, Gu Wan grew anxious. Stay hidden in the space. Do not rush back lest you expose your location. We are safe here. The house is as sturdy as a fortress. Moreover, the 2 children from the captain and Appo's family are here. They must think twice before acting. I will call some of my men back to protect you. Safety cannot be taken lightly, Qin Bei asserted seriously. I will listen to you. Stay safe in the space. Gu Wan urged with concern. Take care of yourself and the children. Call me if anything arises. Do not confront them directly, Qin Bei instructed before ending the call. He hurriedly contacted Chunlin and Su Nuo, warning them to remain vigilant against any potential ambush. After completing these tasks, only 10 minutes had passed. Those following him were likely still lurking nearby, so he refrained from making any rash moves and waited patiently. Outside, the group exchanged puzzled glances, questioning the situation. How did we let him slip away? I didn't even see where he went. He vanished into thin air. Is he some kind of ghost? Can he use illusions? Quiet. Useless fools. We lost him and still seek excuses. Quickly, disperse and search for him. We must eliminate him tonight. The crowd scattered, searching for Qin Bei's whereabouts. Remaining calm, Qin Bei stayed in the safe space for 20 minutes, changing into all-black attire before cautiously emerging to find the area deserted. He observed cautiously, then swiftly left the perilous place, making his way home. During this journey, he narrowly avoided detection several times, grateful for the timely concealment. Chapter 112. Deception. Gu Wan's heart leapt with both surprise and joy upon seeing Qin Bei. She embraced him tightly, expressing her dismay at the fact that despite his many good deeds, he was still being pursued by those with ulterior motives. It's truly disheartening. Let us leave this place and seek a tranquil life in a distant land, she urged. Were you frightened? I find myself in a predicament, he replied calmly, devoid of any hint of panic. Gu Wan's anxiety deepened as she finally voiced her deepest fear. I fear for your life. I am resilient, otherwise, heaven would not have granted me a second chance. Qin Bei reassured her with a gentle smile. It's late now, you should rest. Tears welled up in Gu Wan's eyes as she responded, you are so stubborn. Can't you consider us just a bit more? The children and I do not wish to live in fear because of you. My dear, I am truly sorry for the burden I have placed upon you. Please grant me a little more time. I will resolve this and ensure you need not worry any longer. Qin Bei spoke earnestly. Disappointed, Gu Wan shook her head and turned away. Qin Bei sighed, fully understanding her desire for a peaceful and prosperous life for their family, rather than the current perilous existence. For Gu Wan, wealth and fame held little value. Her priority was simply the happiness of their family. With a bittersweet smile, Qin Bei took out his phone and instructed his trusted subordinates, spread the word that I have been attacked and gravely injured, hanging by a thread. Bring the city's finest doctors to my home. His subordinates, taken aback, inquired with concern, Boss, how is your health? Are you truly injured? I am fine. Follow my instructions immediately, and remember, not a word must leak. Qin Bei commanded sternly. His subordinates complied and swiftly set to work. Qin Bei ascended the stairs, washed up, and went to bed. Just as he was drifting into a deep slumber, the shrill sound of a phone ringing jolted him awake. Noticing it was the mayor calling, he passed the phone to Gu Wan. "Dear, could you answer this for me?" After a moment's hesitation, she accepted the call. Upon answering, the mayor's anxious voice reached her. "Qin Bei, how are you? Are your injuries severe?" "Mayor, he is clinging to life. Please, I beg you, find a highly skilled doctor, or he will not survive the night," Gu Wan replied sorrowfully, recalling the lessons Qin Bei had imparted to her. "Those fools. How dare they lay a hand on Qin Bei? Don't be distressed. I will bring a private doctor immediately. Tell Qin Bei to hold on," the mayor promised, his voice trembling with urgency. Feeling guilty for deceiving him, Gu Wan pressed on. "Thank you, Mayor. Please hurry. He may not have much time left. Take care of him. I will be there shortly." The mayor hastily concluded the call. Gu Wan returned the phone to Qin Bei, who set it aside and took her hand. "Rest now. Anxious," she remarked. "The mayor is on his way. If he discovers your deceit, he will be furious." "That will not happen." Upon realizing it was a false alarm, he will be immensely relieved, Qin Bei reassured her, confident in his standing with the mayor. "Then sleep. I will wake you when the mayor arrives," she replied. Now wide awake. With a smile, Qin Bei remarked, "If you stay awake, I cannot sleep either." He rose to brew a cup of strong tea. By the time he reached his fifth cup, the mayor arrived, accompanied by the private doctor, a look of urgency on his face. "Quickly, he is in critical condition. We must save him. He is of utmost importance to me." As the door swung open, the mayor froze in astonishment at the sight of a vibrant Qin Bei standing to greet him. In a flash, he regained his composure, delivering a punch to Qin Bei's arm while scolding, "You rascal! You played me for a fool." Hearing your news, I jumped out of my cozy bed and rushed over, only to find it was all a ruse. Qin Bei chuckled sheepishly. "My apologies, Mayor, for disturbing your peaceful dreams. Come, we have 2 guest rooms next door. You and the doctor should stay the night and return at dawn." "I refuse to stay. It's not nearly as comfortable as my home," the mayor grumbled, still annoyed by the deception. "Mayor, you've traveled a long way and it will be late by the time you return home. You have work tomorrow. Your body cannot endure this. Please, just stay," Qin Bei insisted. "Are you hungry? I can prepare a late-night snack," Gu Wan interjected, seizing the opportunity to take charge. Without allowing the mayor a chance to refuse, she hurried downstairs. The mayor shot Qin Bei an irritated glance. "You certainly have a knack for trickery. Next time, could you at least choose a more convincing tale?" Qin Bei smiled. "Do not be angry, Mayor. Anger harms the liver and is detrimental to your health. I am truly in a bind. Even you were deceived. Others would surely believe I am gravely ill. This will afford me a few days of peace to discern the true identities of certain individuals." The mayor, now weary, stifled a yawn and relented. "Fine, I will stay. I'll show you to your rooms," Qin Bei said warmly, leading them to the guest quarters. Just then, Gu Wan returned with 2 steaming bowls of braised pork noodles. The mayor looked up at Qin Bei. "You certainly have a fine spread here. Mayor, please eat. This noodle dish is delightful." "I fear I might be tempted to share your meal," Qin Bei jested. "Enough. You should return to your slumber," the mayor ordered, dismissing him. Qin Bei, understanding the hint, took Gu Wan and left the room. In the guest room, the mayor relished the noodles, praising, "Gu Wan's culinary skills are exceptional, rivaling even my wife's." Qin Bei is indeed fortunate. The doctor beside him chuckled. "You were tricked into coming here, but at least we get to enjoy a hearty meal." "You were easily swayed by a bowl of noodles," the mayor teased, while he devoured his food eagerly. After their meal, the 2 men lay back on the bed, drifting into a deep sleep, oblivious to the events unfolding outside. Meanwhile, a steady stream of doctors arrived at the house, ready to treat Qin Bei. Their astonishment was palpable upon his appearance. "Thank you all for your efforts. It's dark and slippery outside, so please do not return tonight. Rest well," Qin Bei said warmly. He exchanged glances with Zhao Lihua and her daughter, as well as Zhao Yin and his son, leading the doctors away while ensuring each received a steaming bowl of noodles. Of course, the noodles lacked braised pork, containing only fried eggs. Nevertheless, it was a fine meal indeed. Accustomed to meager fare, the doctors felt fortunate to indulge in a bowl of rice, their expectations kept modest. Although they harbored feelings of dissatisfaction at being deceived, the fragrant noodles significantly lifted their spirits. Chapter 113. The people erupt upon awakening one fateful night. News spread throughout the city that Qin Bei had been ambushed, grievously injured, and teetering on the brink of death. coupled with various detrimental rumors surrounding him. The citizens of Qinwu district were incensed, believing that the affluent were conspiring against their savior. They were filled with rage, recalling their previous struggles, living a day at a time in dire straits. With Qin Bei's arrival, they had found solace, as he had rescued them from their plight, improved public safety, and offered a glimmer of hope for the future. Yet now, the one person who had shown them kindness was facing a catastrophic fate, battling for his life. The populace, aflame with fury, banded together, marching to the villa district to protest at the doors of each residence. You heartless fiends, unable to bear the sight of another's prosperity. Your avarice has driven you to conspire against District Chief Qin. We possess nothing but our worthless lives. Yet if you cause his demise, we shall fight to the death. No one shall escape. Do not cower like turtles. Step forth and provide us with an explanation. Until District Chief Qin recovers, we shall not depart. Do not even think of emerging. The citizens were fervently agitated. The villa district was home to the wealthy elite, once a source of intimidation for them. Now, with their protector on the verge of death, they had little to lose. Waves of citizens surged into the villa area, surrounding every household, darkening the landscape with their presence. Inside one villa, a discontented heiress, adorned in fine garments, glared outside, exclaiming, "How infuriating! Those ants dare to block our door. I shall fetch a gun and drive them away." "No, that would only escalate the situation," a man urgently interjected. "What shall we do? Allow them to surround us? Look, the once bright home is now shrouded in darkness. I had plans to see a movie with Wu Jiao today, and now, how can I possibly go out?" The heiress complained impatiently. "Stay home and remain still. Let them waste their energy. In a few days, they will disperse. If Qin Bei dies, they will lose their strongest ally and be forced to retreat," the man assured confidently. The woman nodded along. "Indeed, they will only shout for a while. They won't dare to invade. What if they go mad and attempt to break in, or even worse, kill us and rob us?" The heiress pouted, visibly distressed. "Our home is fortified. It is not so easily breached. Should they dare, our bodyguards and firearms are not mere decorations," the man replied calmly, unperturbed. Reluctantly, the heiress conceded. "Very well, I shall retreat upstairs to watch television." With no ability to step outside, her only source of distraction was taken from her. The couple exchanged resigned glances and summoned their bodyguards and servants. "Block all entrances with heavy objects, and take turns standing guard. Anyone who dares to intrude shall be shot on sight." The bodyguards and servants immediately set to work. Meanwhile, another household clashed with the encircling citizens, attempting to fire upon them, resulting in numerous casualties. The enraged populace retaliated, breaking down doors and engaging in chaotic combat, filled with shouts, curses, and cries. Bodies fell, and the villa's opulence was reduced to chaos, debris littering the ground. The once splendid villa lay in ruins, a scene of utter devastation. In the midst of the melee, the household was annihilated, and many citizens perished, leaving a gruesome tableau of bodies and the stench of blood wafting through the air. The commotion did not go unnoticed by neighboring residents, who, frightened, secured their doors and windows, bracing for the worst. An eerie atmosphere enveloped the entire villa district. News of the tumult reached Qin Bei, stirring profound reflections within him. "See, in this time of peril, it is still you and the people who stand by me." This incident had been further fueled by Su Nuo and Chen Lin, resulting in such a significant outcome. With clarity of mind, Qin Bei turned to Su Nuo, instructing, "Ensure the deceased citizens are properly cared for." Su Nuo nodded and departed. The mayor approached, noting, "Those citizens have shown unwavering loyalty, surrounding nearly every villa. With your residents being the sole exception, only a few have inquired about your condition." A warmth enveloped Qin Bei's heart. Indeed, mutual understanding breeds loyalty. Since this uproar has occurred, it shall be grand. Otherwise, I would not know how to confront my demise. I must take my leave to restore order. The entire city is in disarray. I shall address the villa residents," the mayor stated earnestly. "Thank you for your hard work," Qin Bei expressed gratefully. The mayor waved dismissively, departing with his personal physician alongside a piece of news. "Qin Bei has been rescued, gravely injured and resting. We hope all will refrain from disturbance." Upon hearing this, the citizens rejoiced, smiles breaking forth as the tension with the villa residents eased, and the vitriol diminished, though they remained gathered. The villa residents breathed a sigh of relief. Surrounded by a dark throng, ever ready for a potential breach, their spirits had been taught. Now, they could finally catch their breath. However, at that moment, a phone call from the mayor interrupted. I have ordered the pursuit of those who attempted to assassinate Qin Bei. Once we understand the situation, resolution will follow. Otherwise, we shall maintain the status quo, the mayor said, devoid of any pretense of leniency. Should we allow such an assassination to go unchecked, it would only invite more. If Qin Bei perishes, so too shall I, he stated uniformly to each household. Mayor, we are utterly pitiful, caught in the crossfire. This is a personal vendetta against Qin Bei. Why are we implicated? Mayor, could you not order those lunatics away? They linger in the villa district, causing distress, voices clamored. Mayor, you cannot solely sympathize with Qin Bei while disregarding us. The mayor, ignoring their pleas, hung up the phone. Rising from his desk, he left the office for home. After a day of endless calls, he felt parched, wishing only for a quiet moment with a few cups of tea to regain his composure. However, upon arriving home, he was surprised to find a gathering of guests. District leaders from other areas were present. Why are you all here? Aren't your doors blocked? He asked, bewildered. How can you be out causing more trouble? The mayor felt a headache forming as he observed the discontented expressions of his fellow leaders. Mayor, you must take a stand for us. The people of Qinwu district have gone too far, completely surrounding the villa district. Chapter 114. Blatant bias. The common folk harbored grievances and seized the opportunity to voice them. I found myself at a loss. I could hardly dispatch soldiers to suppress them. Could I? That would only create chaos, the mayor lamented. Those are nothing but troublesome citizens, one district chief declared, his face contorted with malice. A relative of his had clashed with the populace and had lost his entire family in the ensuing conflict. He harbored a profound hatred for the citizens of Qinwu district. Are we truly to execute hundreds of thousands of citizens on a whim? What kind of hatred drives such a notion? The mayor's stern reprimand rendered the man too fearful to raise his gaze. The mayor cast a piercing glance at him and then at the other district chiefs, stating, I am fully aware of your intentions in coming here. Return to your posts. The crux of the matter does not lie with Qin Bei and the citizens, but rather with you and those affluent individuals. You believe Qin Bei has encroached upon your interests and overshadowed your accomplishments, and you wish to eliminate him swiftly. The district chiefs felt a pang of guilt. Having endured countless hardships to escape their confines, they could not simply leave without saying a word. They began to murmur amongst themselves. Mayor, we possess troops. Why must we allow these citizens to act with impunity? Where is our authority? Who will heed us in the future? Mayor, I believe we must impose severe punishments on the instigators of this unrest. Once we subdue them, the rest will be manageable. Mayor, we cannot remain passive and become the laughingstock of the entire city. The mayor regarded them coldly. You must inform those wealthy individuals to cease their attacks on Qin Bei, and all problems will be resolved immediately. The district chiefs exchanged glances, already aware of the mayor's protection of Qin Bei. Witnessing it firsthand, they were astounded by his fervent defense. Some were unwilling to concede, voicing their discontent. Mayor, this is blatant favoritism. We are your subordinates. Why do you show such concern for Qin Bei while neglecting us? Are you not afraid of alienating our loyalty? Indeed, we have toiled diligently, leaving no room for negligence, yet we are reduced to mere stepping stones for him. Others chimed in. The mayor smirked mockingly. Do not speak so grandiosely. Have you not engaged in perfunctory work, corruption, and bribery? I have turned a blind eye. But I am not blind to all. The two men fell silent, realizing their concealed actions had been detected by the mayor's sharp perception. Enough. Disperse. If you wish for matters to settle, follow my directives. Should anyone take it upon themselves to suppress the common folk, they may as well strip off their clothes and return home. With that, the mayor opened the door and stood resolutely. The district chiefs left in embarrassment, their tails between their legs. On their way back, they could not help but grumble. Does this mean we are to bow down? Who does he think he is? Let us simply ignore this matter. Why should we toil only to be unappreciated? Yet we cannot ignore it. The mayor has made it clear that this is our responsibility. Failure will invite scrutiny. Life is truly difficult. All of this is the fault of that Qin Bei. Were it not for his sudden emergence, we would not have encountered such troubles. Indeed, while he strives for achievements, we have become his mere stepping stones. Frankly, it would be best if he were to perish. That would resolve our troubles. The group debated fervently, yet ultimately reached no conclusion. Meanwhile, Qin Bei was leisurely enjoying a movie with snacks, reveling in the moment. The several doctors who had been deceived into coming were also present, savoring long-forgotten treats and engrossed in the captivating film. no longer clamoring to return. Life here felt like a vacation, relaxing and delightful, especially in stark contrast to their usual grueling existence, where meals resembled swine fodder. Qin Bei glanced at them, casually remarking, "Stay a few more days, or you shall all gain weight." "Director Qin, do you require a personal physician? My medical skills are quite exceptional. I am a general practitioner at the hospital," a bespectacled doctor chimed in with a clever smile. "I do not require one. I have 2 doctors at home. Always at my service." Qin Bei gestured towards the couple, Lu Yun and Bai Qiushui. The bespectacled doctor appeared somewhat disappointed but persisted. "Director Qin, if any work arises that requires assistance, could you consider me first?" Qin Bei smiled knowingly, aware that the doctor was drawn by the appealing cuisine here. "I am in need." "Indeed." The doctor's smile faltered. "What do you need?" "A bodyguard. Would you care to try?" The doctor's grin froze, and he quickly waved his hands. "I am not suited for that. I lack even a modicum of combat skills." He had no desire to become fodder, preferring the safety of the hospital. "What a pity. Otherwise, I could offer you not only a generous salary but also delightful meals thrice daily." Qin Bei feigned disappointment. The doctor felt a pang of longing. He could not cook, and the cafeteria's food was nearly inedible, making each meal a torment. He sighed deeply. Qin Bei chuckled. "Do not be disheartened. During these few days, assist us by conducting thorough checkups for everyone. I shall prepare a gift for you upon your departure." "What sort of gift?" the doctor inquired with curiosity. "Your favorite delicacies." Upon hearing this, the doctor became animated, eagerly responding, "Absolutely. Once the movie concludes, I shall conduct the examinations." The other doctors, unable to contain themselves any longer, interjected. "Director Qin, our medical skills are equally proficient. Let us collaborate on the examinations, expediting the process." The bespectacled doctor grew anxious. "Oh, you remained silent for so long. And now you wish to compete with me? This opportunity belongs to me. You shall have your turn another time." The other doctors refused to yield, asserting, "We are colleagues. We share both fortune and adversity. Let us all partake in the examinations." The bespectacled doctor, feeling defeated, sat there despondently, seeking help from Qin Bei. Qin Bei laughed. "Rest assured. Whether it is gifts or anything else, you shall all benefit. Relax and rejuvenate during your stay." The doctors ceased their squabbling, expressing gratitude towards Qin Bei. "Director Qin, it is no wonder the citizens of Qinwu District hold you in such high regard. You genuinely care for them. What is so commendable? I am but an ordinary person, with my own selfish motives." Qin Bei replied with a carefree smile. "Look at these snacks on the table. They are treasures that money cannot buy. Many have coveted them for months and have yet to taste a morsel. You unhesitatingly shared them with us. How generous." The bespectacled doctor remarked, eagerly indulging. Qin Bei chuckled. "Those were stored long ago. You are esteemed guests, and thus deserve a proper reception." In truth, these snacks were plentiful in his space, enough to last a lifetime. However, he would never disclose that fact. Chapter 115. The surreal irony. The common folk persisted in their commotion for several days, showing no signs of abating. The affluent, confined within their homes, could no longer endure the tumult, while the district leaders faced immense pressure from the mayor, placing them in an unfavorable predicament. Ultimately, they convened and resolved to reach a compromise. The district leaders dispatched individuals to clarify that Qin Bei was an exemplary official, tirelessly dedicated to the welfare of the people, and had committed no acts detrimental to their interests, denouncing the external rumors. They sent several representatives to visit Qin Bei's residence. Qin Bei, irritated by their presence, instructed why promises to prevent their entry, apologetically stating that District Chief Qin was asleep and unable to receive visitors. As the doctor had advised, he needed rest to stabilize his condition. The representatives were displeased. Having lowered themselves to visit, they felt Qin Bei was putting on airs, wishing to storm in and chastise him. Suppressing their displeasure, they forced smiles and remarked that it seemed they had come at an inopportune moment. They requested Wei to convey that they had managed the situation outside, apprehending the assailants intent on his life, and invited him to witness their execution the following day if he was available. "I will pass on your message," Wei replied, maintaining a calm demeanor. The representatives feigned concern, advising him to prepare warm clothing as the acid rain had persisted for some time and the extreme cold was imminent. If District Chief Qin had not been subjected to an assassination attempt, these matters would not exist, and provisions could have been adequately prepared. Wei, perceptive as he was, swiftly defended Qin Bei. "Young man, it is unwise to display such brilliance. One should practice prudence and restraint. Are you here to inquire about his health or to sow discord? At that moment, Qin Bei emerged in a wheelchair, accompanied by several doctors. His pallid complexion suggested a recent recovery from a serious illness. District Chief Qin, we have come to see how you are faring, one representative forced a smile. Fortunately, surviving a great calamity often brings blessings, Qin Bei replied weakly. There is nothing else, so I shall not detain you. Please take care of your health, District Chief. We shall not intrude any longer, the representatives chorused as they quickly departed. Once they were gone and the door closed, Qin Bei rose from the recliner, his demeanor transformed. Radiating vitality, a stark contrast to his earlier feeble appearance. Those around him were unfazed. They understood he had feigned illness to manage the representatives. For an unrestrained entrance would invite criticism. Boss, they lack sincerity. Why expressed his frustration? Sincerity? They would relish my demise. Qin Bei replied with a hint of melancholy. This matter has reached a near resolution. It is time to conclude. Inform the people that I am well, urging them to cease their unrest and focus on preparing warm clothing. I hope they can endure this harsh winter. Wai nodded and promptly departed. At that moment, Zhao's father and son appeared before Qin Bei, each carrying a bulging bag. Qin Bei accepted the bags one by one, handing them to the doctors beside him, sincerely stating, I apologize for the inconvenience during this period. Please accept this small token of my gratitude. It is no trouble at all, District Chief. Your hospitality feels like a vacation. The doctors replied earnestly. Should you require our assistance in the future, do not hesitate to call upon us. Thank you for the generous gift. Qin Bei smiled and instructed Zhao's family to escort the doctors home. After bidding farewell to the doctors, he returned inside, where Gu Wan approached him. Are you returning to work now? Having rested sufficiently and achieved my objectives, the people need me, Qin Bei replied. Gu Wan's expression turned serious, advising caution. One must always be wary. Where there is one threat, there may be another. In the future, bring more people with you. Qin Bei chuckled, waving her off. There is no need. Do not forget I possess a safe space. Should danger arise, I can retreat instantly. Gu Wan shook her head disapprovingly. At night that may suffice. But during the day, how will you explain the sudden disappearance of a living person? It would raise suspicions. The existence of that space must remain a secret to avoid endless complications. I understand. You need not worry, Qin Bei assured her with a reassuring glance. He then turned to the flourishing pots of greenery, brimming with various vegetables ready for consumption. There are so many vegetables that could sustain us for a month. We can harvest one crop and another will grow in its place. If we cannot finish them, let us share some with the mayor and the regiment leader. Qin Bei expressed his gratitude towards the mayor for staunchly supporting him. I will arrange that immediately, Gu Wan replied with a smile. By the way, prepare an additional 70 portions of vegetables, each weighing 5 pounds. She summoned the children and Zhao Li and her daughter to help with the harvest. Qin Bei ascended to the upper floor, swiftly entering his space to inventory supplies. He gathered some rice, seasonings, fabric, and gold bars before descending, calling for Qianlin. He stated, Old Qin, many citizens lost their lives for my sake. These items, along with the vegetables, are to be given to the families of the deceased. I will personally oversee this matter. I will accompany you, Qianlin responded without hesitation. Once everything was packed and distributed, the two set off, visiting each household according to their addresses. The families of the deceased greeted Qin Bei with mixed emotions. He approached them, firmly grasping their hands, stating, I owe my life to you. I will forever be indebted. Beside him, Qianlin placed the items on the ground, explaining, This is a small gesture from District Chief Qin. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to contact us. We will do our utmost to assist you. The families gazed upon the precious supplies, deeply moved. District Chief Qin, you are a person of conscience. I am not exceptionally virtuous. It is only in contrast that I appear so, Qin Bei replied calmly. After exchanging a few more words, he departed to continue his mission. The two toiled throughout the day, their legs weary from the effort, but finally completed their deliveries. Upon returning home, Qin Bei slumped into a chair and addressed Qianlin and Wai. Tomorrow, I wish to gather the citizens of Qinwu District to have a conversation and distribute some items. What will you distribute? There are over 1 million of them. No amount of goods will suffice, Qianlin inquired curiously. Perhaps 2 pieces of candy for each, beyond that. I truly cannot afford anything more substantial. It must suffice as a small token of goodwill, Qin Bei replied with a bittersweet smile. He wished to offer more. But even emptying his entire supply would not be enough. The sheer number of people was overwhelming. Chapter 116. The arrival of extreme cold. The people were summoned to the spacious square of the Qinwu district, which was covered with a thick and sturdy rain canopy to protect against the corrosive acid rain. They gathered in great numbers, tightly packed and overflowing. Standing on the platform, Qin Bei held a microphone, gazing at the crowd with a tumult of emotion swelling within him. Thank you all for standing up for justice during my most perilous times. Qin Bei's voice resonated through the microphone, reaching every corner of the square. He bowed deeply 3 times, conveying his heartfelt gratitude. The crowd, moved to tears, raised their fists in unison, shouting, "District Leader Qin, well done." The thunderous cheers echoed for quite some time. With a gesture, Qin Bei signaled for silence, and the crowd fell into an immediate hush. Everyone has endured much during this period. Take a couple of days to rest, and we shall continue our struggle to survive the extreme cold. Furthermore, to ensure your safety, adjustments will be made to your residences, allowing for more occupants in each room, enhancing warmth. No one disagreed. They all understood that Qin Bei had their best interests at heart, striving for their survival. Please come forward to receive 2 candies each. It's a small treat, and it's all I can offer. Qin Bei sincerely addressed the crowd, instructing aides to bring out several large cardboard boxes filled with sweets. The citizens were elated. In times of scarcity, enjoying some candy lifted their spirits. Some even tucked their treats away, saving them for a day when hunger struck. As the crowd dispersed, returning to their homes to sew, Qin Bei returned to his office, where everything was in order, leaving him with little to worry about. He leisurely sipped tea in his office when a knock sounded at the door, followed by Su Nua's entrance. "Boss, the district leaders from other areas have arrived, claiming they are short on supplies and wish to negotiate. We are barely managing ourselves. Send them back." Qin Bei waved dismissively, showing no interest in their plight. These individuals were clearly attempting to take advantage, disguising their intentions as requests for help, but he had no intention of becoming their scapegoat. "All right, I'll see them off." Su Nua chuckled, well aware of his boss's stance. Turning around, the group of district leaders stood behind him, visibly displeased with Su Nua. However, Su Nua remained unfazed, casting a nonchalant glance their way, ready to speak when they barged in. Qin Bei regarded them coolly. "I cannot assist you. My own citizens are suffering. You must find your own solutions." With that, he picked up some documents, burying himself in work, offering no tea or invitations to sit, clearly indicating they were unwelcome. The leader's expressions darkened. "Qin Bei, are you not being overly arrogant? We are colleagues. Is this how you treat us? Do you not fear for your position? Indeed. It is easy to push someone out." Qin Bei met their gazes calmly. "For me, threats are utterly ineffective. I am unafraid. Whether you can oust me is not for you to decide." He then turned to Su Nua. "See them out." Su Nua approached, opened the door, and, with an impassive expression, addressed the group. "Please leave. Our district leader is still recovering, and should anything happen, you may find it difficult to depart." "Humph, what nonsense. We come to you out of respect, and you turn your back on us." The leaders grumbled as they departed, but Qin Bei did not even lift his eyelids. "Boss, these people are truly detestable. If they return, I will not allow them to set foot in the office again," Su Nua asserted firmly. "They are quite unlikable. In the future, you can confront them alongside Old Chen when the opportunity arises." Qin Bei contemplated thoughtfully. Su Nua readily agreed. "I will follow your lead, boss." Qin Bei smiled and retrieved some snacks from the drawer, placing them on the table. "Come, let us have some." Su Nua sat across from him, and they began to munch on the treats, chatting without interruption. After finishing, they left the office together, heading home. In the following days, Qin Bei and his team focused on monitoring the sewing progress and moving households, working tirelessly. Finally, after more than 2 months of relentless acid rain, the extreme cold set in. Qin Bei and his family took refuge in their villa, remaining indoors. The temperature had plummeted to -40 degrees Celsius. Despite the air conditioning, the chill permeated, and everyone was bundled in thick down jackets, resembling a group of bears. In the center of the living room, several fires blazed, and the family gathered around, each holding skewers of meat over the flames. The warmth enveloped them as the aroma of roasting meat wafted through the air. The children, carefree and beaming, indulged in the delicious barbecue, their faces radiant with delight. Outside, snow fell heavily, the flakes large and swift, creating a picturesque scene. "How beautiful! If only we could bring some in to build a snowman," Qin Tingting sighed wistfully. Qin Bei shattered her daydream. "It's freezing outside. It could be deadly. It's best to stay indoors where we have food and warmth." Disappointed, Qin Tingting conceded and dropped the subject. Qin Bei turned to Su Nua, cheerfully stating, "Our early efforts have paid off. The citizens are safe and well fed at home. warmly dressed. Look, it's been half a day, and not a single phone call has come through. Previously, they had gathered the citizens together, providing ample food, warm clothing, and even some mobile phones for emergencies. Now, the silence of the phones indicated that everyone was faring well. It would be best if they never rang. Let us savor this peaceful time, Sunua smiled, relishing the delicious barbecue. Look at the other districts, complaints abound. Many citizens are without food and warm clothing, and some have perished from hunger and cold, Qin lamented. Scrolling through alarming news reports, shaking his head in despair, Qin Bei sighed, it all comes down to fate. I hope they find good fortune. He had some supplies left, just sufficient for his family, but he could not afford to be selfless enough to donate. He could only turn a blind eye to the suffering of others. Well, at least the vegetables in our garden are thriving, lush and plentiful. Let us go out tomorrow and give away the surplus vegetables. Whoever needs them can take them. Saving a life is invaluable. It's a good deed, Qin Bei proposed. Having witnessed so much life and death, he had grown indifferent to material possessions, increasingly valuing the sanctity of life. You truly are a big fool. However, we will stand by you, Qin teased. I have been foolish before. It matters not. I seek only peace of mind, Qin Bei replied with a carefree demeanor. Chapter 117, the grand finale. Qin Bei, accompanied by Qin and Sunua, generously donated surplus plants and worn-out clothing from his household to the impoverished citizens, earning a chorus of gratitude. Meanwhile, the residents of other districts, burdened by grievances, envied the stability enjoyed by the citizens of Qinwu district and fervently petitioned for the mayor to replace their district heads with Qin Bei. Seizing the opportunity to dismiss the district heads he had long found unsatisfactory, the mayor appointed Qin Bei to oversee their management. However, Qin Bei declined the position, instead recommending Qin and Sunua, who both ascended to the role of district heads, while Qin Bei himself undertook the administration of 3 additional districts. In the biting cold, he could no longer afford the luxury of comfort within his home, tirelessly traversing the land to ensure a better existence for the people. Gradually, Qin Bei garnered profound love and respect from the citizens. At this juncture, the mayor, worn down by relentless toil, fell gravely ill and subsequently resigned, passing the mantle to Qin Bei. Thus, Qin Bei became the new mayor, shouldering an even greater responsibility. Guan, feeling sympathetic towards him, remained by his side, offering assistance. In the days that followed, after enduring the harsh winter, the community faced torrential rains and floods. Thanks to Qin Bei's foresight, the citizens weathered the calamity unscathed. Soon after, a sandstorm struck, with crops perishing and yields failing, leaving the populace without sustenance. It was a daunting challenge to cultivate new crops in such a brief span. Qin Bei, distressed, suddenly recalled the soil from his space. He ventured to extract some, and upon sowing seeds, the survival rate was remarkably high, with plants flourishing rapidly. Elated, he brought his family to the space to excavate a substantial quantity of soil, which he mixed with the external earth to cultivate ample grains, barely ensuring that the community could partake in sustenance. Through his relentless endeavors, the people no longer faced hunger. In addition to daily farming to secure ample nourishment, he mandated daily exercise to fortify their resilience in the face of adversity. The city under his governance emerged as the most prosperous and stable among 6 cities nationwide, with residents basking in happiness while those from other cities clamored to relocate. However, the city could no longer accommodate additional inhabitants. He was subsequently reassigned by the highest authority to assist in the development of another city. Thanks to his efforts, the citizens enjoyed a life free from concerns of sustenance. Originally projected to take a decade for the nation to return to normalcy, through his diligence, this was achieved in merely 8 years. Following arduous reconstruction, everyone returned to the once blissful days of yore. Consequently, all harbored gratitude and refrained from extravagance, treating resources with utmost caution, fearing a repeat of past hardships. Qin Bei's standing soared, and upon the elder's abdication, he became the de facto ruler of the nation, amassing vast wealth. His children, too, excelled, each one distinguished in their own right. His 2 sons inherited his legacy, ensuring its continuation through generations. Those loyal confidants who had accompanied him rose to prominence, enjoying prosperous lives. His sister-in-law, Gu Jie, remained unmarried and childless, leading a tranquil and fulfilling life. Qin found happiness with the sisters Zhuang Roer and Zhuang Ke, while Sunua encountered his beloved, living contentedly. The Zhao family remained steadfastly loyal to Qin Bei's family, enjoying a life of affluence, yet they chose not to depart, continuously serving the Qin household. Qin Bei treated them as family, and they, in turn, understood the value of gratitude, fostering a harmonious coexistence.